look at the election process in the Republic of Kenya, particularly on what the IEBC has set out as the process. And we'll be running a bit of graphics there to show you, so that when you wake up tomorrow and you want to go vote, it is important that you're aware of the process ahead of you. All polling stations will open at 6 a.m. and they will close at 5 p.m. All polling stations will open at 6 a.m. and then close at 5 p.m. I don't know whether we have the graphics ready to put up on air. And then after that, you will be identified electronically with a stamped ballot paper, and that will happen in the course of your time at the polling station. But I'll be taking you through that process later. Let's just focus on the papers right about now. The Daily Nation. What is contained in the Daily Nation today? Who takes it? And it has a picture of both President, or rather the Deputy President William Ruto and the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Ruto versus Raila, worlds apart. William Samoei Ruto, a youthful 55, and on his first presidential campaign, still radiates the vigor of the YK92 era when he made his entry into politics. So still a fresh-faced university graduate at the dawn of multi-partyism, and it is all contained in the Daily Nation, and of course continues to paint the parallels between the Deputy President and Raila Odinga. Uhuru talks to Mount Kenya in last dash broadcast. That was broadcast last night in Kikuyu radio stations and 2 Kikuyu TV stations. President Uhuru Kenyatta's address to the Mount Kenya region, his bedrock of support, and talking to them about his hits and misses during his reign and era as President of the Republic of Kenya for the last 10 years. What Kenyans will be voting for tomorrow is in the Daily Nation, page 2. All the presidential candidates have released their manifestos and spoken about them throughout, so you can be able to sift through them, and those manifestos are still available. So you have not made a decision. If you are one among the undecided, you can still peruse through the manifestos and probably make your decision in the course of it. A tale of two men, how Ruto and Raila have crossed paths for 30 years. I think it details all of the history of the two men and how they have worked together sometime and how they have not worked together in so many times. That story is detailed on the Daily Nation, page 4. And page number 6, you have Ruto, Raila turned to God ahead of Paul yesterday. Both of them were in different services. The Deputy President was the Jesus Teaching Ministry and Donholm, seeking divine intervention, while Raila Odinga and his running mate Mother Karua were the KICC for an interdenominational service and prayer. And that is how the Daily Nation has covered this election. There's so much, so many more details lined up on the Daily Nation that you can be able to review and have a look at once you purchase the paper. Let's go to the election process as is what is expected of you as a voter tomorrow when you wake up very early in the morning to go queue at the polling station. Remember, each and every polling station has 700 voters. Remember, not a polling center, a polling station, 700 voters. That means in the stream that you will be in, you will not be more than 700. That aids the work of counting votes and also aids the process in a major way. So, like I said, the polling stations will open at 6 a.m. and run through to 5 p.m. All polling stations will open at 6 a.m. and run through to 5 p.m. Now, you will be identified electronically with a stamped, with a KIMS kit. You remember, once you get to the polling center, you will place your fingers, all of them, on the KIMS kit, and that's how you are identified biometrically. You will be identified biometrically once you enter the polling station, and that means then you need to carry your identification card as well as the only thing you need actually is your identification card. If then you don't have your identification card, you can still carry your passport. It depends what document you used to register as a voter. A voter then, after identification using the KIMS kit, will be issued with 6 stamped ballot papers. 6 stamped ballot papers is what you will be issued with by the clerk of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, and then you will have the presidential ballot marked in white color. That is, the presidential ballot paper is white in color. The governor ballot is blue in color. The senator ballot is yellow in color. Member of Parliament is pink in color. Woman representative green in color. Member of County Assembly beige in color. And then once you have them, you will go to a secret booth where you will mark against your favorite candidates by either ticking or putting an X mark against the candidate that you want to elect. And there is a box provided for. So your tick or X must be inside that box. The tick or X must be inside that ballot box. And once you have marked against your candidates, that's the 6 of them, you will go to the ballot boxes. The ballot boxes have colors corresponding to the ballot that you have. The lids of those ballot boxes have colors that correspond with the ballot you have. For example, the pink lid means then that is the ballot box of the member of National Assembly, and it is also indicated there. It is also indicated on that ballot box that this is the ballot box for the member of the National Assembly. Once that is done, and you have done that, you only need to go to the clerk after you have been able to cast your ballot for the marking of indelible ink, which is either done on your small finger or this space between the middle finger and the index finger. And once that is done, you exit the polling station. The next time you see you in the next election, you wait outside the polling station and preferably at home for the results to be tallied, and you get those results. So Victor, that is how that is as far as it goes in terms of exercising your right tomorrow as a voter.
Very well. On the front page of the Standard, why Kenya needs you. Why Kenya needs you. Tomorrow, Wananchi will brave long queues to elect the country's 5th president and other leaders. There has never been a better time for Kenyans to demonstrate their civic duty to vote. Now that is what's on the front page of the Standard newspaper. Leaders turn to prayers a day to the election. We have got pictures here of Azimio flag bearer Raila Odinga and his running mate Martha Karua, where they had their prayer yesterday at the KICC, as well as UDA presidential candidate William Ruto with Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja during a prayer church service at Jesus Teaching Ministry in Donholm in Nairobi. That is on what's on the front page of the Standard here. And of course, Kiore, you've given that breakdown on how elections will be done, which was also conducted by IEBC, the simulation. It will not be mandatory, according to the Standard, it will not be mandatory to cast ballot for all 6 elective posts. Now, the reason is unused ballot papers will be dropped in the respective boxes and counted as rejected in the final tally. And the presiding officers will submit updates to the returning officer on the turnout in their polling stations. So the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, has changed regulations, and it will not now be mandatory for a voter to cast all the 6 ballot papers handed to them once they walk into a polling station. This emerged yesterday during a voting simulation exercise conducted by IEBC. Now, the decision seeks to cure one of the most complicated legal issues that played out at the Supreme Court in 2017, where and contributed to the nullification of the presidential results. Now, according to the details provided during the simulation, it is now a legal requirement that the voter must be handed the 6 ballot papers once he or she walks into the polling station. So that is what's there. So that, remember, the CJ asked what happens to the rejected votes or ballots during the 2017 presidential case hearing. And there was a back and forth as to where those papers would be taken to, whether they would be counted or not. And now it's now mandatory for every voter to get all the 6 ballot papers. All right. So according to the paper here, Clerics urge leaders, Kenyans, to shun violence and accept poll results. Clerics urge leaders to shun violence and accept poll results. Clergy advise leaders who will lose not to resort to violence but to go to court. I think that's in order. We can never ever emphasize about that. That is just that. All right, this is not a vote for your favorite candidate. This is a vote for Kenya. More of an opinion here, and an interesting read for you to take a look at is a full page read here, so that you can take a look why this is not a vote for your favorite candidate, but it's about Kenya. You can take a look at that. Of course, we are also looking at Raila dedicates nation to God in solemn prayer, as well as Ruto come out in numbers and vote peacefully. We have got 2 pages here of different leaders. Yesterday, they, went to church. Finally, somebody said that after all is said and done, one person will reign supreme, God, and that is the way to go. As I give it back to you, Kyoria. Yes. Atudonyang jet back 3 days to the election. This Kanu governor candidate Nicholas Atudonyang jetted into the country on Saturday, only 3 days before the election. Atudonyang is a US-based doctor who was elected as Governor John Lonyangapuo's deputy in 2017. There has been back and forth about his presence or his whereabouts. And now he's back.
Paul Atudonyang is an interesting character to me in so many ways, because since 2017, the election of 2017, I think he has appeared in West Pokot for very few counted times. The structure of that and how he took up that position, knowing very well that he has other responsibilities in the United States of America, is what baffles me. But I also look at that situation as well choreographed, because think about it. Lonyangapuo has had his run in West Pokot without interruption or probably any headache from his deputy. Yeah. So sometimes I think it's just very convenient, if you ask me, that the deputy is away, and so the governor can run as much as he wants, and that's just it. And I hope the people of West Pokot or any other place will not have to elect, a leader who is away for years and months. But anyway, Atudonyang, welcome back. He will have the moment to exercise his democratic rights as a Kenyan in this election.
All right.
Let me look a bit at the star before we hand it over to Jane to take us through what she has on this smartboard. Moment of truth for Raila and Ruto, and you have the pictures at the front page of both of them in prayer. Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, the KICC, and Deputy President William Ruto, and Johnson Sakaja, the Nairobi Governor candidate for UDA at the Jesus Teaching Ministry in Downholm. I think later they went to Jesus Winner Ministry along Roy Sambu. But page 2 of a star captures a very interesting story that will interest a lot of you, and that is as regard the visa delays that have been experienced at the U.S. Embassy. The new ambassador to Kenya, that is Meg Whitman, says the visa delays are unacceptable, and she intends to fix that. It is in page 2 of the star. Accept IEBC results, Catholic bishops advise candidates, and I think the president was also very clear last night, saying there are legal avenues available for every candidate who feels they are aggrieved by the results of the poll after tomorrow, and therefore they should explore those avenues. Otherwise, his government, for the few remaining days, will not entertain lawlessness. Page number 3, step-by-step guide on how you will cast your ballot tomorrow. I've already taken you through that, and you will have graphics in a bait. Moment of truth for Ruto and Raila. Indeed it is. And it captures all their promises there, what is contained in the Azimio manifesto and what is contained in the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. And it says it's a moment of truth for Ruto and Raila, obviously assuming that both of them are the leading contenders, and that is in the page 4 4 and 5 over star. It's all systems go as poll agency finalizes preparations for election. Yesterday they had a simulation exercise sometime in the evening, and it went well, so we believe the IEBC is capable and will conduct a credible election. IGAD has deployed 24 election observers, and not just IGAD. There's so many. For the first time, I think I'm seeing a lot of observer missions coming to Kenya. There's one led by Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, the former Tanzanian president. That is for the East African community. There's IGAD, there's for Commonwealth. There are observers locally and internationally. I even saw Kiza Besige and Bobby Wine are also in the country, again leading another observer mission. But the IGAD observer mission story is captured on the Star page number 6. Embrace peace as you vote. Ruto urges Kenyans. That is during the church service he attended yesterday. Justino Amae, vote is now consolidated. What we don't know is whether they have bridged the differences between herself and the presidential candidate. And that is Professor George Luchiri Wajakoya. As I wind up on the Star, Raila Mother seek God's hand ahead of the election. That is also on page 9. Police announced toll-free contacts for Tuesday polls. That is the number you can use to alert them of any security incidences, and that is also captured on the Star. I'm still looking for whether they've covered any other story on the election, but that's just about it. It looks like we are all up and ready for the election, and in studio we have a set of analysts who will be engaging this morning, to talk about the preparations ahead of the exercise tomorrow. In less than 24 hours, 22 million people go to the polls this time to elect 6 candidates and to decide who the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya will be, alongside their new governor, their new senator, their new member of county assembly, member of national assembly, and county woman representative. But for now, let's engage Jane Wamboy. I don't know what you have for us, Jane.
Now, you had mentioned in regards to the preparation that we are making just on the papers that Bobby Wine is actually in the country on an observation mission, and actually we have that tweet he put out yesterday. It goes on to say, as part of our mission to observe the Kenya Decides 22, that's our hashtag, and just that being this general election that will be happening tomorrow. He goes on to say he was glad to meet and interact with presidential candidate Raila Odinga. Another part of the team went to meet with Deputy President William Ruto, and they are wishing the Kenyan people free, fair, credible, peaceful elections. Pictured therein, you can see that's the picture that he was able to take with former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And again, people continue to send out messages of peace in regards to this year's general elections. Let us see others here commenting on this particular meet between Raila Odinga and Bobby Wine, saying the mentor meeting the mentee, all in line with supporting this move, because again, elections are not just a national thing. They always go spill beyond borders, and the international community is involved in one way or the other. Others are talking about the interview that was happening yesterday. For those who were not able to understand the language, they are hoping for translations, which I'm sure will be made in due time. Again, a tweet referring to that interview that happened yesterday. Alfred Omenya saying the campaigns are over, the concluding arguments have been made. Who are you going to? It is up to you to exercise your political right as a Kenyan. More tweets concerning this particular exercise that will be happening tomorrow. Cyprian saying, Zoehi Sura Mapema after the 9th. What will it be? Kesho early. People will be rising up and early to go and cast their vote. Let us see. And again, we'll be giving you also the electoral that are in place to just let you know what says what in regards to this particular politicking season. So that is just some of the tweets that we have received so far. Others saying, go ahead and vote for who you will vote for. Violence does not need to be involved in this particular exercise. 9th August is only a few hours to go. And after that, we go back to normal programming, back to life. Life goes on beyond this election. So we will be continuing to sample more tweets for you. Remember, we are using the hashtag Kenya Decides 2022. Our official station handle is at KBC Channel 1. And of course, you can always tag us individually at J Curia, at Victor Olo, and at Jane Wamboy. Is how you can interact with us. We will be sampling your views and of course interacting with our different reporters across the country. And much later, we will be giving you more information in regards to the different counties, the numbers as they were. Going back to the 2013 general election, just observe the difference in the voting patterns that we have seen over the past 2 general elections and what we can expect once we get to the poll tomorrow. Curia.
Thank you, Jane, for running us through that and the expectations of the country ahead of the elections. And in a bit, we'll be showing you the magic that we'll be unveiling here on the KBC Kenya Decides a new election set, as well as on the other end. It's not just about analysis. It's well detailed, as well as facts presented to you as they should be. But for now, let's have a quick look at the election process. What is expected of you tomorrow when you wake up to vote? If you can have the graphics up. That is it. So the polling stations will open at 6 a.m. all the way to 5 p.m. And a voter, once they enter a polling station, they will be identified using the KIMS kit, but you must have your valid identification card or your passport. That will be required of you, that you carry your ID or your passport, depending on which you use to register. And then you will be identified electronically using the KIMS kit. And from there, you will be given 6 ballot papers that are stamped. 6 ballot papers that are stamped, and then you will head to the secret booth to mark them. Those ballot papers have the colors as indicated, because the presidential one is white, you have the governor one as blue, the senatorial one, as you can see, will be yellow, and you can see all that captured in the graphic running up on your screen, the colors of the ballot papers. Now, they correspond with the lid of the ballot box. They correspond with the lid of the ballot box. So once you have marked the ballot papers, either using a tick is what you call a right tick, or an X mark, then your ballot is deemed as valid. And it has to be inside the box. There's a box against the candidate that you want to vote for. If it is candidate A, you will tick inside the box using a right or an X, and that is considered a ballot, or rather you have marked the ballot correctly. If the X is outside the box or the right is outside the box, then it is a spoiled vote. If you mark more than once, it is a spoiled vote, and therefore then it doesn't count as a valid vote. Something also important to note, that once you have done that, then you will be able to cast your ballot in the ballot boxes. Like I've said, the ballot boxes, the lids correspond with the color of the ballot paper that you have. If the presidential ballot paper is white, because it is, then the lid of the ballot box is white, and it is clearly indicated on that ballot box that this is the presidential ballot box. So you will cast each ballot on the corresponding ballot box. Let's say, for example, your governor candidate ballot, or the one that you have marked against your governor candidate, you cast it in the box of Member of Parliament. It is a stray ballot, and probably Wakili Shadrack will be helping us to understand whether a stray ballot is a spoilt vote or not. But there's a spoilt vote and a stray ballot, and we'll be able to look at all that in terms of what is the legal ramification if your ballot is found to be stray. But once you have done that, and you have cast these ballot papers in the presence of a presiding officer and party agents, your only responsibility now that is remaining is to go to the clerk, and they will mark your small finger with an indelible ink, or the space between your middle finger and the index finger. And once it is marked with that indelible ink, by the way, that indelible ink is not something you can do away with in a matter of hours, and that is proof that you have voted. So once you have that, as a responsible citizen, you will pick your ID, go home, and wait for the results. It is important that you exit the polling center. It is not your job to hang around the polling center. Your work is to go home and wait for the results. And of course, continue with your normal life and wait for the results. Do not mill around the polling center. That is as far as the election process goes. You will have cast your ballot, and validly so, and now wait for Chebukati and his team to do their job and trusting that they will do it in the best way possible. Let me remind you, the polling centers will open from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. Legally, what happens, and I'm not encouraging the Kenyan habit of running to polling stations when it is already too late. Thing is, if you are inside the polling center by 5 p.m., you will be allowed to vote by 5 p.m. That means by the time that is coming, if you're in the polling center by 5 p.m., then you will be able to vote. But please do not run to the polling center at 4:59 p.m. You have the entire day to go queue and make your voice heard. Probably Wakili Shadrach Wamboi, who joins us in studio, and I also have Mark Bichachi on the other end with Victor Olo. But quickly on that point of stray ballot and whether it is a spoiled vote, what does the law say exactly?
Thank you for having me. I think first I need to apologize to our viewers and our listeners. I am having a small problem with my voice.
Sorry.
I've been shouting all through the campaign period. The effects are quite apparent. Now, you'll recall in the year 2013, we had a problem as to what really is a spoiled or a stray ballot. So that, number one, a spoiled vote, because there is a ballot and there is a vote. Now, the ballot becomes a vote once you have marked it. So that if you desire a particular candidate to be your representative, then you either put a tick or an X. So that mark makes that ballot paper a vote, which will be counted in favor of your candidate. Now, the problem sometimes happens when you have said that you know, we've been hearing some of these candidates, when they go to the ground, they say, if you like me, tick. If you do not like me, then tick your favorite candidate and then mark an X against my box. So that in itself, you will have marked twice on a ballot paper. So that if you mark twice on a ballot paper, that makes it a spoiled vote. Now, a stray ballot is when, if we have 6 candidates we will be voting in. We'll have the president, the governor, the senator, MCAs, women representatives, and the member of National Assembly. So that if you have this pink ballot for, is it the member of National Assembly?
Member of National Assembly.
Yes. I thought it should be for women representatives. So that if you, you see, if you have thoughts like me, that this pink should be representing the women representative, which is wrong, and our viewers should hear this. So that you have this ballot in women representative box, it is stray. So it means essentially that when we are calculating the votes, because the returning officer has a certain duty. You first begin with the presidential elections. You count the votes that have been cast on behalf of the president. Then you go to the governor and you all through. So it essentially means that if you are now to assume that this stray ballot will be a valid vote, then it means you will mess up with the voting process. Because once we are done with the presidential elections, and then we find that you cast your vote for the president, and you inserted that ballot paper, or that vote now, the vote in the member of county assembly, you see, you will create some confusion. So in that sense, then what the law tells us is we will need to ignore that as you are right, because you will be misdirecting everybody. And this is a very good example.
On the basis of misdirection.
Yes. Because what do you expect to happen at the end of it all? We have finished tallying the presidential. We have relayed the results. We are now on the MCAs, and then in the MCAs we are finding the presidential ballot or the vote there. So in order to avert this confusion, then there is a sense in which you must understand where the presidential, the 2013 and 2017 presidential election dispute, the decision by the Supreme Court, as far as that point is concerned. Yes.
That's quite interesting, because, I mean, and viewers need to understand that you need to be very careful as you cast your ballot tomorrow, because even if you have marked against the right candidate that you want to elect, and then put it in the wrong box, that ends the story and makes it spoiled. And Mark Bichachi, as we throw it to Victor Olo, it was a very contentious issue in the Supreme Court in 2017. But the number of spoiled votes then in 2017 was such a huge number. Do you think the IEBC has done enough to probably have this number come down in this election?
Well, you asked a very valid question. Has the IEBC done enough? The truth is, in any election, they have done a lot, but it is never quite enough, given the fact that a lot of Kenyans have not met with the IEBC educators. A lot of Kenyans have not paid close attention. And remember that the frequency with which we do elections, which is every 5 years, is not enough to put an imprint in our minds as to how it is done. What we can hope for is that Kenyans who are watching this show and watching many shows across the nation right now pay close attention and take note of everything that is being said so that they're able to vote correctly. The other issue that is there is also that I've argued this many times, is that our election is very heavy. We've got 6 ballot papers to cast, which means 6 different colors, 6 different candidates you need to know, and an array of issues that you need to be aware of. So this number of votes also affects how we vote. So the idea ideally should be that perhaps Kenya should separate its elections and have parliamentary elections separate from executive elections, so that you're only voting for a governor and a president, and then you're voting for MCA, MP, and women rep in a different election. That would have and senator, sorry, in a different election. That would have really simplified the process, but also it would have helped people to focus more clearly, because a lot of people going to vote tomorrow will have no idea who the MCA candidates are. In fact, some don't even know who the MP candidates are. A lot of people I have talked to don't even know which constituency they're in. So this kind of questions really need to be answered, and the IEBC can only do so much. There is also the part where the Kenyan must step up and also know who they are voting for, which ballot box that particular vote fits into, and the timings and how to mark their ballot and things like that. So every Kenyan must be aware and should also be warned against disinformation, which is very easy to happen as well.
Victor.
And basically what you're saying is that there was lack of voter and civic education from the part of IEBC and the political players as well. Well,
not lack. It was insufficient. Insufficient in the sense that it is not like we had all 20-odd million voters put in some form of classroom and educated, because you would expect that, given that the election is a complex election. Yeah. You've got presidential, you've got gubernatorial, you've got senatorial, then you've got women rep, then you've got MP, then you've got MCA. Those are 6 different ballot papers. Kenyans have not seen, for example, for a lot of us, the image of the presidential ballot paper is going to be shown to us for the first time at the ballot box. Yeah. So that means I will not have thought to myself, is my candidate number 1, 2, or 3, or 4? I have not visualized it. So, and I don't blame the IEBC, because they have tried their best, given the budgets they have and the constraints they have. But at the end of the day, the Kenyan himself or herself needs to take that extra mile to understand this white ballot paper, where am I putting it?
And that now will also bring the issue of spoilt votes at the end of the day, because a majority, as you put it, have never seen even how the ballot paper will look like, so to speak. So this would tentatively result into a number of spoilt votes.
Yes.
Alternatively, what will be the best way to go? Because now we have no time left.
Well, the time to go, the way to go is very simple. There are IEBC officials on the ground.
Right.
What you need to do, if you're not sure about what you're doing, is ask for help. It is within the regulations of our law that the IEBC official, without coercing you as to who you should vote for, should be able to tell you, this white one, put it here, this pink one, put it here, this is how you mark your ballot. That is within the law. So without being manipulated. Of course, it is better when people go there with an independent mind, so that, because these are human beings at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But there is a recourse. You can ask for help, and if you're stuck, you should ask for help instead of spoiling your candidate's vote.
Kyoria, there's always a way out.
That's the biggest question. But I want to take up something that Mark Bichachi talked about, because it's a proposal that has lasted for several years now, about staggering the election.
Yes.
And Mark Bichachi makes quite a case for staggering the election. You think that's valid?
Firstly, I think it's a valid argument, okay. Noting too well that we have quite a number of our citizens who are not well educated. You see, the people who have the privilege of going to school are the few, you and I and some few others. So that we always have a problem when we have these general elections and we have people torn between colors. Some of our men do not even understand colors, so that you end up being confused. So it will be an important proposal to have these dates of election staggered. But you see, that can only happen if you amend the Constitution. Because the proposal in the Constitution is that these elections must be done on a Tuesday of after every 5 years in the month of August. So really, while there is a justification for doing that, then we must be alive to the constitutional changing process. Remember, we just from a BBI process that was thrown out by the courts due to the lack of observance of the proposals that are the channels that are there in law to bring up a proposal or an amendment in the Constitution. So really, it's a good proposal. I agree as much. I also agree that there is also need to have the IEBC doing even more in terms of sensitization of the voters. Yes, because really, constitutional changes, the constitutional, a change in the Constitution is not something that you can just do overnight. No, this is a document that we have passed. We do not want this Constitution to be like the former Constitution, where it was a Constitution full of amendments. So in order to avert the possibility of having a constitutional amendment due to the confusion that arises during the election date, then I think some of these things that we are doing, for example, this show in itself, you have spent quite a number of minutes trying to educate people on what they should do during that election day. So that is a good thing. That is the responsibility that this studio or this station has to its citizens. Secondly, we have the candidates who are participating in these elections. Remember, the person who will be a loser is the candidate, and to a large extent the citizens. So that you as a candidate, if your voters, and probably a majority of the voters think that you are the best served to occupy that office, then you should not allow them to be susceptible to manipulation by your opponents, where your opponents come and tell them, if you do not like me, put an X. You see, ultimately, if they are putting an X against the people they do not like, they have already voted for that person. So really, the point should be that this responsibility of educating people so that they can do the right thing during that election date is not entirely a responsibility that should be left in the hands of the IEBC. No, this is a responsibility that should be spread across everybody, every person of goodwill, so that we do not have dishonest intellectuals in this country. Yes, you and I have a responsibility. When you leave this place, you should not just stay in the city. No, just go to your village. Return to your village and help the people in the village, to understand some of these processes. Because it is true that most of us do not have the Mwa Kenya. We do not have the advantage of, taking a glimpse of these ballot papers before the election date.
All right.
Yes.
Let me ask a quick one. The tediousness of an election, because like you suggested, Mark does, the election is tedious, particularly this one is a tedious one. Is there a direct relation between the tediousness of an election and its credibility?
I mean, credibility goes to the entire process, really. You can, of course, the tediousness of the process, because there is a lot that is involved, might dent the credibility of the process. But I mean, there are a lot of participants in this process. One cannot say that I'm the one who has been left to do everything. So that if I am doing everything, then I have gotten tired in between the way. I will be sleeping while calculating tallying the votes and announcing the results. I mean, if it was left to one person, then I think the tiredness of this individual or this organization then will be attributed to the lack of credibility of the election process. But we have so many players. So we have agents. If you are tired and you lose some vigilance, then there are people who are going to wake you up. We have election observers. There are people there who are just keen on seeing what is happening. So that ultimately, the results that we'll be having at the end of the day, be it the presidential, be it the county elections or the national elections, then we will have a process, we will have results that are credible, things that we will say, this is fair, this is not fair. So really, the question of, there is also some cost implications. I mean, we just need to be very well aware of that. When we have by-elections in this country, we end up spending a lot of money on by-elections. Now you can just but imagine if we had the 6 elections staggered in different dates. So while there will be a point in it, then you need to ask yourself, what are the economics? Yes, because you just need also to focus on the economy of this country, so that we do not end up spending so much on elections, on an MCA, while we will have done it at once.
All right.
Yes.
Mark would want to hear your views as regards, the credibility of an election, whether it is tied to the tediousness of the election process. Mark.
Well, let's be very clear. I just want to correct something Wakili has said, that we don't want a constitution with amendments. There is nothing that does not change in this world. In fact, philosophers say the only constant thing in life is change. So we cannot say that we do not want to improve our constitution when everything can be improved. Cars can be improved, societies can be improved. Let us not put Kenya into a static reality when we live in a dynamic world. And having said that, the fact that elections, 6 elections at once are complicated, it has nothing to do with the cost of elections. The cost of elections in this country are brought up by the fact that we print our ballot papers from a different country. We don't print them locally. Because we don't trust each other, we have got very many officials and very many hoops to jump to make sure the election is done. It has nothing to do with how many ballot papers we have. It is how we do our elections. There's a trust deficit in our elections, and that trust deficit is brought about by many years of controversial elections. 2017 we saw the elections being annulled all the way from 1988. We saw the Mlolongo system failing. We saw the IPPG programs trying to sort out our electoral processes. So we have a trust deficit in this country that we need to actually cover. And that is what we need to discuss. The trust deficit between when people vote and when the IEBC actually tallies the vote. And how does the IEBC address that? Transparency. I think they need to carry the nation in this process and explain to us every single step, because it is one thing to explain how to vote. It is also another to explain the tallying process, what is happening, what is Form 34A, what is Form 34B, how does it turn to C and D, how do you get to the arrival of who is president, and how can Kenyans be confident that you're tallying the right thing, and that is what needs to happen in this particular election, so that Kenyans can feel confident that the IEBC is doing the right thing, and that's got to be the case.
Absolutely. All right, at this particular point, let's have the peace messages now that we are heading to the election tomorrow before we take a break.
Hi, I'm Fayaz Qureshi. We're all set for the general elections on the 9th of August 2022. Across the board, we have people with diverse views and opinions, which is good. Your thought process and voice matters and makes a difference. How does it make a difference? By exercising your right to vote safely on the 9th of August 2022. Our vision is for a peaceful Kenya.
From time immemorial, sports has brought Kenyans together. Let's not make elections an exception. One Kenya is a winning team. I choose peace.
Yangu tu ni kusema tafadhali sisi kwa wana Kenya tuhifadhi amani yetu. Tufuate njia ambayo itatuletea amani. Tunapoelekea uchaguzi, naomba sana kwamba uchaguzi wetu iwe ni uchaguzi wa haki na uhuru.
Basi nawaomba wa Kenya, ni wakati wa kuwa na ujasiri wa kutetea hiki kipaji. Wewe mwenzangu, hasa nyinyi wanarika, msiitikie kutumika kwa kupewa pesa ili mlete vurugu ama kuchochea. Msiitikie kutekwa nyara, kwani sio kwenyu tu kipaji, ni kwa watoto na watoto wajukuu wenyu ambao tunawalindia hii nchi yetu ili iwe nchi iliyo na manufaa na amani.
Intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides. Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Uchaguzi mkuu wa tarehe 9 Agosti utabadilisha pakubwa taswira ya kisiasa ya taifa hili. Je, hii inamaanisha nini kwako wewe mpiga kura? Kila Jumapili saa 12 jioni, jiunge nao Gladys Mungai na Harith Salim kwenye makala yetu ya Kenya ya Amua, ambapo pamoja na wadau mbalimbali watajadili na kudadavua kwa kina michakato ya uchaguzi. Fanya uamuzi wa busara. Usikose kutazama Kenya ya Amua kila Jumapili kwenye runinga uipendayo ya KBC Channel 1. After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides. Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Uchaguzi mkuu wa tarehe 9 Agosti utabadilisha pakubwa taswira ya kisiasa ya taifa hili. Je, hii inamaanisha nini kwako wewe mpiga kura? Kila Jumapili saa 12 jioni, jiunge nao Gladys Mungai na Harith Salim kwenye makala yetu ya Kenya ya Amua, ambapo pamoja na wadau mbalimbali watajadili na kudadavua kwa kina michakato ya uchaguzi. Fanya uamuzi wa busara. Usikose kutazama Kenya ya Amua kila Jumapili kwenye runinga uipendayo ya KBC Channel 1. After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides. Uchaguzi mkuu wa tarehe 9 Agosti utabadilisha pakubwa taswira ya kisiasa ya taifa hili. Je, hii inamaanisha nini kwako wewe mpiga kura? Kila Jumapili saa 12 jioni, jiunge nao Gladys Mungai na Harith Salim kwenye makala yetu ya Kenya ya Amua, ambapo pamoja na wadau mbalimbali watajadili na kudadavua kwa kina michakato ya uchaguzi. Fanya uamuzi wa busara. Usikose kutazama Kenya ya Amua kila Jumapili kwenye runinga uipendayo ya KBC Channel 1.
All right, and welcome back. We are still giving you the wall-to-wall coverage on what you should expect on this eve of the election day. Behind the scene, Mark Bichazi says that Aki siezi amini ati tomorrow is the election. That's what he just said off air. Mark, why was that?
Well, simply because the country has matured. We are not on tenterhooks. There is no tension in the country. There is no pressure the way we are used to it. In fact, people are working all the way to Friday. The people who are working today, which speaks of a country that has grown. Also, our economy is still growing. I think at 5.8%. In an election year, this is unprecedented, and this is credit number one to the president, to Raila Odinga, to William Ruto, who have gone out of their way to make sure that the campaign periods was not tense. I must commend them that there was not much insults, not much hate speech. In fact, even Moses Kuria is not on record having said the things he usually said. And this is also credit to our institutions, NCIC, the police, the different, office of the Registrar of Political Parties in really running a sanitized campaign period where we did not see the typical hate speech, the typical anger. In fact, we were just discussing with you about how people were going around their businesses in Nairobi yesterday, not Saturday, where we had two different rallies crisscrossing the country, blue versus yellow, and there was no incidence of stoning, of people being roughed up, and that's what we want. And I urge Kenyans, the same spirit we have now, the same peace we have now, let it not be lost when the results start trickling in. Let us keep the peace. I like the saying, to sibling to your leader. I don't think that is necessary. If there is a dispute, the courts have proven that they are able to settle any dispute, whether it's presidential or MCA. So if there is a dispute, trust the process. And I think that's a key message. Trust the process. And also our institutions, the police, the NCIC, the Interfaith Council, and all of these institutions are working 24/7 to ensure that we have peace and stability in this country, and we must commend them for that, but we must also allow them to do their jobs.
So what was the problem in the past then?
Well, the politician. That's where it's always been. You know, we always thought that the issue is that Kenya is a tribal country and we vote tribally. That's not been an issue, because every time you go to the shop, you are an Opio and it is Mora who's selling it to you, or Mwende or Njoki, whoever it is who's selling to you. You did not care. We go to intermarriages, wedding ceremonies every day. Yeah. It was the politician who would come and tell you, oh, the Kikuyu or the Luya or the Kamba has betrayed us. Now we need to pay back. For as long as our politicians skip from such language and stop blaming different tribes for political realities, then the country is okay. And one of the things that politicians need to be told is they need to keeping quiet about our tribes and their affiliations. I don't think that a Luya voting for Raila is betrayal, neither is a Kikuyu voting for Raila or Ruto a betrayal. I think every person has the right to make that choice, and enshrining that choice not just in our constitution but in our political reality is critical as well.
Absolutely. So Kuria, it's peaceful?
Absolutely, and we hope everybody can maintain peace during this election, just as has been practiced throughout the campaigns, like Mark correctly points out, and we had talked about it yesterday, the maturity we saw in town on Saturday of, you know, the rivals, political rivals really, these groupings, no clash in town as would be usual scenes, and we have to thank Kenyans for that. But let's, you know, flip it a bit, Wakili Shadrack, and talk about why is the election in Kenya a critical process before we even move further than that.
I mean, it boils down to interest. It is always a question of interest, because people believe, and this is their fervent belief, that once you have your desired candidate, a person that believes come from your own backyard, if he ascends to the higher offices in our land, then you will get opportunities. So other than the interest, it's a question of resources. There has always been a belief, and this you will look back into the Kriegler report, when you know, there was a report that was filed, and at the heart of the report was the allegation that the reason why our presidential elections have always been a do or die is largely because of the assumption that if you have your own ascending to that higher offices, then you will more than likely get resources. If you speak about roads, you will get good roads. If you speak about employment opportunities, your people or people from your own backyard will get employment opportunities. So really, it is a question of interest, and that is why it has always been emotive. And I agree with Mark that the reason why our politics have always turned into violence, we have always had the characteristics of war after the elections, is largely because of the politicians. It is leaders who keep on, they excite their leadership, they incite their supporters, knowing too well that they are telling them that, you see, the reason why these people have stolen our elections is because they do not want me to ascend to the office. And if they do not want me to get to that office, then it means you're not going to get any resources. You are not going to get employment. Your children are going to have degrees and will still be stay-at-homes. So really, it is important for you to fight for me so that I get into that office, and then you will get your opportunities. Yes, that has largely been the reason why we find ourselves in violence. I hail from Mathare, the constituency of Mathare, and I know for quite some time now we've had our elections characterized with that violence. And this time around, we have said, we have said that it is, we are not going, number one, to take these elections lightly. No, we understand too well what is at stake. We understand that it is these same leaders who have the say on, the quality of education that our children are going to get. It is a politician who has decided that we do away with the 844. We now go with the CBC. It is a politician seated in Nairobi after the outbreak of COVID-19 that decided that you should be in your house at 7 p.m. I mean, you could not enjoy your movement past 7 p.m. That is a politician who decided that. So you cannot just leave these elections at the hands of people who do not care about our future. Remember, even while we speak about lack of trust between ourselves, the reason why sometimes we do not have ballot papers printed in our, not sometimes, actually, we have never had an occasion where ballot papers are printed in Kenya by Munga Designs or Kirwa and, those printing groups. It is because of lack of a value system. Remember, this is now the time where the citizen value is tested. Are you patriotic to your country? Because patriotism is one of the national values and principles of governance. So if you are not patriotic to your country, then that will be the influence that is the little influence you need so that you do not wake up tomorrow morning and go and exercise your right to vote.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Let's head over to Nakuru. Victor?
Absolutely. So as we promised you, it's a 360 degrees coverage, and let's start with Nakuru County. Jackie Wambiru is on standby to give us a sight and feel on what's happening on that side, the new city in town. Jackie, good morning.
A very good morning to you, Victor. We come live from Nakuru City, just as you've mentioned, and right here in the city. Remember, it's just less than 24 hours before Kenyans head to the polls of the 2022 general election. And last night we were able to speak to the returning officer of the Nakuru Town West Constituency, Moses Ayete, who was able to confirm that they had received all the election materials and are well prepared to conduct the 2022 general election in the constituency. We shall be traversing to various constituencies right here in Nakuru County to give you an update on what is happening. And Sunday, what was happening at the tallying center was that they were accrediting the
polling stations at the same time.
The polling stations at the same time to be able to put together the election materials. But what ahead of today, where at the tallying center, the presiding officers as well as their deputy presiding officers are expected to receive the election materials, where they should be paired with the security personnel who will escort them to the polling stations, where the voters will start trooping in early morning tomorrow. And remember, Nakuru County, according to the 2019 Kenya Housing and Population Census, has a population of 2,162,000 people. At the same time, the economic activities in the county is subsistence and commercial farming. At the same time, tourism, agriculture, geothermal power generation, and flower farming. Those are some of the economic activities, but agriculture is the main backbone of the county of Nakuru. And remember, Nakuru has 11 constituencies with 55 electoral wards. And just to highlight on how many registered voters in the various constituencies, Naivasha has 157,128. Nakuru Town West has 112,127, while Nakuru Town East constituency has 125,551 voters. Kuresoi South on its part has 66,168. Kuresoi North has 68,516,000, and Molo has 77,027 registered voters, while Bungai has 84,625. Sibukia on its part has 53,970. Njoro has 113 and 274, while Gilgil on its part is 94,654. And last but not least, Bahati has 97,040 registered voters. Well, some of the candidates, I'll just highlight a few. Well, some of the candidates, we look at the gubernatorial candidates, is Karanja Elijah, who's an independent candidate. Chege, who's also an independent candidate, Susan Kiheka, who's vying on an UDA ticket, who is the incumbent senator of Nakuru County, is among the gubernatorial candidates, and the incumbent Lee Kinyanjui is also vying his seat, and Mungai James Carey vying as an independent, and Munywa Nicholas vying as an independent at the same time. And just to highlight a few senatorial candidates as well, Kiroshe Breweries Limited found Tabitha Karanja vying on a UDA ticket, veteran politician Koigi Wamwere also vying as an independent, and former Naivasha Member of Parliament John Mutudo, who is vying under the ODM ticket, and former Industrialization Chief Administrative Secretary Karanja Rollins, who is vying under the Jubilee ticket, and Michael Washuli.
All right, that is Jackie Wambiru from Nakuru County. Jackie, good job. Keep it up, and please get us a different location. Give us the figures and what we should be expecting from that particular side of the country. What is the expectation from the locals down there? We've always known the history of Nakuru County, but from your report, everything is so far so good. Kyoria?
I think much of the problem we've experienced with Jackie's link is the problem of sound, and once that is fixed, we'll go back to Jackie once more to continue with her brief as we get to understand the county of Nakuru. And by the way, there's a lot of Karanjas, so to say, running for office in Nakuru. I think there are about 3 Karanjas running for governor. There's another Karanja running for senator.
The default.
Yeah, so there are a lot of Karanjas running for office in Muranga, just like there are a lot of Irongos in Muranga. So quite an interesting one. But right about now, let's switch gears and go to Trans Nzoia County. My colleague Benson Chumba is on standby. Ben, good morning. You can probably give us a brief of what is happening in Trans Nzoia and the preparedness in this election. Ben.
Asante sana wenzangu Jacob John Kioria mkiwa na Victor Ulo katika upande wa kwanza wa studio. Ni kweli kabisa, nimekita kambi katika mji wa Kitale County ukiwa na Trans Nzoia, angalau kukuletea mtazamaji matukio ya moja kwa moja ya uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2022. Labda tu nifahamishe mtazamaji kwamba hapa katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia macho yote yanaelekezwa katika kinyang'anyiro cha kiti cha ugavana, ambapo kinyang'anyiro hiki kimewalete pamoja takriban washindani 7. Unatarajiwa sana kuwa baina ya aliyekuwa mshirikishi wa bonde la ufa George Natembeya, ambaye anawania kiti hicho katika chama cha DAPK, kimenyana na mwenzake wa Ford Kenya ambaye ni Chris Wamalwa. Tulipofika eneo hili la Kitale hapo jana, tuliwapata wagombea mbalimbali wa viti mbalimbali kwa tiketi ya chama cha DAPK wakiwa wamekusanyika kwa mkutano ambao ulijumuisha viongozi mbalimbali, akiwa mmoja wao akiwa ni George Natembeya ambaye ni mwaniaji wa gavana katika kaunti hii ya Trans Nzoia, alafu pia waziri wa ulinzi Eugene Wamalwa pia naye alikuwa anaongoza mkutano huo hapo jana. Na tulipozungumza na wao walisema kwamba sababu yao ya kuwa na mkutano huo wa jana ulikuwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu inakwenda shwari, kuhakikisha kwamba shughuli ya kesho inakamilika vizuri. Mwenzangu Victor, labda tu ni kuarifu kwa haraka kwamba kaunti ya Trans Nzoia ina jumla ya maeneo bunge 5, mojawapo ikiwa ni eneo bunge la kwanza, nyingine eneo bunge la Endebess, eneo bunge la Saboti na Kiminini, alafu pia kuna eneo bunge la Cheranganyi. Na jumla ya wapiga kura ambao waliweza kujisajili kulingana na tume ya uchaguzi nchini IEBC ni takriban wapiga kura 1398 ambao waliweza kujisajili kama wapiga kura katika eneo hili. Labda tu kwa kuangazia maeneo bunge, eneo bunge la kwanza ina jumla ya wapiga kura 1075, Endebess ina jumla ya wapiga kura 1050, eneo bunge la Saboti ina jumla ya wapiga kura 1087 na Kiminini
ina jumla ya wapiga kura 93,000 ambayo ni idadi kubwa zaidi ya wapiga kura katika maeneo bunge matano hapa katika kaunti ya Trans Nzoia. Alafu pia kunao eneo bunge la Cheranganyi ambayo ina jumla ya wapiga kura 91,000. Kwa hivyo ni shughuli ambayo wengi wamesubiri kabisa kutaka kujua itakwenda vipi. Na hasa tunapozungumza kwa sasa nipo katikati ya mji wa Kitale, ambapo nimesema kwamba niweze kupiga tembezi kidogo nijue wenyeji wa eneo hili wamejiandaa vipi katika shughuli hii ya uchaguzi. Na bila kupoteza tu wakati nitazungumza na wakazi wawili wa eneo hili. Labda tuanze na wewe bingwa. Tueleze majina yako na shughuli ya kesho ina maana gani kwako?
Okay. Kwa majina ni Samuel Dirangu. Mimi ni mfanyabiashara hapa Kitale Town. Matarajio yangu kesho ni kwamba IEBC vile wamepanga tukue vile walisema saa 12 tutakuwa tayari tuchague viongozi tunaowapenda kwa amani, na kisha tushamaliza kuchagua tuende nyumbani tuongoje matokeo. Alafu kuhusu Trans Nzoia County Kitale, tunatarajia gavana mwenye tutamchagua aendeleshe maendeleo yenye mwingine amewacha. Asanteni sana.
Naam, ni maoni ya baadhi tu ya wenyeji hapa wakitoa maoni yao kuhusiana na shughuli ya kesho, wakisema kwamba wangependa kiongozi ambaye atachaguliwa aweze kushughulikia masuala mbalimbali. Na mtafuta mama moja hapa tuweze kuzungumza naye, atueleze pia kama mama ni matarajio gani ako nayo. Kama mama, tafadhali hebu tueleze majina yako na ni matarajio gani unayo kwa kiongozi ambaye atachaguliwa kama gavana mpya wa kaunti hii ya Trans Nzoia.
Habari zenu wote, mimi nashukuru asubuhi ya leo. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Jennifer Simboi, nikiwa mkaaji wa hapa Trans Nzoia. Matarajio yetu kama wakaaji wa hapa, tunatangaza amani. Kitu ya kwanza, asubuhi kila mmoja anapoamuka uende umchague kiongozi yule ambaye umeona ataleta maendeleo katika kaunti hii ya Trans Nzoia. Sina mengi, tunawaombea tu kesho ikiwe siku ambayo itafanikisha kila mmoja. Asanteni.
Majina yako ndugu, na labda utueleze kama wewe umejisajili kama mpiga kura.
Majina yangu ni Anthony Walukana. Mimi nilishapiga kura awamu 3 zilizopita, na hata mpaka sasa niko tayari kupiga kura.
Unapigia kura kituo gani?
Mimi napigia kura kituo cha Tuwani Primary.
Unajishughulisha na nini katika mtaa huu wa Kitale?
Mtaa huu mimi ni boda.
Wewe unatarajia nini kuhusiana na uchaguzi ambao unakwenda kufanyika hapo kesho?
Mimi mwenyewe natarajia uchaguzi wa kesho uwe wa amani, sababu sisi ni mahasala, tunataka baada ya kupiga kura tuendelee na shughuli zetu.
Naam, mtazamaji, hayo tu ni maoni ya wenyeji hapa wakiwa na matarajio makubwa sana kuhusiana na shughuli ambayo itaanza hapo kesho. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, tutakuwa tunakuletea habari tu pindi inapojiri, na mwenzangu Victor tu labda ni kuarifu kwamba hapo baadaye tutakuwa tunazungumza na wahusika, maafisa wa IEBC kuhusiana na shughuli hii nzima, kuona ni vipi wamelaza mikakati. Alafu pia tutakuwa tunazungumza na kamishna wa eneo hili la Trans Nzoia kujua hali ya usalama iko vipi. Lakini kwa sasa narejesha matangazo haya moja kwa moja hapo kwenu Victor Olo na Jacob John Kioria mkiwa Nairobi.
Wow, asante sana. That is Trans Nzoia County. You've heard it from the 3 citizens there, and the clarion call is peace, peace, peace. I think where there is peace, everything will always sail through peacefully, so to speak. All right, so Jacob Kioria, you've heard it yourself. I don't know what you're thinking from that end.
You know, before we went to Nakuru, we were there's a point we were really on, and that was on the interest in this election. But as we talk about interest in this election, something, you know, in my mind bothers me: the obsession with the presidential election at the expense of devolution. What the Constitution was supposed to cure appears like it is not cured just yet in the minds of people.
Indeed, Jacob. I mean, we need to understand that under Article 1 of the Kenyan Constitution, we have our sovereignty actually embedded in the Constitution, and the sovereignty of the people
is to be exercised in two levels. We have the national level and the county levels. So in a sense, you must understand the reason why the county elections must be as important as the national elections. Now, of course, over the time, we have seen the national elections getting so much traction, and this must also explain why even the prisoners, the Kenyan prisoners or the people who are in jail and they are voters, then they are only allowed to participate in the referendum and during the presidential elections. I have not, on my part, seen any of these presidential hopefuls go to prisons to campaign, but that is not the point. But the point really is that, of course, just to appreciate why we have put so much emphasis on the national elections is just but historical, so that people still believe, which is a wrong belief, that once you have a good president, a president either from your backyard or from your ethnic extraction, then people from your area will gain so much economic advantage, will get opportunities of employment, because we are socialized to be very nepotist, and this is something that I'm hoping in the fullness of time we shall correct, so that if going by that past, where we have put so much emphasis on the presidential election, that should explain why the focus has only been on the 4 men who have volunteered themselves to be the president of this country. There has not been so much emphasis on who will be the governor for Nairobi, who will be the governor for Mombasa, Kilifi. We should be having those discussions, because ultimately the elections or candidates who are going to help us in getting rid of the high unemployment rate in this country, in getting rid of the lawlessness that we see when we have court orders and the court orders are not obeyed, is people who are on the grassroots. Just to appreciate the importance of an MC, a member of county assembly. Look at what they have done to Sonko. That is a man whose political career has been destroyed. He can only now become a broker when it comes to political agreements. He cannot assume any public office due to a stunt that was pulled and succeeded, of course, by members of county assembly, and which was approved by the Senate. So when we want to think about our role during this electioneering period, tomorrow when we go and cast our votes, we must think of it beginning from the grassroots. We must think of who will be my member of county assembly, because my member of county assembly is going to affect so much my business on the ground, is going to affect the kind of governor that I'm going to have. Because if you have people who can easily be bought by the governors who are there, now what will happen to the question of accountability of public resources? Because accountability in itself must explain, or the lack of it must explain, why we have corruption in our public offices, when we choose to, when we have decided that this is time we need to buy the Standard newspaper, and then you go and buy the Nation newspaper. I mean, that is, you're misappropriating. If the decision has been made that we are going to buy a seat as opposed to a table, it will be wrong for you to go and buy a table as opposed to the seat.
Absolutely.
So really we need to be keen on tomorrow's activity, so that we vote in people who are going to ensure that our values and principles of governance in our constitution will not just become but hollow promises. Yes.
Mark Bichachi, wrongfully or rightfully, the obsession with the presidency. Why do you think 10 years after introducing devolution, and probably more, there is yet to be a paradigm shift in terms of how we focus on the elections?
You know, I used to be a believer in the argument that devolution was going to dissolve the interest of the people in the presidency, but I've since changed my mind. And the reason for that is quite simple. If you look at the United States of America, they have a segregated election. They have, for example, they're having many of their congressional races in the year 2020 and in 2022, and then in 2024 they'll have the presidential one. The interest in the presidential election in the United States is higher than the congressional races, simply because there's higher stakes at the presidency. The presidency determines the direction of the entire country. So I do not think that is a misnomer per se. But the only issue that we would have is we still need to have Kenya Kenyans focusing on who their MCA is going to be and who their governor is going to be. That is very critical because a governor controls nearly a third of what happens within your particular region. So you need to show keen interest. But having said that, let us also be clear that the issue of the presidency is twofold. Number one, it's an issue of representation. It's an issue of representation because you want to see someone who represents your needs, your desires, and your dreams sitting at the top of the land. If, for example, you believe in justice, you believe in the fight against corruption, you want to see someone who's a champion of those values at the top of the seat. And that's where there is interest, as it should be. The interest that should not be there is the interest that is selfish and wrong for the country. For example, an interest in a corrupt leader so that you also can steal, an interest in a tribal leader so that you can mistreat the next tribe. Those kind of interests should not be enshrined in our political space. But what needs to happen is the good interest that we have, interest of patriotism, fight against corruption, unity, development, etc. There's nothing wrong with desiring the person that you feel is going to deliver that being at the top of the ticket, and then being supported by various governors, senators, MPs, etc., to make sure that dream happens. And that's really maturity, because once we move away from the tribe that I am a Luya, so I want to see a Luya at the top of the ticket, I am a Kisii, so I want to see a Kisii at the top of the ticket. When that shifts to actual ideals and ideas, and that's another thing that has been very good in this particular election, we have seen a lot of focus on the ideals and ideas, and most importantly on the character. What is the character of the person you're voting for? And that is very critical, because the character of the person tells you how every day will be. It does not matter in business, we say, what strategy you have when your culture is wrong, because culture, it's strategy for breakfast. So it does not matter what plan a politician has. If his culture is one to eat, he will continue eating. It does not matter which plan he has.
But then, I like what you said. This election more so should be about Kenya, not a candidate. Why do you think so? Because I'm asking this question because it's coming at a unique moment. Kenya is just trying to regain its footing from the corona pandemic. We know many people lost their jobs. Kenya is suffering economically, so to speak. A lot is happening in the country. Why do you think it's quite important for Kenya, but not that particular candidate you're talking of, Turkana, Giriama, Samburu, name it?
Yeah. The tribe is not going to get us into the future. And let us look at Kenya critically. From 2002, Kenya has been climbing. If you go and look at the economic growth of this country, it's been growing. We need a president who's going to continue growth. This is very critical.
Yeah.
Because Kenya is on the right trajectory. It is not on the wrong trajectory. That is number one. Number two is the fact that Kenya, having built the infrastructure that it has built and the structures that we have around our country, we need a leader who's going to make use of that infrastructure. We need a leader who's going to say, because we have the expressway, we are going to increase business in the city of Nairobi by 50%. We need a leader who's going to say, because we have certain berths and a shipyard building in Lake Victoria and another one at the coast, these are the many ships we are going to build. We need a leader who's going to say, because Turkana is now connected to Kitale and Kitale is connected to the rest of the country, this is how much business is going to happen in Turkana. That is the kind of leadership we need. We need a leadership that is going to use the infrastructure that is there almost as a taxiway, as a runway to make the Kenyan economy fly off. That is the only solution we have. The second thing is we need a leader who's going to care. We need a leader who's going to care about the poor, who's going to care about the health of Kenyans, who's going to care about education. We need a leader who's going to say that education has to be affordable. And I think that's a critical thing, because you build all this infrastructure without the education. Who's going to make use of it? Who's going to have the brains to use it? Healthcare. We know for a fact that if you're middle class and you're diagnosed with cancer, that one diagnosis can lead you back to poverty. So we need to talk about healthcare healthcare and how are we going to protect the country. So universal healthcare becomes an issue. The other issue that becomes very, very important is the fight against corruption. Yeah. If we lose 1,000 a trillion of our budget every year to corruption, we need a leader who's going to bring back 1 trillion shillings. We need a leader we can trust because they have the record of delivering to bring back the trillion shillings, because that trillion is what is going to develop this country to the next level. We do not need to talk about increased taxes and taxing the Kenyan more. What we need is to tax the corrupt more. In other words, to make sure there's 100% tax on 100% of the corruption. We get all the money back from corruption and use it for putting the economy back on track. That is what Kenyans need to focus on.
That's what Kenya needs to focus on. All right, so let's still cross over to Jackie Wambiru from Nakuru County. Jackie, once again, people are upbeat about tomorrow. What should you expect?
Thank you so much, Victor. Well, we're joining you from Nakuru Town West Constituency, where, as I had mentioned earlier, the returning officer at the Constituency Tallying Center assured us that they had received all the election materials, and today they shall be able to dispatch the materials, where the presiding officers and the deputy presiding officers are expected to receive the material, and they shall be paired with security personnel who shall be able to escort them to the polling stations. And he was able at the same time to hope that everything will be able to go as planned, and we shall be speaking to a few residents at the constituency just to tell us what is the mood at the moment, and what is their message to Kenyans ahead of tomorrow's general election. So right now I'm joined by one of the residents, and we shall just be speaking to him. Karibu sana, asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi. Hapa ni KBC. Unaitwa nani?
Kwanza wacha nisalimia wa Kenya, mjambo. Mimi mwenyewe naitwa Patrick Nzoya.
Haya, niambie kama waweza nieleza mood sahihi katika kaunti hii. Hivi tuko Nakuru City, ni vipi?
Nakuru City tuko sawa. Tunajiandaa kupiga kura kesho. Nakuru hatuna shida yoyote. Naona Nakuru wako sawa kabisa, wanafanya biashara zao wakisubiri kesho kupiga kura kwa usalama.
What is your message to Kenyans ahead of tomorrow?
Message yangu kwa Kenya mzima ni kuwa na amani. Wasilete fujo. Yule ambaye atakubali kushindwa basi atajiunga na yule ambaye atakuwa ameshinda. Kwa hivyo tupige kura na amani ili nchi yetu iende mbele. Mchague yule umpendaye. Asante.
Well, thank you so much. Na wewe basi mood yako ni vipi?
Mimi kwa majina mwanzo naitwa Jackson Oiko. Nimefurahia sana katika hii siku ya leo kwa sababu ya sisi tuko pamoja Nakuru, hatuna shida yote, tunaendelea na shughuli zetu tukisubiri siku ya kesho tuchague viongozi, na yule ambaye atashindwa akubali kushindwa, kwa sababu wakati watu wanashindana kuna yule ambaye atashinda na kuna yule ambaye atafanya nini, atashindwa. Tunamefurahi sana.
Sawa, asante sana. Message yako kwa Kenya, jina lako kwanza?
Asante sana. Mimi naitwa Kevin Nganga. Mimi naweza sema message yangu watu kwa amani, na yule ambaye atashindwa akubali, na yule ambaye atashinda pia asione kama amefanya kitu kubwa, afinyirie ule mwenye. Yani hatutaki mambo ya furujo. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Waitwa nani?
Mimi naitwa Joseph.
Waweza tueleza mood katika kaunti hii kwa sasa?
Okay, wakati watu haiko sawa tu. Sioni kama kuna change yote, watu wote waiko tu peaceful.
Message yako kwa Kenya ahead of tomorrow?
Ahead of tomorrow naweza sema tukue alafu tomorrow tukifanya elections zetu watu warudi tu makazi zao. Unaona kama wakati sisi pia sahi tunaendelea tu na kazi yetu. Hatuna ile stress, hatuna ile kuogopa. Sisi tunaendelea na kazi yetu kawaida sababu tunajua election itakuja na itaenda. So tunaendelea tu hivyo sababu tunajua Kenya ni yetu na lazima tuishi Kenya hii yetu. Yeah.
Kwa majina naitwa Fred Nyamonyo, ni mkaaji hapa Nakuru. Wenzangu wote wa Kenya wenzangu na waombea amani, na tunaomba na tuhubiri amani kila mahali tunaenda. Tumejiandaa vile vilivyo siku ya kesho. Tunapoenda kuchaguana kwa yule uongozi ambao unataka. Kwa hivyo tuweke Mungu mbele. Asante sana.
All right, thank you so much. Well, Victor, those are sentiments from a section of residents here at Nakuru Town West Constituency. Calls of peace being reiterated ahead of the 2022 general election, which is less than 24 hours, so that we can commence with the electioneering process of the 2022 general election. Back to you, Victor.
Before I let you go, Nakuru, for the past few months, has been on the spotlight over insecurity. Remember the confirmed gang, and the Interior Ministry also made their way there and assured the residents that everything is going to be put under control. I don't know what is the situation as at now. Have you spoken to the police bosses around there? Or rather, what is the general security situation in Nakuru County?
Well, what we've been able to witness is security personnel have been deployed to man at the polling stations. We're able to see security personnel who will be manning the polling stations at the same time. Even as you traverse the town, the city, you can see that there are police officers, and I think so we shall be speaking as well to the Rift Valley Regional Commissioner later on, who will be able to update us on the security status, or what are the measures they've been able to deploy so that they can ensure that security is upheld in this region. Well, back to you, Victor.
All right, so that is Jackie Wambiru. Jackie, thank you so much. Please get to talk to the security agencies down there and give us what they are doing, whether they are ready for the exercise during or even after the August 9th general election. Curia.
Absolutely, Jackie Wambiru doing a fantastic job in Nakuru, following up on the events as they happen in Nakuru. The election is tomorrow, as you heard from Jackie. Election material have started arriving in Nakuru, and the security situation is also, or rather you would say that the police are on top of things in Nakuru when it comes to the maintenance of security and calm in the county of Nakuru. I heard Bichachi talk about representation as he was making his submissions. And over the years, again, running into this election, we have had the debate over misrepresentation. And as we go back to the question of a tedious election, maybe we can cure the problem of tedious elections with this theory of overrepresentation. First of all, are we overrepresented?
I mean, it's a yes and no. If you look at the population of this country, remember, if you look at the history of democracy in itself, long time ago, probably when we began this, the initiative of voting in Greece, is that people will assemble somewhere and then they will decide you will be representing us. But over time, and with the increase in population, right now the country is boasting of over 44 million people. Of course, you cannot expect that the 44 million people will be represented by the same number of representatives that we had in the LegCo. No, you cannot expect that. So that the reasonable expectation will be that due to an increase in the number of citizens in this country, then the representation in parliament, the representation probably in the county assemblies will also increase. But of course, there is also an argument to be made by the fact that we are spending so much paying these people. And sometimes the people we are paying do not even understand their role. Ask the MCAs, ask the senators, ask the members of parliament or the members of the National Assembly when they are campaigning at your areas, what they will seek to achieve. So some of those promises that they give us are quite out of this earth. it is a clear demonstration that they do not even understand why they want us to vote them in Parliament or the County Assembly. And now that in itself must explain why the question of over-representation might come in. Probably you will want to ask yourself, in a county where we have 3 or 4 people, well, why would we, people who are well-learned, why can't we just choose one to be representing the whole county in all affairs? So that might be the argument that is made by people who want to say that probably it is time that we reduce the number of people who are representing us in Parliament or elsewhere. Hold on, and I'll engage Mark Bichachi at some point, because the question of over-representation has always been tied with the issue of wages in terms of how much we are paying for our representation. Now, before I head to you, Mark Bichachi, let's run over to Bomas of Kenya, where Sarafina Robi is on standby again. That will be the nerve center of his election, particularly the presidential election. Sarafina Robi, what is the latest from Bomas?
Indeed, a very good morning, Korea. We're coming to you live from the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center, and we're here to follow up on updates from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, commissioners led by the chairperson, who is Wafula Chebukati. We expect to get more updates today. As of yesterday, they were able to tell us that they've already dispatched all the voting material, especially all the pellets that they were expecting in the country, including the 18 pellets which they had said were still being held and hadn't arrived in the country. As of yesterday, they were able to tell us that all the pellets have arrived. Every voting material that was expected in the country has already been received and dispatched as of yesterday, Sunday. And also they were able to tell us that also the training of all the clerks and agents that was going on was also completed as of yesterday. And as of today, we are waiting clarification to know whether all the ballot papers that had been deployed to different voting stations, constituencies, will be deployed to other polling stations. And also we seek to get clarification on if there's any trouble in regards to the process on dispatching of the material, given that we're also able to find that places such as Garissa and other places that are way far from the capital city, the ballot papers were being airlifted to such places like Garissa and other further places, just to ensure that there is no malpractice or any interference with the voting material. Also, as we continue to follow up on the voting process and preparations by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, we are also following up on what is expected after Tuesday, which is the actual day, whereby as of today we're able to see timelines that have been given by the Chief Justice Martha Koome on if there'll be any presidential dispute, which are always handled by the Supreme Court, saying that if there is any dispute that is to be lodged or to be filed before the Supreme Court, then she says that it should be done within 7 days after the declaration of the results. After the filing of the petition, she says that the petitioners then need to serve the respondents within 24 hours, and upon the respondents being served, they're supposed to file their responses within 4 days, and thereafter the petitioners are expected to file a rejoinder within a day, that is within 24 hours, and thereafter a third party, which is the amicus curiae, are expected to also, if they need to be enjoined in the dispute, in the petition, then they are required to file their application within a day for consideration by the Supreme Court. And going just by the previous presidential petitions that were filed in 2017, whereby the Supreme Court said that if you are allowed as an amicus curiae in a presidential petition, then you have to limit your application to one matter. Therefore, if there's any friend of the court, which is the amicus curiae, who needs to be enjoined in such a petition, then they have been directed to limit themselves to just one matter. Thereafter, there'll be there will be a conference and a hearing conference within 7 days upon the filing of the petition, and thereafter, after the hearing conference, the conference has been held, the hearing will commence immediately. Thereafter, after the hearing, then they are required to give the determination within 14 days. Therefore, we are still following up on everything in regards to these elections, especially here at the Bomas of Kenya. We are keeping tabs here. We're expecting the commissioners to come anytime and address us and tell us on what's happening in regards to preparedness. And we are at the media center, whereby a couple of journalists have already arrived here. They've already settled, and we're also here as KBC to ensure that we give every information that comes from this place. Back to you, Kyoria.
Sarafina, before I let you go, a very quick one. Before I let you go, I would imagine as the nerve center of the presidential election, the presidential candidates will be, interested in seeing the preparations at the Bomas of Kenya. Have you seen any one of them or their agents in, or rather, the Bomas of Kenya? Serafina? Well, we will be trying to link up again with Serafina Robi to respond to that. That is a little bit later. Serafina, you can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, JJ.
I'm asking, this being the presidential election, I would imagine the presidential candidates would be interested in knowing the preparations at the Bomas of Kenya. Have you seen any one of them or their agents at the Bomas of Kenya?
Well, here at the Bomas of Kenya, the people that you've been able to see come to this place mostly are election observers, as well as the officials of the IEBC officials, as well as commissioners. We've not been able to spot any of the presidential aspirants at this place. And if there are any of their agents, therefore, then we're going to speak to some of the commissioners to get to understand if they are around as of today, then we'll be able to be briefed. But as of now, we've not been able to spot any.
Can you take us a little bit through the process of entering the Bomas of Kenya from the main gate, and probably emphasize a bit on the security checks before you get to where you are right now?
Yeah, actually the security at the Bomas of Kenya has been beefed up. For you to access this place, then you need a specific accreditation, which we were given as journalists. Maybe if I could be able to show you which is this. For you to be able to access this place, then you need this kind of accreditation, whereby it has special features that have been attached to it, whereby you'll be required to swipe at particular places to be able to access, and therefore the people who are allowed at this particular place are very limited. Not anyone is allowed to access the premises.
All right. Thank you very much, Serafina Ruby, our reporter at the Bomas of Kenya. Will be linking you with you later, so you can give us more about the preparations at the Bomas of Kenya. Let's come back to studio. Mark Bichachi wanted to ask you about the question of representation. Those who think we are overrepresented, and this question tied to the wages we are paying to our representatives, Mark.
It's an interesting question, because when you tie over-representation to wages, you get into a bit of trouble, simply because Parliament costs us less than 40 billion shillings a year compared to the cost of the entire executive, which is over 2-point-something trillion. So if you are going to save money, it's not in Parliament you're going to save money. So over-representation has nothing to do with how much we pay parliamentarians per se. I think this is something that has been politicized. Yes, of course, they earn more than most other MPs across the world, but that's not the biggest expenditure we have as a country. The question of overrepresentation and underrepresentation actually comes in terms of resources allocated to different counties and different constituencies across the country. So let me give you an example. we had when the various presenters were saying how different constituencies have 60,000 to 90,000. I think that's the number we got from from Nakuru and from Trans Nzoia. Now, if you look at that in perspective and realize that each of these constituencies receives the same amount of CDF, then you got to ask yourself, are we fair when you go to constituencies in Lamu, constituencies in the north of Kenya, where we've got less than 5,000 voters, 10,000 voters? How then do we equally distribute resources according to the population abundance? And that question may seem simple, because many people have then argued then it should be one man, one shilling. That's not exactly true, because the cost per kilometer per head of road, for example, or even of internet, becomes more expensive given the scarcity of people. So, for example, the people in North Hor, for example, deserve 4G networks, they deserve roads, they deserve all of those things, but it becomes more expensive per kilometer because they've got less people there. But at the same time, it becomes cheaper then to do services. So, because there are fewer people, the hospital has less stress, will require less doctors. Because there are less people, you've got less stress when you're rolling out, for example, bursaries, because there are fewer people. So there is a balance that is needed. It is simplified by one man, one shilling. But that's not the totality of the argument. We need to have two things: the services that they need and the infrastructure that they need delineated, so that now we are able to get a more equitable, not equal society. It is not supposed to be equal as in one shilling, because some places need more money for development, for example. But it needs to be equitable, that it makes sense for the entire country. As for over-representation, again, the issue has been, for how long will we do the women rep representation thing? For example, if you have women reps and then suddenly Kenyans start voting 50% and above women, is that now going to be a balanced issue? So those are some of the constitutional questions that we have when it comes to representation. But are we overrepresented? 290 MPs representing 48 million people? I think that is very fair. I think the issue really should be asked in terms, do we get value for money from our MPs? When you vote for MP and he's never spoken in parliament, how does that work? How do we answer those questions? Are parliamentary committees enough to represent the Kenyan people? Those are the questions that we need. And in my view, I do not think it's a reduction of MPs or MCAs we need. I think we need more efficient parliamentary committees, more efficient MCA committees that are then able to deliver for the Kenyan people.
All right, quite interesting one. And of course, we will take it up later and talk about whether we get value for the number of representatives we have. But Victor Olo?
He's spoken about something that some of the leaders have not even spoken. So if you go to the Hansard, you'll not find anything that was spoken for the past 5 years. All right, so let's cross over to Uasin Gishu. We have got Timothy Kipnusu. We started from Nakuru to Trans Nzoia, back to Nairobi, and now back to Uasin Gishu. Timothy, good morning. We are just hours away to the poll. What is the situation on the ground?
Very good morning to you, my colleagues Victor Olo and JJ Kioria there at the broadcasting house. Yes, indeed, I'm still pitching thumb here in Uasin Gishu County, the county number 027, the home of champions and Mursik, just to get the picture of this particular election. Of course, a day to this election, and of course many things have been happening. Yesterday we were at the home of the Right Honorable Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, who is one of the contenders of the presidential this year, that is the Kenya Kwanza flag bearer. And of course, we were made to understand that the prayers were conducted just a day after we arrived in that particular place. Spiritual leaders were there from different counties conducting prayers, actually to pray for the Deputy President as Kenya heads to the polls tomorrow. And of course, we were also made to understand that the school where the Deputy President will be casting his ballot, that is the Kosache Primary School, all is set. And of course, remember, Deputy President, as it is normally appears in that particular school very early in the morning. He queues just like any other Kenyan to cast his ballot in Kosache, that is in Tarbo constituency. Just to get the figures, this year, in this year's election, we have 506,138 registered for voters by Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, and this is an increase of 50,000. Last year's general election was 450,000 those who are registered as voters. This county has 6 constituency. Earlier on, before it became 6, it was 3. Eldoret North, where Ruto served for 3 terms from 1997 to 2013. We also have Eldoret East and Eldoret South. Right now, we have the Eldoret North that Ruto served. It has been split into 2 constituencies. That is Tarbo and Soi. And Tarbo, Soi, Kapseret, Keses, Ainapkoi, and Moiben are the constituency here in Uasin Gishu County. And just to get to the figures of the registered voters, or rather the eligible voters in Uasin Gishu County, in Soi we have 92,704 who will be going to the ballot. Tarbo has the largest number of the registered voters, the home of William Samoei Arap Ruto, 120,202. Also have Moiben, we have 77,000 registered voters, 800. Ainapkoi has 62,606. Kapseret, where the vocal member of parliament is serving, Oscar Sudi, has 74,809. And Keses, one of the constituencies that has been receiving a lot of critics. Why? Because the member of parliament who is serving, Swarap Mishram, he's anti-Ruto, and Ruto has been on record telling people not to elect him. And that constituency has 77,942. We also have, I think I've completed the constituencies here in Uasin Gishu County. Very important to note is the independent wave in this particular county. Remember, just before the deadline of the campaign, the Kenya Kwanza Brigade launched an onslaught on the independent wave in this particular county, bearing in mind that in the last year's general election, it was a slap in the face of the Jubilee, actually for Ruto, because a number of independent candidates made it in parliament. And this year's, I'm sure, is very keen enough to ensure he captures a number of votes from this particular county, bearing in mind this is the hometown of, this is his hometown. We had talked we had a conversation with the county returning officer Arin Mutai, and today we expect that the inspection of the ballot papers and of course breaking of the sales of those papers, the ballot papers, and of course ensuring the chief agents, the political parties that are going for this race, and of course the media will be there to ensure that nothing is fishy about those papers, ballot papers, and of course to ensure that there is transparency in this year's general election. And in this county, maybe look at the gubernatorial race. We have 3 contenders. The incumbent governor is no longer vying. That is the vocal governor, or the Jackson Mandago. He's making a stab at the senatorial position. 3 governors include Jonathan B. Echelilim, famously known as Koti Moja. He will be vying using the UDA ticket. He's facing stiff competition from an independent candidate, Bundo Dich Zedekiah Kiprop, famously known as Abu Zeki. And of course, we also have a United Democratic Movement candidate, that is William Kemboi. In the senatorial position, we have Jackson Mandago. As I mentioned earlier, the incumbent is no longer running for this particular seat. That is Professor Margaret Kamaru, who is the Senate Deputy Speaker, and Mandago will be contesting or will be battling out with one candidate by the name of the veteran journalist by the name of Robert Arap Kemei. In this county, we do not have the Karanjas and the Rungus as you have mentioned, but rather we have the Koti Moja and Arap. We'll be here keeping tabs what's happening in Uasin Gishu. We'll be able to update you. Back to you in studio, Victor Olo, together with JJ Kioria and the analyst Mark Bichachi.
Timothy Kipnusu. That is Timothy Kipnusu with that comprehensive background on what Uasin Gishu is all about and what you should expect come tomorrow. Thank you, Timothy. Please go ahead and give us more information, and we'll get back to you later on this particular program. So, Wakili, let me ask you this question. We all have our past as a nation, and IGAD now says that we should forget the 2017 flaws and focus on the future. I have two questions. Why should we forget about the 2017 and focus about the future? And why should we not forget about the 2017?
First, I don't agree that we should forget about our past. One thing you need to appreciate about the past is that the past helps you or informs your future deeds. So that what happened in the year 2007, 2017, 2013 and elections before should actually be the stepping stone on our preparations for the elections that are slated for tomorrow and moving forward. Remember, even the people who have presented themselves or who have presented themselves as candidates for these elections. Now, before we even elect them in, we need to have a keen focus on their history. Because these people, the likes of William Ruto, Raila Amolo Odinga, Wajakoya, the likes of Maure, these are not people who've been borrowed from America or from Uganda. These are people who've been in this country. We know their track record. On today's newspaper, you've heard the highlights of Raila Amolo Odinga and William Samoei Ruto. These are people we know. So for us to get a candidate who will propel this country to great, to a future that is of economic prosperity, a future that safeguards the future of the youths in this country, then we need to evaluate their history as individuals. So if you also narrow down to the preparation that the IEBC have been doing, there has been a highlight, even as JJ had previously highlighted, that there is a keen focus on what were the mistakes that the IEBC did in the year 2017 that led to the annulment of the presidential elections. So some of these shortcomings that they had in the year 2017 are the ones that are informing their preparation, so that we do not want a repeat. When you forget about the past, you are likely to repeat the same mistakes that you did in the past moving forward into the future. And that is why the past must be very important in everything that we do, be it the preparations of the elections, be it our choice of the desired candidates. Yes, we cannot by any stretch of imagination ignore the influence of the past when it comes to the elections that are slated tomorrow.
All right. Kyoria.
It's important, as we talk about the elections tomorrow and ask ourselves, as we go to the elections tomorrow, what are the stakes? Mark Bichachi, we already have an advisory from Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga to dissolve Parliament for non-compliance on the 2/3 gender rule. And of course, there's that concern you raised. But as we head to the elections tomorrow, should the fulfillment of this 2/3 gender principle be in our minds, seeing the list of candidates that have been released by the IEBC and those that have been nominated by political parties?
Well, you ask a very pertinent question about how the makeup of both the county assemblies and the National Assembly and Senate as far as the gender card is concerned. Now, if you just look at the number of women women, though they've increased in terms of seeking representation, the chances are slim to none that we will meet the 2/3 gender rule, and therefore the nominations will have to try and fill up that gap. Now, in the National Assembly, there is a sitting statement from the Chief Justice that the Parliament should be dissolved. Now, I am one of those people who thanks God that we did not dissolve Parliament, because what would have been the solution? We would have gone back to elections and we would have ended up with the same result. Now, the lawyers will have to answer whether that judgment on that particular Parliament is going to affect this Parliament, or they will have to start again from scratch. But I can tell you, after the elections, there'll be a court case terming the Parliament that is coming after this one to be illegally assembled, having less women. Now, it is a shame, therefore, that we had a chance to amend our constitution and find another way of actually getting the 2/3 gender rule done. One of my suggestions is very simple. The suggestion that was on the table was that to move away from direct elections of parliamentarians to have a representative system. What is a representative system? That people at the parliamentary level vote for a political party. Then the political party has a list. Number 1 is a woman, number 2 is a male, number 3 is a woman, number 4 is a male, like that. Then every 7th is a youth, every 8th is a person living with disabilities, etc., etc. And then what happens, it would have meant that if a party gets 10% of the vote and they have 30 parliamentarians to be put in parliament, then we would be sure that 50% would be women. We would have a certain percentage that is people living with disabilities, and we would have a certain percentage that is youth. This is the best way to solve this issue, because immediately the automatic result of any election would be that we have proper representation. But also, one of the advantages it would have is that people would now be forced to vote for political parties which have certain ideologies they believe in, because it is the political party that will be pushing these people into parliament. And once they get into parliament, and it is a list, and we decide to do the way Jubilee parliamentarians have done for the last 5 years, then you are removed, and then you are replaced with people who are willing to toe the party line. Because one of the issues that we have in this country is we do not have political party discipline. You can be in Jubilee, then you perambulate in all other parties and continue to exist as a parliamentarian. Who then are you representing? Because you've missed your mandate. So that is one of the opportunities I think we missed in terms of amending the constitution. And the only solution, and mark my words, if we are going to solve the gender question soon enough, we will require a constitutional amendment.
Quite an interesting one you raise, because you talk about a constitutional amendment. Some gender activists propose an incremental implementation of the 2/3 gender principle. Wakili, very quickly, what would be your proposal?
First, JJ, when you speak about gender, it's always an elephant in the room, because the assumption usually is that gender speaks of men and women. Remember, our constitution has gone past men and women. We have even the transgender living in our community, so that sometimes when you have this debate, you must expand it beyond that scope. Then secondly, when you think about women representation in parliament and in all our public offices, I understand pretty much the confusion that you can even hear from Mark when Mark speaks, and the usual confusion, of course, that we are in a state of confusion. We cannot achieve this, and we need a constitutional amendment. No, I don't think that our solutions lie in constitutional amendments. Well, I understand pretty much that constitutions are not static. And that is a recognition that is made in our constitution, because under Article 255, 256, and 257, there are proposals on how we can change our constitution. But if you go further and read 259, it proposes modes of interpreting the constitution. The constitution must be read in a manner that, breathes life. The constitution is a living document. It is like you and me. The clothes that you are wearing when you are young, you cannot certainly wear them now. And that is a recognition that is made in the constitution, so that your resolve cannot always be in amending the constitution. And that is a problem we had with the previous retired constitution, that every problem that you have as a society, the first thing that you decide is to amend. So you end up having an obliterated constitution. The amendments actually supersede the provisions that you passed in the initial sense, because it's a knee-jerk reaction of addressing. The only thing that we need to do is, number one, is to be faithful in our implementation of the constitution. I understand the 2/3 gender rule is not meant for women. No, it is a question that cuts across men and women, so that if we find ourselves in a fix, you know, JJ, nowadays our men are in danger. Yes, the boy child has been obliterated. He is no longer anywhere. He cannot be seen in any record. So that moving forward, if we have so many women in elective or public offices, then we can still invoke as men who are feeling under siege, we can invoke the 2/3 gender rule and say that when it comes now to nominations and other avenues, we need to balance so that we can benefit. I close this argument by saying that we just need a faithfulness when it comes to understanding and implementing the law. You do not necessarily have to resort to amendment. No, an amendment, and I would like at least to borrow a little from one of the deceased judge in the Supreme Court judge in the United States, the late Justice Antonin Scalia. Antonin Scalia argues and says that when you look at the law, you should look at the law as empty bottles. That sometimes every generation will have to put in a liquid that they think is beneficial to them. When it comes to this, in other words, means when you're looking at interpretation, so that the society, long time ago we thought that slavery was just okay. It was sanctioned by the law. We allowed a man to be carrying another one. We allowed a man to be doing domestic work and, you know, to be beaten up like an animal. So moving forward, it does not mean that it was right then. No, it just means that there was an interpretation of the law that was given to allow that slavery. But moving forward, we have changed as a society. The way we look at the law. Just recently we saw that in the United States of America, they disturbed the jurisprudence that had been set by Roe versus Wade. So that previously, it was allowed in the name of women their right to self-determination, that they could abort. Of course, 24 months after, not longer than 24 months, 24 weeks after the pregnancy. But now we have the Supreme Court looking at the same law, saying, no, this was a misinterpretation of the law. As far as Roe versus Wade is concerned, we will not allow abortion to be conducted at the will of a woman who is carrying the child. It ultimately boils down to interpreting the law faithfully. Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Wakili. Wow, quite a legalist. We have Alan Oko in Bungoma County, also observing as the elections unfold tomorrow. He is our reporter in Bungoma. Alan Oko, very quickly, what is happening in Bungoma?
Well, good morning to you, JJ. Here in Bungoma, it is quiet, it is calm, it's a very nice sunny morning. We are at Webuye East Constituency here in Bungoma County. And what we are seeing here is a beehive of activities, as where we are right now, the tallying center for Webuye East, they are just preparing the material just for tomorrow's polls. And just to give our viewers some statistics on Bungoma County, remember, Bungoma County has about 646,598 registered voters, and the registered voters in Webuye East, where we currently are right now, they have 48,950 registered voters. And it's a bit contentious here because the running MP for this constituency is not going to continue because of health issues. And we have a number of candidates who are trying to clinch this particular seat. Some, just to mention them, is Carol Buyela of Jubilee Party. And then we have Martin Wanyonyi of Ford Kenya. We also have Wanjala Iyaya of DAPK. And we have Job Chelongo of UDP. We also have Noah Chili of, he's an independent candidate here. Here in Bungoma County, we have a total of 800,000 in population according to the census of 2019. And we are expecting that the turnout will be good. We spoke to the returning officer of this constituency earlier, Mr. Emmanuel Onyango, and he told us that the materials have arrived and they're just waiting to dispatch this material to various polling stations. And If my cameraman can just show you around the room, we have pallets of ballot papers here that are just reading. The officers here are just about to open them and try and verify them and so that they can be ready for dispatch. And you can see we are in a school. This is a tallying center. It's very quiet now. Children are away at school, and therefore they're utilizing this space here, which is actually normally on its normal day a library, to have this storage storage facility for these materials. We expect also later to go on to the streets and just to find a feel of what's happening on the ground. But here at this tallying center, as you can see, JJ, we are still preparing. It's morning and everything seems calm. Everything is in order here, unless you have any further questions for me, JJ?
I can see clearly there are preparations ongoing and things are on top gear. But very quickly, probably on the aspect of security in Bungoma County, you could tell us how the preparations are, whether you've been able to engage the county commissioner for Bungoma to tell you the strategies they're laying down to protect everybody and their property.
Well, thank you for that question, JJ. We have been trying to get the County Commissioner of Bungoma County, and we shall get this report later. But what we have seen on the ground as we've traversed this county is that there is calm, and we've seen a patrol of police. The police, even here at the tallying center, are here making sure that everything is smooth and that there's no disruption. To be honest, to tell you the truth, we were very surprised to find the places are really, really calm, and everyone is going about their business. Of course, you know, this is August, and we have the circumcision ceremonies for these communities here. They're just going on as we're passing on the road, and they're going for those festivities. Everything seems very okay on a security standpoint, but we shall make sure we get an actual update from the security personnel here when we get the time, JJ.
Lastly, before I let you go, obviously the campaign period ended on Saturday. Is there adherence to that very rule in Bungoma? Or how would you say the candidates, what are the candidates doing at this particular point? Have you been able to interact with any of them?
Well, when it comes to the end of the campaigns, people have been adhering to this stipulation that there is no more campaigns at this time, which ended on Saturday. Well, we have not been able to interact with any candidate, but what we are seeing on the ground is that there is not much activity or any at all. We have not even, interestingly, we've seen campaign vehicles parked on the side of the road being dismantled, all those public address systems. Perhaps we can only theorize that the candidates are now just biting their nails, preparing for tomorrow as they strategize and see what they will do tomorrow, go and vote at their polling stations, respective polling stations. Remember, Bungoma County is a county of the current Senator Ken Lusaka, who is trying to regain back his former gubernatorial seat. And we also have other candidates, notable candidates, who are going for this particular seat here, where we have also we have Wycliffe, apologies for that. We also have Alfred Sambu, who is not going to contest for the MP seat, as I said earlier. We also have Moses Wetangula of Ford Kenya running for the senatorial seat. And we also have Charles Kibambani Ng'ombe, who is actually currently the deputy governor for this county and is now running to be the senator. And then we have Herman Kasili and Jacob Matata, who is also running for the Senate seat. So all these candidates, and we have, by the way, a total of about 5 or 6 MP candidates who are running for this Webuye East constituency. But we want to go and traverse and find out exactly what the candidates are doing at this point. Right now, the time is very good. We have time to go and find out where they are, what they're doing. And so therefore, we'll be able to give you a very nice, comprehensive report on that as well, JJ.
Alan Oko, fantastic job from Bungoma County, and keeping tabs on our behalf. And the dismantling of vehicles and sound systems, Victor Olo, means the harvesting season is over for some.
But Kiora, that's the reality of the ground right now. Everything is done and dusted. So if you had your colors, it's time to go back to default setting. Anyway, so we are talking about Bungoma County, and Jane is on this mat board. Jane, over 800,000 registered voters in Bungoma County. What are the figures, perhaps, if you can take us through the figures from 2013, 2017, and 2022?
Now, let's just start with the number of registered voters. Now, Bungoma County is in this western part of Kenya, right here from this beautiful map that we have here. And this is the figurative representation of Kenya as of 2013 in Western Kenya. But let's narrow in to just see how the numbers were looking like and how the voting patterns were in Bungoma. Let's erase this right here. So a total of 9 constituencies in this particular county, and as you can see, the different colors here represent the different presidential candidates and how this particular county voted. So Raila Odinga is represented by this color orange, and you can see predominantly Raila Odinga was leading in this particular county, except for Mount Elgon right here. And you can see this is a county that President Uhuru Kenyatta did win back in 2013 with 29,000 votes and Raila getting 7,000. A difference of over 20,000 votes. Now, when we come to 2017, still looking at Bungoma County, the total number of registered voters in 2013 was at 412,018 votes. In 2017, the number went up to 559,850 registered voters. Again, as you can see, the different colors represent the different presidential candidates as they were in those particular years. And in 2017, again, President Uhuru Kenyatta was the leading candidate in Mount Elgon with 39,000 votes, and Raila coming in second with 10,000 votes. A difference again of almost 30,000 votes. And looking at the predominant all the other counties, it was Raila Odinga who was leading in terms of voting. But now here we are in 2022. As you can see, no colors are represented here. This is meant to give us real-time information as we get the verified numbers from IEBC. But as of 2022, the total population of residents in Bungoma County is 800,000, but those that are registered is this figure right here, 600 voters. Those are the total number of voters that are registered. But once they go, the residents of Bungoma go to the poll, we'll be able to get real-time information as per which presidential candidate has taken over which particular constituencies. All right.
Very well. Thank you so much, Jen. So, Mark, from Western Kenya, let's come back to the Broadcasting House. Now, when you talk about election in Kenya and the economy, it's one of the most expensive, so to speak, in Africa, and record has it that IEBC used around 40 billion shillings for this particular election. Is there anywhere we as a country will be able to bring that figure down at some point?
Yes, it is possible to bring the figure down, because a lot of, in fact, I would say 30 billion of that 40 billion, 30 billion of it is called lack of trust. Okay, lack of trust because, number one, we print these papers internationally, so the logistics become very expensive. Number two, the amount of security features on a ballot paper is just, I think it is out of this world. And to put it in context, we use money, and money has value, and we print it on Thika Road. All our currency printed in Kenya. But as a country, we've decided we do not trust our political exercise. So what needs to happen is we need to sanitize our political exercise. And I'm hoping the IEBC is able to do so. I hope the loser will not have a single point to say that this is what happened, my votes were stolen. I hope the winner will be able to show that these are genuine votes. The more we do that, the more our elections will be cheaper. Number two is we need to understand that as the world develops, as technology is democratized, what these exercises should be is they should be more affordable. In the United States, for example, you see it is volunteers who count the votes. Right? It's the electoral body does not spend a lot of resources in ensuring the votes are counted by professionals and they have a job and things like that. It should be patriots who come in to count the votes. It should become an exercise which we are all involved in. And paying 30 billion shillings because we don't trust each other is losing almost 100 different level 5 hospitals every 5 years. And that's just the cost of the election. Then look at the cost to the economy. And this year we are doing much better because at least some people are working today. The holiday is only tomorrow. And I hope by Wednesday people will be back to work. I hope we will not have an extended month where offices are closed and commerce is not happening, because that will be a sad day indeed. So we need to come back to a place where Kenyans trust Kenyans. Right? And when we trust each other, elections will be cheaper. We will be able to do commerce while we're waiting for results. Instead of having a 1 week extended holiday, sitting at home watching TV, seeing 1,000 votes coming from one polling station, another 1,000, another polling station. No, we need to move on as a country.
All right. Wakili, what Mark is saying is that it's just a matter of trust, that as a country we are lacking. And the security features on the ballot papers, somebody will tell you is tamper-proof, even more than the legal tender we have in our country. But then how is it going to be probably for the IEBC? Because when you look at the printing of papers, it's done in a different jurisdiction where we are able to do it here in the country. Would you look at the future and say that at one point as a country you're saying, the way Mark is saying, volunteers, can you go to polling station A and B and count the ballot papers? Are we there yet?
I actually agree to a larger extent with Mark that we have been having a problem with our value system. Remember, our constitution, we have decided under Article 10 to prescribe values and national values and principles of governance. We have said that we do not trust you to be very transparent in your things. So we have prescribed that transparency is one of the national values and principles of governance. We have said, but at times when we give our leaders an opportunity to lead, or people who have offered themselves to take leadership positions, when we give them these opportunities, they do not conduct themselves in a manner that shows patriotism. So we have also said we need people who are patriotic as a national value and principles of governance. Remember, we have a whole chapter 6 of the Constitution, a whole chapter 6 that is just dedicated to telling us that you need to act honorably, you need to bring dignity in your office while you're in that office. So even while we recognize that probably it is important that moving forward that we reduce the costs that the country suffers during the elections, it is important that we take some of these national values and principles of governance seriously, so that it can be translated in the level of trust that we see in public offices and in Kenyans. Remember, another cost that is usually underestimated is the cost of litigation. Remember, IEBC spends a lot of money paying up lawyers who take up litigation. And this litigation sometimes has always been as a cause of, firstly, people who are in those public offices, as returning officers, as polling station officers, who do not take their roles or responsibilities seriously. Now, we end up having polls that are disputed. Now, these polls that are disputed, you find these disputes moving from the magistrates' court all the way to the Supreme Court. So it tells us that if we do our things right, as fast as the IEBC, we ensure that we educate people quite well on the do's and the don'ts during an election, then we are not going to see a number of litigation as against the IEBC. We are looking forward. I heard Sarafina reporting from the Bomas of Kenya, making mention of the presidential dispute that are likely to find themselves at the Supreme Court. The IEBC is likely to spend over $1 billion or something in defending the elections or the results that they will have announced. Now, this cost of litigation is probably now what amounts to the billions that you keep mentioning of, the 40 billion, the 30 billion, the 10 billion. If we just seriously look at our roles and responsibilities, we ensure that we also promote civic education. Let Kenyans understand that, of course, you can lose and win an election. The problem is we do not have candidates who are ready to accept the outcome of elections. And because they are not ready to accept the outcomes of elections, now this must explain, number one, the violence that we experience, and number two, the litigious processes that we find in our courts. So that if you focus on the Wajir gubernatorial elections, the one that began, the dispute began at the High Court, It went all the way to the Supreme Court with a determination being returned in the year 2021. Years, about 4 years after the elections were announced. So this translates to a burden in the financial in the finances of the IEBC.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for that. All right. So, Jen Boy, numbers never lie. I don't know what you have on the smart board there.
Now, we just want to have a look at the numbers of registered voters against what was considered valid, comparing 2013, 2017, and what those two can tell us about the year 2022 as we prepare to go to the polls. So this again here is the 2013 map of Kenya as per it was indicated. But when you look at the number of registered voters, it stood at 13,979,628. And out of that figure, what was valid was 12,221,053. When you look at those two, there's a difference of about 1.7 million, and that are considered invalid. Again, this term invalid, what categorizes a vote as invalid? Now, when we go to the year 2017, still looking at the number of registered voters, the number jumped by over 6 million, from 13 million to 19,605,895, and those that were considered valid stood at 15.1 million. Now, between the 19 million of registered voters in 2017 compared to the 13 million in 2013, a gap of a little over 6 million voters. Now, let's come to the year 2022. Number of registered voters is 22,102,532. The jump between 2017 to 2022 is only a little close to 2-point-something million. And you can see it's almost half of the number of registered voters that were experienced between 2013 and 2017. And of course, one of the issues that we were seeing IEBC talking about this year has been voter apathy, and especially so looking at the youth dividend, considering they are a huge chunk that IEBC was hoping they would register when it comes to this year's general elections. So again, looking at the number of valid votes, in 2013, there was a difference of 1 million. In 2017, a difference of 4 million. From the 19 million to the 15 million that were considered valid, there was 4 million that their vote did not count. Again, does this give a projection of what we're going to see in 2022? Given the number is 22 million, so will there be a bigger gap this year from what was registered and what is considered valid?
Absolutely. Numbers never lie, and that is what IEBC is depending on, as well as the political players, because at the end of the day, that is what is going to count. So at this particular point, let me ask you, Mark, when you look at the numbers and there's that trajectory, the growth, we've seen from 2013, the number has been growing from a particular figure to where we are currently at 22.1 million registered voters. But somebody will talk about voter apathy in the country. What are some of the contributors?
Well, some of the contributors are, number one, that our civic space has been really polluted. A lot of Kenyans do not understand the role of government and the role of politics in determining their future and determining their lives. And therefore, a lot of them feel apathetic. The second issue is because we have such a negative cycle of politics that we are always saying politicians have done nothing, they are all corrupt, they are all thieves, they are all. And we've decided all of them are a scion of Kenya that does not represent us. There are many people who've pulled away from politics, forgetting it is not all politicians who are corrupt. It is not all politicians who steal. There are many politicians, whether at MP level, MCA level, governor level, or even at the presidency, who have never had an issue of corruption. And these are some of the things that we need to observe. So the whole idea of bulking politics as a corrupt waste of time is not true. So many people feel that no matter who I vote for, they're just going to steal. And it's not all of them who steal. So there's that apathy. Third, there's the issue of name recognition, where people feel that William Ruto, Raila Odinga, and all these leading candidates, Kalonzo Musyoka, etc., have been in politics for so long, and they feel like they need a fresh breath, not understanding that politics is a long process. Look at Joe Biden. Joe Biden was in Congress and Senate in the 1970s. Now he's president of the United States. You look at
40 years later.
Yes, 40 years later. So to rise from being even an MCA to an MP, to a governor, to a president, you're not talking about anything less than 30, 40 years. And you need that experience, trust you me. You need that experience because when you win office, there are things called instruments of power, or in some other philosophers call them the keys to power. You need to know how to control those instruments. If you vote, listen, 2013 we did an experiment, and we brought in a lot of people from the corporate world to become CSs. By the time we were getting to 2017, we had fired nearly half of them. Why? Because in as much as they knew how to run corporates, it is not the same thing as yes, even just the procurement process is different. So one of the things, in as much as people argue that we want fresh blood and we want fresh people as quickly as possible, I have learned from my own personal experience, having worked in government for a while now, that you actually need to go through the steps. You need to know how to write a memo even. You need to know how procurement happens. You need to understand how government is created to safeguard the public interest. And once you understand that, you realize that imagine the quickest way from an MCA to presidency. Let's assume 5 years as an MCA is the least you can serve. Finish your 5 years, do 5 years as an MP. That's 10 years. Do another 5 years as senator. That's 15. Do 5 as governor, you are at 20. By the time you are becoming eligible for president, it's 25 years. So this idea that you need fresh faces, fresh voices, look at the fresh faces and fresh voices. Look at Wajakoya, who's never run before, and look at Waiga Mure. Those are fresh, if you're going to argue about freshness. But even those people who say they want fresh will not go vote for them. Why? Because you do not know them. You do not have a track record. You do not have a basis upon which to vote. So the argument that you want to stay because you need fresh voices, stay at home because it's a nonsensical voice. In fact, what needs to happen is, because you know Raila Odinga, you know where he was in 1992, you know where he was in 97, you know 2002, up to date, you know his story. William Ruto, you know his story. You know about YK92, you know he was in Kanu, you know all of those things. Then you are able to make an informed decision. Yes. So otherwise, if you are going to say you need a fresh voice, why did Abdu Badida get so many few votes when he was fresh? So the issue is not freshness either. The issue is longevity in politics actually shows a track record, and that's how you can trust people.
Very well put. Jacob Kuria.
Absolutely, longevity. I'm not sure whether Professor George Wajakoya will be very happy with the submissions by Matt Bichachi, but that's a story for another day. Let's move over to Kakamega County, where our reporter Judy the Caller is on standby. Judith, good morning. How is Kakamega?
Good morning, Kuria. Good morning, Kuria. I'm in this land of Murembe, and you know Murembe means peace. So everybody here is peaceful. The county is quite peaceful. And when we arrived, it was very quiet. But right now, there's a lot of activity. Everybody is going around their own business. Unlike previous years when this would be a hotbed of some kind. But right now, everything is fine. Everybody is going about their work. Now, Kakamega County is an agricultural county. This is a county where most of the people practice subsistence farming, except for the areas where we grow sugar, where there's industrial crop farming. Otherwise, mostly it's industrial. Mostly it's it's an agricultural county. But Kakamega also has some of the very unique features which are very good for tourism, and we are talking about the Ihongo Murui, which is a granitic toe around Ilesi on your way to Kisumu. Now this is one of the tourist attractions because people believe that it is a crying stone, but what scientifically is actually just capillary action where water flows from the bottom of the rock and comes out from the top of the rock, and then it is in circular motion. So people assume that definitely this rock is crying, but it's not a crying stone, but it's a good tourist attraction. Kakamega County is also home to the only remaining tropical rainforest, and that is the Kakamega Forest. And now in this particular forest is also another tourist attraction because the bird life in that forest is unique to Kakamega alone and to this particular region. Now, going back to why we are here because of the general election tomorrow, and most of the people we've talked to are very happy with what is going on. This one election that is quite peaceful, nobody's bothering the other, and people are ready for voting tomorrow. Now, Kakamega County has about 12 constituencies, and these are, we have Shinyalu, which is one of the constituencies in Kakamega County. Then there is Navaholo. Now in Shinyalu, the number of registered voters are 71,256. In Navaholo, we have 53,620 registered voters. We have Likuyani, which is another constituency in Kakamega County, and this one has 63,311 registered voters. We have Butere constituency that has 62,956 registered voters. We have Huisero constituency, which has 48,900.
To cut you short, Judith, it appears like your camera has issues. We'll come back to you in a bit, but thank you very much again for the update so far. We'll be coming to you in a minute or two so you can continue updating us on the statistics and the happenings in Kakamega. Particularly, I'm interested in the activity you talk about this morning. You could tell us what that activity is about, but that's just in a bit. Bringing it back to studio. When you talk about the elections and the civic seats, you're talking about the MCAs. There has been a concern about further decentralization of resources. Where yes, we send the money to governors, but they spend it at will, obviously with the approval of the county assembly. But you find that there are wards that are marginalized, probably because the governor and the MCA do not read from the same script. Is there a need for further decentralization in the sense of creation of a ward fund that is under the direct management of a county or rather an MCA?
JJ, I look at this issue in a totally different light. Number one, I agree as much that there is a problem where we have an MCA who is not in very good books with the governor. Then the ward that he represents ends up being disenfranchised. There are little resources that are trickled down there. But you cannot run away from the problem by now resorting to what you call we should just remove. You remove. I don't know what you're calling it.
The word fund.
Yes. You cannot run. Yes. Number one, there is a genius idea in creating a ward fund. It gives the MCA some autonomy in coming up with the projects and implementing those project proposals. That is a good thing. But we need first to focus. Why is it that number one, the governor will sometimes disenfranchise the MCA, and number two, are there legal instruments that are in place to ensure that we put this governor into account? Of course, I agree. There is a lot of proposals in law that any aggrieved member of county assembly can explore to ensure that they put their governor into account. Remember, there is the county assembly. People have not stopped to think how important this assembly is to them. It is as important as parliament. So that when you have grievances, pressing grievances, things that affect you, at least let us have them highlighted in the Hansard, if at all there is one at the county assemblies. air your voice. Let us hear you. The problem is we choose people who cannot even make one statement. They cannot say hi in parliament. They cannot say hi in the county assemblies. We just need people who are vocal, people who understand their role responsibilities and their mandates, so that if pressed, if push comes to shove, if they must speak, let them speak against injustices that they are facing. And on the ward, that fund for the MCAs, it's a good initiative. I believe this initiative began with the BBI. It was a proposal in the BBI, the Constitutional Amendment Bill of the year 2020, and I read it and I agreed to that extent with the BBI, noting too well that there is the need to ensure that development goes up to that lower level. We have people like me who are educated with the Constituency Development Fund. I learned through the Madare Constituency Development Fund, and then it was a Starehe constituency. So when we have the CDF, when we have another kitty, I mean, we will ensure that if we have our children in our community who do not have the advantage of education because of lack of school fees, at least there are more than one avenue where they can go and seek that support and strength, so that we can remove the number of illiterate people in our society. We can ensure that moving forward, if we say that we want MCAs to have a degree, then it is a reality. It is a question that is of course is ripe for discussion, because we will have ensured that education has become free and accessible to all through the different avenues that we have.
All right.
Yes.
Mark, the very question of delinking the county executive and the county assembly, in the sense that even their own salaries probably come through the county executive, and now here you have a situation where the governor wants to use development as political tokenism. Is there a way we can be able to deal with that?
Well, the weaponization of county budgets has been well documented, and a lot of MCAs have suffered because of either being in a different party or taking a different stance from the governor. Yes, I think there are two things that need to happen. Number one, the ward fund needs to be separated from the county resources. This will ensure that each ward is equal in terms of what it receives across the country. But also, number two, the county assembly itself needs to have a lot of autonomy, just the same way as parliament has, away from the county executive resources. So MCAs really need to fight for the reorganization of how their resources are allocated, so that they remain to be independent financially. But that does not mean that we should forget that the county government and the county assembly need to work together. The term government does not exclude this legislative arm, and therefore the legislative arm of a county needs to work hand in hand with the county government in order to be able to deliver what is best for the country. And that is why the process of budgeting, the process of actually being in the county assembly and speaking and raising the issues that are pertinent to that county assembly are critical. Any person who imagines that those are not critical is really wasting their time in not realizing that what needs to happen very quickly is we need to realize that the MCA is probably the most important cog in the wheel of government. The MCA is the one who makes sure that even the national government is held to account at the ward level. It is the most basic representation that we have in this country. And if we keep electing MCAs that are not up to the task, both character and intelligence wise, then we are going to miss out on a big opportunity.
I wanted to comment a little bit on the quality of MCA that as we go to the polls tomorrow one should elect, because there are counties that have wasted 10 years or 5 years, and you have seen those reports from the Auditor General's report. 10 years of wastage or 5 years of wastage, and when you look further, you realize it is because of a very unhealthy relationship between the governor and MCAs.
Yes, absolutely. The fiction between MCAs and governors, and if you look at the number of times MCA want to impeach governors because of trips, because of per diem, because of sugar in their tea, because of toilet paper in their bathrooms, it is ridiculous. Remember, there was a case in Kisii, I believe it was, where they had the most expensive tissue in the country, and there was no inflation yet. So you can imagine such petty issues are what occupied the brains and the time of some of our MCAs, and that is the shame of the level of representation of MCA, and that's part of my argument for separating these elections. You need to take time to discover and understand who your MCA is. A lot of people, I'll give you an example, someone who's leaving Nairobi today to go to Western, where I'm from, to go vote. How will they know who the MCA is? They've not been listening to the radio. They have no idea. They've not interacted with this person. So you show up in the ballot box, there is an MCA, you do 6-piece, or you just choose the person who looks most handsome or most beautiful. That is the problem. The other problem is this. We have seen that in nominations, the governor's girlfriend, the governor's cousin, the governor's relative is the one who's nominated to be a representative MCA. Now, if I'm going to choose my relative, at what point do you expect they're ever going to oppose me? At what point will they say no when the nomination comes from me? So the MCA ticket, the MCA level of elections needs a closer level of scrutiny, and those people who are going to vote, as you land in your voting areas and villages, speak to people, speak to the candidates, understand who is the MCA that has the best quality, the best character, and then vote for that person. Don't just go and do a picky ponky.
Victor, you know what, Kiri, what Mark has said is that perhaps you can easily reflect. The last 5 years, from 2013 to 2017, there were a lot of impeachments and cases back and forth between the MCS and the county executive directors, and at some point it fizzled out. Perhaps it called for that initiative to learn on how to run the county government. And one governor who somebody would say really survived is Governor Wambora. During his first term, he had all the issues with the county MCAs moving into the second term. But then he served his full term, 10 years, man of nine lives. All right, so perhaps if I can just ask Wakili, what do you think are some of the hits and misses of this regime? 10 years into it, tasting the first bit of the new constitution, and President Uhuru Kenyatta is now going, and we have another transition altogether.
First, we must recognize that this is the first government that we have formed under the 2010 Constitution. So we expected, because we are in that transitional moment where we get to experiment things on the first time, that there will be some misses, of course, justifiable misses, and there could be some wins. Now, this government has done so much so far. In as far as development is concerned, we have seen a number of developments here and there. We've seen the president of late moving around the country and trying to launch some of the projects. There has been a lot of insistence on the infrastructure, especially on the roads, the railway, which has been touted to be done deliberately so that they can open up our economy. But secondly, and I think this is the worst bit of this current government. It has been the discomfort, or rather the open disagreement between the president and his deputy, and which has, in a sense, undermined some of the proposals, the development agenda that the government had. Remember, we had the Big Four agenda, where there was supposed to be a focus on health, there was supposed to be a focus on food. What Galana Kulalu was supposed to achieve, he did not achieve, so that still we have problems in our country where some of our countrymen and countrywomen are dying of starvation. And this must explain, the failures in the Galana Kulalu and the corruption that we have had in this country. Remember, one of the shortcomings that we had from the investors that have been coming in the country has been that even while they are ready and willing to invest in this country, there has always been someone somewhere who is asking for bigger bucks, someone who is asking for something, not small, something big, so that they can allow them to come and develop our country. So, whichever way you want to look at this government, the disagreement between the president and his deputy has stalled development. And secondly, it has given an opportunity for corruption to find its way. That is why we have a lot of problems, in the health sector, food, transport sector, where we had the president complaining some time ago at the JKIA that some of these buses that we use when we are from the airport to probably when you are boarding the aeroplane, some of these buses, the prices have been exaggerated, and this is for obvious reasons. When you get to hear things about tissue papers, a gate that is costing 5 million. A simple gate costing 5 million shillings. I mean, this must explain some of the shortcomings that we have had. But give and take, they have done so much. They have done so well, at least. And we are hoping that the people who are going to come back to assume these offices are people who are coming back to ensure that, number one, we get rid of corruption and all its manifestation. And number two, we ensure that we promote the rule of law. Remember, Miguna is still our countryman. But Miguna, long after he achieved or he got these court orders that allowed him to get back to the country, Miguna still, speaks to us through social media. He speaks to us through these mainstream medias. I mean, we just need to think again of our observance to the rule of law. And now that we are even anticipating the elections to be conducted tomorrow, we must remind ourselves what got us to where we were in the year 2007 and 2008. It was a discomfort. There was a prevailing view that the judiciary that we had then was ineffective, inefficient. That even if it gave some orders, people will not obey them. That is why the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga chose to go to the streets. But moving forward, we've seen from the year 2013, when he felt dissatisfied, he went to court. At least he obeyed the authority of the Supreme Court. 2017, the same thing was happened. So we expect that moving forward, the best way to tackle our disagreements should be accepting the authority of the court. We accept to surrender ourselves at the feet of the courts, so the courts can tell us what is right and what is wrong.
All right. Okay. I don't know what you think about that, Mark.
Well, the fact is that we all have to respect the preeminence of the courts in terms of solving political disputes and electoral disputes. I think that is a precedence that has been set, and we've tested our courts. In fact, in 2017, the landmark ruling of undoing the elections really set a precedence about the independence of our courts. But we also need to understand that we need to have a balance between our courts and executive. Independence does not mean living as though you live in an island, and I think this is very critical for us moving forward. The interdependence of our institutions needs to be firmed up, because the judiciary without the executive cannot execute.
Right.
If the judge was to say so and so is to be arrested because of failing to show up in court, the arm of government that executes that decision is the executive, and therefore that dependence cannot be understated. And this is some of the issues that I think in our politicization of how we do things, we've missed the point. So for example, Miguna and his return to the country, there are certain things that Miguna has to do. He cannot show up on the border of this country with an ID card having come from Canada. How did he board the plane from Canada? When he is told to show his Canadian passport and he refuses, how is that the fault of the state? So we need to understand that there needs to be a balance in how we do things. One of the judgments that I fault the judiciary on is, for example, on the Huduma card number. To be honest with you, it was a process that had gone very far. It is a process that we needed just to sanitize our identity cards and identifying who are Kenyans, bringing a chip into our identity cards that then it's a multiple service thing. That is the future. That is where the whole world is going. Now, to be pulled back as a country, having spent that much resources, does not make sense, because they would have made the same decisions they made when they were talking about the post of chief officer. This position between cabinet secretary and PS.
Yes.
Not CS, CAS, yes, Chief Cabinet Assistant, CAS. The CAS position, they said, is illegal, but so as to not disrupt functions of government, let it continue until such a time as government can. And also the kind of decisions we need to make, because it is not any different. The executive's job is to try to get its job done. The judiciary's job is to try and check and make sure that the executive is doing its job according to the law.
But when you look even at the governors who are outgoing, we have governors who served 10 years. Perhaps you can give it to them because they learned on the job.
Yes. Well, of course, a lot of, and here's the issue. There've been a lot of things that have been annulled and been changed by the courts. Why? Because the executive, in trying to do its job under a new constitution, this constitution must be tested. We must stretch it. We must find out. So, for example, we must find out whether the president can initiate a public notion to change the constitution. Yes. Can the president do so? Yeah. The Supreme Court has ruled that he can't. I disagree, because I think if there is any constitutional referendum that I've ever seen across the world, it has always been led by the political elite. They are the ones with the voters. They are the ones who represent the people. But the Supreme Court disagrees with me. And because the Supreme Court is superior, I have to respect the Supreme Court, but I disagree. Because the person with the biggest political clout, the person who has the representation of the people with the largest number of votes, is the president. So when he speaks as a representative of the people. So you cannot say he represents the people on one hand, and then two, he cannot initiate. But the Supreme Court has ventilated on it and made a decision. So this 10 years, 20 years are going to be a stretching point. But I want to say something. Wakili talked about Roe versus Wade and how it has changed the constitutional order in the United States. True. But he also needs to remember, when the United States passed its constitution, it was less than 5 years before they had their first amendment. This idea that Kenyans think amendments are evil just because it is an amendment is a very misleading concept, because an amendment is supposed to be ventilated. And if you look at our constitution, it has created ways for people to create amendments. Look at Punguza Mzigo. It was a very popular initiative. Kenyans liked it. Why was it popular? Because it had certain things that Kenyans wanted. The same thing with BBI. I think this idea of demonizing constitutional amendments is a mistake, and we will regret it very soon.
All right. Before you regret it, Kioria?
Absolutely. We have to release Wakili. He has a matter in court for like about now, and then he will join us later. So probably, Wakili Shadrach, you can use about 2 minutes, make your submissions. Are they submissions? Your submissions, and then we release you. Join us later.
Yes. I am conscious that I am leaving, and then I'll be back probably in an hour's time. But what is important is, or at least I pick it from where Mark has left on the question of constitutional amendments. Of course, I agree with Mark. I mean, Mark has been here for long. Some of us are just children. We are just learning from him. But what is important is that even while you think of amendments, the amendments must be done sparingly. It must not be the order of the day. Yes, it is good to change, and change is as good as arrest. But when you encounter problems, especially with your partner, it does not mean that you change your partner so that you bring another partner. No, you will still find some faults in the new partner. The only thing that you need to do is, number one, you need to understand what are the historical circumstances that led us to where we are. What historical perspective do you give to probably the issue of representation of women and men? Why do we even have the women representative and not the men representative in our current constitutional dispensation? So when you reflect on the past, on the rationale of you accepting some things, remember on the wake of this fight against corruption, the NYS 1 and the NYS 2, there was concern that we should not give these people bail pending the hearing and determination of their case. And there was also some other concerns that people who have been accused of murder should never get bail. But remember, that was the old constitutional dispensation. That the old constitutional dispensation or order did not, they prescribed some offenses. And they said that when it comes to these offenses, you should not get bail. And now the arguments that people were making post the 2010 constitution and in view of the NYS and what corruption has done to this country was that corruption has killed so many people, even than one murderer would have killed, because it steals from patients, it steals from our public coffers, it steals from our children. So these people, on the basis of public interest, then they should not get bail pending the hearing and determination of their case.
Absolutely.
But you see, the Supreme Court, the courts here, and I thank Lady Justice Hedwig Ongudi, who is the presiding judge at the Constitutional Division, then while she was sitting in the Anti-Corruption Division. She said, and she was echoing what the Court of Appeal had said in a previous case, that sometimes you must interpret the law and invoke it, even to against the public interest, because what we claim to be the public interest sometimes will not necessarily be what the public interest means. Because remember, when we subjected the current constitutional to a referendum, the public interest then accepted that all offenses are bailable. All offenses are bailable. So you cannot now, 10 years after we have passed the constitution, and you are the one who passed it, come and claim that now we will not accept bail for these people because we think now it is against the public interest for us to allow these people to have their cases heard and determined when they are out because of doing what they are said to have done. No. What we need to do is we just need to remember the reason why we are where we are. If we encounter any problems, and I know we are going to encounter any problems, problems are likely to be encountered because of, lack of transparency, lack of faithfulness in interpreting and implementing the law. Now, when we encounter these challenges, what we need to do is to revisit our leaders. What has this person been standing for?
But let me ask you, because you make a very important point there about public interest,
yes,
and the change of law. And you say, what was public interest then?
Yes.
When we were saying about bailable crimes,
yes,
is likely to change, and public interest is likely to change. One, because, for example, the pilferage we are experiencing right now of billions of shillings is likely to shape public interest. Why should the courts adjust?
No, of course, public interest is a factor to consider when you are deciding cases. But let us not go to the public opinion, so that we borrow the public opinion and bring it to help us in interpreting the laws that we have in our country. Because what people keep changing their minds. Today, people who are supporting Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta was calling Raila Amolo Odinga some very bad names. Today they have shaken hands. So we cannot be legislating on our whims and caprice.
Based on opinion.
Yes, based on opinions.
But I'm
based
asking,
on what
on issues
feel.
of corruption, Wakili.
Yes.
On issues of pilferage, for example.
Yes.
What is in public interest? Wouldn't public interest be that we stop the pilferage and punish the people who are stealing?
That is correct.
That is no public opinion.
That is correct. The correct position is people who have been found culpable of theft through a due process of law should be dealt with as the law requires. Remember, it is not justice that if the law recommends that if you have stolen, and God forbid this, I know you cannot do this for the country, but if a public officer has stolen from the public coffers and the available punishment in law is 5 years imprisonment, it does not serve public interest for us to go and hang this person. No, if the law prescribes 5 years as the punishment that this person should be given, then when you overstep the 5 years that the law has, what you're doing is you are amending the law due to your public whims and caprice, because it is an arbitrary way of dealing with the law. The next time, because it is your auntie who has stolen, other than prescribing the 5 years, you're going to give 2 months.
Let me ask, I'm sorry to delay this point.
Yes.
Investigations have been done.
Yes.
And traced public money in your account.
Yes.
The wheels of justice are still running before a judge, that is, the prosecution, but there is credible evidence that points towards public money being found in your coffers, and courtesy of the office that you hold as a person. When the public argues that you should not be given bail and go back to the very same office that you pilfered, isn't that public interest? Shouldn't we be able to amend our laws to deny such people bail?
that the same public decided that under Article 50 of the Constitution, you are presumed innocent until you are convicted. So really, we should not just be, when it is convenient. That is a convenient way of looking at the law. So when it is not to your advantage, you want to steal the advantage or the match from another person. No, we should just stick to the principles that we have agreed. Until and unless we change these principles, the laws of playing this game, then that is the only time. If you have changed, then you can change. But in between the match, you cannot be changing the goalpost because I'm about to score.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing you after 1 hour when you're done with your matter in court. At this point, we need to take a health break. Of course, some peace messages, a health break, and then we'll be back with Kenya Decides.
Hi, I'm Fayaz Qureshi. We're all set for the general... Hi, I'm Fayaz Qureshi. We're all set for the general elections on the 9th of August 2022. Across the board, we have people with diverse views and opinions, which is good. Your thought process and voice matters and makes a difference. How does it make a difference? By exercising your right to vote safely on the 9th of August 2022. Our vision is for a peaceful Kenya.
An exception. One Kenya is a winning team. I choose peace.
Yangu tu nikusema tafadhali sisi kwa wana Kenya tuhifadhi amani yetu. Tufuate njia ambayo itatuletea amani. Tunapoelekea uchaguzi, naomba sana kwamba uchaguzi wetu iwe ni uchaguzi wa haki na uhuru.
Basi nawaomba wa Kenya, ni wakati wa kuwa na ujasiri wa kutetea hiki kipaji. Wewe mwenzangu, hasa nyinyi wanarika, msiitikie kutumika kwa kupewa pesa ili mlete vurugu ama kuchochea. Msiitikie kutekwa nyara, kwani sio kwenye tu kipaji, ni kwa watoto na watoto wajukuu wenyu ambao tunawalindia hii nchi yetu ili iwe nchi iliyo na manufaa na amani.
Intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle, or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns, and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news, and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us through and through. Remember, you can always be part of this conversation on Twitter. We are using the hashtag Kenya Decides 2022. Our official station handle is at KBC Channel 1, and you can always tag us individually at JCuria, at Victor Olo, and at Jane Wamboy is how you can always find us. We welcome your thoughts, any questions, or even if you're just seeking clarification in regards to the conversation that we are having here in studio. Now, before we get to continue with today's discussion, we want to just quickly have a run through of some of the presidential candidates that are on the ballot. Again, 4 presidential candidates this year. In 2017, they were 8. In 2013, we had 7 of them, but now this year only 4 are going to the ballot. And let's start with Raila Odinga. And all this is just meant to help you polish up on your decision as to whom you're going to vote for once we get to the poll tomorrow, given there was a quite notable percentage of people that were still undecided as to whom they were going to vote for. So briefly going through his background, again, born in 1945, and as of the year 2022, he is 77 years of age, went on to proceed with his education, graduated with a master's degree in mechanical engineering from Manenberg University, and upon his graduation he went on to be a lecturer at the University of Nairobi for a period of 4 years, and when he left that particular institution, he joined the Kenya Bureau of Standards as the deputy director, again for 4 years. Now, after we fast forward to the periods between 82 to 88, and this is the time where he was in prison and he was jailed for treason for purportedly being part of the team that was planning the 1982 coup against the then president, the late Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. Now, the following year in 89 is when he was released, only for him to find himself back in prison, and this time around incarcerated in the company of Kenneth Matiba and Charles Rubia over the fight for multi-party politics. Now, upon his release, he fled the country and went to Norway for a period of a little over a year, but returned to the country in 1992, and that is when he officially joined elective politics after the reintroduction of multi-partyism in Kenya. Now, after he joined, he now got into elective politics. He joined the Forum for Restoration of Democracy Party, abbreviated as FORD, and went on to be elected as the Deputy Director of Elections that same year. In 1992, he also contested for the Langata Member of Parliament seat, to which he was successful, a seat that he held until the next elections in 1997, again went at it and he was re-elected. Now, Raila Odinga is known as one of the candidates in this year's presidential, one of the candidates in this year's elections to have had the most number of attempts to becoming president. And 97 made that the first attempt, which was unsuccessful, and he went at it under the National Development Party ticket. From there, we move on to 2001. The National Development Party went on to merge with KANU to form the new KANU. And the following year, through which he served as Minister for Energy. And the following year, working with Professor George Saitoti as well as Kalonzo, he resigned to form the Rainbow Movement. And again, 2002, a very significant year where we had peaceful transition of power from the then ruling party excuse me, under the late Moi Kibaki to the late Mwai Kibaki, when Raila also went ahead and endorsed Mwai Kibaki with the two famous words, Raila Tosha. Excuse me. Now, moving on to the periods between 2003 through to 2005, he served as the Minister for Roads, Public Works and Housing. And again, 2005, there was the Yes and No movement, the Orange and Banana movement. And Orange, under the leadership of Raila Odinga, did win with a 57% margin. And that same year was the official birth of the Orange Democratic Movement. And in 2007, he was endorsed by the same party and nominated as the presidential candidate, to which he also lost the elections. And this made it the second time that he attempted to become president for the Republic of Kenya. Now, this year, he challenged the results of these general elections, saying that they were marred with a lot of inconsistencies, and this led to a lot of chaos in our country. The 2007-2008 post-election period was very chaotic, that consequently led to the formation of the Grand Coalition government in 2008, and he officially became the Prime Minister in April of that year. Now, moving to 2010, he was also part of the team that was pushing for the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, which won with a 68% vote, and this Constitution eventually now came into place. Now, going to 2013, the third time that he attempted to become president, to which he lost, but did garner quite a huge chunk of the vote, a collective of 43% against President Uhuru Kenyatta, who had 50.51%. And he went to the Supreme Court, filed a petition, but consequently, the Supreme Court dismissed this petition, which led to President Kenyatta being sworn in as the president. Now, moving to 2017, again, his fourth attempt towards the presidency, endorsed by the National Super Alliance, abbreviated as NASA, with Kalonzo Musyoka as his running mate, he managed to garner another 43% of the total national vote, and against President Kenyatta, who was leading with 54%. And again, he did contest this particular result, which led to it being filed at the Supreme Court, and consequently it was nullified by the then Chief Justice, retired Chief Justice now David Maraga, and he later called on for a rerun of the general elections under a period of 60 days, to which Raila pulled out of the race, and consequently led to President Kenyatta being sworn in as the president. Looking at the following year in 2018, it is largely known for the year that we had the handshake in our country that brought a lot of peace between the Raila side of the divide and President Kenyatta's side of the divide. And moving on to 2019, again, a year that was notable due to the Building Bridges initiative under the stewardship of Raila Odinga, but again, it was quashed by the Supreme Court. And now here we are in 2022. He formed the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party in the company of President Uhuru Kenyatta, Kalonzo Musyoka, and many other party leaders. And as of 2022, he did name Martha Karua as his official running mate for presidency. Victor.
Right. Well, so he's running for the fifth time, and we were just making some kind of a question. If Raila Odinga vied for 5 consecutive times, and you out there, you want to try something once, and then the second time you throw your ups in the air, and then you say to hell with it. I mean, there is so much you can learn from him generally as a person, as a personality, that you have to be consistent. I don't know what you think about that, Mark.
I absolutely agree. And one of the things that we need to understand is that, number one, Uhuru Kenyatta tried in 2002.
Yes.
2007 he stepped away. 2013 is when he won the presidency. Raila Odinga has tried 1997, skipped 2002, did 2007, and then he's done this consecutive elections after that. The same can be said of Biden and many other politicians out there. It takes a lot of temerity to run for office. It takes a lot of temerity to lose, accept the results after the courts have said you've lost, and then go back to the drawing board and draw your elections again. But what is interesting, and this is probably the most critical thing, is this is going to be one of the most integrated elections tribal-wise that we've ever seen. We are seeing all tribes being in almost every formation. There's no formation that can say, I've got 100% of this tribe or the other, which is a very critical thing. And I think it's a milestone. But also it's a milestone in the sense that I think this election is an election that is going to change the face of our country, not only because we will definitely have a new president when we are done with the process, but also because it is presenting new challenges and problems that we've not had before. In 2002, the question was, can we build roads? Can we even build a bridge? You know, those were the questions. Can we build classrooms? Yes. Those were the questions in 2002. In 2013, the question was, who is going to continue the good work that Kibaki has been doing? In 2022 is infrastructure. Who is going to deal with corruption? That is number one. And who's going to deal with an excellent development on top of the roads and bridges and whatever. The next stage is who's going to build industries, who's going to build logistics hubs, who's going to build the economic and financial powerhouses of the region, who's going to make sure the growth that we've seen in KCB and equity is something that can make Kenya the banking powerhouse of the region. Those are the questions we need to ask. And that kind of person is someone who has a lot of discipline. And therefore the question is, between the 4 candidates, who has the most discipline?
You know, that raises another question, that how different was this, election period, the campaign period that just ended 2 days ago, and how it compared to the past, elections?
Well, I think one of the biggest differences, of course, is the level of peace that we are having. I am excited when I see a lot of people are working today and they'll go and vote tomorrow. That is exciting news. Why is it exciting? It's exciting because that means that the country is maturing. We're getting to the point where we do not consider elections an emergency. And that's a big news, especially given that this is definitely a transitional election. But the other thing is credit to the people of Kenya who have continued to grow our economy in 5.8% in an election year. It has never happened before. Usually you check all our elections, 2002 you see a dip in GDP, 2007 dip in GDP. This is the first time our GDP is going to keep growing, and I must commend the Kenyan people for doing so. Because we can see the experts have gone, they've gone for summer holidays as they wait for our elections to calm down, but the Kenyan people have held it strong.
And this happened even in the face of the corona pandemic.
Yes.
Really ravaged it from 2019.
Yes.
So what's your focus? What is your vision post-election?
Well, post-election definitely is going to bolster a lot of confidence in the economy. I think a lot of people will bring back their money. We'll see a lot more investments. We'll see people putting their resources in Kenya. The thing that is going to affect how much of that happens is the fight against corruption. What do I mean? If you look at the ease of doing business or investment jitters in our country, you realize a lot of people are afraid to invest because of corruption, because how do you get your paperwork? How do you make sure your offices are not raided willy-nilly? How do you make sure that once you pay for a certain certification, it will come without you bribing someone? Are you sure that the government has said this road is going north, it will continue going north? So the fight against corruption is going to be critical in stabilizing our economy, but also it's going to be critical also because we have borrowed a lot to do infrastructure. We need to pay back, and we do not have time to play around with the prepayment of loans. But also, we cannot tax Kenyans more. It just can't happen. Kenyans are sufficiently taxed. So you need then to use those taxes efficiently. And the only way to do so is to fight corruption, and after you're done fighting corruption, to fight corruption some more.
Perhaps someone can say that this is a watershed period for Kenyans. At a time like this tomorrow, we'll be talking a different tune altogether.
Yes.
Do you really think that Kenyans are ready to make that change overnight?
Well, you know, the thing is, and here's the thing that I would like Kenyans to remember. In 2002, Kenyans were arresting police officers who were taking bribes from matatus, if you remember.
Yes.
The Kenyan people can shift in a day. I'll give you an example. 2007, we were nearly at war.
Yeah.
2 people signed a document. The next day, Kenya was at peace. Okay? If you look at 2017, we annulled an election, went and did a runoff. Kenya went back. Uhuru and Raila did a handshake. Kenya went back. We are a people who can adjust, and I believe in the spirit and the heart of the Kenyan people. We can adjust in a day for better. We have adjusted in the past for worse. We can adjust for better. Look at the COVID pandemic. COVID pandemic, every other economy in the world and in the region shrank.
Came to a standstill.
Kenya did not. Even with half of the time working, Kenya did not. We adjusted in a day. When we needed PPEs, we made our own PPEs in this country. When we needed masks, we made our own masks. Kenya has the capacity. It is the reason why, as the 3rd richest country in sub-Saharan Africa, 3rd richest, it has done so. Number 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, all are mineral-rich countries. They have oil, they have gold, they have silver. Kenya has Kenyans. Kenya has Kenyans.
That's interesting. I see Kiora laughing on the other side of the studio. Kenyans have Kenyans.
Kenyans have Kenyans. That is why we make it. And that's the temerity that we cannot confuse. And that is why we cannot allow our politicians to stop our Kenyanness. We cannot allow them to stop it at all.
So we should be happy to be Kenyans.
Yes.
Kioria, you're a Kenyan and you have you.
Absolutely. Every single day, I am a Kenyan. And, you know, we have always come out for better courses, for wonderful courses. I don't know whether you remember, I think some time in 2012, there was drought across the country, and there was, you know, some raising of funds as well as food stuff. And it was dubbed Kenyans for Kenya.
Yeah.
And it was, you know, quite a moment for the Republic as Kenyans, you know, came together to support their fellow Kenyans who were suffering under the weight of the drought in the northern part of Kenya. So yes, Kenyans have always stood out for their fellow Kenyans. Victor.
All right. So you know what really happens, Mark? Because tomorrow will be a different day altogether. A day after tomorrow, Kenyans have voted. We have got new leaders. What should you expect in the next 100 days? Because it's a transition period.
Well, in the next 100 days, first you expect...
Having in mind that we've been given all manner of manifestos, promises, you know, left, right, and center.
Well, first 100 days, you expect first a change of government. So you expect new CSs, new PSs, all manner of officials being changed. That's number one. And it's not an easy exercise because all of these people are in coalitions. I'm sure someone like Mudavadi is looking to see whether he'll deliver the 70% president or not. So there's that. The second issue is dealing with pressing matters. Pressing matters is the cost of living.
Yeah.
So the cost, will they continue the subsidy on fuel, the subsidy on unga? Will they continue those things? How do you stabilize the economy? That's number one. Number two is, how do you prioritize your project? So some of them, like Raila Odinga has promised free education from primary school all the way to university. How do you do that? He has promised 6,000 shillings to all the needy families. How do you roll that out?
Yeah.
So you're going to see a lot of conversations, because remember, there's a lot of public participation required before you make any decisions now. So you also expect a lot of public participation, a lot of questions, a lot of what do we do? What do you think about the 6,000 shillings? How is it going to be done? Because government can no longer do things unilaterally. Right? In as much as I consider an election public participation, they will still need to do another exercise of that. But what is going to be of most pressure is dealing with the current worldwide inflation, dealing with the cost of living. That will be the top priority. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the big boy now in town, IEBC.
Yes.
Everybody's looking at Chebukati and the commission. They've had their past and they've had their issues left, right, and center. In 2017, they were key players in the nullification of that election. And perhaps somebody would argue that what is Chebukati up to this time around? The other day he said that, the primary register, the manual one, is not allowed. 2 days ago he said now that is going to be included in the voting system. Do you think Chebukati at this particular point can sit pretty and say, I am ready for this?
Well, Chebukati is in a very interesting position. First, remember, he has 1 year left on his term, non-renewable. Right. So this is a legacy election for him. He has no other election. Number two, he is the chair who presided over the only nullification of an election ever in the history of this country. So, and a lot of it, the irregularities and illegalities were blamed on the IEBC. So he has the added burden of making sure that the mistakes that happened in 2017 don't happen again. Number three, he has rules and judgments that have been given just recently. For example, the one you just mentioned about having a manual register. He has to figure out how the manual register will work. He has to figure out how he'll bring it as quickly as possible into every polling station. So where is he coming from? He's coming from a place where he has a lot to prove. And he's at a place where the only destabilizing factor is if he messes up on this one.
Yes.
So he needs to be very clear that IEBC will give a fair, credible, verifiable, and transparent election. That is what has to be on his mind. But what is going to be interesting, they've chosen that at Bomas, they're not going to be showing the polling station results, but rather the constituency results, which means that the tallies that we usually have are not going to start appearing that night as we are used to, where we have a bit of a trickle, then we go into the next night. You expect that you will begin to see tangible results around Thursday.
All right.
Yes.
Mark, we promised you as a viewer that we are going to give you 360-degree coverage of this election, and so far we've not even done 15. So relax, we got you. Hatujafanya hata 15. Kioria.
Thank you very much, Victor Olo and Mark Bichachi. We're about now. Let's head over to Narok County. Our reporter Ruth Wamboi is on standby to give us a feel of what is happening in Ma Nation and Narok County, to be specific. Ruth Wamboi, good morning.
Good morning, John Jacob Kioria. I'm getting you very loud and clear. I'm at Masai Girls High School, where right now the security officers are being briefed on the centers that they are supposed to go. They are supposed to start going to distribute the papers from 11. Right now, if my cameraman can pan, you can see now the police commander, the sub-county police commander, Frederick Siundu, is now giving the security officer a briefing on where each one of them is going and the center that they are supposed to report to and where they will be tomorrow as they escort the materials. As you can know, Narok County now here where I am on Narok County, it's the headquarters where all the ballot papers are now. So after the security officer and the IEBC team receive this briefing, they will head on to their respective centers where they are supposed to be manning tomorrow. As we know, Narok County has 6 constituencies, of which we have Narok North, Narok South, Narok East, Narok West, Kilgoris, and Emuria Dikir. There are 189 polling stations plus 1 prison, which will be for presidential voting. So right now, this is what we have gathered for now from here. From here, after I finish here, I'm heading to Narok West. Back to you, studio.
I have a quick one to ask you, because what you're showing us behind you is a platoon of officers that will be deployed to the guarding of this election. Question is, as regards the IEBC preparedness, how would you rate it in the constituencies that are in Narok County? Ruth?
Come again? Pardon?
Ruth, I'm asking, what you've shown us is the security preparedness. I don't know whether you've been able to tour some of the polling stations or centers across Narok County and probably been able to assess the preparedness of the IEBC.
Yeah, earlier I had spoken to the one who is manning the center, and everything he had told me everything is quite in order, and they are just waiting for the security officers to finish getting the briefing and they start distributing the material. IEBC is quite prepared here.
All right. Thank you very much, Ruth. Right about now, we'll cross over to Mombasa County. Thank you, Ruth. We cross over to Mombasa County. Our reporter, Ann Boru, is on standby, also from the coastal town of Mombasa. We'll be engaging her to also see the preparedness of the IEBC, as well as the whole process that has gone into preparing for the election in Mombasa. Ann Boru, good morning. You probably can tell us what is happening in Mombasa, Ann. Anbaru, my apologies. We have no sound from your end. Once we have sound from your end, we'll come back to you. Just hold it tight. We'll come to you later. Once you have figured out that you have sound, so probably you need to work on your sound with your camera person, and then we'll come back to you for more information on what is happening in Mombasa. But that's just it. We also have Junaid Karisa from Kilifi. We'll be linking up with her in a bit. But as you've seen from Ruth Wamboi's report from Narok, the security officers, quite a platoon of them being briefed by the sub-county commander on what they need to do. First of all, to ensure that voters are safe, everybody is okay, and the process will go on undeterred. That is as far as the process in Narok is concerned. In Mombasa, and Boro will be briefing us in a bit about what is happening there once we have sound on it. But let's just bring the conversation back to studio for now, and I want us to look at the institutions that are very critical as Kenyans head to the elections tomorrow. One of the critical institutions as we vote and as you choose your representative is the institution of Senate. For 10 years we've had the Senate, looking at the running of county governments in terms of oversight. But there are those who feel, Mark Bichachi, that the Senate has fell short of expectations of Kenyans in terms of oversighting governors. Is it a view you hold? And what would be the recommendation?
Jacob, in 10 years, the Senate has not produced any serious legislation other than about maybe 5 or 6 legislations. Number 2, Senate has failed in actually managing the counties with which they're supposed to oversight. It almost seems as if Senate's only job is to pass the appropriations bill for county governments. You remember, Senate only went round twice during the maize scandal to talk to maize farmers. That's the only time Senate has done a Senate-level activity. Can you imagine only 66 people being unable to manage themselves in a way that they can behave like they are the upper house of parliament? And this is why someone said that it is the upper house with the lower house tendencies. And many have argued, do we even really need the Senate? And I'm beginning to agree with them. Do we need them? Because if you ask the average Kenyan, what does your senator do? They have no clue. And when you look at the Constitution in terms of what they're actually supposed to do, are those functions subsumable within the the National Assembly? Yes, it is possible. And this is the issue. And that's why people were saying that perhaps senators should have a double role of actually being speakers in the county assemblies, so that when you're a selected senator, you're actually the speaker of the county assembly, and then you actually have work within the county or making sure the legislative agenda of the county is expressed. Then when you go to Senate, you actually have information. The question of how do senators even coalesce with governors to work? Have we seen them working together? When was the last time your senator consulted with the governor? And it is this lack of synergy, and they seem to be removed from the realities of the county. Those are the issues. So for me, the Senate has been an unmitigated failure in my opinion, and I think we really need to go back and look at what the role of Senate is, and perhaps expand their role and make them speakers of the various county assemblies as well.
All right, thanks, Mark. And of course, when we come back, we can also talk about the National Assembly, because part of the accusations that have hit the National Assembly the last 5 years is that they are an appendage of the executive. Are they? That's another question to look at. But for now, we're flying right into Kilifi. Janae Karisa is on standby to tell us about the preparations of this election in Kilifi County. Janae Karisa, good morning. What is happening in Kilifi? All right. Well, I understand Janae is still not ready. We'll be getting back to her in a bit. But Mark, let's proceed with that question of the National Assembly and whether also it has lived up to the expectations of Kenyans, because this National Assembly, particularly this one, has even had accusations of getting bribes as less as 10,000 shillings in a toilet.
The truth of the matter is this, that if you look at the ridiculousness of how we do things in this country and the ostentatious way we treat our parliamentarians is problem number one. You become a parliamentarian, you get a car, you get a mortgage, you get a driver, and suddenly you've become larger than life. This is what really insulates our members of parliament from the realities of being Kenyan. Number one, if you go to Europe, your parliamentarian takes the same train or bus you take in the morning. Your parliamentarian does not have a lot more money than you, so he is experiencing the same pain that you are experiencing. It is only in Kenya and the United States where parliamentarians are extremely wealthy and detached from the people. And the problem of being detached from the people, thusly, is then you will make elite decisions instead of making hoi polloi decisions. That is problem number one. Problem number two with our parliament is that we gave them a quasi-executive role through CDF. So you find that a parliamentarian is more concerned about distributing CDF because that's what determines his return to office or not, instead of being focused on the legislative agenda. We need to remember, CDF is only supposed to be maybe 10% of what your member of parliament does with that 100 million. What he's supposed to be focusing on is the legislative agenda. What is the legislative agenda? The decisions about where resources go, how much of those resources go to to a certain place and how they are going to be utilized. Those kind of decisions are critical. The decisions, for example, whether to legalize marijuana or not, now that it is an electoral issue, there are things that the members of parliament need to ventilate on. Next is the public participation. If you go to many countries, MPs go back to their constituencies and have town halls 4 times a year, talking to people. What do you want to see happen? What do you want to see changed? What should we put in the budget? In Kenya, you're a member of parliament, you see him at the beginning of campaigns, he buys your vote for 500 shillings, you will see him next when he's campaigning again. That's where the disconnect comes. So
all right, hold that thought, Mark. I'll allow you to finish up once you're done with Kakamega, because Judith Akolo is in Kakamega. We can link up with her. She was with us earlier. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a problem. Now she is back. Judith Akolo, good morning once more. You can tell us what is happening in Kakamega. Judith?
Yes, good morning, Jacob. We actually went off air because of a technical hitch, and we apologize to our viewers. And now we are back. I was actually giving a rundown of the statistics of the population in Kakamega. And Kakamega has 1.8 million, approximate population of Kakamega is 1.8 million, and the number of registered voters are 743,766. Now of these, they will be voting in 12 constituencies, and the 12 constituencies include Shinyalu, which has over 71,000 registered voters. There is Nabaholo with over 53,000 registered voters. There is Likuyani with over 63,000 registered voters. Butere has over 62,000. Huisero has over 48,000 voters. Mumias West has over 47,000 voters. Mumias East has over 45,000 voters. Matungu, the population is 146,000, and the number of registered voters is 61,000. Lurambi, which is actually the seat of the county of Kakamega and has a larger population than all the other constituencies, has 80,000 registered voters. Malava has 82,000 registered voters. Malava, perhaps the population is high and competing with Kakamega. And then we have Lugari, which has 77,000 voters. And Ikolomani has 49,899 registered voters. Now, this number of registered voters are supposed to elect a governor from out of 6 governors who have actually, out of 6 candidates who are vying for the governor's position. And we have Barasa Fernandez of the Orange Democratic Party. And then you have Jirongo Shahalaga of the United Democratic Party. Kanyanya Suleiman Sumba of the KANU, Malala Cleophas Bwahungu of Amani National Congress. Then we have Omukoko Samuel of Maendeleo Democratic Party. And then Michael Osundwa, who is an independent candidate. Now, the number of senators that are vying in Kakamega are 7. The number of county women representatives are again 7. Now, looking at the general view of Kakamega, it's a bit quiet for now, but people are saying they are ready for the election tomorrow. And from Kakamega, I'm Judith Akolo, and my colleague, the camera lady, Ifel Ager, we are signing out from here, but we'll keep you informed. Back to you, Jacob Kioria.
Judith, before you go, if you can hear me, early in the morning you said as you were arriving in the county yesterday, it was a bit quiet, but in the morning it was bustling with activity. What kind of activity was there in the morning?
Yes, the activity in the morning was people actually reporting to work, and the borders are up and about with their business. the market is actually teeming with people. I think later on, after here, we'll go to the market to just show Kenyans that Kakamega is vibrant. And, you know, it's quite different from what normally happens all the other years. By now, everybody would be huddling in their homes. But right now, Kakamega is very busy. Everybody's at work. The shops are open. The hotels are functioning. Everything is actually functioning in Kakamega. And as I told you, this is Mulembe County, where there is peace. There is peace, and people are ready for the voting tomorrow.
All right, you have given us statistics as regards the number of voters in Kakamega County, or rather what you call the Mulembe County. But a very quick one, have you been able to speak to any IEBC official as regards their preparedness for the exercise tomorrow?
Okay, thank you, Kyoria. I'll be doing that in a few minutes, and we'll be able to inform Kenyans exactly what is happening and about the preparations. They are ongoing, only that we need to go there because this is television, and people will want to see the pictures.
All right. Thank you very much, Judith. And have yourself a good day as you continue to monitor the events on behalf of us in Kakamega County. That's Judith Akolo. In a bit, we'll also be linking with Simon Achola, who is on standby in Siaya. Siaya is a very critical county. It is the home county of the Azimio La Umoja presidential candidate Raila Amolo Odinga, as well as his Bondo town. What the pictures you see there are the preparations for the elections. This should be Siaya. All right, and those are live pictures from Siaya. As you can see, IEBC has deployed every election material that needs to be deployed. I think sometime about 2 weeks ago, there was a concern, Victor Olo, as regards the gas cylinders the IEBC is using. And I don't know whether they have been able to address that. The concerns were that those gas cylinders have been used for some time and whether the IEBC needs to replace them. But it's up to them. As long as it doesn't explode as people are counting votes. And I'm sure as they roll them out across the country, you can be sure, Victor, although they have probably tested the safety and they know they are quite fine for deployment. Mark Bichachi, can I allow you to finish up on your point as regards the National Assembly being accused of being an appendage of the executive this last 5 years?
Well, so the National Assembly has a connection with the executive, and the connection is this: that when you are elected to Parliament, you are elected on a party ticket. Now, in Parliament, it is expected that you will toe the party line and also represent the people. Now, here's the thing. We have not tested our political party structures enough. Why? Because political parties disintegrate the moment they get into Parliament. We saw Jubilee as members of Parliament, some of them voting against Jubilee issues and some of them voting for Jubilee issues. That is a misnomer in and of itself. Secondly, we saw the executive having a better influence over the legislature, instead of the legislature equally having an influence over the executive. So we've not yet created a legislature that has the capacity to actually push issues. Let me give you an example. Let us take budgeting as an example. Budgeting is an extension of the legislative cause. National Assembly owns the budget, which is why it is a law. But if you look at who brings the budget, the process of budget creation, it is predominantly still an executive thing. So when Parliament goes to pass that an agency needs 1 billion, they are not adequately informed as to what that agency really needs. And they are not also informed on the medium-term, long-term expectations of government. So what needs to happen is we really, number one, need to entrench political parties within our parliament, because it's a political party system. Secondly, we need to train our members of parliament on what are the midterm plans, long-term plans, and the current plans. They need to create these committees that actually also have a role to play.
All right. So there you have it. I can see behind you there, Kyoria.
Yeah, we have Junaid Karisa. She is in Kilifi County and ready to bring us up to speed with what is happening in Kilifi. Junaid, good morning.
Good morning, John Jacob Kyoria. I am at the heart of Kilifi County, just outside Pwani University, where it is the county tallying center. And this morning, my colleagues and I are spread out across Kilifi County just to give you a wall coverage of the elections here in Kilifi County. So, as I have said earlier, I'm at the Pwani University. This is the county tallying center, and we are expecting tomorrow. This is where the ball rests for us to know who and who has won from the announcement of the county returning officer, Hussein Gure. Now, just a brief statistics of this county. There are 588,000 registered voters who are expected to cast their votes. This is an addition of 80,000 voters who turned up in numbers in 2017. In Kilifi County, it witnessed 80% voter turnout in 2017. So they are, according to the RO, they are expecting that the results are similar, just like 2017. Now, there are 7 constituencies here in Kilifi County, and the one that has carried a bulk of the voters is in Kilifi North, where we have five member of parliament candidates who will be contesting for that seat, which is followed by Malindi. Malindi constituency has 94,605 voters. That is in comparison to Kilifi North, that has 116,742,000 voters. It is closely followed by Magarini, and in Magarini there are 80,128 voters, followed by Ganze constituency, which has 67,257 voters, followed by Kaloleni has 73,009 voters, and then lastly we have Ganze constituency. These votes, these registered voters are coming to about 588,605. As my colleagues have mentioned earlier, the prisons are not excluded from this exercise. There are 240 registered voters across the prisons, and of course we will be seeing 4 tallying centers erected in those particular areas to ensure that those votes are cast tomorrow. Now, there are 1,144 polling centers. These are spread across these 7 constituencies. And we are expecting that these 1,000 polling centers, over 1,000 polling centers, will be relaying their results, and they will be announced here. The final tally will be announced here at the Pwani University. We are just hoping to catch the RO who was holed up in the meeting with the Joint Task Force conducting this election, to see if we can get a status update from that area on how the preparedness of this county. However, we have received reassurance that the security apparatus has been deployed as from yesterday. For example, in Malindi constituency, 400 police officers were deployed in that area to ensure that peace is restored. Right about here, the situation is as normal as you can imagine. Everybody is going about their business, just a peaceful atmosphere, if I can put it. Everybody is charged for tomorrow, but we haven't seen any incidences. There are few, of course, from the political class just trying to point fingers of alleged ballot papers being found. However, we have received confirmation from the RO that those papers they were being used to train the personnel from the IEBC on how the elections will be conducted. So we are trying to get a good look of how this county will conduct itself. So far, so good. Everybody is anxious, of course. Everybody is waiting to see how tomorrow's exercise will be conducted. Inside the tallying center, it hasn't been opened yet. The RO says he has to finish his meeting, then come to Pwani University and start dispatching the election materials. So we are waiting for him to come and dispatch those materials. Then we can accompany some of the ballot boxes to the constituencies to ensure that they arrive at those places very safely. So what we know, we are on high alert. Security has been deployed. Of course, there are hotspots here and there. We have been assured that police will be deployed in those particular areas to ensure that no incidences of electoral intolerance is reported by the electorate. So we are on standby, just waiting for the brief from the county returning officer on the status of the election preparedness, why the election materials are yet to be dispatched to the constituency, and what is the way forward when it comes to the election preparedness of this county. John Jacob Curia.
Janae, from Kilifi County, that's just about the status of a preparedness of the election in Kilifi County, the deployment of security officers, as well as the election material by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that is the IEBC, and clearly you can see Malindi is ready for the exercise tomorrow. We're going to go to Mombasa now and see whether we'll get Anburu, who is our reporter in Mombasa. Anburu, if you can hear me, you ready? All right, we'll get to Anburu in a bit. But Victor, you just can get a feel of just how things are across the country. Just about the same reports about calm, security being tight, and IEBC being on top of things.
Absolutely. And you see, that's the most important thing, because from what we saw even with Ruth in Narok County, the security operators actually were getting their brief before they're deployed. And that is quite paramount, because if you remember what Interior CS Fred Matiang'i said, is that all the officers have been deployed, plus all other officers from different departments, from the prisons, from the KWS, just to ensure that the country is safe. Now, without security and election, we all know what can transpire in an election, but that is not the way the country, is planning to go. From 2007 to 2013 to 2017, it was all chaotic. But this time around, from our guest we've had here, Mark Bichache and Wakili, they're saying that everything is calm. And I think with the police officers being deployed in different areas, IEBC saying that, every polling station will get 2 police officers, and then the tallying center will get a maximum of 20 armed police officers. Now, that is just enough to tell you that security is something which is quite paramount in an election. But all in all, I think people should take the responsibility.
Absolutely. Like I said, all of us need to do this morning is to sit back. We're going to take flights to several places. Now we're in Mombasa, where Anburu is on standby. We couldn't hear her earlier, but now she's good. Anburu, good morning.
Good morning to you, to Jacob Curia, and sorry for that technical hitch that we've had. We apologize for that. Right now, like I had said earlier, I am at the National Industrial Training Authority in Nyali constituency, that is the Nyali sub-county, which is in Mombasa County. And as you know, Mombasa County has 6 sub-counties, namely Nyali sub-county, Jomvu sub-county, Changamwe sub-county, Likoni sub-county, Kisumu Kisauni sub-county and Mvita sub-county. So in Mombasa County, we have 641,913 registered voters. And in the different sub-counties that you have, the 6 sub-counties that you have, we have in Kisauni being the highest with 135,276 registered voters. Nyali constituency being the second constituency with the highest, with the number of 124,253 registered voters. And then we have Mvita constituency that has 118,974 registered voters. Likoni County has 94,764 registered voters, followed by Changamwe constituency that has 93,561 registered voters, and finally Jomvu sub-county, which has 75,085 registered voters. And according to yesterday, the county returning officer, Madam Swalha Yusuf, alluded to us that they have marked different areas in Mombasa County that are hotspots, with Nyali being the first one, and Kisauni constituency and Likoni constituency. Those are the 3 areas that have been marked as hotspots in Mombasa County, and they've even had to change the tallying centers in these sub-counties. So right now I'd really want to be joined by the police commandant of Nyali constituency, Mr. David Mumasaba, who's going to just give us an overview and tell us how they have planned their security in this particular sub-county. Welcome to Onset. So initially, you'll just begin by telling us how well prepared you are, because Nyali constituency, we've seen that there have been a lot of issues. We've even had, that should be on Friday, there was one person who died because of the clashes that these youth have between the candidates, the top 2 candidates, that's Mohammed Ali and Said Abdallah, the ODM party. So I would like you to tell us how well prepared you are for these elections tomorrow.
My name is Daniel Masaba, the sub-county commander of police Nyali. We are very much prepared. We are set. We have got enough security in place. We have got 195 polling stations, and each polling station is manned by 2 armed police officers. We have got the hotspot areas, of which you have taken care of. We have got unriot police officers who will be stationed in those areas. In case there will be anything that they want to riot, then we shall have to meet the full force of the law.
Maybe what would you tell the supporters of the 2 groups that have continued to bring chaos in this region?
I'm appealing to them. We want a very peaceful election so far. Any sort of malpractice in a way, maybe they want to cause fracas. They will meet the full force of the law, since all of us are ready to participate in a peaceful election.
And as for the voters, what would you tell them after voting?
I'm appealing to all voters. After voting, go home and wait for the result in your particular place where you reside.
Thank you so much. This is what we have from the security personnel. And as you can see behind me, right behind me, you can see that the election materials are already being, they are ready for distribution to the different polling stations. You've seen that the lights will be there in case of any blackout, and during the night, there's going to be enough light. We have seen that also they are well equipped with the gas cylinders, we have the ballot boxes, the ballot papers. So right now I'll be joined by the returning officer from this constituency. He's just going to give us an overview of what is happening today on the preparations, and what time they'll be distributing the papers, and maybe how many polling stations we have in Nyali constituency. Karibu sana Onset. You'll start with your names and then you'll tell us about the exercise today.
My name is John Oletaiswa. I am the returning officer for Nyali constituency. Right now we are still preparing and arranging all our materials, the ones that we have not yet arranged, because 90% of what we have done, around 95% is already. Our ballot papers are the ones that we are putting in placement to our ballot boxes to the right polling station. In the afternoon, that is at around noon, that is when we'll now be distributing the polls official joining together with our police force to go to the polling station. So all the preparation are intact.
Maybe you could tell us how many polling stations you have in Nyali sub-county.
We have in Nyali constituency, we have 195 polling stations, and all of them will be manned by 2, that is 1 presiding officer and 1 DPO and 6 clerks. And where we have very many polling stations within a center, we'll have also the queuing clerk who will be directing the voters to the right polling station. So we have 195 polling stations in Nyali constituency.
What is expected of the voter tomorrow when they come to cast their vote?
We expect the voter to be responsible enough, 1, to come out to vote, secondly, to maintain peace, and we normally say just after voting, let them go and wait for the results at home. So we expect them to come in peace, and go in peace, vote in peace, and we normally say there's no way to peace, peace is the way. Yeah.
Maybe anything else you want to say about the voting exercise, because I've seen everything is ready. Yeah. And what time would you be distributing these materials, election materials, to the different constituencies?
We'll be distributing them from noon. Once our presiding officers and all the officials together with the police officers, after eating their lunch at around 2 p.m., will now be distributing to go to the station. We expect at around 6, all the presiding officers, all the polling officials are in the station waiting to arrange themselves at the polling station for tomorrow's work. Yeah.
It's all systems go here in Nyali sub-county, and as you've heard, Nyali sub-county has 9 members of parliament who want to vie for the seat. The incumbent is also vying for the same seat, wants to retain the seat, and generally we have the candidates in Nyali constituency are 85. So that is what you have right now from Nyali constituency, but I'll keep you updated as the day progresses. Back to you, Studio Curia.
And just hold on a bit, because I have a quick question for you, because you talk about candidates who have engaged in electoral violence, which constitutes to an election offense. Are you aware whether IEBC has been able to take up that and probably take action against those 2 aspirants who are engaged in electoral violence? And
so far, we know that when they engaged the first time, when the supporters engaged in the fighting during the campaigns, we saw that the Said Abdallah made a report at the Nyali police station and received an OB, where both of them were summoned by the police, and so far, we know that investigations are ongoing to find out what exactly transpired during that particular time. So, yes, there is an OB, there is a report at the Nyali police station on that. But for the IEBC, they were also summoned by IEBC and the security personnel, and they were asked if at all the same happens later. There was, the action will be taken against the person who will be found culpable of the offense.
Thank you very much, Ann Mburu. Fantastic job. See you later when we link up later. Ann Mburu from the county of Mombasa speaking to us from the Tarling Center. About now, we'll head over to Kisumu. Wycliffe Okech is in Kisumu, as well as Kevin Washira, who is also in Odhaya. And once we have them, we'll be linking up with them. But Victor Olo, it's quite a serious indictment. Okay, I'll come to you later on the indictment that I'm talking about. So we start with Wycliffe Okech from Kisumu. Wycliffe?
Well, a very good morning to you, John Jacob Kioria, back in Nairobi. We are, of course, coming to you live from Kisumu. Right now, we are at the Kisumu National Polytechnic, which is the Tarling Center for Kisumu Central Constituency. And we've been here for the last 1 hour or so, actually just observing all the developments here. And since morning, what has been happening that when we got here, we found the deputy returning officer for this constituency briefing, actually, the presiding officers and the clerks at this center here. that was followed by the briefing of the agents of the chief agents of the various candidates for these elections here. And just a few minutes, just a while ago, what has been happening here is that the returning officer for this constituency, Mr. Yegon Kibos, has been actually opened the ballot boxes here in the presence of chief agents of the various candidates for the various elective seats here. And that has been happening for the last few minutes here. And just joining me on set right now, Jacob, is the returning officer himself, Mr. Yegon Kibos, just to give us a feel of what has been happening here since morning. Briefly, Mr. Yegon, we are live on KBC, and probably if you can just give us a feeling of what has been happening since morning. We can see the presiding officer have been briefed, the chief agents of various candidates have actually been briefed, and now you've led the opening of the ballot boxes. How do you make of that?
I think, thank you very much, KBC. I think what we say is that it's all systems go for Kisumu Central. We've just done the final critical process of opening the ballots. In the next 2 hours or so, we'll be releasing the presiding officers and the deputy presiding officers to join the clerks in the polling stations as assigned. We've all the materials, strategic and non-strategic, they're already in place. Basically, what we're waiting for is the whole team of security to assemble, and you can see already some are here with us. When that team is in full, we'll start moving to the stations. I hope we'll do it early enough so that we don't have anybody leaving the station by night. Thank you very much.
Tell us about the security situation in the area. I can see a contingent of police officers around.
The security is good enough. We don't have a security issue. The only thing is the officers you see with us are the officers assigned to the stations. They're actually going to deliver the security in the polling station. As far as security is concerned, it has been well known, and we are very grateful to the residents, the voters, and the community at large. Yes.
Thank you so much. John Jacob Kioria, that is Mr. Yegon Kibo, talking to us about just the level of preparedness with regards to tomorrow's vote. And actually, like you've already mentioned, that the preparations are now top gear, and that what is remaining is just the distribution of the electoral materials to various polling stations. In Kisumu, we have about that is for Kisumu Central, 222 polling stations. That is in Kisumu Central constituency. But in the entire county, we have about 1,170 stations there. And what is happening right now is that all the tallying centers have received the strategic and non-strategic materials, and that what's awaiting is just the distribution of those materials to various polling stations. With regards to security, that is where we really needed to put the underlinement. You know, Kisumu County is one of the counties that was mapped by the NCIC as one of the potential hotspots in this electionary period. But then just before this live update, I was speaking with the regional commissioner for the Nyanza region, that is Mr. Magu Mutindika, who assured me that actually gave an assurance to the electorate here that the security is in check, and that there's nothing to worry about. Well, John Jacob, like I've mentioned, we are the Kisumu Central constituency, and we've been going around. I'll be going around just to see what's happening in that centers. Right now, as we live here, we're going to Kisumu West constituency and going to the tallying center there just to check the level of preparedness. And with that, let me hand it back to you in studio. John.
Yeah, Wycliffe, before I let you go, because you mentioned and very well so about the mapping as a hotspot by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. But other than that, there's an advisory existing by the U.S. government as regards personnel in Kisumu. But I'm sure being in Kisumu for several days now, you can tell us about the mood of Kisumu town and how it is right now.
You're very right. Regarding that advisory that was issued, I think last week, the advisory itself has been since recalled by the U.S. Embassy. And you just like reported the other day is that just 2 days we had a briefing with the regional commissioner and alongside the government spokesperson, that is Colonel retired Cyrus Oguna, who alluded that that advisory could have been issued based on perception regarding Kisumu. You see, the past electoral cycles have been marred with with some sort of electoral intolerance, and that issuance, the issuance of that advisory might have come because of that perception. But then the security operators in Kisumu here are in top gear, are actually have their eyes out, especially in the border constituencies of Nyakach, Muhoroni, and Nyando. And just like I've shared with you before with this live update, I was speaking with the regional commissioner, Mr. Magu Mutindika, telling that so far so good. There's no or rather hike to worry about. And like we were speaking with I was engaging the rest of the various residents in the county, or rather in the city of Kisumu. Yesterday I was speaking with them at the bus park, and they're just the message they have is the message of peace, calling upon the residents of this region actually to coexist with one another peacefully ahead and during, ahead and after the electoral process. John Jacob, another question, unless you have any question for me, I think that is it from our end.
Thank you very much, Wycliffe Okech. A fantastic job you're doing there. Let's release you so you can go to the rest of the constituencies and describe the feeling for us. Thank you very much, Wycliffe Okech. That is Wycliffe Okech reporting from Kisumu Central Constituency. And of course, we will be going to the other areas around the county to give us a brief on what is happening there now. Let's cross over to Othaya and get to see what Gishuke Wachira is doing. Nyeri County is the home of the Kenya Kwanza deputy presidential candidate Rigathi Gachagua, who comes from Mathira. But Kevin Wachira is in Othaya, the home of former president and the late Mwai Kibaki. Kevin Wachira, good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Kuria. Good morning. It's a very cold morning here in Mathira constituency. A little correction, Kuria. We are in Mathira constituency. Right now I'm at Karatina Girls Secondary School. This is the tallying center for Mathira constituency, and as you can see behind me, it's a beehive of activities here as IEBC officials try to do final preparations to ensure that the boxes that will be delivered to individual polling stations later on in the day or in the evening got every document that is required. What we are seeing is images of presiding officers that will be manning the polling stations, ensuring that the material are as are required. And now joining me here is the returning officer of Mathira constituency. This is the person who will announce the parliamentary results and also the presidential results for Mathira constituency. Karibu sana, Madam Faith Mogo. Maybe briefly you can tell us what is happening in this room and how far are the preparations ahead of tomorrow's general election.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Faith Mugo, the returning officer in charge of Mathira constituency. Now, IBC is very ready. Like you can see, we were able to get all the materials that we need to conduct the election the way it should be. And we have trained our poll officials. They are all ready. And like they can see, now it's the POs who are just confirming the materials before we can release them to go into the polling stations later in the day, where they will be accompanied by the security officers and they will be provided for transport so that they are there on time. Now, tomorrow in the morning, 6 a.m., we'll be expecting the first voter to vote until 5 p.m. And if anybody is still in line by 5 p.m., they will still be able to vote. And our appeal is that Kenyans come out and vote, because we are ready to serve you, and please come out and choose the leader of your choice.
How many polling stations are we looking at, and what time should we expect the results to start trickling in?
Oh, well, in Mathira, we have 4,000 registered voters. I think it's good to know that. And then the polling stations in Mathira, we have 6 wards, and we have 201 polling stations. Yes, so about the results trickling in, that one I might not be in a position to say, because it will depend on the pace of the POs by the time they are finished and they start counting. And definitely when they are done, they'll get me here at the turning center, where I'll be waiting for them with the chief agents and the turning center agents. They will all be here to witness that what we are doing is a free and fair and credible process.
Maybe briefly you can tell the voter what he or she expects when she comes in the morning. What should he or she carry with so that she can exercise this democratic right?
Thank you. Now, the voter must come with an original ID if it is the document they use to register as voters. If they used a passport, that old passport that they had used during registration of voter, that is the one we are going to use. So even if they may have renewed, they may still come with a renewed passport, but they are going to be identified by the old passport that they had used to register as voters.
How long should the process take?
The process per one voter, it shouldn't take long because we are identifying them with the KMs, and we are also going to use the manual register, so we're going to use it as well. So that should take each voter less than 3 minutes at the clerk, and then they are given the 6 ballots, and they go to the booth and mark the people of their choice, and then they will then cast their votes in the ballot boxes.
Thank you very much, Madam Faith Mogo. Santi sana. We will be working together till and after the elections.
Thank you very much.
That was the returning officer, Mathira Constituency, Madam Faith Mogo, telling us about the preparations that they are doing here in Mathira Constituency. Now, Mathira Constituency is a critical place because for the last 5 years, this constituency has been represented in Parliament by Rigathi Gachagua, the running mate to the United Democratic Alliance flag bearer William Ruto. And I've tried to talk to residents here about how they feel about the election. And something that you'll notice is that the residents who support the UDA party here are very excited that their member of parliament could be the next deputy president if Kenyan voters vote in favor of UDA. Now, a brief profile about Mathira constituency. It has 104,000 voters, as the returning officer has exuded, and 6 aspirants are seeking to succeed Rigathi Gachagua, and that include Eric Mwangi of United Democratic Alliance, Diaresge Kandi Waroru of NAK Kenya Party, Kiragu Nicholas Karweru of Usawa kwa Wote Party, Maranga Wambura Phyllis of Jubilee Party, Daniel Muriuki Kige of Justice and Freedom Party, and Thuku Fenasio Wangombe of Farmers Party. We'll be giving you more reports about the preparation and the delivery of the material. Maybe if you have a question, Kyoria, you can get to me.
No questions for you, Ashira. Fantastic job. Clearly, it looks very cold in Mathira. We wish you all the best as you continue to cover the elections in Mathira. Kevin Ashira there speaking to us live from Mathira constituency. It is the home county, the home constituency of Rigathi Gachagua, the deputy president candidate for Kenya Kwanza and the UDA party. And we'll be linking up with several other reporters of the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation who are strewn around the country. And by the way, a little bit later, we'll also have an interview with the Diaspora, because there are 10,000 votes in the Diaspora that will be cast in this election, and we'll be trying to speak to some of the people in Kenya's Diaspora. I don't know what Kenya's Diaspora is, but we'll speak to people in the Diaspora who will be participating in the exercise tomorrow to just get a feel of the preparations in the Diaspora. But in studio, I'm joined by a man who I've had the pleasure to talk to, I think, the entire month of July, Archbishop Anthony Muheria of the Nyeri Catholic Archdiocese also joins us in studio this morning. Archbishop, karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
We've been talking about elections, I think, in the entire month of July, and here we are. True. Tomorrow is the big day.
True.
How do you feel about it?
I feel first that we are prepared and we're happy to hear all these reports that the Kenyans look forward. It's not only a constitutional right that we have, but I feel that there's a positive feel to all this as compared to other moments. I also think that the whole message of peace has come across very, very strongly, not only from the electorate, the citizens, but even from those who are seeking office in the presidential competition or the others. And I think that is a very big plus. So we feel comfortable, and on my case, I feel very much at ease, ready tomorrow to go and exercise this duty and exercise it with God's presence. That's something sometimes we don't hear enough, that it's not just about going out there to do a civic duty, that we are not just alone, that this is a huge project. And the project is made by small blocks, including the vote I will make tomorrow, that all this is within God's care and protection. So it's important that people don't let themselves be carried away by fears, by anxiety, like things are going to go wrong. And I think all the messages we've had this morning, I'm very, very pleased to hear. They're extremely positive and optimistic. They didn't say if, not if my candidate wins, not if this happens. They're saying we'll keep peace. They're saying we'll go to vote. And so today is to tell every Kenyan, let's go out there, let's vote, let's go out to make a covenant with our nation, with the generations that will come. And it's a day of joy. It's a day that we should actually celebrate. I would almost tell them, dress up for the vote. You know, it's an important day that you're going to remember, and your grandchildren will remember if you do it right. And this time it looks like we'll do it right. So exciting.
You speak, Archbishop, to a very important subject, and I think it creeps in the minds of Kenyans and hot a day to the elections, or even after they have cast their ballot. The question of anxiety. How, approaching it from a religious perspective, how does one deal with anxiety? Because there's so many people sitting where they're sitting today and wondering, will the candidate that I've supported for all this long win in the election tomorrow?
Thank you, Jacob. But I mean, it's normal. I'm sure you've been watching the sports, the athletics in Oregon and now in Birmingham. And you've seen how even before the competition, everyone is nervous, everyone is edgy, because it's normal, it's human. And only when you start running do you now start seeing. So I think it's not bad to have some anxiety, even the candidates, because that's normal, because you want to win, and the uncertainty brings anxiety, a measure of anxiety. What, however, we have to guard ourselves from is anxiety that leads us into suspicion, into statements that are misplaced, into a fear that inhibits our action. So from the religious point of view, that's why we had these 2 days to cool down our tempers and to pray and to ask for wisdom. We've had it all from all these candidates. They've told us all that they could have told us. So right now it's just to calmly, soberly review what they said, stand before your God and say, first, which is the best line I should go? Let
me cut you short at that point. Just a bit, we'll come back to you.
No problem.
Head over to Western Kenya, where we have the Western Region Regional Commissioner Isaiah Nakuru, speaking about the security preparedness generally, about the elections. Over to you, the team in Western Kenya.
Okay. The regional commissioner, we know that security is a very important. Security is a very important matter when it comes to elections. What are the arrangements that you've made in this particular region to ensure that we are safe as we vote?
Thank you so much, Judith, and for having us today. I want to begin by saying we began making arrangements as early as January this year, because we knew elections was going to be held in the month of August. So we came up with a raft of measures, security measures, to ensure we have credible, fair elections. And as a government, we have to create a very conducive environment. to facilitate the credible and fair elections.
What are some of these measures that you put in place?
Okay, one of the measures, first of all, is to engage the public, sensitize the community, so that we have peaceful elections. In fact, we have 3 phases. Phase 1 is before elections, we had to ensure there is peace. And I want to confirm that we have not had any ugly incidents before elections. Now we are moving towards during, that is tomorrow. And we have already put in place security measures to ensure that tomorrow Kenyans will vote without any fear. Mine is to appeal to members of the public to come out in large numbers and exercise their democratic rights. We have created security measures. All the polling stations will be secured. We have secured all the polling stations. We have deployed adequately in all the polling stations, and including the tallying centers. We have deployed adequately. We also have officers on standby in case of any ugly incident, which we don't anticipate of now. So those are the security arrangements we have put in place, and I want to thank the public.
Security strength like?
No, we are adequately. That's why I'm talking about adequacy. We have adequately deployed, and when I say we are adequately deployed, meaning we have enough security officers in every polling stations. We have drawn these officers from the National Police Service, from NYS, from other security agencies, GSU, AS2, and all those will be playing a key role to ensure that the elections.
Some of our regional countries, are we expecting anything spectacular, or the area is well secure?
No, as of now, we have not had any ugly incident, of course, but we have to be alert along our borders to ensure that no cross-border, criminal activities are reported. We have to ensure that we have patrols along our borders. We will also engage our neighbors, because we have very good working relationship with our neighbors across. So we'll have to ensure that we work together in Busia, Bungoma, so that we do not have any disruptions from any quarter. And these meetings have been going on. The cross-border meetings have been going on between our security agencies and the security agencies from the other side. And as I've told you, we have also engaged the public. So we'll monitor, and we'll also erect roadblocks where necessary to ensure that nobody comes to take advantage of our situation. Criminals will always want to take advantage of a situation. So we want to ensure that we do not allow any criminal act or any ugly incident to disrupt the electioneering period.
The NCIC had identified some areas as hotspots. Are there any such areas in the Western region?
Well, NCIC have their own mandate, and usually, I don't know if they identify our regions as a hotspot, because what may appear a hotspot to them is not hotspot to us. Okay? So we have isolated areas where maybe, based on the past occurrences, we may have to treat them as hotspots, especially Mount Elgon, because of the previous cases. We may be having some remnants, of those criminals, but so far we have not. But we are going to have these activities I've told you about, the roadblocks and all this, so as a deterrent, okay, so that we deter anything that is likely to take place. And all our officers along the border are on high alert. All the way from Luahaha up to Budalangi. We have deployed adequately. Patrols, motorboats will be patrolling our lakes. We have the Marine Police, the Coast Guards will also be there to work very hard on the other side. So far so good, and I believe Kenyans from this region will come out line numbers tomorrow to vote. And this is my appeal that after voting they have to go back home. We are not going to allow any groupings. We are not going to allow crowds. We want to request, ask kindly all Kenyans to vote and go. You can watch the proceedings from your house. You do not have to go, and we will not allow any meetings because they had enough time to campaign and meet and hold meetings. But now, this is now the time for voting and waiting for the results. And wait for the result at home. That is what we want to see.
Okay, which are some of these areas that you erect the roadblocks?
There's no specific, especially the areas I've told you, especially along Mount Elgon area, Busia County, even with Kakamega, areas where we think, we are likely to have criminal activities. And we are also monitoring, and this is my appeal to even the politicians. They had enough time to campaign. So anybody who will want to, either groups or use for the border for their selfish sense, their time is not there now. Because they had enough time to mobilize their supporters. So now this is a time for voting. Okay? So everything has a beginning and an end. And there's time for everything. So this is now the time for voting. It's not time for mobilizing and campaigning. Yeah.
We are very grateful for this time.
Thank you.
Your time.
Okay.
I'm sure Kenyans have had.
Thank you.
And we'll continue to do more stories. With the information you've given us, that's enough for us to run 3 or 4 stories.
Wonderful.
Out of it.
Wonderful.
So
Otherwise, I want to assure you and to assure even everybody of their security. The region generally made up of the 4 counties. So far, it is calm, generally calm. And we want to ensure that even after voting, we want to ensure that we are going to sustain the effort we have already put in place. Okay? And our regional police commander is on top of issues together with everybody. And we believe we are going to have very, very peaceful elections. And that those who may be harboring, some other ambitions, including intention to cause chaos, we are on alert. They should not try, because they will regret. Thank you.
True. Thank you so much.
Okay.
It's very rare to find a senior government official.
All right, that is Isaiah Nakuru, who is Regional Commissioner, Western Region, speaking to our reporter there. Just giving us an assurance that everything is in place in terms of security and mapping out some hotspots that he's actually said that police officers have actually sealed, and there is no any form of tension in the western region. All right, so from western part of Kenya, let's cross over to ground zero, Bomas of Kenya, where everything will be taking place, and we have Sarafina Robi there to give us an update. Sarafina, good morning. 2 hours later, and we are still here. Give us an update on what's happening on ground zero.
One, two. Indeed, a very good morning, Kioria. As you had requested earlier on, that we tell you about the security preparedness of the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tiling Center. And right now we are at the entrance, whereby anyone accessing the premises, which are the Bomas of Kenya, the National Tiling Center, has to come through this place. And as you can see, these are just some of the security agents at this particular place, whereby when you come here with a vehicle, there is a security security procedure that you are subjected to. And as you can see right now, we have a couple of vehicles that have already arrived. These are just some of them that are leaving, that were inside the Bomas of Kenya, just being checked out. And now we have a few members, officials, delegates, observers, agents are coming in. And now we're going to see just some of the procedures that they are taken through to ensure that the security inside is up to the point. And as you can see, they are taken through a mirror scanner, which is put below the vehicle to just scan through. And later on, they're also taken through an explosive detector that is used to scan also the vehicles. And for those that are inside, they're asked to come out, and they are scanned also. And then the driver is also taken through a security check to ensure that they do not bring in anything that can endanger anyone that is can see there. Just one of the procedures that is being done on the incoming vehicle that is going inside the Bomas of Kenya. You can see a thorough checkup by the security agents that are at the entrance. The driver being taken out and being searched. In case the driver had other passengers in the vehicle, they'll also be asked to come out. Upon being searched, then the driver and the vehicle are allowed inside the premises. And now we can go into the procedure that is taken through people who walk in, whereby when you come, you're now taken through the body scanner, the luggage scanner. Just in case you have any luggage, you're then it's put through the luggage scanner and scanned. And then in passing, you walk through the body scanner. Then you have to have the card, the accredited card that I had mentioned earlier on, for you to access these premises. And the accredited card has a QR code, which you can see is scanned at the gate for the gate to open. So the card, the accredited card with the QR code is taken out of your badge, scanned at the gate, and then you're allowed. And then after that, so we're going to walk in after you are allowed inside, since I had already been scanned earlier on. So I'm allowed to walk in. Thank you very much. Thank you. So upon accessing the premises, and in case you have any gun or any other apparatus within you, now this is the armory where they are put. We are not allowed to get in there. Perhaps my cameraman can just show you. So that's where the armory, where if you come with any other security that you have, is taken to the armory and placed there, so that at the point when you want to leave, then you'll be given back your equipment. And then thereafter, also inside, when you come into the Bomas of Kenya, we're already inside the premises. We have other checkpoints at the far end. The first checkpoint there, just to ensure that the security is up to the point. You can see those are just some of the observers that are coming in, agents, media, personalities. We have a number of checkpoints inside the premises, different parking spaces for the VIPs, for the other delegates that come in, as well as media personalities on the other side. So we will be able to just walk you through, though the checkpoints are very far from where we are. So curious, as you can see, as you had requested earlier on, to just so that we can give you a picture, detailed picture, or a clear picture of what happens for anyone who wants to access this place. Not every Kenyan or any voter is allowed here, just the accredited people. And even if you're accredited and you come here without this particular card, then you'll not be allowed to access these premises. That's it from us, Curia. Back to you.
Sarafina, you have just given us a breakdown on how the security is taken care of there, because that is the ground zero, the nerve center of where everything will be taking place. And you can remember that's the National Tallying Center. And as Chebukati said, that security is paramount and almost everything has been taken care of. Let me just come back to you, Shadrach. And when you look at that kind of security measures put there, they even have an armory almost 200 meters away from the Uchaguzi Hall. That tells you the level of security that has been put there. And Chebukati and his team is, they're not leaving anything to chance.
Yes, Victor, I appreciate the work that the IEBC has done so far in ensuring that we have a free and fair process, of course, with the guarantees of security of a property and during the process of election. Remember, the issues about security during or insecurity during the electioneering period has always been a concern. So much so that when people from either your region have voted, then people from your competitors from another region will probably cause violence, or you cause violence so that you disturb the election process. And ultimately, when we are telling the results, we arrive at the conclusion that out of the 10,000 voters that have been registered, only 1,000 voters voted, and you have probably 900 votes in your favor. And because of the simple mathematics that an election is won by the number of people who turn up, people who vote, not people who are registered in an election. So because of that, we have had situations in the past where people who are essentially set up for a loss during the elections end up winning an election because of improper influences or instances of violence during the election. So the guarantee that you are seeing from Bomas of Kenya and elsewhere, where the IEBC and our National Police Service have come out and assured Kenyans of their security during the election period, it is not idle. In any event, it sits well within the national the values of an election process that are guaranteed under the Constitution. Remember, for any election to stand, and in any event, for the election that was nullified in the year 2017, was nullified based on its lack or its respect for the values and principles for election that are set under Article 81 and 86 of the Constitution. One of these principles of an election is that there must be, the election process must be free from improper influence. So improper influence is an influence that perhaps is as a result of instances of insecurity during the electioneering period. So people must be assured that if I am leaving my property in Mathare or in Kajiado to go and vote in Mathare, I must be assured that when I return back home, my property will still be safe. Yeah. So if I lack that, that assurance of my property being safe when I'm going to exercise my right to vote, then there is no incentive for me to go and participate in the elections. Remember, even as we acknowledge that voting in itself is a right, and again is also a civic duty that you have. That recognition, I will not enjoy my right. I will not discharge my civic duty.
Okay.
If I feel like my property or myself, I will be in danger if I participate in those elections.
All right, that is it. But then just to hand it over to you, Kioria, perhaps let me ask guest there. Let me just get it. Behind the scenes, the church preparations, that certain things that we don't see, or even the media, the common mwananchi, what are some of the nitty-gritties that as a church, as interfaith organizations, the religion in this country, what are some of the behind the scenes that you people took in place, and you can now assure the country that we are safe?
All right. You can take much. I think first is to say behind the scenes are meant to be fairly discreet. So you wouldn't expect me to say what we've done behind the scenes, because that's meant to safeguard precisely that confidence, and in case things go south, in case things don't work. But I think there is a lot of talking, conversing, both with the candidates, both with the major, you could say the major competitors, trying to put reason and trying to put safeguards so that they understand this idea that our nation is more important than their ambition. And that is a conversation that goes a long way. We also look at what are the interventions we as church can make. And part of these interventions that I'm sure, Jacob, you realize our presence in media, our presence to speak to the people is just maybe the blossoming of this activity and these efforts. But most importantly, is when we have a chance to address the congregants in their places of worship. As Catholic Church, in the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, we have insisted every Sunday to have a specific message. And these messages are not pessimistic messages. They're messages of hope, they're messages of encouragement, and they're messages also that after having interactions with the concerned institutions, we're able to stand and explain to the Kenyans what we assess. For example, one that we can speak for sure is we've had a sit-in, discrete sit-ins with the IEBC, just to have an in-depth explanation of what exactly does the preparedness mean. So they have really gone to the extent of explaining to all the security features, all the possibilities, what flaws, where, if there is anything that could go wrong, and so that we feel convinced enough to speak to our congregants and say, in terms of preparedness, they are prepared. The same happens with the judicial, the judicial system, our courts. So behind the scenes, we try to talk, to converse, to dialogue, so that we safeguard the peace, but also safeguard the credibility of the election. So it's not only about peace, 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 it's also about delivery. And this is a time we've challenged IEBC. We want to see the best. We want to see and evaluate you as the best IEBC or the best election body, not only in Africa, but even in the world. And I do believe that they're in the run. And if they really do this well, it is something that will earn this country great honor and reputation. So there's a lot of that, but the other issues of who do you speak, where do you speak, how do you speak, precisely is the discretion that makes that most effective.
All right. Let's finish up on the point of anxiety, because before we went to Kakamega, that's what we were speaking about.
Yes.
On dealing with anxiety for the voter. One, because of probably the candidate you support, and number two, because you're not too sure of what happens after that.
So anxiety, as I said, is not bad. It's a human feeling, emotion. But what you were saying is to make sure that that anxiety does not in any way become desperation. It's when anxiety is wishing that the one I'm supporting, my candidate, or wishing that the candidate is wishing that he may succeed in his pursuit, that the votes come for him in his favor, that's all right. And I think if they're not anxious, it means they didn't want that job. So I think it's okay. But we must guard, and that's where I was, we must guard against the transformation of anxiety into desperation and the acts of desperation. And the acts of desperation is where we lose control, and because you have lost or you have won or you see things are going in this way, you start making declarations, you start expressing suspicions, you start saying things which are improper and out of place, that does not look at the nation, does not look at the good of the nation, but rather looks at your own, maybe at that moment we can term it selfish goal, which perhaps the voters don't want you, and therefore you have to accept. So I also think that our candidates must be prepared that they can lose. And we have 98% of the candidates will lose. There won't be so many winners. If you think about all the candidates in the entire country, there'll be a lot of people who will not achieve what they desire. And so we better prepare ourselves for the possibility of loss. And how do you handle that? And I think graciousness in loss makes you able to come back and run and try to get that seat in the next round. So despair is something we must avoid.
And we'll talk about candidates at a later stage, because there's quite a political responsibility on their end after tomorrow. But from where you sit as a religious leader, Bishop, the importance of this election, because I mean, you've had even seen from opinion polls, there's quite a number of people who are undecided, others who are lethargical about the whole exercise. But emphasize from where you sit the importance of turning out to exercise your democratic right to vote.
Thank you very much. And I do think that is something that you in the media have really continued telling us. But I do appeal to any Kenyan who at this moment is still undecided whether to go out to vote or not, to tell them that this is not about you. It's about the generations after you. This is about your grandchildren. This is a building block we're making for the Kenya we desire. A Kenya that will be built by small baby steps, and perhaps there'll be times we make huge strides. It's you who is going to push forward by making, perhaps you feel in the choice you're making at whatever level of leadership that you're going to vote. Perhaps you feel that people do not deserve your vote. That's not true. What happens is that is not only the person, it's the nation. Which direction do you give the nation? For not giving a positive push or contribution towards a better leader, you leave space for the country to go towards a worse leader. So you might not choose your preferred, excellent, idealistic leader, but here you push the country towards getting good leaders in future. So this is a building block, and it's about the generations. It's about our grandchildren. You are starting off a direction. And then the second is to realize that as we go to vote and the exercise this civic duty, it is also something that the nation as such you will have a say going forward. It gives you like a bit more rights to even question or assess accountability of the leaders who come into office. So I want to say yes, because of the choice of candidates may not be excellent, but secondly also, especially the young people, that perhaps they feel their issues have not been addressed, or perhaps they feel in this situation of despair. A lot of them may feel it won't help, and I want to tell them it will. In fact, it is the best bet you have for the future, in that you be engaged and you start being engaged in what the country will be. So especially the youth, I want to appeal to them. Perhaps is not the ideal situation. Maybe they don't have jobs. Maybe they are desperate because they don't have finances. Maybe they haven't found resonance in their needs in what has been put. But the way to start bringing your agenda on board is first going to exercise this right and look at that candidate who really enshrines something positive for the future. It's not just for what you get now. It's not an immediate gain. It's not the 500 shillings you get or the 1,000 shillings you get or the fun and jumping that they want you to dance with now. It is about the person who can chart a path for you that will be a future where you will have the environment of growth. So the youth should not be captured by petty gains. Those are the freebies. But you should look at who has vision for something where we young people can actually start blossoming.
All right.
So it's not what gives, not who gives, but who is going to give me an opportunity. So please go out and vote, even though you feel a little lethargy. Make that effort for the sacrifice for your grandchildren.
Okay, let's head over to Garissa. When we come back, we'll talk a bit about that desperation of people who are seeing the usual faces, maybe nothing new, and the desperation has crept in, like probably, I just need to keep away from this exercise. We'll talk about that when we come back. But for now, let's head over to Garissa County. Khalid Abdullahi is on standby. Good morning. Yeah, it's still morning. Good morning, Khalid. What's happening in Garissa?
Niambie tu akimaliza tu hivi. Sadakta kabisa, kama ulivyosema, zimebakia tu masaa machache wa Kenya waende debeni kumchagua mgombeaji ama yule ambao wanamtaka, na sasa hivi tunakuja moja kwa moja kutoka kaunti ya Garissa, kaunti 007, ambapo sasa hivi niko katika chuo kikuu cha Garissa, ambapo itakuwa ni kituo cha kudumisha kura katika kaunti hii ya Garissa. Na kama tulivyoona asubuhi katika picha zetu, hali iko shwari bila shari, na kwa kwamba swala la usalama limepatiwa kipaumbele katika kaunti hii ya Garissa. Na hapo jana katika picha zetu tulikuwa tumefahamishwa kuwa kikosi maalum cha usalama kilikuwa kimepatana angalau kujadili masuala ama hali ya kudumisha usalama wakati huu wa uchaguzi mkuu hapo kesho, ili kubainisha tu masuala kuhusiana na vijikaratasi vya kupigia kura ambao vimefika hapa katika chuo kikuu. Na ungana na msimamizi wa tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka hapa katika kaunti ya Garissa, Abdi Wahid Hussein, angalau atupatie tu uhondo na taswira kamili na jinsi maandalizi ya uchaguzi yanaendelea katika kaunti hii. Karibu sana kwenye KBC, angalau utufahamishe tu, je, mmejiandaa vipi na maandalizi yakoje kwa sasa?
Ndio. Nawashukuru wanahabari wa KBC. Karibuni Garissa. Mimi naitwa Abdul Wahid Hussein, ni mshirikishi wa tume ya uchaguzi kama msimamizi katika kaunti magatuzi ya Garissa. Tuna furaha kubwa kwa kuwa saa hii tumepata material zetu zote zile ambazo zinahitajika kutekeleza uchaguzi. Pia tumeweza kuandaa vilivyo katika kutayarisha wale wafanyakazi ambao wanafanya kazi. Pia tumeweza kufanya mikutano tofauti na washikadau ili kuhakikisha kwamba watu wataweza kujitokeza vilivyo, na pia kuhakikishiwa usalama wao. Tunaweza kufanya vikao kadha wa kadha pamoja na wale wasimamizi wa vyombo vya usalama katika eneo bunge zote 6 pamoja na pia hii gatuzi ya Garissa, wale ambao tunaita County Security and Intelligence Committee. Na hata jana pia tulikuwa na mkutano nao, na sisi kama tume tumeridhika kwamba hizo vyombo vya usalama zimeweza kujiandaa vilivyo, pia wamejiandaa vilivyo kwa usalama.
Naam, kuna swala la ukame, maeneo tofauti kame, na ukiangalia kwa wakazi ambao wanaishi kule ni wakazi wa kuhama kutafuta miche. Mmepanga mipango gani kabambe angalau vijikaratasi ama vijisanduku vya kura vya wao?
Ndio, sasa kitu kikubwa ni tumeweza kufanya mikutano na takriban wagombea wote katika hii gatuzi ya Garissa. Tumeweza kutembelea katika zile maeneo bunge tofauti. Tumeweza kukaa na viongozi wale wa kisiasa wenyewe pamoja na washikadau wengine ili kuhakikisha kwamba hawa watu wetu waweze kuwa mobilized, waweze kuelezewa na waweze kuja karibu kwa ili wakati wa uchaguzi utakapofika waweze kuparticipate. Na kazi ambayo sisi tunaweza kufanya kama tume ni kwamba tuko na so many zile tunaita tumeongeza the number of polling stations katika hii county ili to take care of the nomadic pastoralists. Tumeweza kuongeza idadi za polling stations. Ukiangalia kama chaguzi iliyopita ilikuwa ni kama 300, saa hii tuko na 558 polling stations. So hiyo ni kuonyesha kwamba tume imeweza kujizatiti kujaribu kuleta ile huduma karibu na wananchi zaidi. Lakini muhimu zaidi ni kwamba wale sisi wote tunaelewa kwamba changamoto ni hiyo, watu kuweza kujitokeza, na hiyo ni jukumu la jamii. So sisi kazi yetu ni kupeana information, na pia all the polling stations ambazo tumeweza kubeza to make it public knowledge, ndio watu waweze kujua na wananchi wenyewe wanajua mahali ambapo wanafaa kupiga kura. Lakini vile tunavyoelewa ni kwamba kura ni lazima ipigwe siku maalum na wakati maalum. Kwa hivyo tunaelezea kwamba unapofanya mobilization ya mapema, watu wahamasishwe na mapema ili hata kufikia leo wamekaribia katika zile vituo za kupiga kura.
Sadakta, wito kwa Wakenya kwa jumla.
Mimi naomba Wakenya kwa heshima na hasa watu wa Garissa kwamba hii chaguzi ni muhimu sana. Chaguzi ya 3 katika tangu tupate katiba yetu mpya, na ni transitional, ni ya kumove kutoka kwa serikali moja na kwenda kwa serikali nyingine. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu sana, hasa ndugu zetu vijana, akina mama, walemavu, kila mtu ambaye ni Mkenya ambaye yuko na kura aweze kujitokeza na kuhakikisha hiyo haki yake imeweza kutekelezwa. Kwa hivyo watu wa Garissa naomba kwamba wajitokeze, na mtu akipiga kura tafadhali aende nyumbani, kwa sababu kura ni siku moja, lakini maisha itaendelea baada ya kura. Na wale ambao Mungu amewajalia kwamba watashinda, na wale ambao wananchi watawachagua kwa haki, basi waweze kuja, na wale ambao hawataridhika, kwa sababu hapa wagombea ni wengi sana, lakini vyeo ambazo zimewekwa katiba ni kidogo. Kwa hivyo wale ambao labda hawataridhika wako na fursa ya kwenda kotini bila kuleta vurugu na mashida. Kwa hivyo na wale ambao watashinda, tunaambia kwamba wakuwe na humility, wasilete kiburi, wasilete hisia nyingi, waweze kuwa na humility ya kuaccept kwamba wameshinda, lakini pia wasilete hisia ambazo zinaweza kuleta chuki zaidi. Ndio.
Shukrani sana.
Asante sana.
Naam, huyo alikuwa msimamizi wa tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka nchini hapa katika kaunti ya Garissa, Abdi Wahid Hussein, akituelezea tu ama kitupea tu taswira kamili jinsi wamejiandaa kufanya uchaguzi hapo kesho ifikapo saa 12, wakati ambapo vituo vya kupiga kura vitakuwa vinafunguliwa rasmi. Mtazamaji, kama unavyojua kuwa kaunti ya Garissa ni kaunti ambayo ina idadi ya watu zaidi ya 200,000 ambao wamejisajili kuwa wapiga kura. Na kama alivyosema msimamizi Abdi Wahid Hussein, amesema kuwa imebidi wajizatiti angalau waongeze zaidi vituo vya kupigia kura kutoka 200 hadi 500 sasa hivi. Ni swala ambalo ni ya kufurahikia kwa kweli. Na kuna kipute ama kivumbi kikali kinashuhudiwa katika kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana katika kaunti hii, ambapo vinara watatu wanaonekana kujizatiti sana angalau kila mmoja apate kupata kiti hicho. Ni kivumbi ambacho tutakuwa tunaisubiria tu mtazamaji, na tutakuwa hapa kwa ajili yako kukufahamisha yote ambayo yanatendeka na yanafanyika katika kaunti ya Garissa. Kwako.
Asante sana mwenzangu Khalid Abdullahi ukiwa katika kaunti ya Garissa na kutuelezea matukio jinsi yalivyo katika kaunti hiyo, na tutakuwa tunarejea kwako baadaye kidogo ili uendelee kutueleza jinsi hali ilivyo, matayarisho ya IEBC na vile vile matayarisho ya usalama. Now KBC is going to give you a coverage like never before because we are factual. There's no bias. And our coverage is not just limited to local. We are going to be international. For the first time tomorrow, you're going to be seeing the coverage of elections even outside the country. And we are talking about the United Kingdom, the United States. All those pictures, you'll have them on KBC. So Victor, when we say that KBC is ready, we mean business.
Absolutely. And we said this in the morning that we are going to give you 360 degrees coverage. So far, we've only done 25. So you can imagine what's remaining.
So there's so much to do. Right about now, let's head over to United States of... All right?
Right.
All right, we want to head over to the United States of America, joined by 2 Kenyans who will be voting tomorrow. We have Maurice Ndole and Muthoni Njore. Maurice Ndole is in California. Maurice, thank you very much for joining us this morning. I know it's late in the night in California, but just tell us a bit about the preparations of the IEBC for you people to participate in that exercise Tuesday.
Yeah, so from what I understand, the IEBC held a Zoom meeting with the Kenyans in the United States, where they gave us a rundown of what it's going to be like to go in and vote in the consulate offices down in Los Angeles and New York and Washington, D.C. And it was a pretty informative Zoom meeting where they told us what is needed. There was a lot more people who came into the Zoom meeting. And the diaspora vote in the United States was not as we hoped. People even came over there asking if they can register to vote now. So it was a good, informative meeting. I think the IEBC is as prepared as they can be. I'm going to be one of the observers in the election in Los Angeles. So I'm looking forward to a smooth a smooth voting exercise. So hopefully the people who registered are going to show up.
About how you feel about the exercise so far. But let me link up with Muthoni Njore, who is in Seattle, the United States of America. I don't know whether she's ready. Do we have her? Okay, once we have Muthoni Njore, we'll link up with her. But let me come back to you, Maurice. That is as far as the IEBC briefed you about the preparations. But as a Kenyan who is in the US, who will participate in the exercise, have you probably visited the consulate and seen the preparations there?
No, I've not.
Have you been able to visit the consulate to probably assess the preparation for the election yourself as a voter?
I've not been able to. I live in the Central Valley in the US, and the Los Angeles is down south, so it's quite a travel. I'm going to be traveling about 3.5 hours to go there to vote. So it's not one of those things that you can just go and visit without a plan. But from that the IEBC people arrived there on Monday, and they arrived there last week on Monday, and they've been preparing for it.
Is it the first time you're voting, Maurice? Obviously, you've stayed in the US for some time. Is it the first time you're voting?
No, I voted in Kenya. Before I moved to the United States, I voted in Kenya. I participated in at least several elections in Kenya before moving to the US. And this is the first time we're going to be voting in the United States. So everybody is excited. It's a historic moment. And the people who registered were just registering for the purpose of the history. Of course, it's going to be a little bit not as comprehensive as what we are doing back at home, because over here we're just going to be voting for the presidential candidate, not for the down ballot.
How would you term your engagement over the years? Because I believe we spoke last year, and you were talking about the ill preparedness of the IEBC in terms of engaging you as diaspora voters. Over the years, how would you engage, or how would you rate the engagement of the IEBC with the diaspora vote?
Well, I think the IEBC has improved, but then it has not improved to where you can actually count. So as much as we see that they've come out, they're trying to reach out to us, a lot more needs to be done. What we are seeing as a problem is there is a communication problem between the IEBC and the diaspora. We need to engage the diaspora by involving the diaspora, members of the diaspora in the community, what we call mashinani. Engage the leaders, engage the churches, engage the organizations. And that's how you reach the diaspora. It's like, even for the recent Zoom call that they did, they just announced that we're going to have a Zoom call. There was no notice. And if you're going to engage the diaspora, you need to do a lot more planning than that. You need to give them like a 15-day notice so you can permeate, because the United States is huge. We are talking about 50 states. Okay, a state is almost like a country. So imagine you're talking about a country, 50 countries in one. So if you're going to engage those people, you need a lot more planning. You need to involve people on the ground. And so far, IEBC has not been able to do that. But in fairness to IEBC, I've worked with some people in the IEBC when they came in to register the voters. They're making an effort, and we appreciate the effort they're making. Hopefully, this is just going to improve, and we're going to see better results in the next elections.
You will be participating in the presidential election. The campaigns ended in Kenya on Saturday. I don't know how the presidential candidates, the four of them, have been able to engage the diaspora, and particularly the ones that are far-flung like yourselves in the United States and the United Kingdom. Have you had any level of engagement by the presidential candidates?
Yeah. We've had multiple engagement with the presidential candidates. I wasn't able to engage really with Ruto, but with the Deputy President, William Ruto. I was able to engage with the former Prime Minister, the Azimio candidate, Raila Odinga, who had a rally that happened before President Kibaki passed on. And that rally was supposed to come and visit California, but he was cut short because he had to rush back and attend the funeral for President Mwai Kibaki. During the time over here, he had a huge interaction where we were able to participate, and Mudhoni was even able to go over there and meet with him. So I can say that the level of engagement with the diaspora, with the presidential candidate, especially the Azimio candidate, has been good.
I'll pick up with Mudhoni at some point. Tell me a bit about because when we talk about the diaspora vote, we are only looking at 10,000 votes. The number of Kenyans outside this country are not 10,000. Even in the US, where you guys are, is not 10,000. So I would ask, what is the missing link between the number of Kenyans out there who would want to participate and the number that is being registered now, 10,000?
10,000 is a terrible number. I mean, the numbers are even worse in the United States. It's the same thing: logistics, management, and the communication. So if you don't do those things, if you don't involve people on the ground to participate in the process of planning, then you're not going to have the results that you need. For example, if you're going to have people to register to vote in Los Angeles is a big city. It's a big place. So even the people in Los Angeles, if once somebody is on the other side of Los Angeles and you ask them to come to downtown Los Angeles, you are asking them to commit at least 3 hours of their time to beat traffic and to go back. So all those logistics have to be factored in. And for other places, I'm just going to use the U.S. as an example because I'm in the U.S. The U.S. With 50 states had 3 stations to register voters. One station in Washington, D.C., another one in New York, and another one in Los Angeles. Very big cosmopolitan towns. So, like for Mary Mudhoni to register, she had to travel from Seattle, fly from Seattle to Los Angeles, which is going to be a good 4-hour flight. And then she has to go over there, register, spend the night. The price tag for something like that is close to at least $1,500. So if you translate that into Kenyan shillings, about almost 200,000 shillings. So it was a very expensive enterprise, and I don't think as much as people love Kenya and they want to vote, at some point you have to look at the economics of things. So all those things factor in. So what we are proposing in future is we need to either bring those polling stations closer or allow people to register using online registration, using a platform. People give an example of something like e-citizen, which you use to register for immigration stuff. Or, I mean, the IEBC cannot use e-citizen, of course, because it's a government platform, but they can form something similar to that. And then we're also looking at maybe working something like a Ministry of Diaspora Affairs, if that is both candidates, Deputy President William Ruto and Raila Odinga, have all accepted that they're going to form something similar to a Diaspora Affairs Ministry. And if they're able to do something like that, we should be able to lay all the groundwork ahead of time. And we're going to collaborate easy with the IEBC and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Immigration and all those other bodies. And that's going to help us to engage the diaspora better. The diaspora there's about 3 billion people in the diaspora. And that's a very, very big number to ignore, considering that the percentage of remittance is about 4% or 5% of the GDP right now. So we can do better with that, tapping into that resource.
Tell me a bit, about the country as you see it from where you are. What would you tell your fellow Kenyans participating in this exercise tomorrow? What will be your message? And do you have any concerns as Kenyans in diaspora about this election?
Yeah, so my message is to conduct the elections peacefully. Kenya is bigger than the candidates. So go out and vote for your candidate, do it peacefully, and then accept the outcomes. If there's any disputes about the outcomes, in an orderly fashion, Because at the end of the day, we want Kenya to live through the moment. We want a democratic process to fester and to permeate through the country. And for our people in the diaspora, I just want to remind them that we are all Kenyan. So being Kenyan means that you have to have goodwill with our country. We have to connect with our motherland. We have to figure out ways of actually extending our hand, and at all times have a sense of spreading goodwill. We do have a lot of access in terms of technology and things like that other people might not have in Kenya. So we need to use those things for good. All those nasty memes that are going on the internet, please do not share those, because some of those are inflammatory and they can cause problems. So let's just have a peaceful election and let's conduct ourselves in an orderly fashion.
Thank you very much, Maurice. We'll be engaging you throughout the course of this election because you are in California. We'll be relying on you. And thank you very much for your time. And we wish you all the very best as you and your stay in California. We come back and we'll be talking to Muthoni Njore, who is in Seattle, a little bit later. But let's just come back to Kenya for a minute and go to Beatrice Getonye, who is in Kiambu County, Gatundu South. Specifically, Beatrice, if you can hear me, bring us up to speed with what is happening in Gatundu South. And by the way, Gatundu South is a constituency of President Uhuru Kenyatta. Beatrice?
Thank you very much, JJ Kuria from the studio. I'm coming live to you from Gatundu South, where the tallying center, the constituency tallying center, here at the DCC's office, there is a community hall here. And as you can see, the IEBC officials right now, they are very busy trying to sort out all the materials so that the dispatch of these materials can take place to the polling centers and polling stations thereafter. Right now, what I can say, the security is tight here. I can spot a few police officers and security apparatus here who are manning these exercises as it goes on, or manning this place as the exercise goes on. Gatundu South has a population of 122,103 people, and the registered voters are 79,860 compared to 2017, where registered voters were 75,858. More 4,002 voters have registered this year. Gatundu South has polling stations, 152 polling stations with forwards. Kemwangi has 13,808 registered voters. Kiganjo has 19,067 registered voters. Darugu ward has 14,486 registered voters, and Genda ward has 32,499 registered voters. Gatundu South is an interesting constituency. This constituency has produced two presidents of Kenya. The former founding father, Kenya's founding father, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, and the current president, Uhuru Kenyatta, who took power in 2013, and his tenure is coming to an end according to the Constitution. Here at Gatundu South, since inception, it has had 8 MPs, and right now it has 6 candidates, 5 male and 1 female. Gabriel Kathuka Kagombe of UDA, Isaac Gitangu Kamau of the New Democrats Party, Peter Kongo Kibadhi is an independent candidate, Geoffrey Njinji Murigi is an independent candidate, Onesmus Gitao Muihaki of Tujibebe wa Kenya Party, and Joyce Wanjiko Ngugi of Jubilee Party. All are eyeing to replace Moses Kuria, who is the current MP and who is also eyeing the gubernatorial seat of Kiambu County. According to the returning officer of the tallying center here, Maurice Ligulu, I spoke to him earlier and he said the materials are here. And for sure, the materials are here. And what is happening, the IEBC officials right now, they are dispatching, they are actually sorting the materials so that they can be dispatched much later. I don't know if my camera lady can show you here. And when we talk about materials, what are we talking about? I can see aprons for the IEBC. Modoni, if you can show them, this is an apron. I can also see banners for the IEBC banners. I'm also seeing a lantern lamp over here. I think for the evening, just in case the lights are off, the IEBC have a backup. We will have enough lights in the polling centers, and then we have the ballot boxes. We also have the ballot papers, which have not yet been opened, but they're being sorted according to the polling centers and according to the polling stations where they're supposed to be dispatched to. So currently at Gatondo South constituency, it's all system go. IEBC are getting ready. Officials are getting ready to ensure that all these materials get to the polling centers in good time so that tomorrow morning the exercise will start as everything will be set. So that's what I can say as of now. Earlier on, the DCC, the Deputy County Commissioner, Stanley I'm forgetting his second name. He had his committee. He had a meeting with the security apparatus here, and he will be coming. We'll be filing a report with him later, so that they can tell us about the security preparedness of this place. But I can tell you, I have spotted a number of police officers here, and he had told me that they will also be dispatched as from this evening to the polling centers so that tomorrow's elections will run smooth. I take you back to the studio. I'll be coming back to you with more updates from Gatondo South. I will be looking and ensuring that I bring you reports from all over, including Mutombo, where President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected to be voting for from tomorrow. Back to JJ Kioria, to the studio.
Thank you very much, Beatrice Gatonye-Ngetich, on standby at Gatondo South in Kiambu County. Fantastic job there. We'll be linking up with you later. And of course, we also hope to fly over again to Seattle in the United States. But before we do that, Victor, do you want to drive us to Baringo?
Before I take you to Betty Kiptum in Baringo, someone on Twitter called Governor 048, I don't know whether we have such a county in Kenya, saying that Wangai wamekuwa factored in as diaspora. Just a joke out of it.
We will, maybe.
Just a joke out of it, all right? Okay. So let's cross over to Betty Kiptum, who is in Baringo County, to give us the sweet message. You know, that's the land of honey, Baringo County. Betty Kiptum, good morning. Right, yeah, good morning. What's the latest from Baringo County?
Broadcasting House in Nairobi. We are coming to you live from the Baringo Central Constituency Tallying Center, which is in Kabarnet High School. This is also the dispatch center of election materials that shall be going to various polling stations in this particular constituency, that is Baringo Central Constituency. Just a snippet of what Baringo County looks like in terms of elections. There are about 281,053 registered voters, and they shall be casting their ballot in 892 polling stations across the county. This county has 6 constituencies, namely Baringo Central, where we are, Baringo North, Baringo South, Mogotio, Eldama Ravine, as well as Tiati constituency. Now, on matters candidates for the gubernatorial seat, the incumbent, who is Stanley Kipis, will be vying on an independent ticket against Benjamin Cheboy, who was the first governor of this particular county, who is vying on a UDA ticket, as well as Moses Lesonet, who is vying on an independent ticket. For the senatorial seat, we have the incumbent, who is Gideon Moi, vying on a KANU party ticket, as well as his William Cheptumo, who is the current member of parliament of Baringo North. He is running for senator UDA ticket. Just quite a number of candidates, including the women rep positions, or rather women county member of parliament position, that is there who is vying. That's Florence Jamatia, vying on a UDA ticket, is going against the incumbent Glad, as well as 3 other candidates. In this particular constituency, Baringo Central, for the member of parliament seat, Joshua Kandie, who is the incumbent, is vying on a UDA ticket to defend his seat against Sami Mwaita, who is vying on an independent. The main issues in the elections in Baringo County: security matters. Quite a number of people, thousands actually, have been displaced in the recent months in various parts of the county, both in Baringo South constituencies. And there are fears of low voter turnout in those areas. Remember, IEBC declined to relocate those particular polling stations that are in bandit-prone areas. And just that move in itself has elicited fears of low voter turnout. There is also a concern by the members of a county assembly, the member of county assembly in those areas, that they might not get their voters to vote for them. The area or county commissioner about 5 days ago assured that there will be security, but we shall be expecting from Abdirizak. He is the county commissioner, the Baringo County Commissioner Abdirizak Jaldesa, on matters security preparation. Currently, we are informed meeting that is happening before security personnel are dispatched, as well as the election materials. Well, that is the latest we have for you. Once the county commissioner speaks and the IEBC official is so open to speak, we shall be talking to them. My name is Betty Kiptum. Back to you in studio.
Very well, that is Betty Kiptum coming to you from Baringo County. We promised you that the wall-to-wall coverage here is unparalleled. All right, so we're still continuing our discussion here in studio. And Kioria, as you're talking about the diaspora vote, so many questions were being raised, even online, how Kenyans, the number of Kenyans in the diaspora who are also interested in taking part in this democratic space. Remember that Kenya has, in the last many years, been remitting, a lot of revenue into the country, thanks to the diaspora. So I think to the IEBC and even the political class, it's very important that people living in the diaspora are well taken care of. But before you respond to that, let's also cross over to Kajiado County. We have Nancy Okware also standing by to tell us the latest update from that particular region. Nancy, good morning. And how is Kajiado so far?
Morning to you, Victor Olo. We are coming to you live from Moi Girls Secondary School right here in Kajiado. This is in Kajiado East constituency. This is where the tallying center is situated, meaning that all the results from the various polling stations in Kajiado East constituency will be tabulated here and of course made public as the exercise, that is the voting exercise, kicks off tomorrow. Kajiado County is one of the most interesting counties because the gubernatorial race actually brings together the incumbent governor, that is Joseph Olelenku, who is vying under the Orange Democratic Movement. He's also going against David Kedienye, who is vying under the Jubilee Party. Remember that all these two are under the Azimio la Umoja, meaning that it's going to be a tight race. We also have Kato Olemetito, who is vying for the gubernatorial seat under the United Democratic Alliance. And of course, we have Kago Peter Ambrose, who is vying as an independent candidate. Kajiado County has over 463,000 registered voters. And right here at Kajiado East, the number of registered voters stand at 116,336. So what is happening right now is that the IEBC officials are actually preparing the election material for dispatch to the various counties. We do have the various ballot boxes that will be handed over to the presiding officers and their deputies, and they are already on location, ready to receive the material for dispatch to the various polling centers. Some of the contents that are in the ballot boxes include the KIMS kit. We also are going to have the manual voter register. We also have the lamps that are going to be used tomorrow in the evening when the tabulation exercise kicks off, meaning that it is all systems go. The officials will actually start by dispatching the materials that are being taken to the farthest points and polling stations in this constituency, and of course the others will be receiving their materials a little bit later on. So Victor, there's not much activity that is ongoing here, and later on we'll be proceeding to Kajiado Central, which will be the center for the county, which will be the county tallying center, and of course we'll be updating our viewers. But for now, it's back to you in studio.
All right, Nancy, quite an interesting background info there on Kajiado County. But then, what time do you expect these ballot papers and materials to be dispatched, now that the polling stations will be open by 6 a.m. tomorrow?
Indeed, we managed to speak to the returning officer, and he informed us so far they are actually on standby. We've actually seen the presiding officers and their deputies outside awaiting to be given the materials. So it should be any minute from now, because what is happening, the materials are already, they have already been prepared. So any minute from now, the materials should be dispatched to the various polling centers. Remember that the presiding officers and their deputies will also be given around 2 security officers that are going to accompany them, and we've already seen that the security officers are on location. So any minute from now, Victor.
Live from Kajiado County. Thank you so much, Nancy. We'll be getting back to you later on so that you can give us an update on what is happening on that side of the country. Jacob.
All right. Thanks very much, Victor. It's time for us now to go to Siaya County. Simon Achola is on standby. Simon, can you hear me? Kindly bring us up to speed with what is happening in Siaya. All right, clearly, Simon Achola is not ready just yet. We'll be going back to him once the sound hitch has been sorted out. Let's come back to studio before we also head off to Seattle. And Bishops, we were talking about the importance of an election for the people who will be participating in this election. But we were also talking about the desperation that has crept, that has seen quite a number being undecided, and some others completely keeping off the exercise because of what they have seen over the years. There's nothing new, Bishop.
Yes, it's understandable that people can get a bit worn out because of repeated cycles. But I think it's important that we speak about our gains. That so far, I think we experienced a very good presentation, a scenario where not only we've spoken about the IEBC, but also the voter maturity. During the campaign trail, we didn't witness much of the flurry and sometimes the skirmishes that come normally between groups. So there has been a certain maturity. We're not there yet, but we are making steps. And I think it's important that we realize that some people believe that in a certain false messianism that overnight everything is going to change in Kenya, that once we are going to have from a very bad election to a very good election. This is gradual, and so we've made big strides. So let's celebrate what we've done. I think that sense of that we are going nowhere is the prophets of doom who are constantly shouting to us and telling us, oh, you haven't done this, lamenting. I think it's important that we focus on the gains we've done. We have done a fair, mature campaign. We have gotten more issue-based, not entirely, but a little bit more issue-based campaign. We've gotten these people platform in all parts of the country without having any skirmishes. That I think is a big gain. And then that the Kenyans in general are committed and have realized they are the ones who own this moment. They hold the key to peace, and they hold the key to the next elected leaders that we have. Something that has had to go, we have to go gradually. They always have, election period has been, what do you guys have in store for us now? Immediacy, satisfaction. And so even with the unga business that we've noticed, shortage of unga, that has not become very important factor for the people. In the past, people have been manipulated that with 2 or 1 packet of unga that you give up your vote or you are constrained to vote for some person. So I do think that that's not the picture of where we are in Kenya. And finally, that it's also a wake-up call to all citizens that we aren't there, that there is still a better Kenya we can achieve, and that we must continue working. It's not just electing, as I was saying before, it's of a covenant with a great Kenya, a Kenya we desire, that we commit we will walk. It's not the end. This is a beginning. This is a beginning of building and removing the ills that constrain us. And the biggest ill, which perhaps we don't have time to discuss much here, is the corruption, the sense of corruption that sits smack in all these processes that make Kenya somehow paralyzed to do what it can do, because there is this impairing reality. And so when we start addressing all those things gradually, if this new government will be able to start addressing this in a strategic way, not just a knee-jerk, not just cosmetic, then we'll be making even huger strides. You know, if you run with your legs tied, it's very difficult to beat the record. It's not possible. So if we can untie our legs, if we can loosen our possibilities, then I have no doubt we'll even go much faster than anyone would have predicted for us.
Wakili Shadrack, because you're a youngster, so to say, looking at the numbers of young people who registered in this in the last continuous registration of voters, it paints a very grim picture of the number of youth who are interested in issues election. What do you think is the source?
Well, JJ, I agree with you that there has been a lot of voter apathy, especially amongst the youth. There is a sense of despair. People have lost faith in their country. People have lost faith in the leadership or the leaders in this country. And this is just historical, because most of the young men, and I speak, of course, with authority, being one of them or falling within the category of the youths in this country, is that we feel sometimes that, the leadership of this country has not done so much. Number one, to fight corruption. Number two, to ensure that we get opportunities of employment. Remember, even while the government has put in measures in place to ensure that we get at least access to the university education by giving us access to HELB loans, immediately you graduate from school, you tend to spend so much time or even your lifetime looking for employment. You do not get employment, and the little employment opportunities that are there actually spread amongst some of the kins, the relatives, friends, and probably loved ones of people in the political offices. And you'll recall, a while ago, we were discussing about the nomination lists that has been out there. You will go and check it for yourself, where we have people who've been nominated to the Senate, we have people who've been nominated to the National Assembly, people who've been nominated to the county assemblies, or the MCA's assemblies. And these people are actually either girlfriends affiliated by way of blood or marriage to some of these political kingpins that we have.
That's a quick swipe.
So it tells you that we do not have a merit-based approach when it comes to employment of people in this country. And that is why one will ask himself or herself, why would I be spending so much time, why would I be spending so much time voting in, or rather even queuing from morning up to evening and voting someone in who is not going to ensure that he ameliorates my lifestyle, he makes better my life as a youth. So that has been the sense of despair. But it does not mean that is the position I subscribe myself to. No. In any event, I have been spreading the message of, they have been encouraging my age group or other people we've grown up together with to participate meaningfully into these elections. Right. Remember, we cannot despair. We cannot lose hope in this country. And if we feel that the leaders that we have are not sufficient, do not have the wherewithal, they do not have the experience or rather the competence to lead us to the promised land, I think the time is also ripe for some of us who think that these people are not competent enough to also present themselves as candidates. All right. So that we can vote them in.
All right, Wakili. Let's head over to see a link up with Simon Achola. Simon Achola, good morning.
You from Siaya Institute of Technology in Siaya County. This is a tallying center for Alego Songa constituency. Now, Alego Songa constituency has the highest number of registered voters in this county, and from the figures that we actually have here, we have about 103,334 registered voters in this particular constituency. And of course, we'll be casting our eyes not just on Alego Songa constituency, but all the constituencies that are in Siaya County. And in total, we have about six constituencies in Siaya County. And we'll be casting our eyes far and wide just to ensure that we traverse the length and breadth of Siaya County, so that then you can actually get first-hand information of exactly what is happening. What has been happening since morning today has been the dispatch of materials from constituency tiling center to various polling centers across the county. As I told you earlier on, is that this particular county has about 916 polling centers, of course, spread across the county. And of course, we are expecting that about 457,953 registered voters across this particular county will actually be trooping into those polling stations to ensure that they did cast their vote. Now, coming back to Alego Songa constituency, we are having our returning officer here who is actually overseeing the dispatch of materials to various polling centers across the constituency. So he will actually just allow him in, so then he comes and fills us in of exactly what is happening today and how far he is in terms of ensuring that this material are actually at the right place, so that then the activity can actually begin on time. Good morning, sir. Introduce yourself.
Good morning.
Yes.
I'm George Obando, the returning officer, Lego.
George Obando, we can see the exercise is actually underway. Just tell us what exactly is happening, what the clerks are getting, and what is inside those boxes.
Yeah, we are packing our materials. Mm-hmm. The materials contain non-strategic materials and strategic materials.
We just want you to move this, so then you
can contains non-strategic materials and strategic materials. Now we are packing. The POs have arrived and they are ready to go. Yeah.
What time are they expected to start moving out of this tiling center to their respective stations? And so far, how is the exercise?
Tentatively at around 1, they will start moving out to their polling stations. The farthest will start, then the closest will be the last to move.
When you say the farthest, kindly tell us which is the farthest place and of course the closest.
The farthest places are Southeast and Usonga. Yeah.
So in terms of preparation, just fill us in how well we are prepared in terms of ensuring that indeed this particular exercise goes down well or as planned tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we are ready, and as you can see, the materials are ready. So we are only waiting for our officers to be briefed. They take early lunch, then they leave to their various stations. Yeah.
Going back to what actually is we can actually just move with my colleague. Just actually what is inside these boxes. The viewers out there would want to know in this particular box what is going to be found in here.
Yeah, what is going to be found here are non-strategic materials. We have the ballot box. We have the seals, we have the rubber stamp, we have the lead, we have the various forms that are going to be filled. We have things like solar. We are going to use solar. We have gas lamp in this particular box. Yeah, we have those are directional posters showing direction. We have the banner. We have the sisal twin that is used to demarcate a polling station, and several other. We have the felt pen, we have the glue stick, we have the pens that are going to be used. We have various items. What is still missing? That is going to be released last minute.
And I want to move like this so that you can.
What is still missing? The ballot papers.
Ballot papers.
Yeah.
So when are they likely to come in?
Immediately finished, they'll be the last to be packed.
Oh.
Because the ballot papers must be confirmed by the POs. That's the serial number. They have to write their serial number. They have to count that they have been given the correct number of ballot papers as indicated at the back of the ballot papers. So that one, before it's put in the ballot box, the PO has to confirm the serial number, he has to confirm the number, and he has to confirm whether they are all labeled correctly. Yeah.
So far, probably even before the ballot papers actually now put out there for the POs to actually now ferry them to their respective stations. Have we actually looked at the ballot papers, or that is something that cannot actually be done?
No, that one cannot be looked at earlier. We have to open it in front of candidate agents, and I've called them. I think they have come. I've not seen. Then they have to certify that before it was opened, it was foolproof. There's nobody who had opened it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Now, just give us the statistics of this particular constituency. We understand that has the highest number of registered voters in this particular county. Just break it down for us. The number of registered voters, the number of candidates that are actually going for MP for this particular constituency, and of course the number of votes that we have in this particular constituency.
Alego Songa has 122,900 registered voters. It has 6 wards. Member of the National Assembly is competing at 3. Yeah. Yeah.
Fantastic. So the last word for the voters in this particular constituency?
Peaceful election. Come out and vote.
Yeah. Fantastic. That is a good place to end this conversation. That is the constituency returning officer, Mr. George Obanda, Jobando, who has actually been briefing us exactly what is happening here. And of course, he has enumerated the facts and figures of this particular constituency, but more importantly, calling on the locals to turn up in large numbers and actually participate in this exercise, but do it in a more peaceful manner. Back to you.
Thank you.
All right, Simon Achola from Siaya County, give us an update on what's happening there. And so far, everything is on the way to ensure that tomorrow is a success. Jacob.
All right, thank you very much, Victor Lo and Simon Achola, again for a good job done. And Siaya will be linking up with him later also because we'll be going throughout the county. Right about now, we take another flight, this time headed to Seattle in the United States of America. We link up with the president of the Diaspora organization in the U.S., that is Mary Mudhoni Njore. Mary, good afternoon. It's a good afternoon in Kenya. I'm sure we've kept you for so long because it's night time in the U.S. Good afternoon.
It is in the morning here. It's 2 a.m. in the morning, Sunday. We are just from Sunday. We are going to Monday morning. And so we've been up for long. Hi, John.
Preparations. I'm shocked to hear that you will fly for 4 hours from where you are to the Los Angeles consulate and then have to sleep over so you can vote.
California. I live in Washington, Seattle. That is the Northern Pacific. And actually, the distance from here is like going to Sudan, maybe, or Dubai. It's like 4 hours and something. Morris is also struggling, and he lives in California. What I'm saying is that California is very big. You know, it's the size of maybe Tanzania or Tanzania plus Uganda, and we are the size of Kenya and or more. So the distance is quite challenging, and also it's summertime for people to travel. It's becoming very expensive, but we try trust that anybody who is able to go and vote, who is registered, will be able to go and vote.
Maurice, as the Diaspora Association, do you probably have a way of coming together to help each other travel, to exercise your democratic right?
No, we will only communicate to people through the churches, the community leaders. And actually here, it's about yourself. And we don't meet. There is no much social life here, like there is a meeting place. Actually, we do it on Zoom. So that's the only way we can be able to encourage people. And also, we had the Washington embassy organized for us a Zoom meeting, which not many people joined. So it's like people are not very much aware, but we trust that we'll have a majority go and vote.
All right. Over the years, Maurice Ndole, there's something I want you to mention because we've had several complaints, either directed towards the IEBC or directed to the national government in terms of, first of all, recognition, and so you can be able to also help your peers back at home. Have your concerns been met so far, not just by the IEBC, but even the national government?
Maurice? Well, no, the concerns have not met. The concerns are still being evaluated. But there is both leading candidates have addressed the issue of having Ministry of Diaspora Affairs, having something to be representative for the diaspora. So we are seeing some forward movement. So far, no action has been taken. We are happy with what you're seeing. There is some hope, at least there is some response. But bado tunangoja.
When I was speaking to Maurice earlier, he was talking about the engagement they've had with presidential candidates, particularly Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Has the engagement been about you, all of you together, or you have been engaged as different states differently by the presidential candidates? Mudhoni?
I didn't hear that.
I'm saying when I was speaking to Maurice earlier, he was telling me that you have been engaged by the presidential candidates, but only probably from the point of Maurice. I would want to hear from you. Have you been engaged together as a group, or each state was engaged individually by Raila Odinga or William Ruto?
Oh, the principals happen to travel here. And the main place they go is Washington, D.C., because that is a center of business, international business. And for me to travel to Washington, D.C., I went there when Raila was there, but it's like 8 hours or 9 hours flight. It's like traveling to London all longer. So only the people in Washington, D.C. and Maryland, Bay, Baltimore, and who are able to join when they were here, Dr. Ruto and Prime Minister Raila. But Raila had decided that he would come to the West because of the East. So the West is from and the East is to the Atlantic Ocean. So, but I discussed because of the death.
All right. Clearly, it looks like you have an issue with your link. Mudhoni will be coming back to you later. But for Maurice, the next administration, regardless of who forms it, how do you want the diaspora to be engaged by the next administration? Okay, looks like we have lost both of them, but we'll try to link up with them a bit later and pick up this conversation, just see how ready they are. But you can see, I mean, the IEBC has tried this time that these people will be able to vote this time around. Yeah.
Indeed, I think we should give them big kudos. But still, let's not count success. Let's not shout victory. Let them challenge them, show us how prepared, make us proud of what you deliver. And our prayers are with you, but we also expect that the skills and professionalism, and that you really, really are going to make sure that there is nothing untoward that comes within this process. So, and that is not always easy. easy, but we trust that this time they seem to be very focused. And they also, and congratulations that they also now seem to be talking the same language. In the press conferences, we've seen several commissioners talking. It's not only Chebukati speaking. So I think that also gives a feel to all the commissioners that they own this process together of delivering to Kenya an election and an election result that is fair, credible, and indeed responsive to the will of the Kenyan people.
All right. I understand Muthoni and Morris are back. Let's head back to them. Muthoni was responding as regards the question of how they have been engaged by the different presidential candidates and whether they have been engaged as a group, and was talking about the meetings Raila Odinga had organized. Muthoni, continue.
Yes, and we also had DP Luto come to Washington, D.C. What I was saying is that we only happen to have the people who live around that area who are able to attend the meeting. And actually, I personally attended Raila's meeting, which takes me like 8 or 9 hours to fly to Washington, D.C. So this coordination is kind of disturbing. Also, we have West and the East. So I think the Kenyan government should know that. The West is the one to the Pacific and the East is the one to the Atlantic Ocean. So we had Raila had planned to come to California, but his trip was cut short by the death of the former president, Mwai Kibaki, so he had to go back. Although we, I think Palanya went to California. So we'll still be waiting to see what different things that we'll have to the upcoming 2027 elections. Maybe it will be different.
Yeah. Are you ready? Because I understand you were to be a candidate in Kenya, but obviously there was a problem somewhere. But are you ready to cast your vote as a Kenyan in the US?
Hey, was that for me?
Bobby, can you hear me?
Likely to have that challenge. Muthoni, can you hear me now?
What I'm saying is that the time we were supposed to renew our passports, there was lockdown because we were supposed to travel to Washington, D.C. That is the only place that had the machine to take the biometrics. And there was lockdown. So many people did not register because of their expired passports. Number two, we didn't have the right information that you could also register with the ID, and the people were still at the embassy. We did not get that communicated very well. So when they went to check my name, it was not there, just because of my vote wasn't updated with biometrics. And actually, I voted in 2007. I also voted for the referendum in 2010. But I understand your name has to be there updated from 2012.
Right. I will take each one of you, your last remarks. Start with you, Morris. What do you want to hear? What do you want to see from the next administrations as regards the affairs of the diaspora? Morris?
Yes, so the next administration has a big opportunity. The diaspora is getting engaged. We're having a lot of people who are actually doing very well in the diaspora. The amount of money that we send, about 5% what the income of the diaspora is. And there are people who are ready to invest big money. So right now we're talking about $4 billion, which translates to about 400 billion shillings. If that by 20%, looking at about another $10 billion or something that can come into the economy. The diaspora is one of the biggest employers in Kenya. And we have an engagement going on right now in the diaspora with the Middle East, in Europe, diaspora in Africa. So the Kenyan government has a big opportunity to tap into this wealth of resource. So I'm looking forward to whoever becomes the president. We're going to be ready to work with them. That way we can expand this resource that we have that can come back and help our country in solving the problems that we are facing. We love Kenya and we want to see Kenya prosper.
All right, Muthoni, what do you want to hear or what do you want to see from the next administration in regards to the engagement of the diaspora?
We need an upgrade in the IEBC, and most likely we can also have commissioners coming from diaspora, because when people come, those commissioners come from Kenya, they don't understand here very well, especially things to do with the weather and the distance and what have you, and the challenges that people have in diaspora as a whole. So we would like to be involved by the IEBC, maybe or some of the people in diaspora to be employees of the IEBC, so that they don't have the commissioners to travel here or to go to London or to go to South Africa. We can have them in there so that they can be able to work with them and to know the challenges that people are facing. Number two, the registration of voter registration has to start taking part early, so that we can have as many people in diaspora registered. Early means that immediately after this election, we can have a way of being registered from now, so that we can have a good number. Because 10,004 million people, I don't even know what percentage that is. That means something is wrong somewhere, and it is our right to vote. It is our democratic right to. Number three, we have revenue, as we said. We are doing even maybe better than the tourism ministry, so we deserve a ministry. And we are going to work with the president, who is going to be there, and we still ask for the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs under a CS, not a diaspora desk at the office of the president. We want a whole ministry, because we are qualified, because we are doing better in terms of revenue.
All right. Thank you very much, Maurice and Muthoni, for your time. And we're sorry for keeping you late. But of course, throughout this election process, we'll be engaging you also to hear from your end, and we'll be relying on you. Thank you very much, both of you, for your time. And that is Muthoni Njore from Seattle in the United States, as well as Maurice Ndole from California. Thank you to both of you. Victor, we should head to Murang'a, maybe?
All the way from America to Kenya and straight to Murang'a. Caroline Njenga to give us an update on what should be expecting on that particular part of the country. Mount Kenya, to be specific. Caroline Njenga, good afternoon. What is the latest from Murang'a County?
Well, good afternoon, Victor Alo and John Jacob Keria, right there back in the studio. We are in Murang'a County, County 021, and we are right in the middle of Murang'a town. We are just here to assess how the electoral process will begin, and also how IEBC preparedness and also the security personnel preparedness here in the county. But just to give you what to look out for here in Murang'a County, the county here is the headquarters, or rather where we are standing in Murang'a town is the county's headquarters. Now, Murang'a has a population of about 1.05 million Kenyans. This is according to the Kenya Population and Housing Census that was conducted in 2019. And out of that, the registered voters are 587,000 Kenyans who have registered with the IEBC, who will be participating in this 2022 general elections here in Murang'a County. Now, Murang'a County has about 7 sub-counties, and these are Maragua. We have Maragua, which has or rather, let's start with Kangema constituency, which has Kiharu, which has a total number, which is the biggest actually, registered voters at 260 registered voters. Baragua, which is 96,078 registered voters. Kandara, we have 98 and 633 registered voters. Kegumo, 78,481 registered voters. Madhyoya constituency, which is where I'll be heading to after this with you, JJ and Victor Olo, has registered voters of about 54,940 registered voters. Now, Mathioya, which is a constituency I will be based here in Murang'a County, has about 111 polling stations, and these are situated across wards, and these wards are Getugi, which has about 19,723 registered voters. We have Kiru, which has 20,785 registered voters, and Kamasharia, which has 14,432 registered voters. In total, Mathioya constituency has about 54,940 registered registered voters. The current member of parliament for Mathioya constituency is Peter Kimari, who is actually, it's a tight race here in Mathioya, where he'll be pitting against some of the candidates or candidates that are also vying in other parties. But then, just to update you on the current members of parliament here in Murang'a, we have Gatanga MP, who is Joseph Ndwati. We have Alice Wahome at Kandara, Mary Waithera, who is the Maragua member of parliament, Ruth Mwaneki Kegumo, and now Dendi Nyoro, who is also the member of parliament for Kiharu, and the governor for Murang'a County, Mwangi wa Iria, who also is joined the Azimio party. Remember, previously he was the presidential candidate who was willing to lead this country to the polls, but then later on he did join the Azimio party. We have the Senator Irongo Kangata, who is vying for the governorship here in Murang'a, and he is the current senator of Murang'a. We have Women Rep, who is also part of the Azimio presidential campaign. They have been campaigning all over the country. She is Sabina Chege, who has been the women representative here for the last 10 years. Now, the aspirants for this constituency, let's go back now to Mathioya constituency. We have the first-term MP, had mentioned earlier on, Peter Kimari, and the race is also crowded with 8 candidates who are also eyeing the slot. Earlier on, we did speak to the county commissioner for Murang'a, that is Ngumo Karoko, who said that they are prepared. They have deployed security personnel to various sub-counties, and also dispatch of this material will be happening in the afternoon, where they will be taken out to various polling stations here in this Murang'a County. There are about 1,189 polling stations, and this dispatch of the electoral material will be happening later on in the afternoon, and he did say that they will seek reinforcement from the NYS to ensure that each and every polling station is manned, and also to ensure that this exercise is conducted smoothly at the polling station. He did also call on to voters and also to Murang'a residents that once you vote and once you cast your vote, you head straight to home and wait for the results later in the evening. The opening of the polling station is from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. And with me right here is a resident of Murang'a County, who is Engineer Samuel Ngede, and he'll be telling us how the residents feel, and also what they think about IEBC preparedness in terms of conducting this election. Ngede, if you can just join me here and just tell me a little bit, Engineer, how has been how voters here in Murang'a feeling about this electoral process?
Good afternoon. My name is Samuel Irungu Ngede. I'm a resident of Murang'a town and a community leader of Murang'a County. Here in Murang'a, we are pleading to Murang'a population to come out in large numbers and vote. Don't refuse to vote. There are some people who are saying they will not vote, but we are pleading to them to vote. And also pleading to everybody, people, to assist the sick and the elderly and take them to voting stations such that they can vote and elect the people they want.
What about, you're a community leader and also you're part of the Nyumba Kumi initiative. I'd like to know, how about the elderly, the disabled? How are they going to participate in this process? And is there a liaison between the community leaders here in Murang'a County and IEBC to ensure that the elderly and the disabled or able differently are also exercise their democratic rights?
Thank you. People have frontiered themselves with their vehicles to take them to their polling stations, and after they vote, they take them to their homes, or if it is hospital, they take them back. Yes.
It is a smooth process for the elderly. Okay, thank you so much, Engineer. And that is just one of the residents who is speaking to us right here in Murang'a County. From here, we head to the tallying center. There are 8 tallying centers here in Murang'a County, and we'll be going to one of them where Saumu Chilchil, who is the county returning officer, will be dispatching the IEBC material to various polling stations. We'll be giving you a live feed from here, right here in Murang'a County. Now, JJ and Victor Olo, back to you in studio.
All right, Karon Cheka, before we let you go, behind you there is a gentleman who passed Akibeba Njugu, and so to speak, it's agriculturally blessed county with a lot of history, from politics to economic stability. What would you just tell us the situation is right now, even as we head to the polls tomorrow?
Well, if my cameraman can show you around, people are just conducting their normal businesses, as they wait to head to the August poll, rather the tomorrow's, to cast their vote. Here, the mood is just peaceful. Kenyans are just calling, Murang'a residents are just saying they're going to conduct a peaceful election. Once they're done, they go back to doing their normal business. And as you have rightly said, this is an agricultural activity. People have things they're doing, they're conducting in their farms. So it's just waking up early, casting their vote, and continuing with their normal day-to-day business.
All right, Caroline Njenga, please go and grab something. I've seen some kibanda behind you there. You can also grab something for yourself. It's cold there, Kioria.
First of all, I would want to admit, number one, that I am from the constituency where Karo is headed. That is Mathioya.
Okay, so you're at home.
Particularly that ward called Keru. So my advice to Karo, just across the street, there's a hotel, you will see there. Do something on my bill. I'll sort it out. That's Murang'a town. And one interesting thing you need to know about Murang'a, Victor, is that as we talk about the 2/3 gender principle, Murang'a County is one county that has been able to achieve that, because among its 7 MPs, that includes the woman rep, 4 of them are women. You have 3 MPs representing constituencies and 1 representing the whole county as woman rep. So you have 4 women in Murang'a County.
Yes, so we can say that.
So 2/3 gender principle, the lesson can be learned from Murang'a County.
So we can say that democracy lives in Murang'a.
You're not that wrong.
All right.
Let's wind it up here with Bishop Muheria, because he has to rush somewhere. And you were talking about the covenant that Kenyans are making tomorrow. But there's the obvious question of, as we make this covenant, what quality of leadership are we looking at? Knowing the problems that bedevil us at this point, what quality of leadership are we looking at in this election?
Our prayer, and this will be like a scorecard on which each one of us can check and see who scores highest on this. The first is that we need a good leader who is humble, aware of his vulnerability. I would even put it, a leader who is able to say, I'm sorry. A leader who is able to listen to counsel. A leader who you can sit down and converse. It's important. Humility be in front of the assignment that we are given, the stewardship we're giving him. Humility also, and here I think is also important, before God, a leader who respects the place of God in society and does not in any way try to take over this place of God. And this is something we're also trying to say across the board, and it's not only any of the top, the presidential governor, but we're speaking about any leader must have that humility to know his place before God, his place before the nation, and his place before the law of this land, which is enshrined in our constitution. So humility. A leader who is truthful. We need a leader who, even when the truth is hard to say, is able to say it, who is able to guide us with truthfulness, and the truth be what guides his interaction, when he speaks to this nation, or when he speaks to the constituencies of whatever it is. And therefore, linked with truth is honesty. A leader who is honest. And of course, here is difficult to say, is not We're not saying for an angel. We're not expecting a super leader, but we have to score them. And a leader who is a leader in terms of organizational capacity. A leader who has shown that he's able to work with others, even others who don't think like him, because half of parliament will be opposition. How do you work with that half of parliament? Half of Kenya will vote, or whichever portion of Kenya will vote other leaders other than yourself. How do you work with those? So a leader who is able to bring people together in spite of the diversity of opinion, diversity of background and culture, and make a true nation. These are the leaders at all places, and even at the village. A leader who is not parochial, who doesn't just think about your ward or doesn't just think about your constituency. A leader who sees the big picture. So I feel those are places where we can score them. And I feel that if we get a leader who we can walk and talk with at whatever level, then we will be able to progress as a nation. But if you think that we have a great leader who has very great intelligence, but believes he is the only one, then we are headed certainly for disaster as a nation. So we hope that we are going to create nationhood. This issue of corruption is a leader who is able to speak to it and not speak at it. Not just point. A leader who is able to come out and say, this is my goods, this is what I own, this is what my interest in this issue. Complete speaking about what may be conflict of interest, openness, and a leader who is able to speak on where he stands. I still look forward to a leader who is able to organically present to us a systemic way we are going to start driving in trying to cut the legs and eventually slay the dragon of corruption. But that cannot be just rhetoric. It must be a leader who truly has got and has thought it through. Most of the times we've heard they're just selling the idea, but they're not really thought through. So those are part of the qualities we hope. And I do pray that that is what will make us then be blessed with leadership. Because it's not just a leader, it's a leadership, the whole block of leaders. And that's the Kenya we are going to be covenanting to ourselves. We'll be making a covenant with this nation. We'll be making a covenant with God and with one another that this is where we want to go, and we will eventually, with step by step, be seeking a better to up that standard, to up what we are able to get at this moment. So, and that can only happen if we go out to vote, and that we vote with our conscience, not with our stomach, but with our conscience, that we have thought through. This is a leader who deserves now in this particular position. If you do that, then you're giving our generations to come a great legacy. And that's what we are praying for. We will kneel, we pray, but we need that the Kenyan takes charge and votes with his conscience.
As Victor Law comes in, because he has a quick question for you. This period is full of misinformation. The period between the last 2 weeks and right now. And I don't know whether you've seen rumors about yourself, that you have said several things to your worshippers in Nyeri, that you will not give them Holy Communion if they don't vote in a certain way. I don't know whether you've seen it. And you can confirm to us whether you have done that.
I have not. This is the stage and the moment of the peddlers of conspiracy, peddlers of fake news, peddlers of lies. They even Photoshop if they need to be. And I think Kenyans must wake up to reality and sieve off all that. I think there will be a lot of stuff said about every one of us by the peddlers of doomsday, by those who are bent on doing evil, on spreading evil around. And I think we must be prepared for a bit of it. But I think Kenyans are a bit smart. I mean, surely I would like to hear where that was said. And of course, they can even craft a vibes, one of those clips with my voice, and maybe say some stupid things. But I think let's not get caught in these sideshows. Those sideshows are sideshows that will make us lose our eyes on the ball. The ball is the election. We want peaceful, fair elections. I want to go and vote for lead this Kenya somewhere. That's the ball. Don't let the sideshows in the stands distract you. Don't let the stories and the fake news distract. When you get a fake form on Twitter that has been doctored, don't pay attention to it. Just listen. And so the points of reference are IEBC, and the points of reference are the news that is brought to us officially. The rest are peddlers. And even when they start peddling hate or peddling mischief or peddling conspiracy, let's not listen to that story. We've seen that a lot. I remember there was a saying told, don't let the eyes of the frog not you take the water. That's what they say in my village up the slopes. Yes. So let's not look at the frogs that are in the pool. Let's go for what we want, the water. Eyes on the ball at this moment and knees on the floor praying for Kenya.
All right, Victor.
Well said. But Archbishop, let me just ask you, in the past that churches were accused mainly of taking sides, politically speaking, and this was quite evident way back in the years of 2002 when church was blamed for not taking action. And even as media, we were blamed. But let me ask you, because you sit at the top level of the church and in the way of strengthening democracy in this country, do you believe that church has done its best, and to what level?
I think once we speak about church so globally or so in such a huge, wrapping around such a huge word, it becomes very difficult to actually answer that question, because church is not just every believer. Church, there we have had established churches, groupings, sects, some commercial, some for other ends. So I think it's good to speak about what is the churches. Each church should take a little bear the weight of their own actions, but together, mainly the mainstream churches and the organized groups that we've had a very strong campaign, and I do believe that thanks to that we are seeing the peace that we have. We've been able to reach the hearts of Kenyans and even reach the hearts of those who are seeking offices. I also want to say we've also reached the hearts of the youth, trying to address the issue of desperation or the issue of lack of hope. So I would say in general, in particular as a Catholic Church, I do not think we have ever come out in favor of any particular candidates in all the other elections. Some people have purported that there was a priest or a church leader, and that's, you can't have 100% allegiance, but in general, in this particular cycle of elections, I can say fairly well that most of the religious leaders, and I include beyond just churches, most of the religious leaders have actually stood out for vote for the candidate you desire, because we have amongst our file in the pews people who support various candidates and various political leanings. So I really believe that we will give a good score to the religious leaders of this country at all forums, including the interreligious forums, including the NCCK, the EAK, other Protestant Pentecostal groups, the Catholic Church, and even individual churches have made many initiatives. The peace campaign, the peace trails or trains that have been going, caravans. I think we've really invested this time a lot to that. And I pray that this will be the mode or the custom going forward, so that we hold this nation. We are the safeguard. We are the safety net for this nation. Just as we are conscious of this nation, we should hold it, both those who are on this side or the other side of the discussion, and the candidate who wins and the candidate who loses are both ours. And we must address that issue so that we accompany them as they go forward in their various roles.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Bishop, for your time. And sorry for keeping you, but always your input very much appreciated.
I thank you so much, and I really wish all Kenyans a wonderful, as I said, jokingly, I wish them a wonderful voting period. Go dress up well for the voting. This is a covenant. I'm going like I'm meeting my fiancé. I'm going for a covenant. I want to do it with style, with a smile, knowing there is hope, and a lot of hope for our nation. Don't let the doomsday prophet take the day. We have the day, and tomorrow will be our day.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Archbishop Anthony Muheria of the Catholic Nyeri Archdiocese, thank you very much again for being with us. Dress for the day. That's the parting shot of Archbishop Muheria, because this will be a covenant you're going to be making with your country. Victor Olo.
All right, I'll also dress for the day tomorrow in suit and go and exercise my democratic right. Thank you so much, Archbishop, for gracing our show. All right, so coming back here, during the debate, as we were talking, there is a new development from the Supreme Court, and I'd love to get your word on that, Wakili. The CDF Act is facing a lot of turbulence as we speak from the Supreme Court. And it means that this why I'm asking this is because the next lot of members of parliament who are coming on board, senators and even the executive, will have to go back to the drawing board, because we all understand the genesis of CDF, what it has done, how it has helped even the constituencies, and even how members of parliament who are now, so to speak, living or seeking re-election, have been using the CDF in their respective constituencies. What is the latest from the Supreme Court?
Well, if you were to look at probably the intention of the CDF, or rather the Constituency Development Fund, was essentially to ensure that we have, development in terms of development that we can find in the constituency level. But moving forward, you will recall that the CDF Act was first enacted in the year 2007. Now, this was pre the 2010 Constitution. Subsequently, we had the CDF Act repealing the 207 Act in the year 2013. Right. And subsequently, because of a lot of challenges, and I will explain to this shortly. Now, we now currently have the National Government CDF Act of the year 2015. So when you look at the challenges that have been posed, the constitutional concerns that have been there, especially regarding the constitutionality or otherwise of the CDF Act, has to be to what extent is this CDF Act or the CDF in itself involved with the county government. Remember, the CDF Act is a national proposal. The member of National Assembly is actually a national elective position. Yes. So that when you look at the design of the Kenyan Constitution, particularly when you want to interrogate the thread the golden thread that cuts through the Constitution, you will find that devolution is one of those golden threads, and secondly, you will find that the sovereignty of the people is a second golden thread that cuts through the Constitution. Now, this sovereignty of the people, as I had said previously, is supposed to be exercised in two levels: the national level and the county level, so that when we come up with any proposal, we must ask ourselves, to what extent does it involve the national level or the county level? Now, when we have a legislative process, the legislative process must be concerned with whether this bill will affect the county governments or not. So that if it affects the county government, then the bill, which is not a money bill, must also be debated in the Senate. Now, the Supreme Court now, when reviewing the constitutionality or otherwise of the CDF Act of the year 2013, arrives at the conclusion that, you see, to the extent, number one, that there was the Senate was not involved, and this CDF Act is supposed to also ensure that there are developments within the wards or the counties. So to that extent, with the sidelining of the Senate, then the court arrives at the conclusion that this bill or this act cannot be constitutional because it did not follow the proper chains of the promulgation or the enactment of a law. Yes. And if you return back to the book written by Dr. Mutaha Kangu, when he writes, he's the only person who has written about devolution in this country, now, which is a very sad state of affair. And he prophesies and says that devolution will become a hotly contested issue. It is going to form most of the constitutional concerns in courts. And living true to that one, now the Supreme Court is speaking about the CDF Act. But now, the most important thing is this. What then is the fate of the CDF in itself as a proposal when it comes to development in the county, the constituencies? Now, we have the NG, the National Government Constituency Development Fund of the year 2015. This act did not repeal, expressly did not repeal the CDF Act of the year 2013.
Just to make it so simple for the common Mwananchi, so does this mean that the next lot of members of parliament will not have CDF?
No, they will have the CDF, but now it is a CDF under the National Government Constituency Development Fund.
Not under the members of parliament?
Yes.
Okay, so let me just get you through, to cut it short, and come to the orders of the court regarding the same, that the appeal, let me just get it right, the appeal before the Court of Appeal was not moot. The CDF Act of 2013, as amended by the CDF Amendment Act of 2013, is unconstitutional on account of procedural lapses, what you've just talked about, because the Senate was not involved, for failing to involve the Senate in its enactment, right? Thirdly, the CDF Act of 2013 does not offend the constitutional design. The CDF Act 2013 offends the division of functions between the national and county governments. And last but not least, that the CDF Act 2013 offends constitutional principles on public finance. And finally, the CDF Act of 2013 offends the constitutional principle of separation of power. So these are the orders of the court. That the appeal dated 29th December 2017 is allowed. The cross appeal dated 6th November 2019 is disallowed. A declaration is hereby made that the Constituency Development Fund Act 2013 is unconstitutional, and finally each party to bear their own costs. So the way you've said it, CDF is unconstitutional, right? And now members of parliament will all have to go back to the drawing board when they are sworn in.
Victor, it's important that we highlight for the benefit of the viewers and listeners.
In 10 seconds, because Jenny is on standby.
Yes, it's important we highlight. What was in controversy was the CDF Act of the year 2013. What was not in controversy is the national government...
Maybe just hold that. We go to Jen, and then when we come back, we can clarify as a closing remark. Kindly. All right, Jen, 17 hours to go. So what are the 1 and 2s, A and Bs, in terms of election, and what you should expect tomorrow from 6 a.m.?
All right, so we want to dot the I's and cross the T's with you here on Kenya Decides, so that tomorrow becomes such a breezy process for each and every adult Kenyan that will be showing up at their designated polling stations to cast their votes. So again, with about 17 hours to go to official hour to start casting votes, as per IEBC, all the polling stations will be open between 6 a.m. until 5 p.m. And remember, if you will still be in queue, you will be allowed to vote, and you are advised to come with a document that will enable them identify you. That is your national ID or your passport. Those are allowed. Now, once you are there, the IEBC officials will use the KIMS kit to be able to electronically identify you and allow you to proceed to the next step, where you will be issued with 6 ballot papers. Each individual will be getting 6 ballot papers, of course, for the different elective posts. Now, you will be given this and you will be directed to the next step. Now, each ballot has a different color. We start off with the presidential ballot paper, which will be white in color to enable you identify all these different ballot papers with much ease. So the presidential ballot paper will be white in color. We have the gubernatorial, or rather the governor's balloting paper, which will be blue in color. Now remember, all these ballot papers are allocated different colors to enable you have an easy time identify which particular ballot is for which elective post. The senator balloting paper will be yellow in color. Remember, presidential white, governor blue, senator is yellow in color, again to help with the ease of identification. Next, we have the women representative ballot paper, which will be green in color, again listing all the different candidates that are on that particular ballot in each and every county. The next ballot paper that you will also have been given is the Member of Parliament balloting paper, which is pink in color. For members of parliament, the balloting paper is going to be pink in color, listing the number of candidates that are in that particular county, and also the member of county assembly balloting paper will be beige in color. Now remember, all these colors have been made exclusively different to each and every elective post to help you identify them with ease. Now, once you have been given this balloting paper, comes the process of marking the paper. There are two options that are allowed here. Number one, you either put a tick or put an X mark. Two are allowed, a tick or an X. These are the only forms of marking that are allowed on these balloting papers, all right? Now let's move on to the next step. Once you have gotten your ballot papers and you know which one is for which elective post, comes in the marking. Now, when it comes to the actual process of marking, you need to make sure that you mark within that particular box that has been given there. Don't mark under it or above it or outside the borders. Mark it within the bounds of that particular box alongside the candidate that you are going to vote for. And if you do any of those others above or beyond this particular vote borders, your vote will be considered as spoiled, all right? Now, once you have identified which candidate you're voting for, casted your vote, made the correct markings on the paper, you will then be allowed to now cast your ballot paper in each of the boxes. And each of these boxes will be having leads that correspond in color with the particular ballot papers that you have. The presidential ballot paper will be having the white lead with a white color to identify that this is the ballot box that will be receiving the presidential ballot papers. Now, once you have done all that, comes in the final step. There will be an IEBC official to help you go through the process of depositing these ballot papers in the different ballot boxes. And once you have done that, the next step is to ensure that IEBC has noted that you have voted, and this will be through two options. They will be using the indelible ink to either mark your index, the space between your index finger and your middle finger, or the second alternative will be having your small finger or the pinky finger being marked with this indelible ink. And remember, this ink is not easily removable, and it's meant to be proof that you have casted your vote in this particular voting process. And after that, you are required to exit the polling station. You're not supposed to continue moving about within the bounds of this particular polling station. But remember, if you will still be within the bounds of the particular polling station that you will be voting to, once the clock, once the time hits 5 p.m., you will still be allowed to cast your vote. So that is generally the process that will be happening tomorrow from 6 a.m. until 5 p.m. tomorrow. So Victor, as you can see, it's meant to be a very breeze process, a very smooth process that each and every person that turns up at the polling station can be able to follow without much problems.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. According to the Commission, that process should take a maximum between 5 to 6 minutes for you. Exactly. Exactly. So let's wait and see how that will go on. Thank you so much, Jen, for that. All right. From the broadcasting house, let's go straight to Benson Rioba, who is in Kisii County, as well, to give us an update on what's happening on that side of the hilly county. Benson, good afternoon. What is the latest from Kisii County?
Thank you very much from Broadcasting House. We are coming to you live from Menyanya Mixed Secondary School. This is the Tallying Center for Borabu Constituency. Now, Borabu Constituency has a total population has a total registered voters of 64,075. And as you can see behind me, there's a flurry of activities as IEBC officials do final touches or make final preparations for tomorrow's elections. Joining me now to give us a brief overview, I'm joined with Major Okeo, who is the returning officer for Borabu Constituency. Welcome.
Thank you.
How are the preparations?
The preparations are over. We are ready to dispatch the presiding officers and their deputies, plus the security officers. to the respective polling stations where they have been posted. So they'll spend there overnight, then open the stations tomorrow at 6 a.m. to conduct the polling exercise. Yeah.
How many polling stations do you have?
We have a total of 128 polling stations in Borabu constituency. Yeah.
And what can maybe voters expect tomorrow?
Yeah, the voters should expect a free and fair, credible election from us. We've trained our officers very well, and they are ready to conduct the elections in those polling stations in the best way possible.
And if I may ask, what should be expected from the voters in terms, or should they carry?
Yeah, for the voters, they need to carry their identification document. If they registered using national identity card, then they should produce that when they turn up at the polling stations. If they're registered using a passport, then they should avail that to the PO once they turn up at the polling station. Yeah.
And how many streams are in one polling station? Because we have had complaints from a section of observers that a stream is supposed to have 600, but some streams have more names.
Not really. That's far-fetched. That's not the truth. We don't have streams. Yeah, so what you have are polling centers, which are 71. Then in those 71 polling centers, we have polling stations. So that's why the number rises to 128. For instance, we have a polling center just next to the tallying center here. That is the Manyanya SDA Primary School, which has a total of 5 polling stations. Yeah, so the number of registered voters per polling station is capped at 700. So there is no station which has more than 700 voters anywhere in Borabu constituency.
And in terms of security, have you maybe spoken to some of the security agents so that we can assure our voters that they'll be safe when casting their votes?
Yeah, we are working in partnership with the security agents in the constituency. We've held several security meetings and everything is okay. We don't have very serious security issues. Yeah, so security is top-notch, and even in the polling stations, we've posted security officers, 2 per polling station. Yeah.
And when will the polling station open tomorrow?
At 6 a.m. in the morning. Yeah.
Till when?
Till 5 p.m. Yeah, in the evening. But if maybe for unavoidable circumstances, if a station opens late, then there'll be the presiding. Yeah, to extend the closing with the similar time that was lost at the time of opening. So if say maybe opened at 6:30, then is expected to close at 5:30. Yeah.
And maybe when should we start expecting results to trickle in?
Yeah, once they close, then they'll start counting. So once they're through the counting, they'll start with the presidential ballot papers, votes. Then they'll do transmission, which will come to the constituency tallying center, county tallying center, and the national tallying center. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's it from us. We keep you posted throughout this election process in our subsequent briefing. Back to you.
All right, Benson Rioba there from Kisii County giving us an update on what's happening on that particular side of the country. All right, this is the point that we say thank you so much for joining us from 6 a.m. It's now a few minutes to 1 p.m. We have been giving you an update, wall-to-wall coverage on what has been happening from Kenya to United States of America and Bomas of Kenya. Thank you for being a part of the show. To the reporters, wherever you are, stay safe. And remember, this is what's going to happen. We are going to give you the best until the end of the election. My name is Victor Law, and on behalf of my colleagues Jen Wamboy and JJ Kioria, have a good afternoon and see you tomorrow, 6 a.m.
intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Kupata mithali 6:20 kama sikiza tune kwenye simu yako, bonyeza *811 *817#.
Methali 6:20. Mwanangu, shika maagizo ya baba yako, wala usisahau mafundisho ya mama yako. Yaweke daima moyoni mwako, yafunge shingoni mwako, yatakuongoza njiani mwako, yatakulinda wakati ulalapo.
Kupata mithali 6:20, bonyeza *811 *817#. *811 *817#.
Intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
After After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
Welcome to the lunchtime news. For the next 1 hour, let me inform you about what is happening across the country. And now we start off with Birmingham. Kenya managed to be on the 3rd spot in the continent and 13th overall in the medal standings. I'm joined now by Isaac Lemoka, who's on standby in Birmingham. Isaac Lemoka, over to you.
Well, thank you so much, John Jacob Kioria, all the way from Nairobi. We're coming to you live from the streets of Birmingham, United Kingdom. It is 11:10 a.m. local time here in Birmingham, and right here I'm standing where it all started at the Victoria Square, where on the 30th of last month, Kenya won its first gold in both men and women marathon, where none other than Samuel Gadimba clinched a bronze for Kenya, and also the start of the competition, which were officially opened on the 28th of last month by the Prince of Wales, Prince Charles, on behalf of the Queen. And of course, just to give you a glimpse and the highlights of what transpired ever since the first day of the 28th of last month until yesterday, which was the last day of the athletics championships. Kenya did well. They posted mixed reaction. And remember, today is the very last day of the Commonwealth Games 2022, which are being staged here in Birmingham, United States. The official closing ceremony will take place later on in the evening at the Alexander Stadium, where athletes and all the officials are expected to converge at that particular ground. There were specific performances in athletics where it is only Jacqueline Chepkoech who wrote her name in the books of history as far as the 2022 Commonwealth Games are concerned, by being the only Kenyan athletes to break games record in the 3 meters steeplechase. And yesterday as well, it was a fantastic night for Kenya, where Kenya grabbed 2 gold medal at night when in the 800 meters Wycliffe Kimanyal retained his title after being crowned the champion in the 2-lap competition 800 meters before the 5,000 meters was staged, and Beatrice Chebet also stunned the 10,000 meters champion at this particular event, none other than Scottish, or rather the Scotland McColgan, the 10,000 meters Commonwealth champion, who was competing at the 5,000 meters yesterday with Beatrice Chebet, who emerged winner, grabbing gold for Kenya. And Jeplet Ting as well emerged third in that particular one. But it was upsetting yesterday in the morning, as Kenya did not grab any gold medal, silver medal, nor a bronze medal. In fact, the big game that was being awaited. It was the 4x100 meters. The team led by Ferdinand Omanyala, the reigning Commonwealth Games 100 meters champion in the 4x100 meters. Ferdinand Omanyala, Mweresa Muhobe, and of course Dan Asamba were expected at least to give Kenya a medal, because they posted in the semis 38.92 result, and they did not finish that particular event, the 4x100, because of technicality in the passing of the baton. They did not do that in the first handover of the baton, where Samuel Imeta started off well, but Dan Asamba could not pick the baton in time. And remember, we were talking to the coaches, and they had a little bit of a change in that particular race, whereby Hezbon Ochieng was substituted by Dan Asamba. But as the race progressed and the race ended, after all said and done, it was a mistake. They accepted the mistake, and they are ready to correct that particular mistake. It was also a fantastic moment for Kenya, where Helen Wawira clinched a bronze medal for the first time in the ladies lightweight powerlifting. It was a fantastic win for Kenya. And of course, Ferdinand Omanyala also, he was the man of the moment, clinching Kenya's gold, the first gold of the tournament in the 100 meters race, followed by Akane Simbine, who was the champion in the Gold Coast 2018 Gold Coast Games, but he was beaten by Ferdinand Omanyala in the 100 meters games. And we're talking about the 4x400 meters race that was also staged at the Alexander Stadium, where the Kenyan team, the men's team, grabbed a bronze for Kenya after Mweresa Muhobe Were and the team posted a season-based to finish in the podium after England and Canada. But the ladies did not match the speed of the Canadians and the Englands, as well as Nigeria, and they managed to finish at number 6. But after England was disqualified for line infringement, now the Kenyan ladies 4x400 team were placed at position number 5. The team included Mary Mora, the champion, 800 meters, who stand yet again world beaters, the likes of Laura Muir, to clinch the gold medal in the 800 meters race that was staged in Alexander. Mora started from tape to cut, and at some point she was throwing in the towel. We spoke to her immediately after the race, and she said she was throwing in the towel, but she managed to outsprint the world beaters and surprised even herself in that particular race to clinch the 800 meters gold, and she was crowned the queen of 800 meters. In the 1,500 meters, it was Australia's Oliver Oar who clinched gold, and Timothy Cheruiyot of Kenya managed a silver in that particular race, as Abel Kipsang of Kenya came in a distance 4th. So there were 127 athletes representing Kenya in 17 different disciplines. We had hockey, we had boxing, we had athletics, we had wrestling as well, and we covered wrestling where Siva Atea, the lady who qualified for the bronze fight. Of course, in the squash, Muqtadir Nimji of Kenya reached the plate final of the men in squash and was beaten by Kalunga of Zambia in the squash plate final. Of course, he was disappointed after posting the same results in 3 years' time, saying he will be able to manage and do a little better. But we managed to talk to also athletes. Some of the athletes, they are expected to travel from yesterday as they finished their races. Some of them were traveling back to Kenya and back to where they are practicing, such as Mike Mokamba. The first batch traveled yesterday, and they will be continuing to travel from today, tomorrow until the 11th of this month. We will bring you the latest. We'll bring you all the event in the closing ceremony that will be happening later on this evening at 8 p.m. Kenyan time. From Birmingham, United Kingdom, my name is Isaac Lemoka.
Thank you very much, Isaac Lemoka in Birmingham. Let's stay on our story a bit. Kenya bagged 2 gold and 3 bronze medals in the last day of the athletics competition at the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, United Kingdom, when Beatrice Chebet and Wycliffe Kinyamal stormed to victory in the women's 5,000 meters and men's 1,500 meters finals, respectively. And as Isaac Lemoka reports, Kenya managed a 3rd spot in the continent and 13th overall in the medal standings.
Double deck. 5,000 meters then.
World Athletics 5,000 meters silver medalist Beatrice Chebet produced a ferocious last-minute kick to stun the reigning 10,000 meters Commonwealth Games champion Eilish McColgan in the women's 5,000 meters final in a personal base time of 14 minutes 38.21 seconds, while competitor Sela Busienei clocked 14 minutes 48.24 seconds to settle for bronze behind Eilish McColgan of Scotland, who took silver.
Punches the air as he crosses the line. A superb Scottish silver for Eilish McColgan and a beautiful bronze for Stella Busienei.
This year ilikuwa mzuri kwangu na after tena kuwin Africa Championship naona, so hii mwaka ilikuwa mzuri kwangu. Hakuna kitu kingine, nasema tu nashukuru Mungu na kitu yenye imeniwezesha kuwin leo ni sababu ya mazoezi pia discipline. Hiyo ndio imenisaidia.
Next year I'm going to train hard again to be in World Championship, because this year I was not able to be in World Championship due to some rules that were brought out by the IEBC. But now I think next year it will be easy for me to be in the team.
Can this athlete, Peter Bol of Australia?
In the men's 800 meters final, Wycliffe Kinyamal retained his title when he was crowned the winner of the 2-lap race to earn Kenya her 2nd gold of the night in a time of 1 minute 47.52 seconds.
Every single year, a 1:44.6 runner awarded with a bronze medal here. But no, the Kenyan, not today, not to be denied.
But nilikuwa naomba tu Mungu niingie medali yote. But sasa nimeingia medali ya gold. Nashukuru Mungu.
Nadeem of Pakistan, it's going to be Yago, the world champion
in the field events. 2022 African champion Julius Yego threw himself into the podium with an 88.07 meters throw to clinch Kenya's 10th bronze medal in the men's javelin finals at the tournament, dismissing his critics who had written off his return to the sport.
I've had like 4 years of struggle and disappointment when I come back, but then I thank God because these ones I've really ended this year. I'm ending the year with a medal, a Commonwealth medal, to add on my gold medal I won in 2014 in Glasgow.
And now it erupts to a roar.
Equally, the Kenya 400 team of Mike Mokamba, William Rayan, Meresa and Mohobe Were managed a 3rd spot with a season-based time of 3 minutes 02.41 seconds to win Kenya another bronze at the tournament.
Arms stretched out wide. Super stuff. St. Helier, Guevara.
Umelakas tumefanya na my teammate. We came here for medals. At least tumepata moja. Hajatoka hivyo.
In athletics, as long as kila mtu ana line yake, mi najua it's an individual sport, but pia teamwork ni nzuri.
Here we go then.
The 4x400 women's team of Mary Mora, Mutuwangi, Millicent Ndoro and Jennifer Mwasia posted a time of 3 minutes 32.28 seconds to settle for a fifth spot after Team England was disqualified for line infringement.
As the curtains come down at the 2022 Commonwealth Games here in Birmingham, UK, Jacqueline Chepkoech becomes the only Kenyan athlete to have broken the championship record in the 3,000 meters steeplechase when she clocked 9:15.68 to win gold. And now she waits for the 2026 Games to be held in Victoria. From Birmingham, United Kingdom, my name is Isaac Lemoka.
Thank you, Isaac. Now, 4 people have been killed in 2 separate banditry attacks in Isiolo County. 3 people lost their lives in Dogogicha village, Merti sub-county of Isiolo, in an incident where about 300 cows and 2,000 sheep and goats were stolen. The incident was confirmed by Isiolo County Commissioner Geoffrey Omondi, who also said 1 person was killed in another attack at Mado Wale Borehole. He said the attacks happened when security officers were being trained as part of preparations for the general election.
Ambapo idadi ya mifugo haijajulikana, ile iliibiwa na wananchi 3 ndio wamejeruhiwa na wale wavamizi ambao wanahisiwa kutoka upande wa Merile. So tujui ni Rendile ama ni Wanga na kwa Merile, Rendile na Samburu walivamia upande huo na wakaiba idadi ambayo haijajulikana ya mifugo, lakini maafisa wa usalama waliingia jana wakakabiliana na hao wajangili.
And we are saying, like any as Isiolo people, we are paying taxes. We are entitled to government protection, both for our lives and our property. For those who have lost their loved ones, I want to send them my message of condolence. We are approaching elections. If the intention is to disrupt voting in Merti sub-county, it will not work. And if you want, those who are in charge of security, the CS, the PS, the Inspector General, all Kenyans, irrespective of their political affiliation, are entitled to protection. We need our animals back.
From Isiolo, now we head over to Homa Bay County. Edward Kabasa is in Homa Bay County, of course, monitoring events and covering the elections there. Edward Kabasa, good afternoon. You can bring us up to speed with preparations ahead of tomorrow.
Good afternoon, JJ. Of course, we are just counting hours to the general election, and the mood here is quite unfamiliar, especially to a region that has been engaging in such matters for a very long time. But what is coming into focus actually is the gubernatorial race. This is going to pit former Nairobi County Governor Evans Kidero and the county woman member of the National Assembly, that is Gladys Wanga, who have been traversing this county over the last couple of months and trying to woo support once there comes. Of course, we have seen also over the last couple of days, as reported here, that there have been cases pockets of violence here and there. But we did speak to the county commissioner, Moses Lilan, in the morning, and he did explain to us what sort of arrangements have been taken into account and what has been put in place in terms of measures to ensure that the conduct of the 2022 general election in Homa Bay County is beyond reproach, and it is conducted in a way that even the observers will be satisfied. He said that security officers have been deployed. Of course, today he had a meeting. He was chairing the county security committee meeting today, where they agreed to ensure that enough officers are sent to different parts of the county to protect voters, to protect property, to ensure that this exercise remains peaceful. We also did speak to the county elections manager. His name is Frederick Apapo, and he did explain to us that there were some incidences yesterday in parts of Ndiwa, that there's some temporary staff who had been brought on board by the Independent Election Boundaries Commission to help in overseeing this exercise, but they were engaging in matters which the Commission is currently investigating. Of course, he told us that they have been benched and they have been replaced by new staff. But he said that IEBC has worked towards building public confidence, and they are sure that when voters stream to these polling stations tomorrow from as early as 6 a.m. to 5, when this election voting process will be done, they will work to ensure that that process remains as smooth as possible. He has also flagged some electoral misconduct. He said that they have forwarded those details to the Directorate of Public Prosecutions and other relevant agencies charged with the responsibility of investigating these issues, and they will be looking into that as well. But we also have spoken to residents here. We have spoken to traders, we have spoken to farmers, and the message from them is that they want a leadership that is going to address issues that are affecting them. Farmers, we did speak to one farmer just a couple of kilometers from here. He is a rice farmer. He said that the county government has done to some extent what is required of it to support people of his kind, but there's still a lot that needs to be done. And that is a capacity that needs to be built, according to him, so that more farmers can embrace rice farming in this region. And thanks to projects such as the Oluch Kimira, which those farmers in an area called Nyangweso are depending on, he says that it can be escalated all over the county to ensure that it is a project that benefits so many people. We also did speak to some fish traders at the Homa Bay Pier who said that the market needs to be expanded, and the county government, the administration that is incoming, should do enough to ensure that this sector is also promoted. There are those who are practicing fish farming. They have built cages at various spots within the lake region, but they are also saying that it is not enough. Of course, they need more market, and they need to get the benefit of this commodity which Homa Bay is synonymous for. And we also did speak to some cotton farmers who said that the price of cotton per kilo is still low, trading at about 37 shillings. Want it up to probably 70 to incentivize the sector so that it can go back to its lost glory. There are so many parts of this county, like Karachuonyo, where cotton has been one of the major cash crops over the years, but that farming activity has, for some reasons which these farmers believe can be sorted out, that exercise has been scaled down. Those who are still engaging in cotton farming are not really benefiting from what they should, considering the fact that the Big Four agenda, one of them, the pillars, is manufacturing. So they want the county government, through the administration that will be elected tomorrow, to look into such issues. And a lot of them are also saying that the transport system in the region is quite expensive, and they want ways of making things work, that for someone to move from point A to point B, you don't need to spend a lot of money for that kind of movement. They're saying that is expensive for them, and the hope is that the infrastructural development, which has been ongoing since the advent of devolution, can be escalated and expanded to ensure that this sector benefits all, that it is affordable to move from point A to point B. A lot of places to see in Homa Bay. There are so many islands. Of course, we have not had the opportunity of going to those areas, but when we did speak to the county commissioner, he said that the islands which are already inhabited are provided with adequate security. It is just a matter of us, and the members or those who have been registered to take part in the general election, which has been anticipated, will be going to the ballot tomorrow. Evans Kidero, who is garnering for this gubernatorial position, will be voting in Asumbi, and his challenger, Gladys Wanga, will be voting at a polling station just a few kilometers from here. The county is divided into 8 constituencies. There is Karachuonyo constituency, which has about 94,000 registered voters. There is Ndewa constituency, which is the most popular in terms of registration of voters, at around 96,000. There is Rangwe constituency. There is Suba North and Suba South, and there is Kasipul constituency and Kabondo Kasipul. These are regions which voters are hoping that they will be given the opportunity to choose their leaders. And just to mention, the deputy governor race is pitting former MP Oyogi Magwanga and DC Kodo. DC Kodo comes from Karachuonyo constituency, and Oyogi Magwanga comes from Kabondo Kasipul. Of course, it is a closely contested poll, which many eyes will be looking. The general view of residents here is that the election ought to be as peaceful as it can, and everyone who is armed with a voter card should come out tomorrow from as early as 6 a.m. and cast their ballot. To them, it is a historic moment. JJ.
Now, before I let you go, a very quick one, because you mentioned about temporary staff of the IEBC engaging in mischief. Number one, are they in police custody? And number two, are you aware of what kind of mischief they were involved in?
All right. We were told by the county elections manager that they were taken into custody. There were 4 officials who were found discussing with some aspirants about the exercise, that the questions they were being asked about the process, what is involved, where do we vote, and at what point do the votes, the tallying and the counting of votes. So those are some of the details that we were told by the county elections manager. But they have been arrested and they were questioned yesterday. He said that the matter is being pursued by relevant authorities. And he said that the reason as to why he called them temporary, IEBC has permanent staff, and it also has those personnel or that group of Kenyans who have been hired on a basis. After the election is done, their contract is also done until the next time that IEBC is conducting elections. It can be a by-election or a general election, as it has been tradition every 5 years, JJ.
Chedad Kabase, for a fantastic job. Keep walking. We shall be linking with you later. For now, we take a short breather on lunchtime news, and we come back with more news lined up for you, including links with our reporters spread out across the country. Don't go too far.
have a new story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 073-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Kupata mafuta kupanda kama skiza tune kwenye simu yako, bonyeza *811 962 hash.
Nashukuru serikali kwa kuongeza bei ya mafuta. Sasa niko kwa highway na kuna traffic hata kidogo. Naomba serikali iendelee hivyo, tubaki tu watu ya gasla na heavy machine peke yake. Pia mimi naomba huyu serikali waseme kama gari yako ni below 3000 cc, gari yako na baki nyumbani, itengeneze nyumba ya kufuga kuku.
Kupata mafuta kupanda, bonyeza *811 962 hash. *811 962 hash.
After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Welcome back. You're watching Kenya Decides. Let's focus now on the county of Baringo. Our reporter Betty Kiptum has been pitching tent in the county. We spoke to her earlier. Now, Betty Kiptum, what is the latest? Betty Kiptum, if you can hear me, what is the latest? All right, looks like we don't have her ready. Once we do, we'll link up with her. Baringo County is where Betty Kiptum is. She was doing rounds. The last time we were speaking to her, she was telling us about the preparedness and how IEBC was preparing itself to dispatch material to all constituencies and polling centers across Baringo County. Let us take a breather now. Of course, when we come back, we'll be linking up with Betty Kiptum. All right, we have Betty Kiptum. Betty Kiptum, what is the latest in Baringo?
live from the office of the County Commissioner in Baringo County, Abdulrazak Jamdesa, and he has just finished giving a press briefing about the security situation in the county with about 2,500 security officers.
Okay, let's focus on the security situation in Western Kenya. The Western Regional Commissioner, that is Isaiah Nakoru, spoke earlier about the security situation. Let's have a look.
Intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-644 or 0734-780-124.
After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts, as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
All right, apologies for the hiccups. Right, apologies for the hiccups. But we continue contacting our reporters across the country. Right about now, Janae Karisa is in Kilifi County, and she joins us live from the county. Janae, we spoke earlier. You were at the main tallying center, that is at the constituency. Where are you now, and what is happening there?
Good afternoon, John Jacob Kuria. We are coming to you live from Malindi constituency. We just right behind me is the whole exercise to sort and dispatch the various clerks and POs, as well who will be dispatched across the Malindi constituency. A brief about this county is 94,605 registered voters will be heading to the ballots tomorrow across the 5 wards that are in Malindi constituency. We have Jelore, Kakuyuni in Malindi and in Malindi town, Shela and Ganda. These are the wards that these 94,605 registered voters will be queuing to select their leaders tomorrow. Now, earlier on we spoke to the Deputy County Commissioner of this particular constituency, that is Thuo Ngugi, who reassured us that security is top-notch. 400 police have been deployed across the constituency to ensure that no incident is reported here in Malindi constituency. This a similar reaction, a similar exercise has been deployed across other constituencies. The 7th constituency is here in Kilifi County, and we expect that from tomorrow, every polling center will be manned by armed GSU police officers, as well as others who will be supervising the whole exercise. This is the main tallying center of Malindi constituency. The ballot boxes arrived around 11, and of course the whole contingency team was present to witness the opening of those papers and assure that they are okay, and every candidate is what is represented and what is labeled. And of course what is happening right now is the sorting of the ballot papers per the wards. That is yet to be complete. We expect that the RO of this tallying center will be proceeding to dispatch the various POs together with the election materials to their various wards right about the whole exercise that is currently going on here at the Barani Secondary School. Behind me, these are just clerks. They are registering, and they will be deployed in a matter of hours to the various polling centers. Just a reminder is that in every polling centers there are 2 armed guards, so the public is being warned against inciting the electorate to violence. So we expect the RO to come and dispatch these POs and clerks once they have been registered and issued the election materials. Now, just a perspective across the whole county, there are 588,000 registered voters. This is, of course, an addition to what was witnessed in 2017. An additional of 80,000 registered voters have been included in this year's basket. And according to the county returning officer Hussein Gure, he is expecting a high voter turnout as witnessed in 2017. There are 7 constituencies as mentioned earlier. In Magarini, my colleague Hibak is pitching camp in that area, and she has just informed me that the POs and the clerks have been dispatched with the election materials. In Rabai constituency, my colleague is also pitching camp there and has informed me also a similar exercise as Magarini is continuing. In Kilifi North, my colleague Caroline Gilani is giving us more updates as time goes by, but the is a replica of the Malindi constituency. In Kilifi South, my colleague Asha is present and is witnessing the opening of the ballot papers. The exercise of sorting of those ballot boxes and papers is currently ongoing. In Kaloleni, similar and Ganze constituency, a similar exercise is continuing. So we are expecting that the county returning officer Hussein Gure to address the media. There was a hiccup when ballot papers alleged ballot papers of Kilifi governors were found in Mombasa constituency, in Mombasa County rather. And that hiccup has led a delay in the press release that he was supposed to issue in the morning. But we are expecting this afternoon, after that hiccup is cleared out, he will be issuing a detailed press conference on the election preparedness of Kilifi County. But up to now, as you can see, as the situation is replicated across the country, the sorting of and dispatch of POs and clerks is currently ongoing. Ballot papers have been opened and will be issued to this official will be dispatched to the various wards, and from there we expect at 6 o'clock in the morning the exercise will be conducted without any hiccups. Of course, this is a delay compared to other parts of the country. In fact, in the morning, most tallying centers by 10 had not been open. We need to seek clarification from the county returning officer as to what led to the delay, but regardless of that, the exercise is ongoing, and in Kilifi County, according to our spot check, it is ready to conduct the elections come tomorrow. Again, security is beefed up. Like in Malindi, there are 400 police officers, including GSU in that number, that have been deployed across all polling stations, meaning that the public is being warned against inciting any type of violence around the polling station. A clarion call by the IEBC officials since yesterday, a clarion call of peace as the electorates come to the polling centers to come and verify their streams so that tomorrow there is no hiccups, and if there is need for clarification, that is done. We are yet to get any type of lamentations from the public about the streams, but we know that everyone is satisfied and is looking forward to tomorrow. So we have started from Twapa Bridge, and right now we went to Magarini, and now we're back in Malindi, and the situation is calm and peaceful. Back to you, Kioria, as we continue with our tour of Kilifi County, as we bring you more comprehensive coverage together with my colleagues about what is happening and the election preparedness of Kilifi County. Back to you, JJ.
Very much, Janae Carissa. No lamentations so far from members of the public or any other stakeholder. And as she has rightly pointed out, we have our teams dispersed across the 7 constituencies of that is Kilifi County. And about now we head over to Baringo County again to try and link up with Betty Kiptum. Betty Kiptum, if you can hear me, the latest from Baringo.
A very good afternoon to you, John Jacob Kure, there in the Broadcasting House studios in Nairobi. We are coming to you live from the office of the County Commissioner in Baringo County, where he has just given a briefing, a security briefing, accompanied by the security team of the whole county. Now, he has said that there is sufficient security to ensure that there is a safe election happening tomorrow. According to him, he says that 500 police officers have been deployed, and that the curfew that was set in areas around the county, including Tiati constituency, as well as 2 wards in Baringo North, to deal with the banditry that was ongoing, was lifted last night, and that is going to continue until the elections are done, or to ensure that election preparation is ongoing well. Now, let me not say his words for him. He's here with me, Mr. Abdurizak Jaldesa. Welcome on set, and thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you very much.
Could you give us an overview of how the security situation is in the county?
Yeah, the security situation in Baringo is good. As I've said, we had a very fruitful meeting this morning just to wrap up whatever we have been doing for quite a while in preparation for this year's general election. And we are set for tomorrow. We have adequate deployment, both the routine ones for the polling station, but at the same time, we are cognizant of other security needs within Baringo County. So very much happy with whatever we have done. Already our command center, both at the county level and at all the 6 county levels, are functional. And we are liaising with all our people on the ground, at the same time at the regional level. So in Baringo, we are good to go. We do not see any challenges because, as we have mentioned earlier, we have over 2,000 officers who have been deployed from all the multi-agencies, from administration police, from the National Police Service, that's Kenya Police, Kenya Prisons, and all other officers are involved, including the National Youth Service, going to supplement whatever the other officers are doing. At the same time, in areas where we normally have challenges, like Tiati you have mentioned, Baringo North, these areas have been under curfew for quite a while now. We are happy to report that from yesterday in the evening, the curfew has also been lifted for the period of the general election. So people are free to go to their polling stations, to travel. The materials will be deployed to all the 983 polling stations in all the 6 constituencies. So far we are happy with the report we are getting. Of course, my team is here. I will be moving around, ensuring that everything is okay. And in areas also where we used to have issues earlier, now we believe from the adequate deployment of security, everything will be fine. So mine is just to urge voters across the county, there are 281,000 over, to wake up very early and go and vote. And after voting, they can go and watch their television in their homes, because adequate arrangements have been done in terms of security at the polling station. They have nothing to fear. In areas where we had challenges initially, earlier this year, Baringo South, part of Baringo North, will not adapt to now. So I wish them well. I wish them to go and exercise their democratic right.
Right. If you could just allow me, for the people in those counties, Baringo North, Baringo South constituencies, rather, Baringo North, Baringo South, there are some areas that people who are displaced, and there are fears of low voter turnout because some are saying they cannot access their polling stations. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, for that, there are certain areas, especially in Baringo South, where the polling station was moved from one point to the other. Of course, in a very near place. So conveniencing. And voters have been informed accordingly, and they are aware. Initially, IEBC had already engaged them, even our Ngao team. So we are very sure that because the polling stations were moved, not because of any insecurity, just to make them comfortable. So they are aware, and we are actually seeing that they will turn out very well. We will not see any challenges that either from fear or from the logistical issues. From the security perspective, we have adequate resources, we have adequate vehicles, both for patrol and to ensure that the materials and personnel who are involved in this election are well guarded.
Right. And of course, beyond the elections, what do you plan to do to ensure that those areas are safe and those bandit attacks have been stopped, so to say?
Of course, we are not concentrating on the elections, as I've mentioned. There are security personnel who are involved in the election. But at the same time, there are other formed units who are doing the normal patrol, normal security surveillance. So as the election is done, we have also adequate security personnel to do other work in terms of ensuring that we have no attacks, especially Tiati area, Baringo North. So it's not that we are concentrating on the election alone. We have also taken provision to ensure that we do not have any insecurity incidences this time or even after the election.
Mm-hmm. And for any of, away now from the banditry prone areas, any other areas, what message do you have to Kenyans who are going to vote, and maybe someone who is planning anything that is illegal, so to say?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think as a county for Baringo, we did a lot of sensitization. We have put everybody on board. As you are aware, we had a county forum for election preparedness. We had put all the stakeholders together. I'm very happy the work done by all the stakeholders, from NCIC, from the interreligious organizations, from the civil society, the Media Council of Kenya. Everybody has participated in ensuring that we have adequate preparation for these general elections. Now it's just to wish Kenyans to go and vote, as we have put all the measures in place to ensure that we have safe, peaceful, and credible general election.
And as we close the conversation, what can you tell Kenyans about the things that they should do or they should not do as they go to vote, so that they are good voters or good electorate?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the most important thing is also to keep time, because I think by 5 all the polling stations will be, of course, be open. They should go and vote. But at the same time, within the polling stations, the issue of partisan dressing or capes is not allowed. That there is a provision that within the polling station is manned by the IEBC, and the security will be there. So they go vote, and after voting, they go back to their houses and watch over the to know just more around the area and cause any issues. At the same time, we are also looking out for any voter bribery or any other malpractice within this time of the general election. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
Thank you.
That is Mr. Abdulrazak Jaldesa. He is the Baringo County Commissioner, and he has briefed us about the security situation, saying that people should feel safe as they go into the elections, including in areas that have been prone to banditry attacks before, that is Tiati, Baringo North, Baringo South constituencies, and the larger county, Baringo County, that there is security, and people should go to vote, both for people and also the election materials. Well, that's it from here. We shall be keeping tabs with what is happening on matters elections in Baringo County. For now, back to you, John Jacob Curia in studio.
Thank you, Betty Kiptum, for a fantastic job again talking to the security team there as regards the maintenance of security in the larger parts of Baringo County that remain disturbed. And about now, I want to hand it over to O'Brien Kimani at the Bomas of Kenya. But obviously, once they're done at the Bomas of Kenya, Kamchemenza and Harith Salim are in studio already, ready to take you to the next session. But for now, it's over to you, O'Brien. I'm out.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much indeed, John Jacob Curia, back there in broadcasting. It's true, we are camping here at the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya. This has been the case since the year 2013. We were the first station actually to set up a camp here to monitor the activities here. Back in the year 2013, we are the first again in 2022, bringing you live coverage of events as they are unfolding here. It's quite a lovely day here. The weather is quite beautiful. The sun is out, and this place is becoming busier every minute. I mean, we are talking about less than 16 hours before Kenyans troop to the polling stations to cast their vote and elect a new set of leaders who are going to govern this country. It is quite a much anticipated event because it is significant in many ways, and of course we shall be looking at those aspects and why this election is very, very critical for us as a nation going forward. What you can see in your background is traditionally the house that is behind you is what has always been known as the Bomas Auditorium. But I don't know whether our camera person can be able to zoom in, because now it has been rebranded and renamed Uchaguzi Hall, because that is going to be the venue. It is going to be the epicenter of all these elections. I was just in there. I was given an exclusive access to go in there, and inside there will be about 2,000 people who have been certified by IEBC. There will be party agents, there will be presidential aspirants together with their families. There will be an area for election observers, both local as well as international. There will also be an area set for IEBC agents, and at some point we are trying to see whether we will be able to get you in there so that we can explain to you the seating arrangements there. But so far 2,000 people are expected to get into that room or to that auditorium, so that because that is where the IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati, together with his commissioners, they will be briefing the nation from your screen. Of course, you can see the inside of the Bomas of Kenya. That's where you are, and it is changing every minute, and we are keeping track of those changes. And now security here, as usual, has been enhanced. And what you're seeing from me, I have about four pack of cards. Allow me to take you through these cards so that you appreciate what kind of security arrangements that has been put in this place. Number one, once you get to the Bomas of Kenya gate, you must first of all flash out your job card so that first of all they can verify and confirm that they are talking to the right person from the right organization. So you must show your job card, and that's the first document that they're asking you for. And then number two, you must first of all have, for example, I'm a journalist, so I am supposed to have a media pass. My media pass, so it allows me to proceed to the next stage of screening. Once you show that card, now you go to the next level of screening, whereby you're issued with another card. This card allows you to go or to enter the Bomas of Kenya or the National Tallying Center. So when you flash out these cards, then the security agent at the gate will allow you to proceed inside the Bomas of Kenya. That is not the end of it. If you thought this is the end of it, then you got it twisted, because then you have these other critical documents. It's quite small, but it's going to allow you to access so many places, because as you can see, I don't know whether my camera person will be in a position to zoom in. It has, of course, the IEBC logo. And then it is written access card. Of course, it has your name here and the organization that you work for. Then it has, of course, the title, which is Elections 2022 IEBC National Tallying Center. So it allows you to access the National Tallying Center. The most interesting bit about this card is that it is embedded with a barcode, a scanner. So this card allows you to access the National Tallying Center inside that auditorium. Well, those are helicopters, of course, zooming. I told you earlier on that where we are actually is a flight path to the Wilson Airport. And remember, it's quite a busy season with the people landing and, of course, taking off at Wilson Airport. So you're likely to hear a lot of that noise going forward, but please don't get deterred. So I was explaining to you some of the physical features on this card that allows you to enter into the nerve center of this election, and that is the National Tallying Center. So what you just need to do is, once you get to the entrance to the National Tallying Center, of course, the security agents will ask you for this card that allows you to be in Bomas of Kenya. After you flash this card, then they are going to frisk you to ensure that you're not carrying anything that is prohibited inside the hall. And I'm talking about things like knives, guns, unless you're licensed, scissors, or anything that can be used to harm anyone. So anything like that, you're not allowed to go inside with it. So once you have been cleared, then you are allowed to proceed inside the National Tallying Center. The most interesting bit is that no one is going to open the door for you. So what you just need to do is you swipe this card. There is a barcode scanner that is attached to the door, so where you just need to scan the card, and then the doors are going to open wide for you to enter. Of course, the area inside there, it is controlled, and the movements there are controlled to ensure that there is many more disruptions inside there, because this is indeed a critical facility. In a moment from now, we are waiting for the daily briefing by the IEBC chair, Wafula Chebukati, with about how many hours I'm talking about now? About 15 hours and 48 minutes. The country is definitely waiting to clearly understand as we now get to the home stretch, what measures have been put in place to ensure that the election, as I've been saying, is credible, is fair, and of course, it's free. That is what we are expecting. to hear from Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of IEBC. We have been walking around here, and one thing I can tell you for sure is we've been here since Monday of last week, and I can tell you for sure that this place has gone through what we call total transformation or total overhaul. You know, the roads have been recarpeted, security has been enhanced, and we are walking in the midst of security agents, so many of them, both plainclothes and of course uniformed. IEBC has made it clear so that if you are not licensed to come to the Bomas of Kenya, please stay at home, watch Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, because that's why we are here, so that we can show you all the facets of the National Tallying Center here at the Bomas of Kenya. The road that leads to the Bomas of Kenya, there is also security there, so it is not easy for anybody just to come in and pass through the barrier. Except for the residents or people who have a reason to be around this area, because this area movement is restricted for obvious reasons, because this is a critical infrastructure at this moment. That is the kind of brief that I thought it was very important to allow you in. And this afternoon, of course, I am flanked by two gentlemen who are going to help us to put a few things here and there into perspective. I'm joined by Dr. Charles Mbogwa. He is an organizational leadership expert joining us this afternoon here at the National Tallying Center. Dr. Mbogwa, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Very good. And next to, on the left side of Dr. Mbogwa is Dr. Churchill Saoke. He is a public policy analyst at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Technology. He's joining us here as well to help us, as I said, put things into the right perspective. Gentlemen, I know you've been here. You came here early in the morning. You were here yesterday. As I said, things here are changing every minute, every moment. I want to hear from you as an organizational leadership expert. What do you make of the changes that are happening here at the Bomas of Kenya?
Thank you very much for having us on board, and indeed for availing Kenyans this great opportunity of communicating day in, day out changes as we go to the D-Day tomorrow. What do I make of it? One, like you've aptly put it, this now happens to be a national critical infrastructure. How then should it take a posture of security? From Saturday, we have seen transformation in regard to protective security. And this is in terms of the various members and units of the National Police Service who are on board, and other members of the national security organs. Number two, we have seen an improvement, deliberately so, in access control. Access right from the first gate to the other areas where access must be controlled. And of course, this is core because this event that we shall be having tomorrow is a critical part of the electoral process, such that if it became insecure, then ultimately the trust that the populace would be having, number one, on the national government, on IEBC, and other organs of government would certainly be at task. Then the other bit that is of utmost significance in tandem with the preparation are the specific areas that have been set for specific purposes. For example, we do have the call center. And that's a critical approach in leadership, because when an organization is able to communicate in real time, is able to get information from various stakeholders, relevant information, then that also enhances part of its response, not to mention trust. For example, IEBC yesterday undertook a very important exercise of simulation. And in that simulation, they were able to showcase how they would deal with certain threat issues within the polling stations, and how they are also participating in a critical component of inclusivity, persons with disability, by showcasing how those who will be escorting such persons to the polling station, then they were able to remind those who have any kind of a disability that indeed this process is taking care of that. To us, that's a critical component of organizing voters and voting in a manner that delivers inclusivity. And of course, not to forget that the media is all over in this place. So working closely with the media also enhances the messaging that goes out and the messaging that is coming in. That is core in terms of making sure that we reduce the aspects of mistrust that we have seen there before. And I think, to me, I expect and I anticipate that by the time we reach tomorrow, 6 a.m., much more will have been done to showcase a component of credibility, a component of transparency, fairness, in tandem with the rulings that were done by the Supreme Court. I think, to me, that's a way forward that enhances Kenya's leadership role within not just its populace, but within the entire region. That's why we have got accredited observers from diverse global organizations. And to me, as an organizational leadership expert, then IEBC has enhanced its organizational communication strategies and practices.
Very good. I mean, I was just telling you this. If there is something that you have to learn to contend with here, is the buzzing noise of aircrafts and, of course, helicopters. Like, what are you just hearing around here is a police helicopter that has been circling this area to ensure that the area is secure. As Dr. Mbogwa was saying, this is a highly critical infrastructure whereby security has to be really enhanced. And so you really have to put up with that kind of noise. I can actually hear it again. It's coming again. I don't know how many times it's going to circle around here, but we've better get used to this. And so I want to hear from Dr. Saoke. The arrangement that you see here, from security to, the revamped infrastructure, are you convinced that IEBC has put its best foot forward?
Well, I think that in terms of their preparations based on what they have been, the simulations they have been giving us and, the education they have been providing to Kenyans, they seem they are up to task. And the deploying of logistics across the country is not any mean feat. We have to appreciate that, because you look at the number of polling stations that we have across this country, it's massive, massive work. But then the commission has had close to 5 years to prepare themselves for this. They have most of the commissioners, like when you look at the chairman of the commission, he's administered past elections, and there are mistakes that maybe they have learned from the past elections, which I'm sure they are trying to rectify in this election. And also the vigilance of Kenyans has also sort of helped in making the IEBC to sort of up their game in many ways to ensure credibility of the elections. And the public eyes are really up, and they really want these to the results to reflect the will of the people, the political players. So I think that in terms of their level of preparation as is now, there is a lot of organization, as my colleague has mentioned, and we are yet to see how this is going to reflect, especially at the field. And it's my hope that the field officers are also going to do their part to ensure that they meet the expectations of the commission. Yes. Very good.
I mean, it's good that you're bringing in the numbers here, and Dr. Charles, I know you are an organizational management expert. Let me run you through the numbers. A total of 22.12 million voters are eligible to vote. The commission has already opened 46,233 polling stations that are spread all over the country. A total of 16,000, listen to this, 16,098,000 candidates have been registered to contest for the six elective seats, that is the president, governor, senator, member of parliament, woman representative, and member of county assembly. Another very interesting number here is the election, or the IEBC has recruited about 300,000 polling officials that are going to complement its permanent staff. I think in this country, currently, I think you would want to say that apart from maybe the military and the Teacher Service Commission, we do not have any other institution that is managing such a huge human capital like IEBC it is doing. And that's why I want to find out from Dr. Charles, what kind of a logistical nightmare is this for IEBC, to manage and to handle these numbers?
A good one, and indeed logistical. Look at the diverse actors that we are talking about. Look at the diverse terrains that we are focusing on. And so when you focus on the logistics of making sure that we have got a seamless flow, number one, seamless voting process, after which we must have equally a seamless transmission of the outcomes of what would be termed as the polling, then it is massive. Where does it start? As my colleague here said, there was preparation, which means then that the logistics going into training, the various actors across diverse areas, certainly must have been massive. The question is, did IEBC get it right? Let's look at one area. If we walk backwards to the case of NASA IEBC 2017, one key component of that suit was Form 34A. The logistics of making sure that we now have got Form 34A and that the capturing of the votes within that form is as clear as the difference between day and night relative to the ruling of the Supreme Court becomes very, very important. Has IEBC announced and pronounced itself on this? Yes, it has. Let's look at another component of the logistics, a physical document, and that is the manual register. Despite the fact that out of the parliamentary committee that enhanced the regulations that we are using today pertaining to enhancing the adoption of technology in the entire process, IEBC had gone ahead to do away with the manual register. And it took a suit and a ruling by Justice Mugure for that to be reversed. So that's another logistic at a very late stage of this process. Has it been done? We are happy that the chairman announced himself that indeed that is what they will follow. That is from a perspective of compliance and standards that are expected. Let's go to another logistic. When you talk about those ballot papers, when you talk about the Form 34A, how foolproof is it? That's a critical component of cyber logistics, that indeed then we cannot have other than that form that is with the presiding officer who does a scanned image of the same and transmits to this center that we do have here. No other person then can do that, and no other form can be done. O'Brien and my colleague and Kenyans, that Herculean task of making sure that it is cyber hacking proof is no mean achievement by whatever standards, bearing in mind the fact that we have witnessed hacking in some perspectives of the elections in some countries. That required then a perspective of procurement and making sure that the procurement process then is above board in terms of making sure that the foolproofness that IEBC are talking about can stand the test of time. Which is that test of time? It is the test of tomorrow's voting from 6 a.m. all the way up to 6 p.m. followed then by what would be termed as the transmission. Did we train our people accordingly? That training component is core. And we ask ourselves a key question, and I'm sorry to mention this. Can we have, within those we are training as clerks, characters who are compromised. May I go to an example? Once that particular ballot is given to the voter, it should be stamped. Do we have credible clerks and presiding officers who will make sure that each and every ballot is stamped? Because if then a number of our fellow Kenyans are not aware of that being a critical component towards a ballot that is acceptable, then if you have got some cheeky, compromised clerks or presiding officers, that may happen. That is a logistic of enhancing ethical practices and moral characters through relevant training and also vetting. And of course, we can enumerate many more, which I'm sure Daktari can also bring on board.
Yeah. And I mean, you see, IEBC has been very clear that, you know, the 300,000 polling agents, you know, have been trained. Its staff have also been trained, you know, on what is expected of them. There are legal documents that they have signed to ensure that this process remains above board. But technology can go wrong, yeah? That's what we have just come to discover, yeah? You know, with fraudsters, you know, online fraudsters, you know, becoming more smarter and always ahead of our security apparatus. So okay, from where you stand, I mean, are you convinced that as a country we have, you know, proper firewalls to guard against, you know, online malpractices or people who may want to alter the will of the people?
Yes, O'Brien, I think that as a country we are way ahead in terms of technology. Because you find that a number of the people who have got key skills on even these aspects of cyber, cyber security are actually Kenyans. You know, and some of them are actually students. So if these are skills that are actually available in this country that could be taken care of, and you know, it all depends on as to whether the commission was able to undertake enough penetration into trying to see whether somebody can be able to get through into their system. If they're able to do that, and you know, it was verified by the observers and even the agents to ascertain that there is proper wolf-proofing, as you have mentioned, that any criminal can be able to penetrate through the system, then that's it. Because the challenge that we have with issues around security is its obliqueness. You know, the other parts of the election process, it's much easier because it's physical. You know, it's physical for you to identify. It's easier for you to identify that it's O'Brien who is voting. It's also easy to do the counting. But now the point where now you are having the transmission that people can't see, this is the tricky bit, and it is also very difficult to know in advance whether it is foolproof or not, because it is something that is also you cannot not allow everyone to know. So the few people who know it, we are all left into their mercy as to whether they are going to hold, you know, the oath of secrecy that they have signed, and apart from that, to hold the high moral code of ethics. That, you know what, this is a very important process for the country, that we cannot do any monkey business with it. So it sometimes all boils down that the technology comes in to help us to enable our processes. But in the long run, the human touch is also significant, because technology can't run by itself. There has to be somebody somewhere to have it work. If this human touch does not have the high moral ethic code, then it becomes a useless process. So as is now, we can say that in terms of the confidence that the commission has given us, that, you know, the technology is foolproof, and, you know, they have also assured the agents of the various people contesting, we can hold it up to that point. But then they should not hold their guns down, because this is an election. Any election has got, people have got high interests, and politicians will always want the shortest cut to power. And if that shortcut is through cybercrime, they'll go for it. So they'll always have to work day and night through the remaining 14 hours, you said, to ensure that nobody gets through their system.
Very well. I mean, when you go inside the National Tallying Center, there are about three big screens that are mounted at 3 strategic locations. One of the big screen will be projecting presidential candidate numbers or the number of votes they will have gotten at any given moment. And then there is also another screen whereby the numbers from counties are going to be displayed, and then there is another screen, or screen number 3, where voting patterns from the constituencies will be displayed. And these screens, especially the last 2, they will be changing after every 3 seconds. As we wait for the IEBC Chair, Wafula Chebukati, who is expected to have a briefing here in this afternoon. Before we wrap it up here, I want to hear from Dr. Mbogwa. I know you cannot definitely read Wafula Chebukati's mind, but what do you think is going through his mind quickly?
If I were him, this is the kind of, and I think that's what is in his mind. Number one, reassurance, because IEBC, from the eyes of the public, must be seen to be trustworthy fully in order to deliver the key components that were well defined, so that his talk must reassure Kenyans of the fact that we shall have a credible election. Number 2, a fair one. Number 3, transparent. Number 4, from what we have just discussed on cyber hacking, a secure one, because all those are critical components that should be seen, be it through the biometric approaches or through what would be termed as the manual register. Then the other bit is to call out on Kenyans to use the communication systems, the command system that is in place, as far as bringing out any incidences is concerned. And indeed also areas that do require clarity. When communication from the public is seen to be well received and acted on in a timely manner, if that is well assured by Chebukati, then you'll find that becoming a critical component in enhancing the trust that we do need. And I think finally, Chebukati will be able to talk to the electorate, including the politicians who are deep in it, not in any way to take the law into their hands. So if there are any issues of conflict, then they should follow the duly laid down systems of resolving such kind of conflicts, because that becomes core. Then finally he must call on each and every Kenyan to play his or her critical role, democratic right of voting, and making sure that we have got peaceful elections.
Very good. So, okay, briefly.
Well, I think that the IEBC chair right now, he is really the referee, and he really looks up to ensuring this process ends in a very smooth way. And that whatever happens and the results that come out will be accepted in a peaceful manner. So he's really trying to balance up many things. There are a lot of actors that are coming into play, trying to push him whichever direction, the constitution that he has to stand for, the other actors that are not necessarily pushing legal things. So there is a lot of balancing act for him that, and we really must really pray for him wherever he is, because he holds the key for the stability of this country. But our hope is that, by Tuesday things are going to be peaceful, and in 1 week we'll have a new regime peacefully, and then Kenya becomes a country to be emulated in the region and across Africa. And by the way, I was just telling Doc here that I saw a tweet from Namibia of somebody who is really agitated and is really looking up to the results of the Kenyan election. It tells you how much Kenya inspires the country. I mean, how much Kenya inspires Africa. And so this election is not just for Kenyans. It is for the region, it is for the Africa, and it is for the entire world.
Very good. Gentlemen, I mean, we have to put a full stop at this point. Not actually a full stop, but a comma, because now we want to go to the Nairobi Regional Commissioner, Mr. Kang'ethe Thuku, who is also expected to brief the nation on the security preparedness of the security apparatus in ensuring that Nairobi is safe and Kenyans and Nairobians can go about their business tomorrow, vote in their leaders without any harassment or any security threats. So that briefing is taking place at the Nyayo House. So that's where we want to take you. But remember, we are here at the Bomas of Kenya, the National Tallying Center. And of course, we are giving you a blow-by-blow event of what exactly is happening here at the National Tallying Center. So let's take you to the Nairobi Regional Commissioner, Mr. Kangete Thuku, and listen in.
So we want Nairobi also, in case you see any disruption or anything out of the ordinary, they can call 0791 262121. That's another number which will be in the command center. Again, through the Uyano platform, we have another number which is 108. Again, we are asking Nairobians to report to us through 108 is an SMS number, 988 is an SMS number, and this other one I've just read is a voice number you can call. Now, the command center is linked to what we are calling, we have also what we call the sub-county command centers. 11 of them, we have 11 sub-counties. Again, we are saying that if there will be issues that need to be responded to very quickly, at that level of the sub-county, they can be able to respond to them so that we don't have any, and we want to really send this warning to those who think they can disrupt the voters, the people who are lined up for voting, or who are on their way to go and vote, that will take very, very, stiff action and immediate action and that kind of thing. Thank you very much. So thank you. So we hope that we are going to relay this to Nairobians. So, and the issue here is that to assure them, they need not be afraid. We have done a lot. We have been doing this for over a long time. We have conducted peace meetings. In fact, we have done so many peace meetings that we prepare Nairobians to be peace ambassadors. They have become peace ambassadors. We have done door-to-door in terms of telling everybody that election is just one day. We don't need to fight one another. And people just go and cast their vote and wait for the results. Because we will need each other even after voting tomorrow. We will, these people will have to open businesses, people will have to make a living, and we cannot make a living when we start fighting one another for no apparent reason. We are going to man all the streets of Nairobi, and even the main roads, so that people don't think that they can organize themselves to go and go route and anything like that. So thank you very much, and thank you for coming.
Kufanya maamuzi muhimu sana ya kutekeleza demokrasia.
intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
After intensive campaigns, manifesto unveiling, and insightful debates, the home stretch is finally here. KBC has deployed its crew of professional and experienced journalists to every corner of the country, ready to bring you every angle of the 2022 general election, both for TV and radio broadcasts as well as its digital platforms. We guarantee you a seamless 24-hour credible and detailed up-to-date news from all the 290 constituencies across the 47 counties as Kenya decides.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
We're all set for the general elections on the 9th of August 2022. Across the board, we have people with diverse views and opinions, which is good. Your thought process and voice matters and makes a difference. How does it make a difference? By exercising your right to vote safely on the 9th of August 2022. Our vision is for a peaceful Kenya.
Nawaomba wa Kenya, ni wakati wa kuwa na ujasiri wa kutetea hiki kipaji. Wewe mwenzangu, hasa nyinyi wanarika, msiitikie kutumika kwa kupewa pesa ili mlete vurugu ama kuchochea. Msiitikie kutekwa nyara, kwani sio kwenye tu kipaji, ni kwa watoto na watoto wajukuu wenyu ambao tunawalindia hii nchi yetu ili iwe nchi iliyo na manufaa na amani.
From time immemorial, sports has brought Kenyans together. Let's not make elections an exception. One Kenya is a winning team. I choose peace.
Dakika 12. Mtazamaji, hiyo ni ishara kwamba zimesalia chini ya saa 24 kufikia tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mwaka 2022 ambapo Mkenya atakuwa anakwenda debeni kufanya maamuzi muhimu katika kutekeleza demokrasia. Mambo yamepangwa yakapangika, kila sekta ilipanga na mambo yakapangika. Hapa KBC, shirika la utangazaji humu nchini, pia tumejipanga vilivyo. Shirika la utangazaji humu nchini limewekeza vilivyo kuhakikisha wewe uliye nyumbani unapata taarifa kwa kina kutoka maeneo bunge yote humu nchini katika kaunti zote 47. Sisi hapa studioni tutakuwa tunaungana wenzetu kutoka maeneo mbalimbali kukuletea taarifa kutoka huko, vile kitovu cha kujumuisha hesabu ya kura kutoka Bomas ambapo IEBC imekita kambi. Sasa hii leo sipo peke yangu, ninaye mwenzangu Harith Salim. Karibu sana Harith.
Naam, asante sana Kamche. Bila shaka akizungumzia kuwekeza kumaanisha kwamba tunakujali na kila sehemu ambayo tunahitaji kuweka watu tayari wapo kuhakikisha kwamba tuletea kila kinachoendelea katika siku hii muhimu ambayo ni kesho, ambapo kila Mkenya atekeleza haki yake ya demokrasia. Kwa hiyo chochote ambacho ni cha muhimu bila shaka utakipata hapa KBC kuhusiana na uchaguzi huo mwaka 2022. Kumbuka kuna mengi ambayo tutakuwa tunayazungumzia pamoja na wachanganuzi wetu hapa studio ambao bila shaka tutakuwa nao kujaribu kuzungumzia mawili matatu yanayofungamana kwa njia moja au nyingine na uchaguzi huu wa mwaka 2022. Kwa hiyo mengi zaidi utayapata hapa kuanzia sasa hadi mwendo wa saa 1 na vile mpaka usiku mambo yatakavyokuwa yakiendelea kunoga. Kumbuka kesho ndio siku yenyewe na leo ndio matayarisho yameanza kwingineko na kwingineko yamekamilika.
Na mtazamaji, karibu. Hii ni Kenya Yaamua na mimi ni Kamche Menza.
Jina langu ni Harith Salim. Bila shaka kama tulivyokujuza hapo awali, tutaungana na wenzetu na habari waliokita kambi katika maeneo tofauti kutupasha yanayoendelea hivi sasa, hususan kuangazia masuala ya matayarisho na vipi IEBC imejitayarisha pamoja na masuala ya usalama na pia wanaosafiri kwenda makwao kuhakikisha kwamba ile kadi yao ya kura wanaiweka kwenye kijisanduku ambacho kinahitajika.
Na Harith, kumbuka hisia ama hasa joto la kisiasa ni kuhusu kura ya urais nchini kote nchini, kando na ugavana useneta ambapo kila kaunti itaamua kivyake, lakini nchini kote hisia zimetolewa kuhusu kura ya urais, ndio iliona ushindani mkubwa sana.
Kwa macho yote yako hapo. Sasa mtazamaji, niruhusu nikupatie tu wasifu kidogo kuhusu viongozi hawa wanne, manake tumeona kiti cha urais kimenyang'anyiwa na viongozi wanne. Nitaanza na Raila Odinga ambaye ni mgombea wa kiti cha urais kwa muungano wa Azimio One Kenya. Historia yake ama wasifu wake ndio huu hapa. Mwaka wa 1992 ndio alipojitosa katika bahari la siasa mwaka 1992, na mwaka wa 2001 akateuliwa tayari katika baraza la mawaziri, akahudumu kama waziri wa kawi vile mwaka 2003 hadi 5. Wakati wa serikali ya Mwai Kibaki akakuwa waziri wa barabara, ujenzi na nyumba, na utakumbuka mtazamaji katika kampeni zao
mgombea mwenza Martha Karua amekuwa akimsifu ama amekuwa akimiminia sifa tele Raila Odinga katika wizara hii aliyokuwa anashikilia, akisema kwamba ujenzi mwingi ama muundo msingi ambao ulikuwa kufanyika humu nchini kuhusu ujenzi wa barabara, basi Raila alihusika pakuu. Vile vile tunajua alishikilia wadhifa wa waziri mkuu wa Kenya mwaka huu wa 2008 hadi mwaka 2013. Hii ni historia sasa kabla mwaka wa 2000 ambapo alikuwa ameshikilia wadhifa mbalimbali katika serikali. Tunaona mwaka 1982 hadi 88 alikuwa amefungwa gerezani kwa kosa la uhaini, vile vile akaachiliwa gereza, akaachiliwa. Tukisonga mbele hadi mwaka 1992 tunaona alirejea nchini Kenya na kujiunga na chama cha Ford. Mwaka 1992 akachaguliwa kuwa naibu mkurugenzi wa uchaguzi wa chama cha Ford Kenya. Mtazamaji, mwaka wa 2002 kumbuka kulikuwa na lile vuguvugu la Rainbow ambapo liliungana na National Alliance kubuni muungano wa National Rainbow Coalition ambao ulifahamika kama NAC. Hii ni historia fupi tu kidogo ya Raila Odinga. Nataka tusonge mbele kidogo hadi mwaka wa 2007 hadi mwaka wa 2013 ambapo tulimwona alijitosa tena katika kugombea urais kwa mara ya 4. Mwaka wa 2013 akazoa kura milioni 5.3 ambazo ni asilimia 43.7 dhidi ya rais wa sasa Uhuru Kenyatta aliyepata kura milioni 6.1 ambazo ni asilimia 50.51. Mwaka wa 2017 aliidhinishwa na muungano NASA kuwania urais, Kalonzo Musyoka akiwa mgombea mwenza. Mwaka 2017 akazoa asilimia 43 tena kama alivyozoa mwaka 2013 na kura dhidi ya rais Uhuru Kenyatta aliyepata asilimia 54. Mwaka wa 2017 baada ya kushindwa akawasilisha rufaa mahakamani ambapo uchaguzi wa urais ulirudiwa, lakini vile vile hakufanikiwa. Mwaka 2018 waliweka kando tofauti zao na rais Uhuru Kenyatta na kuamua kushirikiana na kwa ajili ya ujenzi wa taifa na amani humu nchini. Sasa huu mwaka 2022 ameunda chama cha muungano wa Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya akiwa na rais Uhuru Kenyatta, Kalonzo Musyoka na viongozi wengine, na kwamba sasa yeye ndiye mpeperusha bendera wa muungano huo akiwa na mgombea mwenza Martha Karua. Tuangalie mgombea William Ruto ambaye anapeperusha bendera ya Kenya Kwanza ama chama cha UDA. Alijiunga na kundi la vijana wa KANU almaarufu YK92. Kundi la YK92 lilibuniwa kumfanyia kampeni Rais Daniel Arap Moi baada ya kurejelewa kwa mfumo wa vyama vingi humu nchini. Kwa hivyo pia naye ni kama alijiunga na siasa mapema akiwa kijana. Mwaka wa 1992, mwaka 1997 akachaguliwa kuwa mbunge wa Eldoret Kaskazini. Mwaka wa 1998 akateuliwa kuwa waziri msaidizi katika afisi ya rais. Kwa hivyo pia yeye alipanda madaraka kutoka kijana mdogo akiwa mbunge na vile vile tayari akaingia katika afisi ya wizara. Akateuliwa kuwa waziri wa masuala ya ndani mwaka 2002. Akahifadhi kiti chake cha ubunge cha Eldoret Kaskazini mwaka 2002 vile vile. Tukisonga mbele hadi mwaka 2005 akachaguliwa kuwa katibu mkuu wa KANU. Kwa hivyo alikuwa katika chama cha KANU miaka hiyo yote ama muda huo wote akiendelea kukua katika siasa. Ruto baadaye akajiunga na Raila kupinga kielelezo cha katiba mpya. Mwaka 2006 alitangaza azma yake ya kuwania urais. Mwaka uliofuata tangazo lake lilipingwa na chama cha KANU, akajiondoa na kujiunga na chama cha ODM kusaka kiti cha urais. Alikuwa watatu kwenye uteuzi huo nyuma ya Musalia Mudavadi na Raila. Kwa hivyo hapo Raila akapawa kupeperusha bendera wakati huo. Mwaka 2007 chama cha ODM kilipoteza urais kwa chama cha NAC cha Rais Kibaki. Matokeo hayo yalikataliwa na vurugu zikazuka, mtazamaji, kama unakumbuka yaliyofanyika wakati huo. Tusonge mbele hadi mwaka 2008 na 2010 Ruto akateuliwa kusimamia wizara ya kilimo. Mwaka wa 2010 Aprili hadi Oktoba 2010 akahamishwa hadi Wizara ya Elimu ya Juu. Alitimuliwa kutoka baraza la mawaziri. Mwaka 2012 chama chake cha URP kilijiunga na chama cha TNA cha Uhuru Kenyatta. Mtazamaji, mwaka 2012 kama unakumbuka, hapa ndipo wakaweka kile chama chao cha Jubilee. Uhuru Kenyatta alishinda kwenye urais, Ruto akiwa naibu wake. Mwaka 2017 tiketi ya Uhuru Kenyatta, William Ruto ilihifadhi hatamu ya pili ya uongozi. Mahakama ya upeo ilitupilia mbali matokeo hayo. Uhuru na Ruto wakiwa chini ya chama cha Jubilee walishinda kwenye uchaguzi wa marudio ya urais. Mwaka 2022 sasa ndo hapa ambapo amejitosa mzima katika kinyang'anyiro cha Ikulu, ambapo watawania urais kwenye uchaguzi mkuu huo mwaka 2022 kwa muungano wa UDA, vile kwa chama cha UDA ama muungano wa Kenya Kwanza. Tukiangalia kiongozi watatu ambaye amejitosa kwenye ulingo wa siasa ni Profesa George Wajackoya na chama cha Roots Party. Alizaliwa mnamo Oktoba mwaka 1959. Wazazi wake walitalakiana akiwa mdogo, akajiunga na watoto wengine mitaani hadi mhisani alipojitokeza na kumpeleka shuleni. Mtazamaji, sijui kama ulikuwa unafahamu hilo, lakini angalau kwa sasa umeweza kulijua. Waziri wa Elimu Joseph Kamotho alidhamini masomo yake katika shule ya upili ya wavulana ya St. Peter's iliyoko Mumias. Alikosa nafasi ya kujiunga na chuo kikuu na baada yake akajiunga na chuo cha mafunzo kwa polisi kilichoko Kiganjo. Akapanda ngazi kuwa inspekta polisi baada ya kuhudumu katika idara ya polisi kwa miaka kadhaa. Mwaka 1990 alikuwa miongoni mwa afisa polisi waliochunguza mauaji aliyekuwa waziri Robert Ouko. Alitiwa kizuizini kwa madai ya kupita mipaka kwenye uchunguzi wa kifo cha Robert Ouko. Aliondoka nchini Kenya kuelekea Uingereza baada ya kuachiliwa kutoka kizuizini. Alitunukiwa shahada kadhaa katika vyuo vya Wolverhampton, London, Warwick na Westminster. Vile alianzisha kampuni iliyoshughulikia masuala ya uhamiaji. Alihamia nchini Marekani alikojiunga na chuo kikuu cha Baltimore kusomea shahada ya uzamili katika wanasheria. Kwa hivyo huu ni wasifu mfupi tu wake George Wajackoya. Mwaka 2013-17 alizamia kuwania urais lakini akashindwa. Mwaka 2022 ambao ndio huu sasa, amerudi tena kinyang'anyironi. Alifufua ndoto yake ya kutaka kuwa rais wa Kenya kupitia chama chake cha Roots. Na mtazamaji, ni mmoja wa wale wagombea ambao wanatafuta kiti hicho, wanatafuta kuelekea Ikulu. Tumalizie na David Mwaure. David Mwaure ni wa chama cha Agano. Wasifu wake pia naye umesheheni maswala mengi. Mwaka 1981 alihitimu kwa shahada ya wanasheria kutoka chuo kikuu cha Nairobi. Alianzisha kampuni ya wanasheria ya Mwaure and Mwaure baada ya kuwa wakili kwa muda mrefu. Mwaka 2006 alibuni chama cha Agano. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, umeshajua kwamba hiki chama cha Agano kilibuniwa mwaka huo wa 2006. Oktoba 25 mwaka 2010 alitangaza azma ya kuwania urais katika uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2013. Alitupilia mbali mwaka 2013, akatupilia mbali azma ya kuwania urais. Aliwania ugavana katika kaunti ya Lamu lakini akashindwa na gavana wa huko Issa Timami. Mwaka 2021 aliungwa mkono na chama chake kuwania ugavana Nairobi. Hii ni baada ya Mike Sonko kubanduliwa afisini. Hata hivyo hakukuwa na uchaguzi wote ulioandaliwa. Sasa mwaka 2022 yumo kinyang'anyironi kutafuta kuelekea Ikulu. Sasa hawa ndio wanaowania urais humu nchini, ambapo joto la kisiasa ama joto la hisia za kisiasa hasa sana zipo hapa kote nchini. Sasa Harith na wageni wako, sijui kama wachanganuzi wetu wameweza kusikia huu wasifu ambao nimeueleza hapa, na manake ni kinyang'anyiro kikali. Sijui kama wana yepi ya kutueleza zaidi kila mtu akiwa na mwelekeo wake na mahali alipoanzia siasa hadi kufikia sasa.
Na asante Kamche, bila shaka ni wasifu ambao kila mtu ameusikia, na wanaowajua wahusika wanawajua ni wahusika aina gani, na bila shaka kila mmoja, tukiangalia kwa upande mmoja ama mwingine, amewahi kuhudumu katika serikali kwa njia moja au nyingine, na yule ambaye hajawahi basi amekuwa sio mbali sana katika masuala ya uongozi, wengine mpaka kupelekea kubuni vyama vyao kama hayo. Kwa hiyo iwapo ndio unaungana nasi hivi sasa, karibu katika studio, na kuna mengi ambayo tunataka kuyazungumzia kuhusiana na siku hii na masuala haya yanayofungamana na uchaguzi wa mwaka 2022 ambao umekuwa ukisubiriwa kwa muda mrefu, na sasa siku imefika ambayo ni kesho. Leo bila shaka kuna mengi ambayo lakini kwa sasa tunataka kuelekea moja kwa moja kuangalia vipi masuala yanaendelezwa katika masuala ya ulinzi, kuona mabadiliko yaliyopo. Kwa sasa wacha tusikilize masuala ya jeshi la Kenya, kuona mabadiliko yalivyo na kipi kinaendelea katika sehemu hiyo.
With the normal afro the young people would have, I came in the platforms that we wore that time and the bell bottom. But now, aging graciously, I thank my Lord that He has kept me strong all this time. I take this opportunity again to thank the Commander-in-Chief, the Defense Council, the Chief of Defense Forces, for bestowing me their trust to lead the Army for 4 years. I will live with gratitude for the men and women, both officers and service members, who I have been honored to work with for the last 40 years. It has been my highest honor to serve alongside you all. It is indeed great pleasure today to hand over command of the Army after completing my 4 years as required. I want to appreciate also the confidence that the Defense Council had in the promotion and appointment of Lieutenant General Peter Njiru, an officer who had a promising career since he was young officer and has held draft, command, staff, and training positions. And therefore, his biography speaks volumes. During my career, I was indicted into an oath that I will never fail my comrades and continue to believe in that oath to date. I have always strived to be the leader that the Army deserved, not just in words, but in deeds. I prayed to God when I was appointed Army Commander to give me the wisdom, to give me the ability, to give me the energy, health, and above all, humility to listen to all that I led, and equally to listen carefully and take instructions from my seniors. I am grateful that I'm handing over without a single day that I thought it would have been different. I've led the Army not because I was strong, but because the team behind me and those in front of me were a strong team to work with. The formation commanders who are here with me today, and the resilience of the Kenya Army soldier has led us this far. Even with the contemporary situations that we face, the challenges of these days, I prayed to God to give us the energy to move forward. I am appreciative with the support I got from the Defense Headquarters, from the Ministry, and from the Chief of Defense Forces, General Kiboshi himself. That support and support of all my formation commanders, led by the Deputy Army Commander, the General Officers Commanding, and all the formation commanders, and the soldier made it happen. The Army stands firm not because of the Army commander, but because of the resilience of the Army soldier. As I hand over the reins of power, this power can only be good if it is serving the purpose for which you have been given. I hand over to my friend, General Njiru, at a time when the Army is deployed in 6 theaters. The Army is deployed in close operations. It is deployed in hotspots. It is deployed in internal security. It is deployed in Boni. It is deployed in Somalia. And I have troops in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And those troops and those in between are the ones that keep the Army commander awake more hours than you would have expected. But I want to encourage the incoming Army commander that the support you have from the men and women of the Army, both officers and service members, is one you can count on. And mine is to urge all in the Army to provide the best support possible to the incoming commander. Commanders are appointed to take the lead and work through other leaders. And therefore, from the private to the general, everybody has a role to play. And you can only succeed through humility and working with them. My unbroken service ends today as I hand over the stewardship of the Army. But my comfort is that the experience that General Njiru has in diverse fields makes him capable to take charge in the current dynamic and complex defense and security environment. The Army is an institution charged with the unstinting and unwavering task of protecting this country, its interests, and future prosperity against all land-based threats and aggression. And that is why the motto says, Kenya Army, ngao ya taifa. Kenya Army is the shield of this nation. And to be able to protect the lives of Kenyans and their property, you need a cohesive, united army. The Kenya Defense Forces prides in jointness. And therefore, as for you, General Njiru, as you lead the Army, the joint aspect of working with the Air Force, with the Kenya Air Force and the Kenya Navy, creates more strength for the army. Kenya Army, as a constituent of the Kenya Defence Forces, has played a huge role in national agenda by engaging in national development projects, which has greatly improved our image. This opportunity has definitely taken even higher the aspects of Kenya Defence Forces contributing to national development. As the Army, you will be called from time to time to take part in these programs. And therefore, apart from the core mandate that you have, you will also undertake tasks pursuant to our secondary role in supporting other agencies in terms of disaster or other natural calamities. I must also single out the support of the Kenya Army by Defence Headquarters through the initiatives of the Chief of Defence Forces in many programs that have helped improve the lives and the welfare of the Kenya Army. I may not be able to name them all today, but suffice it to say, the Kenya Army today boasts of some of the most modern facilities, to include hospitals, the regional hospitals, housing, and equipment for the army. And that as you take the reins of leading the army, I have no doubt that that support is even going to be improved. There are programs that are completed, there are those that you will continue with. But it is important to remind that equipping the army at all times so that they become the insurance that Kenyans want is a very important aspect to pursue. Allow me also to appreciate the outstanding support that we have had with the new outfit, the Military Wives Association of Kenya. That great breed of ladies of the military is a team you can count on for the welfare of our soldiers. In the short time they have been in office, the troops have found another channel of their support to welfare programs. To you, Madam Tabitha Kiboshi, and your team, I would like to appreciate that you have led your team together with your committee, that today you know where all the soldiers are in terms of barracks, facilities, more than some of the formation commanders, because formation commanders don't cross over. But you have been able to travel through all the formations to see where you can help. And particularly for a force, the army, which is deployed in operations and challenged by issues of stressful situations, they have found a shoulder to lean on. I thank you very much. To our families who have supported us through our tenure, I joined the army when I came from my place of domicile alone. I did not have a family. I did not have children. But now as I retire, I am happy that KDF did not only give me work, did not only give me wisdom, did not give me friends, but gave me a family. And I want to introduce my wife, Susan. Susan is my wife. And na watoto wasimame. Yeah. My firstborn is not here. He will not be able to be with us because of where he's working, the exigencies of what he does. And therefore, the firstborn is not here. Secondborn is my daughter, Irene. Irene is the firstborn, is the secondborn. Brian is a thirdborn. Evans is the fourth. And my firstborn's wife, Michelle, in the middle. And little granddaughters who are here also to be with us today. Now, this is the army I'm going to lead now, from now on. And I will be the commander. Susan will be my deputy. That cabinet is not a bad one. It is smaller than the one I've been managing. This big one was my Wapi formation commanders. What is Imam? Formation commanders. GOCs. GOCs. Alafu. Staff officers. Simama hapo. Hii watu yote ndio walikuwa kwa mgongo yangu. General Njiro, you have less work because these good people will work for you. I have no doubt of that. Please sit down. So I leave this big one for this smaller one. And therefore, I am going to rest. Otherwise, at this age, kwenda kwa kazi ingine ngumu, hapana rahisi. But I must thank God that through those years, even as we went about the military work, my family has been fully supporting to me. There is no single day they have asked me, what is this Ahmado you keep talking about? What is this Beleskogan you're talking about? They have never asked that. They always prayed that I do the best for the army in the time that I am in the army. I must also add that one of the issues that Military Wives Association pursues is the welfare of the military families. The military families. And I'm happy as I retire. This lady I met long time ago when she was young, I was also not old that time, is the same one I have, na ndiye tunaenda naye Sultanahmud pamoja. I urge you, my soldiers, take care of your families, because at retirement, you will begin to ask whether they are going with you or you are going your way. I am happy Susan said we are going the same direction. And that can only happen if you've shared what you've worked for with them. If you don't, then you have a problem. I appeal to you to take care of those families. Commander, as I finish, first of all, I offer my prayers. I offer my support when you require. I offer prayers to you and to your family, that God provides you with best wisdom to lead the army, and gives you the comfort of mind that your family stays well, so that you keep to the job, because it will take many hours of your family. But with God's support and support of Defense Headquarters and support of these great people and the soldiers, you will make it. I have taken time to take the commander to where the troops are. I have taken him to close ops. I've taken him to Somalia. I've taken him to Lamu. He will find a way of going to DRC. But I assured him that the troops in DRC are well because I saw them recently. And therefore, as he comes in, I have already taken him to most areas because this was a deliberate plan. And I knew it is important for a commander to understand. Commander, these staff officers and these soldiers seated here are only a fraction of what the army is. You have seen them in the field. But this handover today was about the headquarters Kenya Army. And therefore, these are the staff officers and service members who support you to lead the others outside this camp. And I want to also thank them before you. I must appreciate the staff officers and service members who have supported me in this headquarters for all that we have done in the 4 years. The most important part in the staff, whether they are in operations, training, logistics, medical, or any branch that there is here in the headquarters, is your integrity. Your integrity, and tell the commander the truth so that he can make decisions based on facts. This headquarters is not about rumors. It is about working. And I have no doubt that you'll provide the same to the commander. There is no day I've woken up feeling different because some letter was in the wrong office. Everybody has done his part, and I say thank you to you. With those many remarks, allow me now to invite the commander, General Njiru, to speak to us. And where we are adjusting a program a bit, after the commander has spoken, and before we sign the command document, the Vice Chancellor, National Defense University, General Jonah Mwangi will speak. General Jonah Mwangi and I joined the same day. This great general, and I'm happy because he's leading our best institution, joined with me the same day. Jonah Mwangi worked with me in this headquarters. I have not seen a worker like Jonah. No wonder he's now the Vice Chancellor of the National Defense University. Jonah and I joined with a group of other 113 officers, and therefore we came 115 to work. It is today I'm leaving Jonah alone to continue. To continue holding the flag of Intake 15 very, very high. And I know you can, Jonah. I will. I know you can. And therefore, Jonah will speak for 1 minute before we sign the documents. For now, I invite the commander to take the podium and speak to us. Thank you, Commander. Thank you.
Outgoing Commander Kenya Army, Lieutenant General Walter Aria Koipaton, Deputy Army Commander, Vice Chancellor, National Defense University, Kenya, Commandant NDC, Commandant KMA, GOCs, General Officers, Formation Commanders, Chief of Branches, Senior Officers, Chairperson of MWAC, Madam Tabitha Kibochi, and our esteemed team, DSM, DFSM, ESM, our dear families present, warrant officers, senior NCOs, and service members present. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Kenya Army. Kenya Army. Allow me at this moment, first and foremost, seek to reflect on ourselves as individuals, be it uniformed personnel and our families. Because if we look into ourselves, we come from every corner of this great country. And God saw it fit for us to come together, join KDF, and most importantly, Kenya Army, and therefore become one family. I also want to recognize the families, because when they joined us, whether they are here or the ones in our families, they accepted to be part and parcel of this great family of Kenya Army. I would also want to thank Commander Kenya Army, the CDF, Defense Council, and also the Commander-in-Chief for having the confidence and trust to see that I can take up the challenge of being the Army Commander, and I'll remain indebted to all of them. To the families, led by Mwak, I know the outgoing commander has also mentioned about you, but there is a special element in you that has really touched us as the leadership and the family of KDF. You have allowed us the opportunity to work well. You have also complimented in command, and I want to believe our welfare now is well positioned due to your input. Continue with the same spirit. I know, sir, at this particular moment, it's a great moment when we witness the transition of leadership of Kenya Army. But I want to reflect on, again, things which I've seen in you as commitment, fear, resilience, and you are out to give the best to the Kenya Army. You have lived the true to the vision and mission of the Kenya Army by always endeavoring and ensuring that the arrowhead is sharpened. You remain an embodiment of success, especially in operations you initiated and oversaw during your tenure. Recalling the process of handover takeover, when it commenced, I clearly remember your deliberate brief on what are the projections, the vision of the Kenya Army. Also, you brought out the deployments of our troops across the country, the plans in place to further Kenya Army, and even the challenges also. You did not state, but on the challenges, you also brought out very clearly the mitigating plans in place so that we can overcome them. Mine is to promise you that I'll follow the same trajectory so that the Kenya Army reaches where the vision and desires of the leadership is. You also never took tired, because I recall after the brief you said, the best place to understand where Kenya Army is going to the Arrowhead. And as you correctly said, we visited depots, a lot of FOBs, we visited them, the close-ups as well, Operation Amani Boni, the security arrangement for LAPSET, as well as the LNC FOBs. Because you are convinced the best to do it was by going and seeing, understanding the plans in place, what is happening, and then so that we can have a projection and plans of where the army requires to be. You have done an excellent job leading these great men and women during a very dynamic and complex security situation. But what I can see and what I can say, you should be proud of all the accomplishments the Kenya Army has achieved during your tenure. After your 4 years of stewardship, you are leaving a stronger army, an army that is founded on professionalism and able to respond to any crisis or any developmental plans or tasking allocated to the army. We have seen enormous patriotism in defending the territorial integrity of our country against external aggression and aiding the civil authorities whenever called upon as enshrined in the Constitution of Kenya. As a result, you have always guarded the interests of our great country, Kenya, and your father endeavored and he did sharpened the arrowhead. Allow me to appreciate the great work that was done by the commanders at different levels, the trainers, the staff, officers, and staff personnel at Headquarters Kenya Army for supporting the outgoing commander to steer the army in all ways to ensure that the standards, the army stands strong in day-to-day endeavors. I request that you extend the same support and cooperation to me. I would also want to express my deep personal appreciation, gratitude in the manner in which the commander personally took me through over the years in mentorship. I have consulted you in many times, and you're always keen to hear. As we continue to visit various areas, I remember sharing with you the early moments of the night, of the day that you used to call me just to understand where we were and what we are progressing in my previous deployment. For the leadership of various formations, as I have mentioned earlier, I would also want to assure you the same commitment that the commander had to you through guidance, I will also offer you. So my doors will remain open so that we can continue with the same arrangements. I understand there are a lot of challenges we are facing today, but with the plans in place and teamwork, we shall overcome. And therefore, the challenges shall always be met with a clear, open, a focused mind effective partnership, and synchronized efforts from all corners. We shall continue providing deterrence, confronting us, as well as the diverse demands of irregular and hybrid warfare. Our ability to respond when called depends on the skills and dedication of the great men and women serving the army. Outgoing Commander, sir, I know you have taken me through a lot. But there is nothing that we can offer you at this particular moment. What we can do is to offer prayers to you, seek God's blessings and good health when you are going to your next commitment. You are served in this nation with great honor, and therefore it's our prayer that once you move to the next commitment, which usually is our 5th pillar of training. The resettlement is our 5th pillar of training. So we pray for you that you have enough energy and strength to be able to effect or implement that next commitment. And to our command group and staff of the headquarters, I call upon, we offer Commander the prayers, and also I would want to urge you that we continue with the same spirit that you set and rhythm, trajectory, so that we can get to the next level of the Kenya Army. With those few remarks, allow me also to recognize, I think our families, I know we are not able to do whatever we are doing if it is not with your support. I came with my wife, Mercy. She's Mercy Bogo. I know many of you call me Jiro, but she's Mercy Bogo. We have our firstborn daughter, Lorraine, our second daughter, Dolin, and our lastborn, who is a son, Ryan. Text. So for me, at this particular moment, is just to say I am joining a working system. I'm joining an headquarter that is functional, professional, or committed to its work. And therefore mine, I is just to continue with the same trajectory that the Kenya Army, led by the outgoing Army Commander, the trajectory it was following, that is the same I will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our outgoing Commander, Generaria, together with your family. Our new Commander, Lieutenant Jiru, together with your family. The general officers present here, the formation commanders, senior officers, staff wote wa headquarter, our DFSM, Oranga Koranga, our ASM, thank you, representing all the service members that we have, our families here, represented by the Midwives Association of Kenya, chaired by Madam Tabitha Kibochi, and all your team members, all the families, members of the 4th Estate. Good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant General Mwangi, the Vice Chancellor, National Defense University, Kenya, and I want to begin by thanking God for making this day to happen. Let me also thank the outgoing commander and the incoming commander for inviting us to this very historic occasion of command changeover at the headquarters, Kenya Army, and of course, of the Kenya Army. It's a great moment indeed. And I want to say that I'm so proud of General Raria. He has been a trailblazer. We walked out of the former Armed Forces Training College together, him coming from Kajiado and I coming from Nyandarua. We met on the same day in Nakuru Lanet. But what they did not tell us is that we would be living at different times. He lives today, and my time will come. General Raria, after 40 years, I'm very happy for you. General Raria has always been ahead of me, and there's a lot that I can say about the great general. But most admirable is that he has been a leader. When on the day we commissioned, he was one of our junior under officers. He led a platoon. I did not get that time or the opportunity to lead one, but he did. But in service again, he has always been ahead of me. And I was very proud one time when I served under this same roof with him, I as Chief of Operations and him as the Deputy Army Commander. And after 2 years, he rose to become the Army Commander again. I was also very privileged to work under him. Under very difficult circumstances, many times, we would go to him and he always remained sober. He always had a good word to be able to turn the tides, even 20 times were bad. But 20 times were too good also, you know him. And you know he can give a good laugh. He's a great man. Thank you, sir. Now, sir, as you go, I want to pray to God that he guides you, that he holds your hand. You have given your all. You go down in history, in recent history, as one of the longest commanders of our service. Please extend a round of applause to him. I also want to appreciate your family, and you have recognized that without the support of your family, perhaps life would have been very difficult. And as you go home with your smaller team, let me also invite this gathering here to extend a round of applause to your family. Let me now turn to my commander, my new commander, Lieutenant General Njiru. I thank God for you. We have come a long way together, and I am also very grateful to the Corps of Artillery for having brought us up so well that you were able to rise that position that you have risen to become the commander of the Kenya Army. I'm grateful to our Corps because it is composed of a group of great leaders that have brought us, that guided us to come this far. Now, to my general colleagues and all the officers and service members, I want to request you and to ask you, I know we have been commanded to obey, but then, General Njiru, in this team, this big team, you have a great team that you can always turn to in good times and bad times, because you need a shoulder on which you can lean on in good times and bad times. General Njiru, we want to wish you well. We are so grateful to you. We can always turn to us to extend help and even to laugh a little bit, because big office is also very lonely. So if you find time, please call us and we'll be able to join up with you to be able to encourage you as you take the great mantle of leading our KDF as part of our KDF. For this country I think you have a great leader in General Njiru. KDF should be able to find a lot of comfort in having appointed General Njiru as our commander. Let me ask this team again to extend a round of applause to General Njiru and his family and all of us for a good job. So let me end it there, and to thank you very much once again for inviting us here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, the next item on the program will be signing of handover and taking over certificate. I now kindly request the outgoing commander, Lieutenant General Koipaton, to take his position to sign the handing over certificate. Next, sir, I kindly request the incoming commander, Lieutenant General Njiru, to take his position to sign the taking over certificate. Thank you very much, sir. Next, I'm going to read to you a short biography of the incoming commander. Lieutenant General Peter Mbogo is the commander of the Kenya Army. Following his promotion and appointment on 20th of June this year, he was enlisted into the Kenya Defense Forces as an officer cadet on 24th June 1985 and commissioned as a second lieutenant on 26th June 1986. Upon commissioning, he was posted to 77 Artillery Battalion as a troop commander and later where became a commanding officer in the same unit. He served in many regimental capacities, key among them administration officer, adjutant, battery captain, battery commander, instructor in Air Defense Wing, Staff Officer 2, training, also an instructor in gunnery, a desk officer, operations and logistics, Staff Officer 2 in personnel and logistics, a battalion second in command, and became a commanding officer in 2006 in 77 Artillery Battalion in Mariakani. During his illustrious career in the Kenya Defense Forces, Lieutenant General Njiru has held various command and staff and instructional related appointments in various Kenya Defense Forces establishments, including Staff Officer 1 or an SO1, responsible for operations, plans, doctrine, and training at the Kenya Defense Headquarters. In addition, he served as an ADC to the Commander-in-Chief, Commandant Recruit Training School in Eldoret, Commandant Kenya Military Academy in Lanet, Commandant Joint Command and Staff College, formerly known as Defense Staff College in Karen, and currently he is the Commander Kenya Army. He has also served in the United Nations mission in Sudan, commonly known as UNMISS, where he was commanding officer of the Kenya Battalion and a staff officer in the United Nations mission in Ethiopia and Eritrea. Lieutenant General Njiru has attended diverse local and overseas courses related to leadership, command, and management. These include, but are not limited to, Junior Command Course, Grade 2 Staff Course, Peace Support Operations, African Disarmament Course, Joint Senior Command Course, International Battle Group Commanders Course, and Next Generation of Military Leaders Course, Royal College of Defense Studies Course, and Public Finance Management Workshop. Lieutenant General Njiru is a graduate of Royal College of Defense Studies course in the United Kingdom, and he earned a Master of Arts in International Security and Strategy from King's College, London. In recognition for his distinguished and exemplary service, His Excellency, the President and the Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, has awarded him Chief of Burning Spear, that is CBS, among others. Lieutenant General Peter Mbogo Njiru is married and is blessed with 3 children. Thank you very much. And next now, we will have the change of a guard parade. March on.
Na ndio kama hivyo, ni rasmi sasa, jeshi la nchi kavu limepata uongozi mpya, na anaingia ni Luteni Jenerali Peter Mbogo Njiru, na anamrithi Luteni Walter Koipaton katika wadhifa huo wa kamanda mpya wa jeshi la KDF. Kwa hiyo KDF ni rasmi sasa imepata uongozi mpya, na si mwingine ila ni Luteni Jenerali Peter Mbogo Njiru, ambaye bila shaka mmemwona akizungumza baada ya kupokezwa wadhifa rasmi, kutia saini baadhi ya vitu na stakabadhi muhimu kuhakikisha kwamba kweli yupo katika madaraka kuanzia sasa. Kwa hiyo mbali na haya ni kwamba tunazungumzia masuala ambayo yanahusiana na uchaguzi, na hapo mwanzo tulikuwa tumeanza kutizama wasifu wa wanaogombea nyadhifa za urais, wanne akiwa bila shaka wanne akiwemo Raila Amolo Odinga, William Ruto, Wajackoya na vile vile David Mwaure. Na vile vile pia tunatarajia wakati wote kuanzia sasa, kutokea sasa, kuna taarifa ambayo tunaisubiri kutoka ikulu ya rais. Kwa hiyo tunasubiri itakapofika rasmi, bila shaka tutakuletea moja kwa moja kutoka ikulu ya rais hapa jijini Nairobi. Sasa tulikuwa tumeanza kuangalia hawa wagombea wanne, kwa sababu macho yote ya Wakenya yatakuwa hapo kesho, licha kwamba wengine watakuwa wanachaguliwa pia katika nyadhifa mbalimbali, lakini wahusika wakuu ambao bila shaka wamekuza joto la kisiasa nchini ni hawa wanne. Na hapa studio nao wageni wangu ambao bila shaka tutakuwa tunachanganua mawili matatu kuhusiana na haya, na ni yapi ya kutizamwa hapo kesho, ambapo watu watakuwa wanatekeleza haki yao ya demokrasia katika vituo mbalimbali vya kupigia kura kote nchini. Na yote pia tutakuwa tunakuletea kupitia wanahabari wetu, ambapo wote wako katika maeneo tofauti kuzungumzia maswala na kutujuza yapi yanatokea ya muhimu katika maeneo hayo. Kwa hiyo nataka niwakaribishe studio wageni wangu, mmoja akiwa Paul Mashari ambaye bila shaka ni mchambuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa na pia ni wakili, na pia tunaye Joy Mdivo ambaye pia ni wakili na mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa. Kwa hiyo Paul, tukianza na wewe ambaye uko karibu yangu, hebu tuzungumzie, umeona wasifu wa hawa wagombea wanne. Hebu kimtazamo wa mtu ambaye ni mchambuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa, hawa wanne taswira yao inakuja vipi katika masuala ya kisiasa? Unaona ni watu wa aina gani wanne wote hao?
Kulingana na wasifu ama yale maelezo tuliyopata, wote wanne tunaweza sema ni wasomi, ni watu ambao wameenda shuleni wakasoma na wakapata tajriba zinazo stahiki kiongozi yoyote. Tukimwanzia Profesa na Mwaure ni mawakili, ni watu ambao wamehitimu kisheria kuzungumza na kujadili mambo ya kisheria. Tunapomuangalia Daktari William Ruto juzi, alipata shahada, amefanya PhD, kwa hivyo pia ni msomi. Tukimwangalia Raila Amolo Odinga pia yeye ni engineer, ni mtaalamu wa mambo ya engineering. Kwa hivyo wale wote ni wataalamu katika nyadhifa zao. Kama ni ukiangalia uongozi unaelekeana pamoja na utaalamu katika tajriba mtu anayoienzi. Kwa hivyo wale ni wasomi, ni wataalamu, na kulingana na mahitaji ya Kenya kwa sasa hivi, sisi wananchi ndio tutakaoamua tuone kulingana na matakwa ya Wakenya kwa sasa hivi tunahitaji mtaalamu katika huu mwenya, ama mtaalamu katika wala ni watu ambao wamefanya kazi, tunajua ueledi wao wa kufanya kazi. Hawa ni watu ambao wanajulikana katika umma. Mtu kama Raila Amolo Odinga amekuwa katika siasa kwa muda mrefu. Mtu pia kama Raila Ruto pia amekuwa katika siasa. Wale watu ambao pengine hawajakuwa kwa siasa kwa muda mrefu ama kwa mapana na marefu ni Profesa Wajackoya na pia Mwaure. Japo si kwa ubaya, na rejelea ile siasa ambayo ya kutoka ule wakati wa kitambo. Japo wamekuwa, si haimaanishi hawana zile nyadhifa ama hawana uwezo wa kuongoza. Katika takriba zao ni watu ambao wamepiga hatua. Kama mawakili wamechangia kotini na nje ya koti kusuluhisha masuala ambayo yanawakumba wananchi. Pia wale wanasiasa tumeona katika nyadhifa mbalimbali wamekuwa ministers wamekuwa katika nafasi ya mbele kuleta uhuru ambao tuko nao. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja ana ile nafasi ya kipekee anayowaletea Wakenya.
Asante Paul Masharia. Joy, umemsikia Paul amesema kwamba hawa ni wasomi. Usomi unatosha tu kwa watu kupata kazi ambayo bila shaka itahusisha kutizama taifa zima? Naam, Joy, kama unanipata, Paul amezungumzia tajriba waliokuwa nayo. Mbali na hayo ametaja swala ambalo ni la kimsingi kwamba wote ni wataalam katika maeneo tofauti. Ukiangalia Mwaure, Wajackoya, William Ruto pamoja na Raila Odinga, amesema wote ni wataalam na ni wasomi. Je, huu usomi na utaalam walionao unatosha kwa mtu kuchaguliwa kuwa kiongozi wa nchi?
Asante Harith kwa swali lako. Naona kwamba katika nyadhifa ya rais tumeweka swala la usomi mbele kwa sababu watu wamerealize kwamba ni muhimu kwamba yule mtu ambaye anaendesha uchumi ndo amiri jeshi wa majeshi yetu, mtu ambaye ana usukani wa nchi nzima, atakaye kuwa ni sura ya Kenya pia kimataifa, anaenda United Nations ama katika jumuiya ya East Africa, lazima awe mtu ambaye anaweza kuelewa maneno, anaweza kuzungumza kwa njia ambayo inaeleweka, watu wakamsikia, wakamuelewa. Ni mtu pia akipewa nyadhifa zaidi ya nje ya nchi, tuseme kama amepata kiti katika Africa Union ama United Nations, mtu ambaye pia anaweza kuwakilisha si Kenya tu lakini bara la Afrika. Kwa hivyo ndo naona swala la usomi lazima litiliwe mbele, na vile Patrick amesema si lazima iwe ni usomi katika siasa. Unapata wasomi wa tajriba mbalimbali wanajitokeza. Kitu cha muhimu ni kuonyesha ni kwamba ni mtu ana bidii na umahiri wa kujitoa kutoka mahali hapa mpaka mahali pale kimasomo. Of course si kwamba kusema wale watu ambao hawajasoma hawezi kuwa viongozi wazuri, ni kusema tu tunataka mtu ambaye tumeona bidii yake katika kujitoa mahali hapa mpaka mahali pale kimasomo, kwa sababu inaashiria kwamba ana bidii pia ya kuendesha nchi mbele. Na si hiyo tu, ukiangalia pia katika dunia ya sasa kuna vitu vingi ambavyo lazima ataenda, tuseme ataenda kwa mkutano, kuna maktaba conventions, treaties, vitu ambavyo lazima pia aweze kuvisoma, kuvielewa, kuvichambua, na kama ni mtu ambaye hana masomo kabisa basi anaweza kuwa ana ugumu kidogo. Kwa hivyo ndio naona katika nyadhifa ya rais na pia ya ugavana tumetafuta angalau mtu ambaye ana usomi au kiwango fulani cha masomo, kwa sababu Kenya tumekuwa na viongozi ambao walikuwa hawakufanikiwa kusoma sana, na tumeona pia athari ya kuwa na kiongozi ambaye kidogo amepungukiwa na masomo.
Naam, kuna tumeangalia wasifu wao. Ukimwangalia Raila Amolo Odinga, umwangalie William Ruto, ukiangalia wawili hawa ikilinganishwa na hawa wengine Wajackoya na Mwaure, ni kwamba hawa wawili wamehudumu sana katika serikali na hawa wengine wawili hawajapata kuhudumu sana katika serikali. Kwa hiyo hiki kinaweza kuwa kigezo cha kwamba labda hawa wawili waliohudumu katika serikali ndio labda watapewa kipaumbele katika uchaguzi huu na wananchi, ama pia huenda chochote kikatokea wale ambao hawajawahi kuhudumu katika serikali walete nguvu mpya katika uchaguzi huu.
Naam, wale ambao wamekuwa serikalini hata ukiona katika uchaguzi wao ndio wamejulikana zaidi, kwa sababu wamekuwa katika nyadhifa ambazo zimewaweka machoni pa wananchi. Wananchi wanajua utendakazi wao, wananchi wameona katika nyadhifa mbalimbali kama wabunge, kama wagombeaji, wameona pia katika nyadhifa ya prime minister, huyu mwingine kama deputy president. Kwa hivyo tayari wameshaona utendakazi wao. Hao wengine wawili Wajackoya na Mwaure ni watu ambao pengine Wakenya wanawasikia sasa, kwa hivyo wanawasisimua ndio, lakini katika utendakazi hujui sana kama watakuja vipi. Kwa hivyo huo uzoefu katika serikali, kujua ni vyombo vya serikali vipi vinafanya kazi, kujulikana hata na wale watu ambao wanafanya kazi katika serikali, ni kitu ambacho kinamsaidia mgombeaji kuwa mbele kidogo kuliko hao wengine wake. Kwa sababu mtu tuangalia tuseme kama William Ruto ana uzoefu wa miaka mingi katika siasa, lakini mbali ya hayo ana pia chama cha kisiasa ambacho kinamsaidia kufika mali anataka kuenda. Hao wengine vyama vyao maana ni vidogo, hata kitu tuseme kama bunge, kwa sababu ni sehemu ya serikali ambayo ni tofauti na executive. Unapata atakuwa na ugumu, hata tuseme akipata wadhifa wa urais atakuwa na ugumu, kwa sababu kuna gurudumu moja ambalo linakosekana kwa hilo kwa hiyo gari yake. Kwa hivyo unapata uzoefu katika siasa na tuseme katika maisha ya wananchi ya kawaida ni kitu ambacho kinampa mtu ambaye anagombea kiti fulani angalau hatua mbili mbele zaidi ya mwenzake. Kwa hivyo ndio naona William Ruto na Raila Odinga ni kama wako tayari mbele ya hao wengine wawili ambao katika macho ya wananchi ndio ni kama wanatokea saa hizi, si watu tumewajua hapo mbeleni.
Paul, umesikia ndivyo alivyozungumza, lakini unajua kuna watu ambao wamekuwa serikalini kwa muda mrefu na labda hisia za baadhi ya wananchi wanasema wamekuwepo na labda hawakufanya vitu ambavyo wananchi walikuwa wanategemea, na labda mbona tusipate nguvu mpya, labda huenda wakaleta mabadiliko ambayo tunataka. Ukiangazia labda hawajulikani vile. Nikupe mfano labda wa nchi kama Ukraine walichagua mchekeshaji kuwa rais wao, na vile vile ukiangalia Malagasy au Madagascar kuna kipindi ambacho walichagua nafikiri kama sijakosea ni DJ ambaye kuwa rais wao. Kwa hiyo baadhi ya nchi wamejaribu kutafuta watu ambao hawakuwepo katika serikali kujaribu kuona kama iwapo wanaweza kuleta ule upya na utofauti katika hali ya uongozi. Una maoni gani kuhusiana na kuchagua watu wapya kama marais? Paul.
Katika kila nchi ama katika kila taifa ama jamii kuna kile kigezo, ama katika kila nchi kuna kile kitu ambacho tunakita demokrasia, na wananchi pale chini kuelewa kwao kwa demokrasia ni tofauti. Pale ambapo tunaelekea na pale ambapo tumefika, mwananchi wa Kenya ni mtu ambaye ameweza kuwa na uwezo na maelezo makuu tunaporejelea demokrasia. Kuna vile vigezo ambavyo watu wanafaa kuangalia wanapowachagua viongozi. Kitu cha muhimu ni utendakazi. Kitambo watu walikuwa wanachagua watu kwa sababu ni mtu unamjua, ni mtu ametoka familia yako, ni mtu unajua ametoka kwa kifamilia ambayo wamekuwa na viongozi. Lakini kwa sasa kulingana na katiba ya sasa imempa mtu yote nafasi, japo tumeona wapiganiaji huru ambapo hawapo katika chama chochote. Na kwa wakati katika mwaka wa 2017 wapo walichaguliwa, hawakuwa kwa chama chochote lakini wakachaguliwa. Huu ni ukuaji wa demokrasia ya Kenya, na kulingana na mimi kile kitu ambacho Wakenya wanafaa wazingatie ni vigezo na utendakazi wa mtu. Usimwangalie
hivi vigezo na utendakazi. Paul, tunazungumzia manifesto. Manifesto ambao ni mkataba wa wananchi na wale viongozi ambao wanataka kuchaguliwa, lakini vipi imekuwaje kwamba wananchi wanashindwa kuwajibisha au viongozi kupitia ile mikataba waliyofanya kupitia manifesto zao, na bado tena wanarudi kuwachagua watu ambao labda hawaku
mwananchi wa Kenya? Na tukiangalia the ideal voter ama ule mwananchi ambaye tajriba ya chini ambaye anapiga kura, swali tunalojiuliza ni akona uwezo, akona maelezo, akona maarifa ya kumuuliza maswali yanayofaa kiongozi aliyemchagua. Kwa sasa tunaweza sema hamja kuwa na ile nafasi ya wananchi wote kupata maelezo ama mwelekeo unaofaa kuuliza na kuwahimiza viongozi wao kutenda kazi kulingana na kile ambacho walipewa. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa kumekuwa na ugumu kwa mwananchi wa kawaida, ule wa chini kabisa, Otieno, Wanjiko, Kamau, Mogaka, kumuuliza maswali kiongozi aliyemchagua. Nani jambo moja ambalo limefanya tukajikuta pale ni ukosefu wa maelezo na nguvu ambayo mwananchi yako nayo.
Na Mkamche, katika mambo ambayo umepitia katika historia za hao wahusika, katika falsafa zao na vile vile katika manifesto zao ni kupiga vita ufisadi. Sasa Kamche, sijui una yapi ya kuzungumzia?
Kuna pointi moja hapo ama nukta moja ambayo Paul naona ameielezea akisema kwamba wananchi bado hawana ile nafasi ama hawajapewa ukumbi maalum wa kwamba wataweza kuwauliza maswali hawa viongozi. Lakini kumbuka kila baada ya miaka 5 tunakwenda uchaguzini. na yule kiongozi aliyechaguliwa kama ni miaka 5 iliyopita pengine akatoa ahadi zake na hakuweza kuziafikia. Sasa uchaguzi umekuja tena, yule kiongozi atakuja tena kutafuta kura. Sasa kama unasema wananchi hawajapewa nafasi ya kuuliza maswali ama kukagua vizuri kwamba huyu hakufanya hivi, ukumbi upi tena watapewa kama si huu wa kupiga kura? Kama hakutufanyia miaka 5 iliyopita ama hakutufanyia aliyotuahidi, si lazima tumuulize maswali, manake kura ndo msema kweli. Mbona wananchi wasikwende pale kwenda kusema yule hakutufanyia, wacha tuchukue huyu?
Na kwa kujibu swali lako, ukiangalia katika katiba ambayo tulipitisha mwaka wa 2010 ilileta vigezo viwili ama sehemu mbili za serikali. Kuna national government na kuna county government. Kile kitu ambacho kilichangia tukue na county government ni kwa sababu ule mwananchi wa kawaida wakati wowote ule anaweza sikilizwa matakwa yake. Lakini kwa sasa wale viongozi ambao wamekuwa katika uongozi, wengine wao wanakuja kuniuliza kile ambacho nataka wakati wanataka niwape kura. Japo wamekuwa na muda mrefu wa miaka 5 wa kuniuliza mahitaji yangu. Na ndio maana unakuta kwamba kati ya wale ambao walikuwa wamechaguliwa kuna wengine hawataona nafasi ya uongozi tena. Kwa sababu gani? Wajibu waliofaa kutekeleza hawakutekeleza. Yale matatizo ambao wananchi walikuwa nayo hawakuyatatua wakati walikuwa na nafasi. Lakini kwa sasa juu wanataka pia uwape kura yako, wanakuja kukuuliza maswali, wanakupea zile tips, wanakupea zile vitu za kukufurahisha tu. Lakini ukiangalia kwa makini, kuna viongozi ambao hawajakuwa wakizingatia mambo ya wananchi. Na kile kitu ambacho wananchi wanafaa watambue na wangamue ni kwamba mtu kama anataka nafasi ya uongozi na hajakuwa akitetea haki zako wewe kama mwananchi, siku ya kesho ni siku muhimu. Siku muhimu kwako, kwa sababu hii ni siku ya kumwajiri mtu atakaye kutendea kazi. Hii ni siku ya kumfuta ule mfanyakazi ambaye kidogo tu amepotoka katika yale maadili ya kufanya kazi kulingana na katiba ya Kenya.
Tukitoka kwa point ya Paul, Joy, kesho wa Kenya watakwenda kufanya maamuzi muhimu sana. Nataka tuangalie tu taswira kamili ya huyu kiongozi bora ni yupi. Wakenya wamesikia kampeni, wamesikiza manifesto, lakini cha msingi ni kwamba manifesto ipo, uongozi ulionekana, lakini kuna ile inasema ni underlying issue ambaye tunaweza sema ni maadili ya kiongozi bora, ama kiongozi bora huwa ni yupi haswa. Siku moja tu imesalia ama chini ya saa 24 zimesalia kwa Wakenya kwenda kutumbukiza kura yao kwenye debe.
Asante sana kwa swali lako. Nikianzia mahali Paul alikuwa akizungumzia mwanzo, siku hizi tuna bahati sana kwa sababu tunaishi katika siku ambazo information ya kila mtu iko available mtandaoni. Kwa hivyo ukitaka kumjua ni mtu yupi huyu ambaye anajitosa ulingoni, hata bila yeye kukuelezea, unaweza kufanya ujasusi kidogo kidogo na ukapata kumbe kuna maneno kuhusu maisha yake, kama tuseme utendakazi wake katika nyadhifa nyingine. Akisema kwamba anafanya kazi mahali hapa mahali pale, tunaweza kujua alifanya vipi. Kama alikuwa mtu mwaminifu, kama alikuwa mtu mwadilifu, unaweza kupata information hiyo siku hizi kwa njia rahisi. Lakini pia Wakenya katika kutafuta ni kigezo kipi ambacho lazima uangalie kama mpiga kura kabla umchague kiongozi. Mwanzo jiangalie wewe mwenyewe. Ni nini wewe unatafuta ukitaka mtu akufanyie kazi? Unatafuta uaminifu, unatafuta mtu atakuja kazini mapema, atakuwa na bidii, atafanya nini? Kwa hivyo ukimtafuta kiongozi ama ukimtafuta mtu akufanyia kazi, tafuta yule mtu wewe mwenyewe ungelipenda kumwajiri. Si kusikiza manifesto tu ama ni nini watu wanasema katika kampeni. Maana katika kampeni watu wanajieleza kwa njia nyingi na wengi wao wanasema vitu vya urongo, vitu ambavyo hawataki kutekeleza. Kwa hivyo kama ni mtu tuseme alikuwa ni mwalimu hapo kwenu na anatafuta UMCA, huko skuli alipokuwa akifunza, wale walifunza na yeye wanasema ni mtu aina gani? Kwa sababu tukifanya vile wanasiasa wanatuambia chagueni suti, tusiangushe tubishane, hatutaki madoa la nini. Utaenda kumchagua mtu ambaye ni mlagai, maanake pengine alipeana hela akapoa ile tikiti ya chama ambacho alijua kina umaarufu mali pale. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wengi wanapobazwa na kiti cha urais, wanasahau huyu MCA, huyu mbunge ndiye mtu ambaye atashughulika na bazari za watoto wenu, ndio atashughulika na soko lenu litakuwa vipi. Ukiwaangalia wao wako katika jamii yenu, wachunguze wao mwanzo. Na ni mtu kama wewe, ni hela zako ukitoa mfukoni ungemlipa? Ni mtu ungemwajiri? Kama ni mtu ungemwajiri kwa sababu utenda kazi wake na kufurahisha, basi mpe kura yako. Lakini kama hata wewe mwenyewe ingekuwa wewe ndo unamlipa direct, na ni mtu ukiangalia hata vile sifa zake katika jamii
haifurahishi, pengine haifurahishi.
Pengine ni mtu pengine amepeana talaka hapo, talaka 4, wanawake 4 wameshindwa kuishi na mtu huyu.
Kuna wengine pia kuna wengine naona wameungwa mkono, manake inasemekana, ama wamependekezwa na wananchi, manake waliona japo hawajaingia katika uongozi, lakini wamekuwa wakifanya miradi midogo midogo kule chini. Sasa ile imewapatia motisha wananchi kusema kwamba kama huyu ametufanyia miradi hii midogo midogo na bado hajaingia uongozini, pengine huyu anaweza kuwa mwema, tunampatia nafasi ya uongozi. Na tukiangalia, umeleta nukta nzuri kuhusu kuchagua suti, ambayo tumeona pia miungano tofauti tofauti ikisema kwamba muende ama tungependelea kwamba mchague, kama ni kuanzia kwa rais, kwa gavana, mchague. Hiyo ina maana yake kwa kisiasa, manake kama ni rais atakuwa na namba kubwa ya maybe atakuwa na rais atakuwa na nambari kubwa ya wabunge katika bunge, itamsaidia katika kuunda sheria. Lakini tunaona kama tutachukua suti, inamaanisha tunaweza kosa kuchukua
Kamche. Samani, kabla uendelee na bila shaka tupate jibu, na kuelekea moja kwa moja hadi katika kaunti ya Kilifi, ambapo tunaye msimamizi katika masuala ya uchaguzi kaunti ya Kilifi. Tumsikize anazungumza na wanahabari.
And our people have been trained from the returning officers all the way down to the clerks. They have all been trained, and they are all ready for the election tomorrow. So as far as personnel is concerned, everything is set. As for material matters, all materials have been delivered from Nairobi. As we speak, if the election was today, Kilifi County is ready to vote and to elect its leaders. So material has arrived, it is ready, it is being distributed to the polling stations. All these officers you see here are waiting for that, and they are supposed to spend the night at their polling stations. Tomorrow morning, early in the morning, they wake up to an election day. That's the second aspect of the preparedness. Third aspect is security. You must have seen hundreds of security officers camping at the compound here at the Pwani University. These officers are not here for no other purpose than to be deployed for tomorrow's election. So anybody who is trying to any mischief, we just say fanya fujo uone kesho. Hatutaki fujo yoyote katika polling station au pahali popote ile ya kupigia kura ama fujo yoyote. So in terms of preparedness, we are prepared, we are set. We are only waiting for wananchi to come and cast their votes. Questions?
What about the ballot papers for the gubernatorial seat for Kilifi that were found in Mombasa? Do you have anything to say about that? How did they end up in Mombasa?
As far as I know, there are no ballot papers, whether a governor or senator or MCA or whoever, belonging to Kilifi County that have been found elsewhere. All ballot papers belonging to Kilifi County have been delivered here, and they are here, and you have been witness thereof. So if something has happened somewhere else, I am not aware of that, and I cannot comment on it. Kilifi County has got 588,842 registered voters, who now tomorrow we are hoping they will all turn up and cast their votes. So those, that's since the last general election, that's over 80,000 new voters that have been added to the register of Kilifi County.
Ukilinganisha na mahali pengine nchini, tunaona kwamba zoezi hili lote la kupost mapio na election materials limefanywa kuanzia asubuhi. Tumetembelea vituo vyote, sahi kufikia mchana ndio most of the sorting na malizo mapio bado hayajanini. Is there a delay ama hakuna time maalum ya nyinyi kulifanya hili zoezi?
Hili zoezi hakuna delay yoyote hapa katika Kilifi. Wale mnawaona hapa ni wa Kilifi North Constituency, ambaye ni hii area ambayo tuko na returning officer amejipanga, amepanga watu wake, hakuna delay. Leo kila presiding officer na watu wake watalala katika kituo cha kupigia kura. Kwa hivyo hakuna shida yoyote hapa, hakuna shida yoyote, mambo inaendelea sambamba. Na tunataka tu moja ile imebaki ni wananchi kujitokeza kesho na kupiga kura kwa njia ya amani. Na wacha nitumie hii fursa kuwasihi wananchi wajitokeze kupiga kura ya kwanza. Ya pili, wapige kura kwa njia ya amani. Wasifanye fujo yoyote, wasitumie vibaya. Vijana haswa ndio wanatumiwa vibaya wakati wa uchaguzi. Ya pili, wananchi na wasihi pia, mkipiga kura msikae karibu na kituo cha kupigia kura. Kuna wanasiasa wengine ambao wanasema eti unalinda kura. Hakuna kulinda kura. Kura tunalinda sisi. Ni kazi yetu kulinda kura. Wewe ukishapiga kura, nenda nyumbani, pumzika, kunywa chai, ngojea matokeo. Usidanganywe na mtu ati ukae hapa ati ulinde kura. Hakuna vita hapa. Kila kitu kiko katika njia ya amani. Kwa hivyo hakuna kitu cha kulindwa. Mkae nyumbani na mngojee matokeo.
Umepata malalamisho yote kuhusiana na sajili mlizoziadvertise katika kila kituo? Na watu pengine labda mkusa majina yao, nyinyi mmeweza kushughulikia?
Naam, ndio kama hivyo. Ni afisa husika katika masuala ya IEBC kaunti ya Kilifi ambaye atakuwa ni msimamizi katika vituo vya kupigia kura katika eneo hilo, kuhakikishia Wakenya na vile wakazi wa Kilifi kwamba kila kitu kiko shwari katika eneo hilo. Vifaa vyote vimefika katika eneo hilo, na vile kutoa 2-3 kwa wananchi ambao huenda wakakiuka taratibu ambazo zinatakiwa kufanyika katika masuala ya uchaguzi. Na mbali na hayo, pia kuna tetesi zilikuwepo kwamba baadhi ya masanduku ama visanduku vya Kilifi vilipatikana Mombasa. Amesema huo ni uvumi na kila kinachohitajika katika kaunti ya Kilifi kiko pale, na mashahidi wamekuwepo kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinachohitajika hapa cha Kilifi kiko pale Kilifi. Kwa hiyo ni baadhi ya taarifa ambazo tunazipata kutoka kwa wahusika na wasimamizi wa shughuli ya uchaguzi ambayo inatarajiwa hapo kesho, leo ikiwa ni maandalizi ya mwisho kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinakwenda sawa. Kwa hiyo Kamche, ulikuwa unaendeleza swali lako kwa mmoja kati ya wageni wetu kuhusiana na masuala hayo ya kumtizama kiongozi mwadilifu. Kamche.
Naam, Harith, nilikuwa nafuatilia hizi nukta kuhusu viongozi ambao wameweka ahadi na hawajatekeleza, na mwananchi kwamba ndiye mwenye sauti ya kumuuliza maswali huyu, kumwambia kwa nini tulikuchagua ukatupatia manifesto yako, lakini bado haujatupatia ahadi hizo.
Naam, Kamche, bila shaka wengi watakuwa wana matatizo haya kwamba ahadi zinatolewa na vitu kama hivyo, lakini yote hayo yanakuwa na mambo ambayo bila shaka wapiga kura watakuwa wanatizama, na moja kati ya mambo ni hayo uadilifu katika kuhakikisha kwamba walioyatamka wanayotekeleza. Kwa hiyo Joy, sijui ni kauli ipi ambayo unaweza kuitoa kuhusiana na hili swala la uadilifu wa baadhi ya hawa viongozi katika kutekeleza yale walioahidi wapiga kura?
Naam, asante sana. Nilivyokuwa nikisema kabla tuende hiyo link ya Kilifi, yes, ni kwamba watu wakiwatafuta wa viongozi ambao wanataka kuwachagua, unamwangalia mtu ambaye wewe mwenyewe kama ungelikuwa serikali wewe ndio unatoa fedha mfukoni, ungekuwa huna shaka na kumpa fedha zako, kwa sababu ni mtu ambaye utenda kazi wake unaoelewa. Na unapata wanasiasa wana tabia kutuambia tuchague suti, kila mtu kuanzia rais mpaka chini tuchague mtu chama kimoja au tuchanganye. Kwangu mimi nikiwapatia mtizamo wangu, kumwangalia mtu ambaye atakutendea kazi especially katika wodi, atakutendea kazi katika kata la bunge lako, ni lazima muangalie mtu ambaye utendakazi wake unaeleweka, kwa sababu huu ndio yule atakuwa na bazaars za watoto wenu, ndio atakuwa analeta maendeleo katika kijijini kwenu, ndio atakuwa anaangalia soko lenu linakaa vipi. Kwa hivyo kama ni mtu ambaye ndio ametoka katika chama ambacho kina umaarufu huko kwenu, lakini utendakazi wake umepungua, ni mtu ambaye atawaangusha, kwa sababu katika kutafuta hizi party tickets kuna watu ambao wanatumia hela zao. Maana najua kuna wengine katika eneo fulani kuna chama ambacho umaarufu wake ni kwamba akipata hiyo tiketi ni kama tayari ashaingia bunge.
Sasa hapo lakini tukatize samani kukata kauli. Kwa nini basi inakuwa watu wanakimbilia vyama sana kuliko kwa sababu kila mtu nafikiri katika ile swala na shughuli ya uteuzi wa vyama, uliona mambo yalivyokuwa yanafanyika, wengi wanakimbilia chama kimoja na vipo vyama vingine, ama mtu pia anaweza kusimama huria yeye mwenyewe wa kujitegemea. Kwa nini watu wanakuwa wanakimbilia vyama? Na bila shaka inasemekana ukipata tiketi ya chama fulani basi inakuwa ni moja kwa moja umepata fursa au nyadhifa ambao unaipigania.
Kusimama kwa chama ina manufaa kadha wa kadha. Mwanzo, kama mgombea rais ni mtu ambaye ana bidii na ana sifa nzuri katika eneo lako, linakupatia tayari jeki mbele ya watu wengine, kwa sababu yeye akija kufanya kampeni zake za urais, wewe mwenyewe unaweza pia kudandia pale, kwa sababu pengine fedha za kufanya kampeni zimepungua kidogo. Kwa hivyo pale unapata unaokoa mapeni kwa kutumia chama kama merikebu ya kukuvukisha kufika bungeni ama mahali popote mahali unatafuta kiti chako. La pili, chama pia iko na manufaa ya kumrahisishia mtu ambaye pengine ni mara yake ya kwanza, kwa maana katika chama kuna structures. Watu watakuambia vitu ambavyo vitakusaidia katika kusonga mbele. Kwa hivyo kama ni trainings au vitu kama hivyo, unapata wale ambao ni wahisani hutumia vyama kama njia moja ya kutafuta wale watu ambao watapewa hii capacity building. Na unapata kama wewe ni mtu ambaye uko binafsi, ni mgombeaji huru, inakuwa ni vigumu kwa sababu kila kitu inaanza na wewe, inakusha na wewe. Alafu pia ukitafuta chama unapata vitu kama sasa kesho kama agents, watu ambao wanachunga kura za chama cha urais, pia watakunufaisha kwa sababu wewe hata kama wewe mtu wako unajua chama kina mtu ambaye analinda kura. Lakini mgombea huru lazima atafute watu wake wenyewe, awalipe yeye mwenyewe, na unapata gharama inakuwa juu. Kwa mwananchi chama pia ni rahisi pia kuangalia. Tuseme kwa mfano ukienda upate MCA ina wagombeaji kama 12, mtu anatafuta kile kitu ambacho kinamvutia jicho kwa sababu ndio kitu ambacho anaelewa. Kwa hivyo sijui vifuli, sijui vipuli, sijui nini ndo symbols za watu. Napata mtu ataangalia seme wacha nitafute kile ambacho nakielewa tayari. Kwa hivyo napata pia kwa mwananchi chama inakuwa rahisi kuchagua kuliko kujaribu kubaini katika hawa wote ni nani kweli nilikuwa nikimtafuta.
Sasa Joy, kwa hali hiyo unaona kwamba Wakenya watapata ule ukombozi wanaotafuta?
Itabidi watatafuta wenyewe, kwa sababu kujikomboa ni sisi wenyewe. Ndio nilikuwa nikisema katika age hii ya social media, kumjua mtu at least chembe za information kwa mtu yeyote ni rahisi kuliko siku za awali. Kwa hivyo kama unaona watu unagombea kwako, nimeona mtandaoni kuna mahali kuna mtandao unaweza kwenda ukaambiwa ni akina nani wanawadia kiti hapo kwako, alafu napata Google search imeweka pale rais itakueleza mtu anatoka wapi, ameanzia wapi, anaenda kumalizia wapi. Lakini mbali na hayo tumeona pia wananchi wenyewe, na Nairobi sana sana nimeona, na pia miji mikubwa wananchi wenyewe wakijikusanya mahali na kuwaita wale wanataka kiti cha MCA, kuwaita wale wanataka na kuwahoji wenyewe direct, kuwauliza maswali. Na hicho ni kitu kama wewe kama ni mwananchi ambaye ni patriotic, ni kitu ambacho mnagharimika kidogo ndio, lakini kinawasaidia, kwa sababu usisahau pia katika sheria zetu baada ya miaka 2 kama huyo ambaye mlimchagua hakufanya kazi nzuri, pia mnaweza kujiorganize tena na mkafanya ile recall. Paul, mkamtoa bungeni au mkamtoa kama MCA. Kwa hivyo si kwa kuchagua tu kesho, pia baadaye kumfanya awe na huo uaminifu. Mnamwambia vile tulijiorganize tukakuingiza ndani, tutajiorganize na tutakutoa. Kwa hivyo Wakenya pia lazima wachangamkie, si kusema tu huyu aliomba kura zetu haja baada ya miaka 5, baada ya miaka 2 mnaweza mkamfuta kazi pia.
Na Paul, umesikia Joy alivyozungumza kuhusiana na masuala haya kwamba wengi utafuta chama ama vyama katika kuhakikisha unapiga kura inakuwa na urahisi fulani, lakini ndio kama hivyo matatizo ndio kama sasa. Hawa Wakenya unafikiri kwamba itafikia muda kwamba waweze kupiga kura kupitia mtazamo wa mtu, manifesto ya mtu, ama bado masuala ya ukabila, masuala ya uegemeaji wa vyama bado yanatutawala?
Mkenya wa sasa si kama Mkenya wa miaka 10 iliyopita. Japo kuna vyama na utaratibu katika vyama, nikitaja mmoja wa umuhimu wa chama ni chama kina zile fedha ambazo zinapewa wagombea ambao wamejihusisha na kile chama. Lakini Mkenya wa sasa ni Mkenya ambaye amepata maarifa, amepata ujumbe, amepata mwelekeo. Ni Mkenya ambaye anaweza mchagua mtu, japo kuna vyama anaweza amua akamchagua mtu ambaye amesimama kibinafsi. Kwa hivyo kitu ambacho ningetaka kusema, japo kuna vyama bado kuna ule ufahamu ama kuna ule watu wamechangamka, wamechanganua na wakamtambua kiongozi mwema si lazima akue katika chama. Na tumeona hayo kwa wakati wa nomination ambao ulipita. Kuna wale watu ambao tulitarajia hawa kwa sababu wako katika vyama lazima watanominatiwa, lakini hilo halikufanyika kwa sababu Wakenya wameweza kuangalia maadili ya mtu. Ni nini mtu anachokisimamia, ama mtu anaposimama ni nini kile ambacho tunakitazama. Kwa hivyo japo kuna chama na kuna umuhimu wa kuwa katika chama, Mkenya wa sasa ni Mkenya ambaye ana uelevu, ana umaarufu na anaelewa kile kitu ambacho anakitaka. Na watu wasije wakashtuka katika uchaguzi ambao tunaufanya kesho. Unaweza kuwa kuna wale wapiganiaji viti binafsi watapata nyadhifa nyingi katika uongozi, kwa sababu katika kumchagua kiongozi kuna kitu ambacho wakili mwenzangu alitaja. Kuna vile vigezo. Kitu cha kwanza ni accountability. Mtu unayemchagua ni mtu ambaye atakapochukua mali ya umma atatumia kulingana na vile inavyostahili. Kigezo cha pili ni transparency. Ni mtu ambaye mambo yake anayafanya siri ama ni mtu ambaye anamuhusisha mwananchi. Jambo la tatu ni mtu ambaye ama ni kiongozi ambaye ana roho ya kuwatumikia watu. Japo kuna wale ambao wamekuwa katika vyama, ukiangalia vigezo vitakavyomsaidia mwananchi hawana kabisa. Kwa hivyo mwananchi wa sasa ni mwananchi ambaye ako na uelevu wa kutambua na kungamua ni nani atakayesaidia jamii yake.
Na msaka kuna baadhi ya wapiga kura na uhakika kwamba kuna asilimia fulani ambao bado hawajaamua. Wanaona mimi bana kwenda kupiga kura nafikiri nitakuwa napoteza wakati wangu. Kwa hiyo kesho ndio siku iliyosalia na mpaka sasa wengine bado hawajaamua, na itafika lingine kesho pia wengine asubuhi itakuwa hawajaamua. Sasa watu kama hawa ambao hawajaamua wapige kura wapi, vipi, ama kwa nini wapige kura, labda unaweza kuambia kuna umuhimu gani wa hili swala la kupiga kura? Paul, tuanze na wewe kabla tusikie maoni ya Joy.
Katiba ya Kenya ambao wananchi walipitisha kwa moyo mmoja inampa Mkenya wa kawaida nguvu zaidi kuliko kiongozi. Kama vile nilivyosema, kuchagua mtu, uchaguzi ni kuajiri mfanyakazi. Unapomwajiri mfanyakazi, hilo ni jambo muhimu sana katika utendakazi wako na mwajiriwa. Kitu ambacho Wakenya wanafaa watambue, kuna kitu ambacho tunakiita civic responsibility ya wananchi, ama lile jukumu la mwananchi ambalo lazima alitimize. Kuna kitu ambacho kinaitwa voter apathy. Wananchi wanakuwa hawana ile roho ya kwenda kuchagua wananchi, kuchagua viongozi. Maybe inaweza kuwa mambo waliotarajia wakati uliopita uchaguzi hawajayapata. Kitu ambacho ningewaambia wananchi wote katika nchi ya Kenya, kupiga kura ni kumpa kazi kiongozi utakayetaka akutawale. kutopiga kura ni kumpa kazi ule kiongozi mwenye hautaki akuongoze. Kwa hivyo ni muhimu sana kwa Mkenya wote katika pahali popote pale pa Kenya ajitokeze, afanye maamuzi, ampe kazi yule kiongozi atakayesuluhisha matatizo anayopitia kama Mkenya katika sehemu zote za nchi ya Kenya.
Joy.
Harith, niruhusu nimrushie swali hili Paul, manake
na tumemsikia Paul alivyozungumza, na bila shaka Joy utakuwa na yako ya kusema kuhusiana haya. Kuna wale ambao wengine wameapa kabisa, mimi na kura, karatasi na moto. Kwa hiyo ni yapi ambayo labda unaweza kuyazungumzia kuhusiana na watu kama, kwa sababu wapo wengi. Tukiangalia zile kura za maoni zinazotolewa, kuna asilimia, hata kama ni asilimia 2 ni idadi kubwa sana ya Wakenya ambao labda wameamua hawatakwenda kupiga kura.
Yule mpaka sasa yule mtu hajakubali ama hajaashiria kwenda kupiga kura, sioni kama ataamua kesho asubuhi, kwa sababu kupiga kura lazima mtu ajichangamshe, afanye mipango na mikakati, maana pengine kura ulichukua mashambani na uko mjini kama ukusafiri.
Unajua Wakenya ni watu wanasema wa last minute, labda wanaweza amua kesho tu
araukie na gari la kwanza. Inawezekana, lakini vile Paul alivyosema ni kweli. Ukimchagua yule mtu ambaye unataka, hata kama hatapata ushindi, umeweka sauti yako na imesikika kwamba mtu fulani ana umaarufu wa kiwango cha kura fulani, sema hata ni 20%. Kwa hivyo yule mtu hata kama ni kiongozi mzuri, hafi moyo, anajua kwamba siku nyingine nikirudi hiyo 20% nitakuwa nimefika pengine 40 na nitakuwa nimepita. Lakini kuna jambo la pili lazima pia tukumbuke. Kuna wale ambao wanajitokeza kupiga kura lakini wanaharibu kura zao, na kwa hivyo hawamchagui mtu yote ambaye yuko pale. Wanaamua mimi nimekuja hapa kusema kwamba hawa wote hawafai. Na pia yule ni mtu mwingine lazima pia tumwangalie, kwa sababu si kwamba hakuamua kwamba atapiga kura, si undecided. Ni yule ameamua kwamba wale ambao wamejitokeza hakuna yule mimi naona kama nafaa. Kwa hivyo anatokea anapiga kura, lakini kupiga kura kwake ni kusema nyinyi nyote hamfai. Na hiyo pia ni muhimu.
Naam, tutaendelea kuyazungumzia hayo Joy, na bila shaka kama tulivyotangulia kukuambia hapo awali ni kwamba KBC inahakikisha kwamba unayapata yote yanayotokea katika maeneo tofauti, na hivi sasa tunajiunga na mwenzetu Timothy Kipnusu ambaye yuko katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, atujuze ni yapi ambayo yamekuwa yakiendelea tangu asubuhi mpaka sasa alasiri, huku zikisalia saa chache tu za kwenda uchaguzini hapo kesho. Kwa hiyo Timothy Kipnusu, kama unanipokea, tunataka kujua kulikoni hapo ulipo.
What's going on? What's going on?
Shukran mwenzangu kwenye makao makuu ya shirika la utangazaji nchini KBC. Kama ulivyodokeza na kujia moja kwa moja kutoka eneo la Sugoi, eneo bunge la Tarbo, gatuzi la Uasin Gishu. Hapa ni nyumbani kwake naibu wa rais na mgombea wa urais kupitia muungano wa Kenya Kwanza, chama cha UDA, William Samoei Arap Ruto. Mita chache kutoka hapa ndiko anakoishi naibu wa rais, na hapa gatuzi la Uasin Gishu ni ngome ya naibu wa rais, na tutakuwa tunataraji kwamba wapiga kura wapatao 15,138 watakuwa na shiriki zoezi la uchaguzi hapo kesho. Manake sasa ni saa tunahesabu tu masaa au lisali ili kuweza kwenda kwenye debe hapo kesho, kuweza kuchagua viongozi ambao watakuwa wanachaguliwa katika zoezi la uchaguzi. Na kwa sasa ni baadhi tu ya usemi kutoka wakazi wa gatuzi hili au eneo la Sugoi, wakituarifu kuhusiana na matarajio yao ni yapi, watapigia kura wapi na nini inawapa msukumo kuweza kushiriki katika zoezi hili. Nitaanza na Gogo, lakini kabla nifanye hivyo, jiwe hili ambalo liko hapa ni jiwe la kihistoria. Baadhi tu ya wazee ambao nimesemezana nao wanasema kwamba jiwe hili wao huja hapa kupiga gumzo, kuzungumzia masuala yanayohusu kama wananchi na mikakati ya kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba masuala yao yanashughulikiwa na viongozi ambao wamechaguliwa. Na itakuwa ni swala la kusubiri viongozi ambao watakuwa wanachaguliwa kesho vile waweze kuangazia matatizo ambayo wanawakabili wananchi. Sasa nizungumze na Gogo ambaye ni mkazi wa eneo la Sugoi. Asante sana Gogo, tueleze unapigia kura wapi kesho matarajio yako ni gani kwa viongozi, na hapa kwa Ruto unasema nini kuhusiana na siasa za eneo hili?
Sasa jina yako naitwa Sara Keme. Mimi ilipenda Ruto. Mimi nakusema napenda Ruto. Hii mtoto yangu naendelea kabisa, hata ule na kwa makamu wa rais, kwa rais. Sasa anakulinda sisi kwa hapa. Hawezi kuacha sisi kukuja kama Christmas, anakukuja ita sisi yote kwa Sukai. Hata hapa pande hile karibu kwa town, wamama yote ilikuja hapa na kusomba chakula ya kutosha kupikia sisi watoto yetu. Hata watoto saa ile kama liona mahindi karibu kutoa mahindi, watoto ile anasari nasema karibu mama yetu kuenda kwa Ruto. Ruto karibu nakuja na kukuja kulinda sisi wa mama yetu, anaenda kwake na kuletea sisi chakula. Sisi nakupenda Ruto. Sisi nakupenda Ruto kabisa, kwa maana kama anakuwa rais naona yeye atasiba, naona yeye atakaa kweli kweli kwa njia hii na kulinda sisi kabisa, hata wase, hata watoto yetu na kulinda sisi. Mimi nakupenda. Naitwa jina yake Kipchirchir. Mimi naishi hapa kwa kona yangu. Ruto kama naenda kwake anapita hapa kwa kona yangu. Hata kama yeye kukwenda kusema mama ile nasungumisa na mama ile akona. Na mimi nakupenda hii mtoto yangu kutoka zamani mpaka sasa, mpaka naelewa, mpaka nakuwa makamu wa rais ya rais ile.
Wewe unawaambia nini wakile wa MCAs na MPs ambao watachaguliwa kesho, na ulijuaje Ruto?
Mimi namwambia hawa enda angalia Ruto kupelekea sisi maneno yetu. Hapana pichana ile maneno yetu kama naona sisi na kuwa yuko tabu. Kwa maana Ruto kama inakuwa rais hawezi kukuja kutembea kuona sisi, kuchunguza sisi. Na hawa yote ile na kubikia nyinyi kura na ena linda sisi kupelekea maneno yetu na kupelekea rais. Alafu rais na kuchua sisi na kumwambia nyinyi kwenda fanyia hawa na muna hii.
Asante sana Gogona, natumai wale wa
Timothy Kipnusu huyo akiwa katika eneo la Uasin Gishu, eneo la Sugoi, anakotoka naibu rais. Unaona baadhi ya wafuasi wake wanazungumza kwa hisia ambazo wanasema kwamba huyu ni wetu, na bila shaka kila sehemu kila mtu ana watu wake, kwa hiyo wameelezea kwamba ni kwa sababu gani watapiga kura. Lakini tutarejea kwake Timothy Kipnusu baadaye kidogo. Tulikuwa tunazungumzia hili swala la wale ambao hawajaamua kupiga kura, nao bila shaka kupiga kura huku ni kwa muhimu na ni kwa muhimu sana, ila wengine wanaona kwamba hakuna umuhimu, na wengine kama alivyosema Joy ni kwamba wanakwenda makusudi katika vituo vya kupigia kura na kuhakikisha kwamba zile kura wameziharibu, wametekeleza haki yao lakini kwa kuharibu kura. Kamte umepata
niko na swali moja ambalo ningependa liwekwe wazi ama libainike, hususan kwa mpiga kura hapo kesho, na ni kuhusu huku kuchagua viongozi. Joy na Paul, tumueleweshe huyu mwenye nasikiza ama huyu mpiga kura anaunga mkono muungano huu, na pengine wamesema kwamba wapige kama ni suti, lakini pale kuna viongozi wawili watatu katika ile suti yenye anaona bado kazi yake, akilinganisha na pengine mwenye ni mgombea huru, anaona afadhali huyu mgombea huru ama upande huu mwingine. Lakini kuna mwacha wapi mpiga kura pale? Manake kiongozi wa chama ama kiongozi wa muungano amesema twendeni hivi. Mpiga kura naye kule chini anasema kwamba huku ndiko tunaona kuko hivi. Lakini kuna mwacha wapi mpiga kura pale? Nyinyi mnaweza kumweleza vipi? Mnaweza kumwambia vipi hatua ipi anaweza kuchukua huyu mpiga kura? Manake mwisho wa kwisha yeye ndiye atakayebaki na kiongozi pale chini. Joy, tuanze na wewe Joy.
Pengine nikianzia kitu ambacho kila mwananchi lazima akumbuke, ukimchagua kiongozi ni kama kumchagua mke au mume. Ni mtu ambaye mtaishi naye kwa muda ambao mlikuwa mmeagana. Kwa hivyo kama ni miaka 5, ujue ukimchagua ni basi mpaka hiyo miaka 5, unless kama mtatafuta recall ya kumtoa. Na kumtoa pia si rahisi, lakini inawezekana. Kwangu mimi maarifa ambayo ningewaambia wapiga kura ni mkumbuke kwamba katika katiba tuliopitisha mwaka wa 2010 kuna kitu ambacho cha muhimu tulifanya. Tuliachanisha executive, bunge na mahakama. Na sasa bunge ikiweza kusimama kidete peke yake, tuseme siangalie county government kwa sasa, naangalia tu bunge ya kitaifa inasimama peke yake, ina maana rais ambaye anachaguliwa hata kama kuna watu wa chama chake katika bunge, yeye mwenyewe haezi kuambia ni vipi wataamua, maana bunge inasimama kidete peke yake. Kwa hivyo unapata wabunge hata wawe walikuja wagombea huru, wawe na chama.
Joy, tumeona kwamba hiyo idadi ya wabunge ambao ni pengine kama ni wa rais ama kama ni upinzani, hata sasa tumeona bunge kwamba hiyo idadi kama huyu ana wengi ama huyu ana wengi, tumeona ikikuwa na athari.
Ina athari kwa sababu hawa ambao tumewachagua sasa bado wana ile kasumba ya katiba ya zamani, ambapo rais alikuwa akiita watu wanasema nyinyi wa chama changu tufanyeni hivi na hivi na hivi, lakini vile ilivyoandikwa katiba sasa, bunge inasimama kidete peke yake, iko na majority side na minority side. Haina opposition kama zamani vile ilikuwaga ni opposition wala nini. Ndio naona Biblia ilikuwa inajaribu kuiregesha. Manake sasa haimo. Kwa hivyo wanabunge wakisimama peke yao, bunge ikisimama peke yake, ina ile nguvu ya kusema hapa utendakazi wetu itakuwa 1 2 3. Kwa hivyo hata kama mtu alikuja peke yake, yeye na bila kuwa na chama yeyote, anachangia hoja kulingana na vile anaona inakuwa inawafaa wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo sisi kama wapiga kura lazima tukumbuke kwamba ukimchagua mtu kuingia bunge, si lazima awe ndo ana support rais wako, kwa sababu hata kama rais ana hata mbunge mmoja, yeye na cabinet yake wakiwasilisha hoja bungeni, ni jukumu la bunge kulijadili hilo hoja na kutoa kitu ambacho Wakenya watanufaika nalo. Na Wakenya pia wakiangalia wakiona bunge haiwasaidii, kama Mkenya wa kawaida unaweza pia ukaandika ukawasilisha maombi bunge na kumwambia speaker, waambie wabunge wajadili hili swali, kwa sababu bunge inasimama kidete peke yake. Kwa hivyo Wakenya lazima waelewe, si kwamba rais ndo anaambia bunge ni vipi watafanya kazi yao. Wabunge ndo wanafaa waelewe jukumu lao ni kwa Wakenya na si kwa rais au kwa kinara wa chama chao.
Naam, Joy ametupatia nukta nzuri hapa, lakini haifanyiki bado bunge. Tunaona kwamba bado haifanyiki, kwamba kama hawa ni wa upande wa rais na hawa ni upande wa upinzani, bado kuna mvutano kwamba bunge iko huru isimame na ifanye maamuzi yake, bado ni changamoto. Na hapo ndipo tulipo sasa. Kama Mkenya kule nje atahitajika kuchagua mbunge ama ni MCA ama ni gavana ambaye anasema huyu atakwenda kivyake, atafanya maamuzi kivyake, hata shawishiwa na upande wa rais ama upande wa opposition, lakini hatulioni. Je, kuna matumaini kwamba tutafika mahali kwamba hili bunge litakuwa independent kama ninavyosema, ama litafanya kazi yake likiwa huru bila ushawishi kutoka upande wa pili, ndio hata mpiga kura kule nje awe na imani kwamba nikimpigia huyu japo hayupo upande wa yule rais ninayemtaka, bado atakwenda kuniwakilisha vizuri kule bungeni.
Nafikiri hapa Kamche tunazungumzia ukomavu wa kisiasa. Hawa wabunge ama viongozi ambao tunawachagua wana ukomavu wa kisiasa kuweza kujadili hoja kwa maslahi ya mwananchi. Paul.
Naam, kweli kuna matumaini. Naweza sema kuna matumaini. Ukiangalia kipindi cha wanabunge ambacho kimekuja tamati, tuanzie pale 2017. Kulikuwa na Jubilee na kulikuwa na vile vyama vingine. Baada ya kuendelea kwa muda, sisi wa Kenya tuliona kile kitu ambacho kilifanyika. Kwanza, wakati ambapo chama kimeingia katika bunge, kuna wale ambao tunasema ni wengi katika bunge. Kuna ile miswada ya chama ambacho chama chenyewe kingetaka hiyo miswada ipite. Na kuna ile miswada ambayo inaangalia, japo ni ya chama ama si ya chama, inaangalia masilahi ya wananchi. Kitu ambacho tumekiona kwa wakati ambao umepita, kuna wale viongozi ambao wanasimama na wananchi, japo wako katika chama fulani, msimamo wao tunautambua. Na kwa sababu ya hayo, kuna wabunge wengi wametokea wakisema, mimi niling'atuliwa katika chama kwa sababu nilipinga maelekezo ya chama, ama nilipinga mwelekeo ambao chama kilitaka twende nao, ambao hauangalii maslahi ya wananchi. Kwa hivyo kitu ambacho ningesema, kuna matumaini kwa Mkenya. Na unapochagua chama ama mtu anakapokuambia uchague chama, mimi kwa maoni yangu anakupotosha. Mchague kiongozi atakaye kutumikia. huyu kiongozi anaweza kuwa katika chama ama anaweza kuwa hayupo katika chama, kwa sababu wakati ambapo ule kiongozi hatafanya kazi kulingana na jinsi ambavyo ulimuelekeza, hautauliza chama, utauliza ule kiongozi. Utakapopata shida alafu unataka kumuelekezea kidole kiongozi wa chama, atakwambia ulikuwa na nafasi ya kumchagua kiongozi. Kitu ambacho watu wanafaa watambue, wakati kiongozi wa chama anakuambia chagua mtu fulani, hakushurutishi. Anakurai tu, anakuuliza tu kwa makini, naomba tu umchague, lakini amuzi ni lako. Na mimi nakuelekeza ama najaribu kumweleza ule mtu ambaye hajakata kauli. Wakati utakapomchagua kiongozi, ule ndiye atakuwa msimamizi wako katika bunge. Kama ni katika county government, ule ndiye atakuwa msimamizi na msemaji wapo. Kwa hivyo mchague mtu ambaye moja, ataelekeza hoja zako katika bunge. Pili, atauliza maswali magumu katika nafasi ama katika vigezo vya serikali ambazo zinataka kufinyilia mwananchi. Tatu, mchague kiongozi ambaye atatengeneza sheria ambazo hazikuumizi wewe, lakini ni sheria ambazo zinasaidia ukuuzi wa teknolojia, ukuuzi wa nchi, na maelekezo yako kama wewe kama mwananchi yanazingatiwa. Usimchague tu mtu kwa sababu ako katika hichi chama, ako katika hichi chama, japo hatujasema chama ni kibaya. Kitu ambacho tunakisema, kiongozi muangalie akiwa mtu binafsi. Kama hapo katika chama, vyema. Kama hapo katika chama, mchague kiongozi, lakini usichague chama. Kwa sababu chama si kitu ambacho kitakusaidia. Mtu atakayekusaidia katika kutengeneza sheria si chama, ni kiongozi utakayechagua. Mtu atakapokusaidia kuuliza maswali magumu katika ministries ama zile sekta za serikali ni kiongozi unayechagua, lakini si chama.
Na bado litasalia kuwa swala tata, manake kama alivyotueleza Joy na kama anavyotueleza Paul, ni kwamba bunge liliwekwa huru kwamba lifanye maamuzi yake, lakini kama bado kuna ule ushawishi kutoka nje ambayo inafanya kwamba kama ilikuwa ni maamuzi ambayo anafaa yafanye kwa manufaa ya mpiga kura wake, lakini kwa sasa kwa sababu ushawishi kutoka juu pengine unamwambia afanye hili, hawana ule uhuru wa kufanya inavyostahili, basi bado tuna changamoto na inamweka katika hali tata yule mpiga kura. Harith,
pengine nikichangia kidogo manufaa ya kufuata chama hapa, niseme na mtetea ibilisi, lakini ukiona pia kusisitizwa kwa kuchagua chama fulani ni kwa sababu utapata manifesto zikipewa wananchi na viongozi, hasa wale wa kupigania wa kugombea kiti cha urais, wanataka bunge liwe na watu wa kutosha ili miswada hiyo ama ahadi hizo ziweze kutekelezwa. Kwa hivyo ukiona wakikurai kwamba wapatie watu wa chama ili wafanye kazi pamoja nao, ndio maarifa wanayoashiria. Si kwamba kila saa tu kwamba ni mtu ambaye amepewa tikiti ya chama hafai, hapana. Kuna wale ambao wamepewa tikiti ya chama ambao ni viongozi shupavu, na pia kama unataka mgombea wako wa urais aweze kuwa na watu ambao watamsaidia kutekeleza miswada yake, ndio anakurai kwamba wapatie wabunge wa kutosha ili wamalize kazi ambayo wamekwambia watafanya wenyewe. Kwa hivyo lazima kama mwananchi utumie hekima, ujue kwamba yule mtu ambaye chama imepatia tikiti ni mtu ambaye pia ni kiongozi mzuri. Kama unajibu maswali yote sawa, basi endelea na kumchagua mtu na chama. Lakini ukiona kama chama iliteleza kidogo na ikamchagua mtu ambaye hafai, warudishie pia ripoti yao, waambie kwamba mtihani walianguka.
Mlitupatia bado hajatosha. Na tunaona bado hata tufanikishia malengo yetu. Umetaja pointi kuhusu manifesto. Na hizi manifesto ndizo ambazo zimewekwa kule nje, kila mtu amezisikia, kila mpiga kura amezisikia, na kesho basi kila mtu atakuwa anakwenda kutimiza haki yake ya kidemokrasia. Harith, umekuwa ukifuatilizia hizi manifesto kwa karibu sana na imani, lakini tumeona kwamba hizi manifesto ni kama ambaye zimefanana. Ukiangalia ilichopewa kipaumbele ni uchumi na ile wanasema ni social protection, kila mmoja akichukua njia yake ya jinsi atakavyofanya, lakini ukizunguka ukirudi mwisho wa kwisha tuko pale pale kwenye uchumi.
Unajua hizi nguo ambazo tunanunua madukani ni za aina tofauti, lakini jukumu na ukiangalia malengo yake ni kuficha uchi wa mtu. Ni kama manifesto. zote zimepambwa kwa njia tofauti, lakini lengo lao ni moja, lakini tatizo linasalia pale pale. Hilo lengo haliafikiwi. Ukiangalia katika manifesto, watu wa Kenya wamekuwa wakilalamika punde tu baada ya uchaguzi kwamba tulichagua hiki, tukaambiwa hiki kitafanyika, hiki hakifanyiki, tukaambiwa. Sasa Paul, labda utueleze huu ukomavu pia wa mpiga kura, manake kwa sababu kila siku anayafanya yale yale na matatizo yanabaki yanakuwa yale yale, ni kwamba hana ukomavu wa kuweza kumpima huyu kiongozi anayemchagua, ama inakuwa vipi?
Ukiangalia manifesto ambazo vyama vimezitengeneza, ni kuna kile kitu ambacho kinaitwa lazima chama kitafute mnato, kitu ambacho kitamvutia mwananchi aweze kuchagua mlengo fulani na aache ule mlengo mwingine. Kuna kitu ambacho ningetaka kukizungumzia na kwa muda kimekuwa kikituadhiri sisi kama wananchi. Yale qualifications ama vigezo ambavyo the ideal voter akonavyo. Ideal voter ni ule mpiga kura wa chini kabisa katika kiwango. Tukisema ni kama kimasomo, ule mwenye akona kiwango kidogo kabisa cha masomo. Kama ni kifedha, ule ambaye ana fedha kidogo kabisa. Ni nani huyu ideal voter? Unakuta kwamba katika Kenya ideal voter ni mtu ambaye hana uwezo mkubwa, hana ule kuelewa mambo na anaweza kuyatofautisha kulingana na vile ambavyo yanafaa. Kwa hivyo hadi wakati ambapo tutapata ya kwamba ule ideal voter ni mtu ambaye anawelevu, anaweledi na akona maelezo yanayomsaidia kuchagua kiongozi ama kutomchagua kiongozi ambaye hata msaidia, tutaendelea tu kuwa na yale matatizo ya kwamba japo kuna zile manifesto, japo kuna ule msukumo kwamba mtu amchague kiongozi atakayefaa, kuna mambo ambayo yanamsukuma ule ideal voter. Kwa mfano, tuseme ideal voter ni mtu tu kile kigezo ambacho ako nacho ni kitambulisho pekee. Hajaenda shuleni, hana gari, hana baiskeli, hana chochote cha kumsaidia kujikimu. Ni mlala hoi tu. Ule ideal voter tuseme hana kazi. Kwa hivyo vile vitu ambavyo vinaweza mshurutisha kumchagua mtu na kukosa kumchagua mwingine ni vitu vidogo zaidi. Ukiangalia kama ideal voter ambaye anaishi kule mashambani na ideal voter mwenye anaishi mjini, matakwa yao ama matarajio yao ni tofauti. Wa mjini ukimpa 1,000 atakunyoshia mkono zaidi, anataka 2,000. Ule wa mjini ukimpa 50 atakusifu kutoka asubuhi hadi jioni, kwa sababu yeye hana ule kuelewa mambo jinsi yanavyofaa. Kitu ambacho ni muhimu na tungeomba tunakapo wachagua viongozi, wacha tuchague viongozi watakaosaidia ule ideal voter apate ule umakinifu ama aweze kujikimu kimaisha. Mchague mtu ambaye atasaidia wewe kimasomo, kibiashara na kikazi ambayo wewe unafanya. Kwa hayo tutakuta kwamba hali ya maisha itaweza kuinuka.
Sasa Paul, hebu unachokizungumzia nikifikiria naona ni kama hii elimu, civic education, elimu kwa jamii haijatekelezwa ipasavyo kwa wale wananchi wa kawaida. Sasa hili jukumu hasa linafaa kuwa la nani?
Ukiangalia katika katiba, civic education kwa mambo ya uchaguzi yafaa kufanywa na kamati ya IEBC. Swali letu ni hilo lilifanyika? Na ningetaka Wakenya tuchukue kisengere nyuma kidogo tu. Katika wakati BBI ilikuwa katika kotini, kuna maswali magumu sana yaulizwa pale kotini. Swali moja ambalo liliulizwa na koti, je, mliwafahamisha wananchi mambo mnayotaka kuwarekebisha? Je, hawa wananchi ulikuwa kwa muda gani ambao mliwafahamisha mambo mnayotaka kuyarekebisha? Mlitumia lugha gani kuwaelekeza yale mambo ambayo mnataka kuyarekebisha? Kwa hivyo mambo na civic education katika uchaguzi ni mambo yanayofaa kutekelezwa na tume ya uchaguzi. Kama ni mambo ya kiuchumi, serikali yenyewe yafaa iwahusishe wananchi. Na ndio maana katika katiba ya Kenya kipengele cha 10 article 10 kuna kitu muhimu sana kinaitwa public participation. Na katika nyadhifa za serikali, katika county government na katika national government, kuna mambo ambayo hayawezi pitishwa kama mwananchi hajahusishwa. Koti tunamshukuru Mungu kwa sababu kwa mapana na marefu imeelezea ni nini hiki ambacho, ama ni mnyama yupi huyu, tunamuita public participation. Public participation inahusu unamueleza mwananchi ni nini hicho unampelekea, madhara ya kitu ambacho unampelekea ni nini, na faida ya kila kitu ambacho unampelekea ni nini. Kwa hivyo ningesema ni jukumu la serikali, ni jukumu la vitengo vyote vya serikali kuhakikisha kabla ya sheria yoyote ama kitu chochote kinachofanyika ama kinachowaadhiri wananchi kimepitishwa, wacha wananchi wenyewe waelewe.
Na umezungumzia uelewa wa mwananchi, na ndipo nitaka Kamche kidogo atuonyeshe mambo yalivyo kupitia manifesto za wagombea urais, kwa sababu umesema kwamba lazima wajulishwe ni kitu gani wameletewa, iwapo kitakuwa na athari au vinginevyo. Kwa hiyo wagombea hawa wanne, Raila, Ruto, Wajakoya na Mwaure, kila mtu amekuja na mambo yake. Kila mtu amekuja na mambo yake na kila mtu anasema mimi bwana, mkinipa fursa haya mambo ndio nitawatekelezea. Kwa hiyo Kamche, hebu tuanze kuangalia wanasema nini yao kupitia mambo yao.
Naam, Harith, wagombea ni 4 wa kiti cha urais kama ulivyosema ama kama inavyofahamika, na nataka tuangalie manifesto zao kisha tutakuwa ni wenye kuzichambua na wachanganuzi wetu wa masuala ya kisiasa. Nitaanza na Profesa George Wajakoya ambaye ni wa chama cha Roots. Manifesto yake kuna pointi kadhaa alizozitaja hapa. Ni ruhusu ni some tu kwa kifupi. Kuhalalisha ukuzaji na uuzaji bangi katika nchi za nje. Kenya itapata pesa kulipa madeni yake na kujenga barabara kuu katika kila kaunti. Kuna ushuru unaokusanywa kutokana na kilimo cha bangi kufadhili bajeti ya kitaifa ya shilingi trilioni 3.3. Anasema kwamba tuweze kufuga nyoka na kupata fedha za kulipa madeni. Anasema pia tufuge nyoka wenye sumu ili kutumia sumu hiyo kutengeneza dawa za kinga. Kubuni majimbo manne humu nchini ambako kila jimbo litakuwa na serikali yake. Kuanzisha mfumo wa kufanya kazi siku 4 kwa wiki, yani Jumatatu, Jumanne, Jumatano, Alhamisi zitakuwa ni za kupumzika. Siku ya Ijumaa, Jumamosi na Jumapili kama alivyosema zitakuwa ni siku za mapumziko. Wakenya watalipwa mshahara kila baada ya wiki 2. Jiji kuu la Kenya kuhamishwa kutoka Nairobi hadi Isiolo, kurahisisha utendakazi, raia wa kigeni wasiokuwa na kazi kurejeshwa kwao. Chama cha Roots kuimarisha uchukuzi wa mizigo barabarani. Huyo ni Profesa George Wajakoya wa chama cha Roots. Niruhusu niende kwa naibu rais William Ruto wa muungano wa Kenya Kwanza na chama cha UDA. Kuwekeza shilingi bilioni 250 kuimarisha kilimo na akiba ya chakula kufikia mwaka 2023. Shilingi bilioni 50 kufadhili wenye biashara ndogo ndogo na za kadri. Kujenga nyumba 1250 za gharama nafuu kila mwaka kupitia ushirikiano wa sekta za umma na kibinafsi. Natumai hii ni ile ule mpango wa affordable housing wanasema tauendeleza. Kubuni hazina ya ununuzi wa ardhi kwa ajili ya familia milioni 1 zisizo na makao. Wanachama walazima kwenye hazina ya NHIF kwamba kila mmoja awe chini ya mpango wa NHIF. Kujenga hospitali mpya za level 6 na kuajiri wahudumu wa afya 20,000. Kuweka cable za umbali wa kilomita 1,100 za huduma za interneti ili kuimarisha mawasiliano. Kutatua tatizo la uhaba wa walimu kwa kipindi cha miaka 2, kuongeza maradufu kiwango cha pesa za mpango wa lishe shuleni. Angalau kila mwanafunzi ama wanafunzi watakaofika shuleni wasikose chakula na pia wapate ule motisha wa kuweza kufika. Kuajiri majaji wote wanaopendekezwa na tume ya JC katika mahakama ya rufani katika muda wa siku 7. Maafisa wa ngazi za chini kama vile masajenti kufanyia kazi katika kaunti zao wakitimu umri wa miaka 50. Hayo ni baadhi tu ya yale yaliyomo kwenye manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza na chama cha UDA. Twende kwake mpeperusha bendera wa muungano wa Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya Bwana Raila Odinga, ambaye anasema ajenda ya fukuza njaa. Kumbuka kwenye manifesto yake naibu rais William Ruto na mwaniaji wa kiti cha urais kwa muungano wa Azimio Raila Odinga, wote walikuwa na nukta 10 walizoziweka pale, wakiashiria ama wakielezea ni mahali gani hasa wataweza kutilia mkazo katika kuimarisha maisha ya Mkenya. Kwa hivyo kuna ajenda ya kufukuza njaa, kuhakikisha akiba ya chakula, hii iko chini ya muungano wa Azimio la Umoja. Ununuzi wa bidhaa za humu nchini, kupiga jeki sekta ya utengenezaji bidhaa, kuongeza ufadhili wa kaunti ili ziweze kubuni viwanda, kukuza uchumi wa baharini na uvuvi kupitia utafiti, kusambaza huduma za interneti kote nchini kupitia mpango wa Baba Connect, kubuni viwanda vya vyuma kupitia ushirikiano kati ya sekta za umma. Haijakamilika, manake kuna ile ya wanafunzi Leave No Child Behind, ile ya kwa wanafunzi wote watakuwa wameenda shule na hata elimu ya bure. Kuna pia ile ya kuhusu Baba Care, sidhani kama, lakini hivyo ni vipengee ambavyo pia viliwekwa katika manifesto ya Azimio. Kunaye David Mwaure ambaye ni wa chama cha Agano Party. Manifesto yake haikuwa ndefu hivyo, lakini alikuwa ametaja masuala muhimu kama vile kuondoa adhabu ya kutolipa ushuru. Anasema kuajiri makasisi wote waliohitimu kutatua mizozo. Anasema pia kuwatoza ushuru wachafuzi wa mazingira. Vile vile kampuni na makundi ya vijana kukusanya taka mashinani. Kampuni ya Kenya Power kujiondoa katika usambazaji kawi safi. Haya ni baadhi tu ya maelezo mafupi tu yaliyoko kwenye hizi manifesto za hawa wagombea viti vya urais ama kiti cha urais kwenye kinyang'anyiro hiki cha mwaka 2022. Sasa Harith, ukiangalia hizi manifesto kuna vipengee fulani ambavyo vimefanana pale. Zile njia za kutekeleza ndizo tofauti. Sasa sijui kama Mkenya kesho akikwenda kutumbukiza pale Paul na Joy, sijui kama atakuwa anazingatia nini, sijui kama aangalie upande upi ama aangalie nini haswa, manake manifesto kuna zile ambazo vipengee vimefanana, vingine viko tofauti, lakini cha msingi ni kwamba uchumi wa Kenya amelia kwamba uchumi. Harith.
Naam, bila shaka Paul, Joy, mmeona, na bila shaka kuna mambo mengine mapya ambayo labda hayajazoeleka katika tamaduni za Wakenya na vitu kama vile. Kwa mfano, tukiangalia manifesto ya Wajakoya ya masuala ya ufugaji nyoka, ndio Waswahili wanasema kiingiacho mjini si haramu, lakini mambo mengine yanakuwa mazito na mapya kwa Wakenya kuweza kuyachukulia kwa moja kwa moja. Lakini cha msingi ni kwamba kila mtu ukiangalia ni kama analenga jinsi ya kufufua uchumi na kuleta maendeleo katika taifa. Kwa hiyo katika hizi manifesto, uwezekano wa utekelezaji wake tunaweza kupa asilimia ngapi? Joy, tuanze nawe. Uwezekano wa utekelezaji katika hizi manifesto tunaweza utaamua mwenyewe iwapo utazitenganisha, uzungumzie moja baada ya nyingine, au kwa ujumla wake uwezekano wa utekelezaji wa hizi manifesto uko vipi?
Nikianza na chama cha Roots Party, nitawapatia hapo 1% kama uwezekano wa utendakazi, kwa sababu watu ukiangalia katika nchi ambazo zimehalalisha uuzaji na utumizi wa bangi, unapata kwamba hakuna nchi duniani ambayo imenawiri kiuchumi kwa kuuza au kutumia bangi. Kwa hivyo naona kwamba hiyo maneno ya bangi, ya kuuza sumu ya nyoka na vinginevyo ni vitu ambavyo haviwezi kutekelezwa. Na sisi kama nchi ambayo inategemea watalii, fisi ni mnyama ambaye anatumika sana katika kuweka ile balance katika national park zetu. Kwa hivyo tukileta kitu ambacho kitafanya watu waanze kuinda fisi, utapata kwamba hata utalii utadorora, na ni kitu ambacho tayari unajua utalii ni kitega uchumi cha hali ya juu. Kwa hivyo mi Roots Party, hata hiyo 1% naona kwamba nimekuwa niwapatia sana, ningewapatia 0. Naam. Maana iliandikwa kwa Kiingereza, lazima hata maki ya kuandika jina lazima upewe.
Lakini kuna sehemu anazungumza mambo ya kimsingi. Ukiangalia kwa mfano ufisadi, wale wanaoshiriki ufisadi kupewa adhabu kali ambao wengine hawatofikiria kufanya. Uone kama labda hilo linaweza kuwa moja kati ya pendekezo linaweza badilisha nchi.
Lakini Harith, tayari tuna sheria ambazo zinazungumzia maneno ya
tatizo. Sheria hazifuatwi.
hizo sheria zinafuatwa, zinatimizwa. Pengine Wakenya hawajaona vile wangependa tuseme watu wengi au kwa kasi, lakini hizo sheria zinafuatwa. Kuna mahakama maalum ambayo inaangalia masuala ya ufisadi, na ni kitu ambacho kinataka tu kuongezwa kasi pengine, lakini sheria tayari zipo. Ukisema kwamba kila mtu ambaye amepatikana na ufisadi utamuua, na tuko kama nchi tuko mahali ambapo tangu I think 1982 hakuna mtu ambaye amepata hukumu ya kifo Kenya. Unazungumzia vitu ambavyo hata katika sheria zetu hazimo. Kwa hivyo hiyo 1% ni kwa sababu waliandika jina kwa Kiingereza basi, lakini chama cha Agano pengine nitawapatia 10%, kwa sababu wao pia wamezungumzia masuala ya kiuchumi, lakini kutokuwa na uzoefu wa jinsi gani serikali inafanya kazi. Unaona, ndio umefanya chama cha Agano wameandika vitu ambavyo kama mwananchi wa kawaida tungelipenda kuona, lakini katika utendakazi na jinsi ya kutekeleza unaona kama itakuwa vigumu. Kwa mfano, wamesema kwamba jambo moja wanataka kufanya ni kwamba zile fedha za Wakenya ambazo ziko katika nchi za kigeni wataregesha nyumbani ili zitumiwe katika maendeleo. Lakini pesa kama tayari iko katika jina la mtu binafsi na imewekwa katika benki na ni benki ambayo imechukua hizo pesa kihalali, kutoa fedha za mtu mfukoni mwake, maana kuweka benki ni kama kuweka mfukoni mwako, kutoa fedha mfukoni mwa mtu uegeze tena nchini ni kitu ambacho si rahisi kufanya. Kwa hivyo tunaona kwamba kuna vitu ambavyo wakizungumzia naona ndio tungelipenda vile, lakini kutekeleza itakuwa ni ngumu sana. Halafu ukiangalia kwamba Agano sio kama watakuwa na wabunge wengi katika bunge inayokuja, kwa hivyo unashindwa ni vipi haswa sheria itabadilishwa ili waweze kutekeleza hiyo. Ukiangalia ya Azimio imekuja na proposals ambayo kuna ile ya kukuza uchumi, lakini pia kuna social security ya kuwasaidia wale ambao wanaathirika. Na hilo unaona kwamba hapo ndio tulikuwa tukizungumzia pale awali, utendakazi, uzoefu na utendakazi katika jinsi gani serikali inafanya kazi imesaidia Azimio, kwa maana kile ambacho walitoa kama manifesto ni kitu ambacho unaona kweli hiki kinaweza kutekelezwa.
Naam, Joy Samani, naomba kukatiza kidogo, nataka kuelekea Bomas kumsikiza mwenyekiti wa tume ya uchaguzi ya IEBC Wafula Chebukati akizungumza.
Naam.
All the 46,229 polling stations across the country. We, however, wish to inform the country that despite the high level of preparedness, ballot papers for the following elective positions were noted to have errors. Number 1, ballot papers for Kakamega County Governor position have wrong gubernatorial candidates' pictures and their details printed on them. 2, ballot papers for Mombasa County Governor position have wrong gubernatorial candidates' pictures and their details printed on them. 3, ballot papers for Kachiliba constituency have wrong member of National Assembly candidates' pictures and their details printed on them. 4, ballot papers for Pokot South constituency have wrong member of National Assembly candidates' pictures and details printed on them. As a result, elections for the respective positions have been suspended to a later date that will be announced through a Gazette notice. Elections for those 4 elective positions have been suspended to a date to be announced through a Gazette notice. I repeat that elections for the gubernatorial seat, Kakamega County, gubernatorial seat, Mombasa County, Kachiliba constituency, member of National Assembly, Pokot South constituency, member of National Assembly, elections have been suspended for those 4 elective positions, and the date will be announced through a Gazette notice. Ballot papers for the following areas were wrongly routed. Ballot paper ballots for County Assembly ward belonging to Fafi constituency were erroneously sent to Chuka Egambe Ngombe in Tharaka Nithi County. Ballot papers ballots for County Assembly ward belonging to Mua in Machakos County were erroneously sent to Kuresoi constituency, Nakuru County. Ballot paper box belonging to Tiati, County women member of National Assembly in Baringo County were erroneously sent to Lamu County. The Commission has since rerouted the ballot paper pellets to their rightful places using air transport contracted to facilitate such emergencies. I also wish to bring to your attention an incident that happened this morning in Moyale Constituency, Marsabit County, where a KIMS kit for Orani Primary School polling station code number 0100 450 226 07102 was reported missing. The KIMS kit code is 0100 450 226 07102 was reported missing. The loss was discovered when the KIMS kits were being charged before deployment to the polling stations. The incident has been reported to Moyale Police Station and investigations into the loss is ongoing. The Commission has blacklisted and replaced the missing KIMS kit. Any activity or data that may originate from the missing kit will be flagged and isolated from the system. The kit will not be useful to anyone. Whoever has stolen it should know that it will not be useful to them because it has been blacklisted. The Commission has also deployed 660 temporary staff towards the success of the 9th August general election. This includes presiding officers, deputy presiding officers, poll clerks, and security. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the team, my vice chair, commissioners, CEO, and the entire staff of the IEBC who have worked tirelessly to ensure that tomorrow's election is a success. I salute the fellow returning officers across the country who I know have not been sleeping, and from today they'll have sleepless nights until the results are announced in the counties and constituencies across the country. I call upon all our temporary poll officials to discharge their duties with utmost integrity and commitment to serve our country, Kenya. However, as a commission, we have received information that 5 presiding officers and 2 clerks in Diwa constituency were allegedly caught by members of the public in a homestead of an associate of a contestant, what was believed to be a meeting to plan or influence the outcome of elections, allegedly so. 4 of the poll officials were arrested and recorded statements at Diwa police station, and as a result, the returning officer from Diwa constituency has dismissed the said 4 officials and replaced them with others. In Webuye East, Bungoma County, 2 deputy presiding officers were allegedly in a meeting with a candidate. The 2 have since been arrested and dismissed from duty and replaced with others. In Webuye West, Bungoma County, a presiding officer allegedly attended a meeting convened by a candidate in a hotel within Matete sub-county, Kakamega County. The presiding officer has been dismissed from duty and replaced. The Commission has also been informed of destruction of election materials in Chuka, Igambangombe, which were being transported from the IEBC warehouse in Chuka to Tharaka. We have since deployed our officers to liaise with the local police to review the incident, and we shall give a report on that. The Commission takes great exception of polling officials who contravene the code of conduct for poll officials and will not hesitate to take stern action against any official found to be in breach of the Code of Conduct and Election Offences Act. On issues of security, the Commission has partnered with the National Police Service, and we have trained and deployed over 150,000 police officers, and we confirm that there will be 2 officers per polling station throughout the country when the polls commence tomorrow. These officers are already being deployed today with the polling officials to the respective polling stations. However, on matters of security, we have two incidents that we wish to inform the country about in Turkana and Mandera. In Turkana County, bandits attacked and burned down homes in a village within Kapedo, Naipeiton ward, and displaced populations expected to vote in 3 polling stations. The returning officer, in consultation with the security team and stakeholders, has recommended that the polling station be conducted in the nearby polling center, so arrangements will be done and the voters will be informed accordingly where they'll be polling in that particular area. In Mandera County, a known number of people burned down 2 classrooms in Hareri Primary School, which is a gazetted polling station, in Kalalio Ward in Mandera East Constituency. Security has been beefed up and polling will proceed as planned with the remaining part of the buildings which has not been affected. The Commission has set up fully-fledged call center where poll officials and the general public can call a toll-free number to make inquiries and report incidents related to the 2022 general elections. Just wish to remind the public that the toll-free numbers are 1543 and 1544. And we encourage Kenyans to make good use of these numbers for purposes of seeking information from the Commission on incidents happening on the ground. We also have this media center where we give media briefings like we are doing today, and this will continue on a very regular basis as we get into the elections tomorrow. I just want to confirm that the Commission has accredited a total of 4,850 local and international journalists to ensure free flow of information and accurate reporting of election results to the public. The Commission has already shared with the media, political parties, observers, the secure formats and templates in which results will be shared to enable them integrate with the results transmission system in order to receive, process, tally accurate results as they are received by the Commission. We call upon the media to remain true to their role of providing comprehensive and objective coverage of the elections as possible, especially in relaying or reporting results. The media can, of course, tally results, as we have said, but not declare the winners. I want to say a few things about activities of polling tomorrow. All polling stations will open on 9th August 2022 at 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. Where there's a delay in opening or interruption in voting at a polling station, the presiding officer shall extend hours of polling by the amount of time lost. Voters who will be on the queue at the time of closing the polling station will be allowed to vote. The Commission will ensure that every registered Kenyan voter gets a chance to exercise their right to vote for their preferred candidate. To achieve this, the Commission has put legal, technological and administrative structures in place to ensure that all voters have an improved voter experience as they cast their vote. As part of its mandate, the Commission has accredited a total of 120,731 domestic and international observers and monitors, out of which 50,231 are observers, 70,500 are monitors, and they come from 872 organizations. That is 795 domestic observer organizations and 77 international observer organizations. Also want to say something about our results transmission system. The Commission has put in place an election results management framework, ERMF, that provides the workflow of results from the polling station to the constituency and national tallying center in accordance with the Elections Act and regulations. The system allows the presiding officer to open the results transmission system application after the close of polling. The presiding officer shall be able to capture and transmit the image of the A series, that's for presidential 34A series form. In transmitting the results transmission system only sends the A series results form, which has a QR code once. It cannot transmit more than once. Persons authorized to be at the polling station include media, observers, polling station agents who will be allowed to take an image of the original results form 34A. Polling station agents of presidential candidates will be issued with a carbonated copy of the results form 34A. The results announced at the polling station will be final. At tallying centers, proper planning and management of tallying centers plays a central role in the conduct of credible election, for it is at the tallying center where results are collected and declared for respective positions. And for strict avoidance of doubt, let me say the following, that the Commission has 3 levels of tallying centers, namely Constituency Tallying Center, County Tallying Centers, and National Tallying Center right here at Bomas. So at the polling station, there'll be counting and filling of result forms. At Constituency Tallying Center, tallying and declaration of the Member of National Assembly, Member of County Assembly, collation of presidential, gubernatorial, and senatorial, and Women Assembly, Member of Parliament results. So tallying and declaration of Member of National Assembly, Member of County Assembly is done at constituency, but also at constituency there's collation of presidential results, gubernatorial results, senatorial results, and Woman Member of National Assembly results. At the County Tallying Center, we have the final tallying and declaration of gubernatorial and senatorial and Woman Member of National Assembly, Woman Member of National Assembly results. So those are declared at the County Tallying Center. Then at the National Center is the final tallying and declaration of presidential results from all the polling stations. So let me assure you that at the National Tallying Center, which I'm in charge of as the National Returning Officer, we are ready to undertake this exercise, and we have put everything in place to make it happen. And I just want to thank all who have been involved in these processes, all stakeholders who have worked with us to prepare for this general election. I also want to finally say something to the Kenyan voters. In closing, let us now cast our eyes to focus to the patriotic duty that lies before us, the opportunity to express our voices through the ballot. To this end, I'm calling upon every registered Kenyan voter, both here in Kenya and in the diaspora, to show up to their respective polling stations to exercise their democratic right. At this moment in time, let us draw inspiration from the 2010 Constitution that vests all sovereign power to the people of Kenya, who may exercise it either directly or through their elected representatives. Let us collectively rise up and show the world that Kenya is a vibrant democracy. On our part as a commission, we shall ensure that every vote counts, because that we shall ensure to count every vote, because every vote counts. So for Kenyans, this is our time, our moment to make it happen. Before I close this afternoon, we received information from our lawyers in the Court of Appeal that the Court of Appeal has stayed the judgment of the High Court, which directed the Commission to cross out the register as a complementary to the KIMS kits. Remember, the Court of Appeal has directed we follow the guidelines given by the Court of Appeal in the case of NASA versus IEBC, which gave guidelines that the Commission followed as we prepared for this election. And so today the Court has stayed the High Court order, which directed that in addition to following the guidelines of using the fiscal register as a last resort if the KIMS kits fails, the High Court had directed that we also cross the register at the time of verification. So the Commission shall stand guided by the orders of the Court of Appeal this afternoon, and we have accordingly directed our staff, who had been adequately trained, to now follow the procedure as laid down by the Court of Appeal, that they'll have the fiscal register with them and will only use it if all the KIMS kits fail in that particular polling station. So thank you very much. That's our brief this afternoon. As I said, we shall engage on more briefings as and when any situation arises. Thank you. If you have any questions. Can we have somebody managing these questions? Who is?
Good evening, Commissioner. I wanted to ask, my name is Ivy from Kenyans.co.ke. What measures have you put in place to ensure that the right ballot papers are delivered to the right counties, given the discovery of the Kilifi gubernatorial papers and the Mombasa ballot? Thank you.
Kuna lingine bwana Commissioner. Kwa majina naitwa Emmanuel Kilongi kutoka TV Magharibi, na ningependa kuuliza swala hili ambalo linafungamana na madai yaliyoibuliwa na mbunge wa Kadundu ya Kusini Moses Kuria, kwamba huenda kukawa na udanganyifu kwenye zoezi hili nzima la uchaguzi. Akapeana kuwa kaunti ya Uasin Gishu huenda ikaathirika pakubwa, kwamba kuna makaratasi ambayo yatatoka katika ikulu ya Nakuru kuelekea Eldoret, na akapeana nambari ya gari ya usajili ya 853T. Je, na tumeona tena idara ya DCI imechukulia uzito swala hili ama madai hayo. Wewe kama mwenyekiti wa tume ya IEBC, usemi wako ni upi ama mtazamo wako? Asante.
Excuse me, let's have a set of questions. They respond, then we proceed to another. So, proceed.
My name is Irene Mwangi from Capital FM. My question is, in the case of Bugwe East, where ballot papers were found in the house of a presiding officer, what is the protocol procedure in terms of transporting this material? Also the case in Chuka, what was the protocol procedure in terms of transporting these materials? Were they being transported without the security officials, or what was happening in those two particular incidences? Also, the Commission had said that by August 6th, the strategic and non-strategic materials will be delivered to the polling stations. Why are we having the issue of ballot papers, for finding out that ballot papers, mix-up of ballot papers a day before the elections?
Yeah, we can deal with that. The logistics, we have mentioned earlier in the week that all logistics have been done, materials are in the constituencies. Today is the day then that the presiding officers put all the materials using the checklist to then go to the respective polling stations. And in the process, they arrange everything in their respective boxes. All the presiding officer, the deputy, the 4 clerks, and 2 police officers then accompany the materials to the respective polling stations. This exercise is what's ongoing today. Some areas are vast. They have to leave early to be able to get there on time. Remember, polling starts at 6 in the morning, and these officers then have to stay either at the polling station. In fact, most of them sleep at the polling station waiting for the first voter to come at 6 in the morning. So in arranging those materials and following communication, I think from the CEO is here, they were then instructed to check the contents of what they are carrying. And in the process of doing so is when discovery was made that led to the issue around the 4 elective positions. So the issue you are raising about polling materials, all polling materials, strategic materials are accompanied by police officers. And all of them Kamband. So we talked about Webuye. There was nothing about polling materials found in an individual's house. There was no ballot papers in an individual's house. I don't know where you got that from. The issue of Webuye were clerks allegedly meeting with a candidate, but there was no issue about materials involved. The issue around Moses Kuria, I'm not privy to that information or tweet or whatever it is. I'm not aware, but all I want to say is that all ballot papers are in the respective constituencies. There are no ballot papers anywhere else, and I'm not privy to that information. Maybe unless any of the commissioners has anything to say about that. So we don't have that information. I don't even know whether the DCI is investigating it. We have not been informed as a commission about such investigations. Okay, you can share with us if you have information, and then we can give you feedback. Please, yeah.
We can take another assess.
Yep. I'm Brian Chino from the Standard. What do you attribute the errors in Kakamega and Mombasa to?
And also tied to... Sorry.
Yes.
Also tied to the same Moremi Mwangi from ATN News.
Yes, Moremi.
When did these ballot papers that have errors land in the country? And when did it come to your attention that there are errors about it, and why is the country learning about it only a day to the election? And in addition to that, as a commission, are you concerned that the suspension of the specific elections in the counties and the constituencies could affect the turnout in the other elective seats, including the presidency?
Okay. Can deal with that? Yes. These are 4 elective positions out of the 1,879. 4 out of 1,879. We have had cases where there could be errors. We have had countries postpone elections because of all elections because of issues around issues like ballot papers. But we are talking about 4 positions out of 1,879. Now, the error came out as a result of a mix-up at the printing factory. The commission forwarded the ballot proofings as per the candidate's specifications. And I believe the CEO and team can attest to that. What we have been shown is proper proofings, so ballot proofings were sent to the printers, but the error occurred at the printing factory. And they are going to correct that error. And I think in the course of this week, we shall be able then to announce the earliest possible date when those elections can be held. So it is an error at the printing factory, not at the commission level.
I think the concern is at which point did they land in the country, and when did you learn about the error? Because it's only becoming a matter...
Yes, I've mentioned in my briefing that this morning is when ballot papers were opened, and we learned of those errors this particular morning. But on the face of it, the papers were properly marked. If you have been at the warehouse, I don't know whether you've been there, the face of it shows the documentation was properly marked, but on opening the ballot papers, that's when the errors were discovered this morning. Remember, these ballot papers are sealed. They are not supposed to be tampered with, and for purpose of transporting them to the respective polling stations, that exercise in the morning uncovered those errors. We cannot know. I think your case is good, but I expect that Kenyans will turn up to vote for the 5 elective positions, and I believe that should not affect the outcome of, or rather the voter turnout. But we are here tomorrow with you. We shall follow up the proceedings, and we don't preempt Kenya. We should encourage them to turn up and vote for the 5 elective positions instead of casting aspersions on and creating a story around voter turnout. But let's encourage Kenyans. Let's call on every Kenyan to turn up and vote for the other 5 elective positions in those 4 elective areas.
Yes, my name is George Orido. Mr. Chairman, You mentioned about the ruling and the stay, and you said to that effect that in the manual register will only be referred to should there be a failure of the KIMS gate.
Yes.
The question is about the failure. Is it a general failure, or when one individual or one voter comes and realizes that their name is not there, but then the manual register is showing that they are there? Maybe just a few cases or a general case. I hope you get my question.
I get your question, and we have actually looked at it in our previous presses. The voters register in the KIMS kit is exactly the same register which is printed. Everything is the same. So if you are not in the KIMS kit, then you are not in the fiscal register. It's as simple as that. Yeah. So you cannot miss in the KIMS kit and be in the fiscal register, because it's the way you print a document from your what document is the same. Yeah, so we don't expect that you are missing. You are missing the KIMS kit and you are in the fiscal register. What we are saying is, in terms of the Court of Appeal decision that then we followed as a guideline, you turn up to be verified biometrically. If you are not in the you can't identify biometrically, then you are identified alphanumerically using your ID or passport number. If then you are there, then that's fine. But if the KIMS kit fails, and that's the subject you are referring to, then we have another KIMS kit that we shall use. Now, if all the other KIMS kits available fail, then now that's when we resort to the fiscal register. So that is the procedure. And that procedure is there. The registers are printed. They'll be available at the polling station, but they'll be sealed and not be used in the manner then the High Court had directed that we use it simultaneously with the KIMS kit. Yes.
Yeah, my name is O'Brien, and I work with state broadcaster KBC. Two questions. How prepared are you to abide by the ruling of the High Court by Justice Mogore for you to include the manual register as part of the voter identification process? And number two, UD has gone to court.
Were you here when I was making my presence? I've just said the court has already pronounced itself. The Court of Appeal has already pronounced itself on that issue and has overturned the High Court judgment. And right now, where we are, we have reverted back to the Court of Appeal decision.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, my name is Wawero Nyambura from Inoro TV. You have not given instructions as far as Tharaka-Nithi is concerned, where ballot papers were destroyed. Have you stopped?
That's not true. There were no ballot papers destroyed in Tharaka-Nithi. What was destroyed were booths, a few booths by some individuals who attacked the vehicle. And some stamps.
Stamps and seats.
Yeah, and those are items we have in plenty. We shall replace them. I think the process of replacing them is ongoing. No ballot papers were destroyed. Security items, ballot papers, KIMS kits are escorted under heavy police security. And those ones are all safe for the cases that we have mentioned in our presser. Yes, thank you.
Are you from Citizen TV? I need a specific question here because my colleague Mrimi did mention this point, and it's the case of Kakamega, Mombasa, Kakiliba Constituency, and Pokot South, leading to the suspension of the poll process in these four respective areas. What's your level of communication with the printing firm in Greece, which is the Inform Lycos? And here I suppose because the Kenyan people are paying billions and they want value out of this election. What's your level of communication with them in the foreseeable future so that such incidences don't happen beyond Ofula Chebukati when your tenure expires in January next year? Number two, on security. There are regions in this country that often face security challenges, and it's not the same as others. For example, the northern frontier counties that share a long porous border with Somalia, which is still in political instability case. What's your level of engagement with the security agencies? Because we talked about 150,000 personnel from the National Police Service, 2 per 46,229 polling stations mathematically. In the event insecurity problems exceed your current security preparations and process, what then happens in such areas?
Yeah, let's deal with that. I will ask Marjan to say something about the ballot, the printers, inform Lycos, and Commissioner Wandere, who is heading the security team subcommittee here. I think they even had a meeting today. They meet twice a day to address the issues you have raised on those volatile areas. Then we can continue with the other questions. Yeah.
Asante. Naitwa Francis Ode kutoka.
Can they finish that first? Asante. Yeah, Marija.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have got a very high level of communication with the farm. One is we have got the contract implementation committee that is responsible for confirming that technically all our materials are basically okay. And then two, we also have another level of communication. The final one actually is between myself and the CEO of the InfoLycos. When this incident basically came to our notice, I also spoke to the CEO of the InfoLycos, and they acknowledged that the error was actually only on their side, and that they are going to make good the printing of the ballot paper. So we have got communication at all levels, up to the top level. Thank you very much.
Asante. Naitwa Francis Ode kutoka
on the issue of security, and thank you very much for that question. We are fully engaged with the national security agencies, police, GSU, and we are collaborating in all those areas where there is high insecurity. Ballot papers are being airlifted to the various police stations, and the government security agencies are surveying and acting on any issue regarding to the insecurity. So we have no problem. I do not want to give you the details, but it's covered, and nobody will fail to vote because of insecurity even in those areas. It has been confirmed to us, the action that the police are taking and other security agencies, and to make sure that everybody will vote who wants to vote. So don't worry about that.
Okay, we can take some 3 more questions, then we run. Yeah.
Naitwa Francis Ode kutoka April TV. Swali langu ni kwa walemavu. Ulizungumzia kwamba kuna zile kit ambazo zimeweza kutolewa kwamba kuna watu watakuwa wanatumia fingerprints. Je, umezingatia ama tume imezingatia vipi wale walemavu ambao waoni, hawasikii na hata labda hawana mikono ya kuweza kutia pale vidole? Asante.
Okay, another? Or that's the last one?
I wanted to ask the same question I just asked on the issue of people with disability, and how is a commission will organize on the platform of people with disability here in Kenya on the voting side. My name is Anthony.
Right. Thank you, Anthony. Vice Chair, you can deal with that. Yeah.
My name is Nicholas Delay from CAS Media Group. Chairman, Mombasa and Kakamega previously during approval had issues, and now you have brought it to our attention that also it has issues that postponing of these elections are coming. Now, Chairman, somebody could be curious that this could be a political play rather than technicalities that you're saying about the printing factories. What would you say of that?
That's not true. That is your imagination. We don't do political games. We do election management. And I think the ballot paper printers have accepted their mistake. And we shall ensure that the voters in those areas are able to elect the leaders of their choice as soon as possible. So there's no politics involved. I may also appreciate that I think the order to print those particular ballot papers also went a bit, it was some of the last ones which were printed, and there could be a little, I don't know what happened at the printers, but they have accepted that they made an error. So don't read any mischief in it. And one more thing, the candidates will be the same. The ones who are to contest now and maybe a few weeks from now will be the same candidates. They will not change. Vice Chair, please answer the question on the disabled. Yeah.
Asante. Swali la ulemavu limeulizwa kwa Kiswahili, kwa hivyo pengine ningelijibu kwa Kiswahili. Kama mtu hana vidole, tutatumia nambari yake ya kitambulisho. Kwa hivyo kuna njia mbili za kusearch mtu katika KIMS-KIT. Kwanza tunatumia fingerprints, lakini kama hana vidole ama watu wengine huwa wamepaka hina. Hivyo basi KIMS-KIT inakuwa shida kwa identify kutumia fingerprints. Kwa hivyo watu kama hao tutatumia ID card number, tukitype katika KIMS-KIT, kwa hivyo identity yake zao zitaonekana. Watapewa ballot papers waweze kuvote.
Asante. Kuna swali. Naitwa Ulapo kutoka Azam TV Tanzania. Hiko hapo bado kwenye kuahirishwa kwa uchaguzi kwenye haya maeneo matano.
Manne,
yes. Yeah. Nyie kama tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka mnawajibika vipi, kwa sababu ili jambo ambalo kwa namna moja ama nyingine linakwenda kusafirisha usumbufu kwa wananchi hasa katika haya maeneo, lakini vile vile kuna gharama nyingine ambazo wananchi kwa namna moja ama nyingine wataingia ama tume itaingia. Mmewajibika vipi katika hili kuonyesha kwamba na nyie na uchungu kwa uzembe huu ambao umetokea?
Bwana CEO amesema kuwa shida ilitokea kwa wale ambao wanachapisha makaratasi, si uzembe ya tume, na wamekubali kuwa watagharamia hiyo makaratasi wakichapisha tena mara ya pili. Wananchi watakuja kufanya tena. Nafikiri wanapenda, hiyo ni jukumu la wananchi kuchagua viongozi wao, na vile hiyo maneno yametokea lazima tufanye vile tumefanya, na nafikiri wananchi watakuja. I don't think there's a problem. They will come and vote. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, another question?
Yes, I'm Colin Somulo from the Daily Nation, and my question is, are you really prepared as a commission, or your preparation are just on paper because of the things we've been saying? Then another thing is about...
Which things? Be specific.
The mix-ups.
Which mix-up?
Mix-up in Kakamega.
We have explained that.
Yes, so
yeah.
Are you really prepared, or these are just things you are saying, but on the ground things are different? Then the other question is, you called us for a press conference at 12.
Yes.
We are doing it at 5.
Yeah.
At 6, no, at 5. These are the anxieties that the wait times, when we have the long wait times, these are the things that create anxieties and will lead to like Kenyans starting to cook things up in their minds that maybe the commission is up to something. So what is going on at IEBC?
Yeah, what's going on at IEBC has been summed up in our press briefing this afternoon. And I started off by saying the commission is ready for elections. We have urged Kenyans to turn up in large numbers tomorrow and vote for leaders of their choice. We have also opened up the polling process and encourage media to work with us this journey. I expect that tomorrow the reports will be that Kenyans are swarming polling stations to vote. Your statement, I think I have nothing to say about it. All I want to say is our apologies for not being here at 12 because of many other activities which we were actually waiting for us all over this particular center. But we shall continue engaging the media, and we are committed to ensuring that Kenyans get what they deserve, a free, fair, and credible election.
Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Chairman,
Yes.
My name is Sarah. I'm on this side. Here. My name is Sarah from the South African Broadcasting Corporation.
Yes, Sarah.
Are you worried that these last-minute hitches may actually affect the confidence by the voters on the process? And I'd also want to know if you have communicated to the candidates in these 4 polling areas, and what was their reaction to the fact that they will not be on the ballot this time, but the election will happen later?
We have 47 county election managers, and the county election managers in those respective areas have accordingly communicated to the respective candidates. It is. Sorry?
Are you worried about the confidence of the process by voters concerning these last-minute hitches?
Is there any commissioner who wants to answer that question? I'm not worried. It's normal in an operation to have issues like what we went through today. It's normal that papers can be moved up and down. It's normal that what the printers experienced happens is, I believe, human error. Of course, it worries us that we wanted 100% perfect delivery of materials. But this has happened, and we must deal with it. And I believe in the best interest of the country, it will not be appropriate. I mean, we have to own the issue and deal with it, and we shall ensure that the voters in those 4 elective positions get a chance to elect leaders of their choice as soon as possible. So that is our concern, and I believe that they will understand and be able to turn up on the day we shall schedule. Yeah, thank you.
Chairman, we have 2 more questions. We pick from behind here, and 1 more.
Is it because of the legal challenges that we experienced?
My name is Mwege William from TV47. My question will be relating to campaigning despite the deadline by IEBC. A good example is of Raila Odinga, whereby attending a church service, alijipigia debe, na pia Rais Uhuru Kenyatta akihutubia vyombo vya habari alionekana kumpigia debe Raila Odinga. Maybe what action will you take to persons who are campaigning after the deadline that you scheduled? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I have not received any complaint on my desk about any of the 2 persons you have mentioned campaigning. So I will not make any comments on that. As far as the commission is concerned, campaigns ended on Saturday at 6 p.m. and I'm not aware of what you're calling campaigns. We have not received any complaint, and I'm not privy to the statements which were made. Unless you have any issues or anybody writes to the commission, then we shall deal with it.
My question is still on the ballot papers, whereby I'm Sarafina Robi from KBC. My question is on the printing firm. You said that you're in communication with it. So is it the same firm that is going to reprint these ballot papers? And if yes, who is going to shoulder the financial burden?
Okay, I think I answered that, but let me say it again.
Clarification of that.
Actually, it's repeating. Let me repeat what I said, what the CEO said. The printing firm has owned the mistake, and they'll meet the cost of reprinting those ballot papers. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
UDA is complaining that some of their agents are not being accredited. Is this a matter that they're raised with you?
Not yet, but we are meeting the presidential agents immediately after this. And I believe if they have an issue, then it can be addressed, because the whole team is here, the whole IEBC team is here. If any political party or agent have an issue, please raise during our meeting, which is immediately after this presser.
Chairman, the legal ballots contribute to the delay and all this matter. There are so many legal ballots. Did it contribute to this?
The delay in delivery?
In delivery, the mix-up, all this mess.
I know about delay in delivery because our due date, last date was 29th of last month, but because of the legal cases, then the printers pushed the date to 3rd of August. As to the mix-up, The printers have owned it. They have not told us why there was that mix-up. Maybe in their report, when they share their report with us, then we can be able to communicate to the country. So I don't want to attribute it to any other issues. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll proceed on to we are inviting you to the lighting of the peace torch ceremony at the auditorium. The commission is available for further engagement. So let's keep engaging and we'll continue answering your questions.
Thank you.
Na ndio kama hivyo umepata kusikia kutoka kwa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC kuhusiana na matayarisho yao, na mambo kadhaa matano ama sita yamejitokeza katika kikao hiki. Lakini cha msingi kwanza ni kwamba kuna baadhi ya maeneo uchaguzi umeahirishwa kutokana na hitilafu zilizotokea, na kubwa la hitilafu ni kwamba picha na majina na maneno haviendani. Kwa hiyo wamesema hayo yameahirishwa mpaka tarehe nyingine itakapotangazwa muda wa baadaye. Na bila shaka katika maeneo ambapo kura zimeahirishwa ni pamoja na kura za ugavana katika kaunti ya Mombasa, na vile vile kura za ugavana katika kaunti ya Kakamega, na huko Pokot Magharibi na Kacheliba ni kura za ubunge zimeahirishwa kutokana na dosari zilizotokea. Na mbali na hayo pia kuna baadhi ya maeneo ambayo baadhi ya maafisa wa IEBC ambao walikuwa wamepewa kazi ya kushughulikia na kuhakikisha kwamba shughuli hii inafanyika kwa njia inayopaswa wamehusika kwa mambo ambayo tume imesema kwamba hafai kufanyika. Kwa hiyo baadhi yao wamekamatwa na wengine wamefunguliwa, wanatarajiwa kufunguliwa mashtaka na nafasi zao zitapewa wengine. Lakini cha msingi Paul, Joy, Kamche, mambo 6 au 5 hivi yamejitokeza. Kwanza swala la ile kuahirishwa kwa baadhi ya kura na imani ya wapiga kura. Pili, kuna kifaa kile cha KIMS kilichopotea. Alafu 3 ni kwamba kupitia mahakama ya rufaa wamesema kwamba kitakachotumika ni kifaa cha utambulisho wa wapiga kura kupitia njia elektroniki. Kwa hiyo ile inayoitwa kama manual register imewekwa pembeni. Kwa hiyo itatumika electronic system ambayo itakuwa inatambulisha wapiga kura. Kwa mujibu wa mahakama imetoa uamuzi wake hii leo. Na vile vile swala la ufisadi pia limejitokeza au maadili kupitia hawa maafisa wa IEBC ambao wamesimamishwa kazi kwa kudaiwa kukutana na baadhi ya wagombea katika nyadhifa mbalimbali, na maeneo athirika ni Ndhiwa na vile vile maeneo ya Webuye. Kwa hiyo haya mambo yamejitokeza katika kikao cha leo. Paul, Joy, tuanze na swala la usalama katika shughuli nzima ya upigaji kura. Mwenyekiti Wafula Chebukati wa IEBC amesema kwamba wamepokea habari kwamba baadhi ya vifaa vimeharibiwa maeneo ya Tharaka Nithi, lakini karatasi za kupigia kura pamoja na vile vifaa vya KIMS vyote vipo salama. Lakini iwapo vifaa kama hivi, masanduku ya kupigia kura na vile vijisanduku vya kusimamia ama booth ukitaka kusema, ni kwamba inaonyesha kuna utepetevu fulani katika usalama wa kulinda vifaa vya kupigia kura. Joy?
Naam, kama ulimsikia Chebukati, kuna kitu alisema ambacho ni cha muhimu, kwamba vitu vya kutumia kupiga kura viko katika sehemu mbili. Mwanzo kuna zile zinaitwa strategic documents, sasa strategic materials. Hizo strategic materials ni kama sasa hizo karatasi zenyewe za kupiga kura, sajili, hizo KIMS kit, vitu ambavyo lazima ziwepo ili kura itendeke. Na ni vitu ambavyo zikipotea ama zikikosekana basi itaathiri upiga kura. Hizo alisema hata zikisafirishwa zinaenda chini ya ulinzi mkali, kwa sababu ni vitu ambavyo lazima zitumike katika upigaji kura. Alafu kuna zile ambazo wanasema ni non-strategic, vitu ambavyo ni muhimu lakini kwa mfano sasa hivyo visanduku, niwe na sanduku hili, kama haipatikani niwe na sanduku lingine, utapata bado wapiga kura wataendelea kupiga kura, kwa sababu sanduku moja wala nyingine tofauti ni ile ile. Kwa hivyo ndio unaona Chebukati alikuwa akitofautisha akisema hiyo ambayo ilishikwa ni kwa sababu ilikuwa ni kitu ambacho ni non-strategic, ndo hata wananchi wakaweza kuivamia na kuchukua sheria mikononi mwao. Lakini nikiwauliza wale watu ambao wako eneo hilo, walikuwa wakisema kwamba hiyo gari ilikuwa ikisafirisha, ilikuwa ikionekana katika kampeni za mtu binafsi, lakini sasa imekombolewa kama kahaya kusafirisha hizi, na wananchi walikuwa kifikiri pengine mwenye alikuwa akitumia katika kampeni ndo amechukua materials zao. Kwa hivyo kwangu mimi inanifurahisha kwa sababu inaonyesha pia wananchi wako macho wazi, wako macho wazi. Although kuchukua sheria mkononi mwako si kitu cha kutilia manani, lakini wako macho wazi. Kwa hivyo kuna tofauti ya vitu ambavyo viko strategic na non strategic, na zile ambazo ziko strategic tunaona kwa mfano zile ambazo zilipotea njia, Chebukati anatuambia hata hizo zikiregeshwa zabebwa kwa ndege, hata zisafirishwe barabarani. Kwa hivyo tunaona kwamba kuna usalama kwa zile vitu ambavyo vinahitaji usalama wa hali ya juu. Na hizi zingine
na Joy, hawa baadhi ya maafisa wa IEBC waliofumaniwa kwa sababu hawa wamepatikana, labda kuna wengine ambao hawakupatikana. Hii inaashiria nini? Kwa sababu uone kwamba hili litatia wahaka na wasiwasi katika nyoyo za wapiga kura kwamba kumbe baadhi ya maafisa wa IEBC labda wanakutana na wagombea wa uchaguzi katika nyadhifa tofauti.
Na nadhani hapo Harith, kuna mwanahabari mmoja pale Chebukati alipokuwa akizungumza na wanahabari ameuliza, je, kama tume ya IEBC wanaona kama hizi hitilafu ambazo zimejitokeza hizi dakika za mwisho, je, zina uwezekano ama zinaweza kufanya imani yao wananchi imani kwa IEBC kupungua pengine juu? Lakini Chebukati amesema wao hawana uoga wote, manake katika kila zoezi ambalo linahusisha watu wengi, mambo mengi, kuna changamoto ambazo huweza kujitokeza.
Naam, ni kweli. Ukiwa na watu wengi ambao wanahusishwa katika utendakazi, hutakosa dosari. Mtu mmoja, watu wawili ambao pengine wameweka tamaa mbele au pengine pia walikuwa wanataka uchaguzi uende njia fulani, na wanapata kwamba majaribu ya kawaida yanawazidi nguvu mpaka wanafanya vitu ambavyo si adilifu katika utendakazi wao. Kwa hivyo kukosa dosari hapa na pale si kitu ambacho ni kigeni. Kitu ambacho lakini Wakenya lazima wakumbuke ni kwamba awamu hii tunaona IEBC kwa njia ya kusema kufuatilia kwa makini zaidi. Wakipata mtu yuko na shida wanachukua hatua papo hapo. Kwa maana kila mara ukimsikia Chebukati akizungumza anasema tulimpata Joy akifanya kitu fulani na tunavyozungumza hafanyi kazi nasi tena. Tulimpata Joy akifanya hivi na tunavyozungumza yuko korokoroni. Wamekuwa wakichukua hatua hata kabla ya kuarifu kuambia Wakenya ni nini kilichotendeka. Na kwangu mimi naniambia kwamba wengi wale ambao pengine walikuwa hata wakitaka kujaribu wataona pengine wacha nisijaribu kwa sababu nitapatikana. Lakini hutakosa wawili watatu ambao wana ule ujasiri wa kuendelea na kufanya ukora, na kitu ambacho Wakenya pia lazima wakumbuke ni kwamba pia wao wakiona kitu ambacho hakiendi sawa sawa, kuna zile nambari ambazo IEBC imetoa ambazo wanaweza kupiga taarifa waseme by the way hapa kwetu tunaona 1 2 3 ikiendelea, na IEBC wamesema so ndio wananchi wakiwa macho na wakitoa ripoti basi hatua itachukuliwa.
Ndio Chebukati kwa kifupi amesema hakuna mchele usiokosa ndume. Lakini mbali na hayo, Paul, tunaangazia hili swala ambalo pia limeibuka katika mchana huu ambalo limekuwa na mvutano ama limekuwa kisa na sababu na kiini cha mvutano baina ya kambi tofauti, swala la kutambulisha wapiga kura kupitia sajili au daftari la wapiga kura. Uamuzi wa mahakama ya rufaa hii leo unamaanisha nini kwa mpiga kura na vile vile kwa mirengo tofauti?
Nirudishe mtazamaji nyuma kidogo. Katika mwaka wa 2017 kila kitu, maswali moja hapo ya maswali yaliyopelekwa kotini ni nambari ama ile idadi ya kura haikuwa inalingana na watu ambao walipiga kura. Swala lilikuwa unapotumia ile manual register unakuta kwamba kuna wengine ambao watanakiliwa kama walishapiga kura ili hali hawakuwa wamepiga kura. Tume ya uchaguzi ikakuja na utaratibu ikasema sisi tunataka kutumia the KIMS kit, ile ambao ni the digital register. Lakini pia kukakuwa na mvutano na maswali, wakaelezana, je, wakati ambapo atakayekuwa anataka kupiga kura hajapata jina lake kwa ile digital register, nini kitakachofanyika? Na kulikuwa na mkutano na milengo tofauti, wakaelezana na wakakubaliana. Tume ya uchaguzi ikakubaliana, wacha basi tukue na ile register, the physical register ya